Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 685 to Chapter 742. Today, Lin Sun could absolutely be called the heavenly son of the empire. No one could compare with him in the younger generation. But now, Nangonghua wanted Lin Sun to surrender and become a servant to atone for his sins. This was undoubtedly a kind of trampling and humiliation to Lin Sun. Anyone who heard it would be furious. The most outrageous thing was that the purple-eyed youth even boasted shamelessly that if Lin Sun surrendered to Nangonghua, it would be a disaster and not a blessing. It was a good fortune that others could only dream of. This was going too far. The teachers present were so angry that their expressions changed. These fellows from the heavens pivot Holy Land were truly arrogant to the extreme. The purple-eyed young man had an innocent look on his face as if he didn't understand. Why are you so angry? We are already magnanimous and tolerant enough. If it was in the past, he would have to atone for his crimes with his death just because he crippled Mu Qing. The successors of the heavens pivot sacred ground beside him chuckled. Everyone could see that these guys were obviously humiliating Lin Sun in this way, which filled them with righteous indignation. Only Xianxia and a few others in the field looked calm with a trace of pity. They suddenly remembered that Marquis Ling Tian had said something similar to Lin Sun at the 300th birthday party of the Empress, asking Lin Sun to serve him. In the end, Marquis Ling Tianhao was beaten until everyone knelt down and apologized. Even the nobles couldn't stop him. But now, Lin Sun was completely different from before. He had once killed 6 great practitioners in the reincarnation developing realm. But the other side still used a similar condescending attitude to make Lin surrender. The result, when he thought of this, Xianxia's expression became even more pitiful. He knew that Lin Sun would not be afraid of the ancient desolation territory according to his character. As for the heavens pivot Holy Land, it would not be able to deter Lin Sun. Sure enough, Lin Sun, who was standing in the middle of the martial arts practice field, suddenly smiled. His gaze swept across Nangonghua, Ran Chen, the purple-eyed youth and the others, and said, "All of you are not bad, at least at this moment. You have successfully aroused my anger." But what? The purple-eyed youth frowned and asked in disdain. Lin Sun said seriously, "I doubt whether you can withstand my anger." It was as if they'd heard an enormous joke. Regardless of whether it was the purple-eyed young man or Ran Chen and the others, all of them couldn't help but chuckle. A playful arc rose from the corner of Nangonghua's mouth. Soon after, he coldly said, "Oh, I am very curious. Just how powerful is your anger? Can it burn the heavens?" As soon as he said this, the purple-eyed youth and the others laughed even more wantonly. "Burning down the sky isn't realistic, but turning all of you into ashes is a piece of cake. If you don't believe me, why don't you try it now?" Lin Sun's black eyes became deeper and more tranquil. "Ha ha ha, alright, come, let this young master play with you first. I'll let you understand the difference between a divine dragon in the sky and an ant on the ground." The purple-eyed young man laughed and appeared in the martial arts field in a flash. He pointed at Lin Sun frivolously and said, "Make it clear. If I'm not satisfied with your anger, don't blame me for tearing you apart." "Sure." Lin Sun nodded readily. Junior brother Yingfeng's temper is still a little impatient. It's just the clamor of an ant. There's no need to lower yourself to his level. Ran Chen shook his head. In fact, he also wanted to make a move and teach Lin Sun a lesson. Unfortunately, the purple-eyed young man took the initiative. This is what it means to do as one pleases. Let's just wait and watch the show. I'm curious if Lin Sun is really as powerful as the rumors say. Nangonghua's expression was indifferent and calm. Boom, the purple-eyed young man was obviously a frivolous person. Without further ado, his figure was like a flash of lightning, cutting through the void and striking out. The teachers and students present were all nervous. How could a true disciple of the heavens pivot Holy Land be ordinary? No matter how confident they were in Lin Sun, they couldn't help but be nervous at this moment. Fast, it was unbelievably fast. As soon as the purple-eyed young man made his movement was so fast that it stunned everyone present. He had already arrived in front of Lin Sun. He had already stretched out a slender palm that was like white jade. It was shining and condensed a bright luster as it slapped towards Lin Sun fiercely. With this kind of attack alone, he could be regarded as the top. If it were other practitioners of Tao Insight Realm, they would be killed on the spot before they could react. Even the reincarnation developing realm instructors present had to admit that the successor of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land was indeed too powerful. In the Forbidden City, he was enough to look down on the geniuses of this generation. However, in the eyes of these instructors, Lin Sun was no longer a genius of this generation. He was an existence that could compete with the reincarnation developing realm. Therefore, they were destined not to compare Lin Sun with ordinary practitioners of Tao Insight realm. Bang, Lin Sun's figure was hit. But when the purple-eyed young man showed disdain, he was surprised to find that Lin Sun's figure disappeared like a bubble board. And his palm also seemed to hit the void. There was a feeling of powerlessness, like hitting cotton. Oh no! The purple-eyed young man's pupils suddenly shrank. His speed could be regarded as the top in the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. Few people could match him. But now, someone had dodged in advance, and his speed was 3 times faster than him, so that he couldn't even notice it. This was a little surprising. Whoosh, in a flash, the purple-eyed young man's attack failed. After realizing that it was not good, he had already disappeared in a flash and dodged to one side. But before he could stand firm, he felt his buttocks being kicked hard. Bang, the force was simply like being rammed by a raging bull, causing his butt to seem as if it had blossomed, causing him to grimace in pain as his features warped, and his entire body was like a cannonball that charged forward before smashing onto the ground over 100 m away with a thump, falling flat on his face. At this moment, the purple-eyed young man was so ashamed and resentful that he wanted to die. He had just made a move, and it was speed that he was best at. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even see his opponent. He was kicked in the buttocks and fell in an extremely embarrassing position. This was too shameful. At the same time, all the teachers and students opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. They only felt that there was a blur in front of them. Before they could react, the purple-eyed young man fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. On the high platform, Nangonghua, Ran Chen and the others' hearts twitched fiercely. Their faces changed slightly as they realized that something was wrong. Even they almost couldn't lock on to Lin Sun's figure. It was too fast. It was extremely incredible. Bang, the purple-eyed young man, who was so ashamed and resentful that he wanted to die, was just about to get up when he felt a big foot stepping on his buttocks. With a thud, he fell to the ground again. His buttocks seemed to have been hit by an iron hammer. It was so painful that he cried out in tears and snot flowed down his face. You can't even bear a trace of my anger. Is this the successor of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land? I don't think so. Lin Sun stood there, secretly exerting force on the soles of his feet. With a muffled sound, the purple-eyed young man's pelvis and flesh were crushed, and blood flowed out. You. I'm going to kill you. The purple-eyed young man roared, his veins bulging. It was too humiliating. In front of so many people, his buttocks were trampled. If this news spread back to the ancient Desolation territory, he was destined to become a laughingstock. Bang, Lin Sun kicked out, knocking the purple-eyed young man unconscious. He foamed at the mouth, still maintaining the appearance of a dog eating shit. Seeing this, many students couldn't help but laugh out loud. Some of the instructors looked strange. Lin Sun was still like this. Once he took revenge, he would do anything. Friend, you've gone too far. With a loud shout, another successor of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land made his move. It was a strong man with black hair and a strong and domineering aura. Boom, he held a dark green saber in his hand and slashed forward. The blade set off a brilliant light, tearing a shocking crack in the void. This blow was fierce, even with the taste of a sneak attack. Because who would have thought that the successor of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land would suddenly attack at this time? Just as his saber was about to hit Lin Sun, a phantom of Baxia suddenly rose from Lin Sun's body. Boom, a horrible restrictive power spread out, and the saber seemed to be fixed, imprisoned 1 foot away from Lin Sun's head. Even the figure of the pitch-black-haired man had become sluggish, and he was like a fish that had been frozen in a layer of ice. He maintained an extremely ferocious and charging posture, yet he was like a clay sculpture, causing him to seem slightly amusing instead. At the same time, Lin Sun turned around and grabbed the saber of the opponent. Then he grabbed the opponent and smashed him to the ground. You've gone too far if you can't beat me. Why are you always in the right? As Lin Sun spoke, he stepped on his opponent's buttocks again. There was a muffled sound like beans being fried. The skin of the man with black hair and a beard was torn, his tendons and bones were broken, and blood flowed. He was even more direct than the purple-eyed youth. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. It was too shameful. They were the successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, but they were taken down in one move in the lower world. Their buttocks were kicked to the point that it was like they were punishing their grandchildren. How could they have experienced such a humiliating experience? It was too cruel. All the teachers and students were stunned. Two successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land were trampled by Lin Sun like dolls. Who would dare to imagine this? Even Nangonghua and the others felt their hearts twitch. They gasped and couldn't believe their eyes. As companions, they knew the strength of the purple-eyed youth and the man with black hair the best. They were definitely at the top of the Tao Insight realm. But now, they were being trampled on casually. They had kicked an iron plate. Their expressions became extremely solemn. Originally, they'd heard some rumors about Lin Sun, but they subconsciously thought that it was impossible for a truly heaven-defying ferocious person to exist in this barren and backward mortal world, and it was definitely an exaggeration. But now, they realized that they were wrong. This Lin Sun was clearly an existence of the Tao Insight realm like them, but when he fought, he was much stronger than them, the successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. The successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land all looked at Nangonghua, as if waiting for him to come up with an idea. Just a moment ago, they were still giving pointers to the world, acting as if they were above everyone else. Now that they had changed their attitude, it was truly a bit embarrassing. Nangonghua was also silent. In his heart, he was extremely speechless. Who would have thought that he would meet such a monster in the lower realms? If they had known earlier, they definitely wouldn't have put on such a high attitude just now. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. I never thought that in this Green Deer Academy, I would be able to see such an outstanding person like you. Nangonghua took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I take back what I said just now. Friend, please release my two junior brothers first. He was dressed in a golden robe, his golden hair was dazzling, and his entire body gave off a peerless elegance. However, at this moment, when he spoke, it was undoubtedly equivalent to acknowledging Lin Sun, and his attitude had changed. This caused all the teachers and students present to be excited and proud. To be able to make a true disciple of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land take the initiative to lower his head, this was not something that anyone could do. The expressions of the successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land were somewhat gloomy and unsightly, as if they had eaten a fly. They felt very aggrieved in their hearts, but they were already cautious and did not dare to rashly make a move against Lin Sun. But Lin Sun did not appreciate it, and said with a frown, I haven't even vented a trace of my anger, and you guys are already planning to retreat? This is not retreating. Ran Chen, who was beside Nangonghua, shouted. Oh, then shall we continue? Lin Sun's expression was very casual. However, this sentence seemed to have a great deterrent force, causing Ran Chen to be speechless. His face turned green, and he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. In the past, they had always been the ones bullying others. Who would have thought that they would be bullied today? You guys have also experienced the feeling of being aggrieved and angry? How is it? It doesn't feel good, right? Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. These words moved the hearts of all the teachers and students present. They knew that Lin Sun was helping them to fight back and wipe out the shame. Previously, Mu Qing was merely a servant, yet he was already flaunting his strength and bullying the Green Deer Academy. He was extremely contemptuous and sarcastic, causing them to feel extremely aggrieved and angry. Now, Lin Sun was just returning all of this back to them. Friend, enough is enough. Don't think that the successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land are really afraid of you. Nangonghwa's expression was ice cold. Then let's fight. Lin Sun said without hesitation, you just wanted to take me as a servant. If you are so cowardly, people will look down on you. We have already given you enough face. Do you really want to continue pestering us? Nangonghwa's eyes burst out with a cold light. He was forced by Lin Sun's words to the point that he was truly enraged. His entire person seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Why not? As Lin Sun spoke, he had already taken the initiative to attack. He used the ice dragon steps and with a flash, he rushed up to the high platform in the distance. He appeared extremely powerful and direct. What successor of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land? He was probably a first-class saint in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea. He was slightly inferior to the top saints like Niu Tunchen and Meng Lianqing. Lin Sun did not know how many people like this he had killed in the past. Even the successor disciple of the Spirit Treasure Holy Land, Gong Yangyu, was unceremoniously killed by Lin Sun. Under such circumstances, how could he be afraid of Nangonghua and the others? If he let them go today, it would instead make Lin Sun seem very incompetent. All the teachers and students present were dumbfounded and gasped. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would turn a blind eye to Nangonghua's retreat and take the initiative to attack, but when they thought about it carefully, they felt exceptionally delighted. These descendants from the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground of the ancient Desolation domain had been too arrogant and bullied them. They had been extremely sarcastic and slandering the Green Deer Academy. Now, it was time for them to have a taste of this kind of destruction. Sigh, I hope it won't get out of hand. At this moment, it was Xianxia who was frowning. He was worried that things would get out of hand. After all, no matter how arrogant the other party was, he was still a descendant of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. But Xianxia knew clearly that once Lin Sun made up his mind, no one could stop him. Therefore, Xianxia was very conflicted. Boom, on the high platform in the distance, the battle had already erupted. Divine radiance blazed while multicolored light flowed about, and it was accompanied by waves of furious shouts and howls. Under the shocked gazes of all the teachers and students, Lin Sun was like a tiger in a flock of sheep at this moment. His figure swept across the high platform, unparalleled. Bang! In an instant, the young man named Ranchen held miserably and was kicked away by Lin Sun. He fell to the center of the arena with a thud, twitching all over and unable to stand up. Most horrifying of it all was that his butt seemed to have been kicked into 8 pieces as well, causing fresh blood to gush out, causing him to grimace in pain and groan without end. Bang! Not long after, a crimson-clothed young woman was kicked flying as well, and she fell onto the practice grounds. Her hair was disheveled, and her beautiful face was completely warped. She was very attractive before. Her skin was fair, her appearance was beautiful, and her temperament was as bright as the moon. She was like a fairy from the upper realm, giving off an unapproachable, reserved, and proud feeling. But now, her butt was blooming and she fell in an embarrassing position. Obviously, Lin Sun didn't treat her differently because she was a woman. The red-robed woman screamed, her face filled with shame and anger. She was like a bright moon in the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, protected by all the stars. But now, she was violently kicked flying by a youth, and it was even on her butt. This almost caused her to go mad, and she even had the thought of dying. This is considered ruthlessly destroying a flower, right? Some of the male students couldn't bear to watch anymore. Instantly, the female students nearby were unhappy and argued, **T. Who does that woman think she is? Does she deserve your sympathy? I think you guys really don't know what's good for you. Instructor Shaolin, this is what it means to repay kindness and enmity, it's truly satisfying. The male students immediately shut their mouths and kept quiet out of fear. Even the women were speaking up for Lin Sun. If anyone dared to argue, they would definitely become the common enemy of all the female students of Green Deer Academy. Some of the instructors could not bear to watch, but after seeing this scene, they wisely chose to turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear. Bang! Another successor of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Ground was sent flying, and he let out a blood-curdling scream as he tumbled into the arena. These scenes were like thunderclaps, and every single one of them caused the teachers and students present to feel an unprecedented impact. After all, that was the successor of the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground. All of them could be said to be peerless top figures in the Paradise realm, yet they were like puppets that couldn't withstand a single blow before Qianxia, and they were fiercely trampled upon. This greatly subverted the cognition of the people present. They did not think that the successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Ground were too weak, but they realized that Lin Sun was really too strong. There were all kinds of rumors about Lin Sun in the outside world, but after all, they were just rumors, and they were not as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. The dean should be right. Lin Sun, he must have set foot on the strongest path of cultivation since ancient times. A very senior instructor sighed with emotion. A few days ago, when the news that Lin Sun had killed 6 practitioners of the reincarnation developing realm came out. The dean of Green Deer Academy was also shocked, and he only made one comment: "This lad has transcended his peers and set foot on the peak, like a king. He can be said to be invincible in the paradise realm." Now witnessing this scene, these instructors finally realized what was called the path to the peak, and what was called the king of the realm. No matter how outstanding one's talent was, how amazing the secret method he mastered, and how extraordinary his background was, he was doomed to be vulnerable in front of a king. "Is he toying with those fellows?" An instructor had a strange expression on his face. From the moment Lin Sun made his move until now, 5 successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Ground had already fallen to the ground. Each of them had been sent flying with a single kick, and their butts blossomed. If this wasn't teasing, then what was? And to be able to do this, it was really not easy. After all, it was easy to kick an expert's butt, but it was too difficult to do it repeatedly. But it just so happened that Lin Sun had done it with ease. This showed how terrifying Lin Sun's current strength was. "Do you really want to become enemies with our Heaven's Pivot Holy Ground?" On the high platform, Nangonghua's expression was cold and ashen. Now that there was only one person left, when he faced Lin Sun, he was furious, but he couldn't help but feel anxious. In particular, his companions beside him were all kicked until their butts blossomed, and they lay on the ground in an embarrassing posture. This made Nangonghua shudder. He was afraid that he would follow in their footsteps. That would be even worse than killing him. Threat? Lin Sun took a step forward. This step was very casual, but Nangonghua reflexively tightened his legs, and his hands subconsciously protected his buttocks. The entire audience immediately roared with laughter. Previously, this fellow's entire body was golden and dazzling like the sun. How proud and arrogant was he? But now, he was so scared that he tightened his legs and used his hands to protect his buttocks. This contrast was too comical. Lin Sun also laughed, a very playful laugh. Nangonghua had already sensed that something was wrong. His handsome face flushed red, and he was so angry that his teeth almost shattered. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never experienced such humiliation. You're going too far." Nangonghua was completely enraged. He lost his mind and let out a furious roar, wanting to fight Lin Sun to the death. "You're the only one left." Lin Sun was waiting for this moment, and he also attacked without hesitation. "Stop." But at this moment, a loud shout filled with majesty resounded. Along with the voice, a figure flashed from outside the martial arts practice field. It was a purple-clothed, gray-haired old man. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized by many instructors. He was a great figure from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. This caused the expressions of many people to change. They realized that the matter was getting out of hand. Even the great figures of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land were alarmed and wanted to stop all of this. At this time, the furious Nangonghua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that he was finally saved. He didn't need to risk his life against the monster-like fellow in front of him, nor did he need to suffer the humiliation of having his buttocks blossom. Bang! But what made Nangonghua's eyes almost pop out of their sockets, and his soul almost left his body, was that Lin Sun actually did not care and continued to attack. In an instant, Nangonghua felt a pain in his buttocks, and his body flew uncontrollably. Damn it. The scene that he was most unwilling to accept still happened. This caused Nangonghua to be so angry that his vision turned black. His heart collapsed, and before he could even fall to the ground, he fainted. "Brat, you're courting death." The purple-robed, gray-haired old man had already arrived. Seeing this scene, his face became extremely gloomy. His figure did not stop at all and directly charged towards Lin Sun. He was aggressive, like a dragon in the sky, possessing a monstrous power. With a palm strike, tens of thousands of Dao runes appeared, enveloping Lin Sun. At this moment, the entire audience was shocked, and the expressions of all the teachers and students changed. Everything happened too fast. No one thought that Lin Sun would actually disregard everything and attack Nangonghua. Similarly, no one thought that the big shot of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land would be so decisive. As soon as he arrived, he directly attacked Lin Sun. It was too late to stop him. Boom! On the high platform, Lin Sun's eyes suddenly narrowed as he felt an unprecedented pressure. However, he was not afraid. At this moment, the heavenly cave in his body was operating at full strength, rumbling and surging with divine splendor. The essence, chi, and spirit of his body were pushed to the extreme, causing his body to shine brilliantly, flowing with an illusory light green halo. His aura was like a dragon that had been dormant in the abyss for a long time, soaring into the sky. Boom, an ancient handprint condensed from Lin Sun's palm, as if it was carved out of green flawless jade. It had a vast and majestic aura and majesty. Daoist handprint. The next moment, the deafening sound of collision resounded, shaking every inch of the martial arts arena. The terrifying aftermath swept across, plowing cracks on the ground. The nearby buildings all collapsed and burst into pieces at this moment. Debris flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. Some of the weaker students were so shocked that their faces turned pale and they almost coughed up blood. Fortunately, they were protected by some teachers in time. Otherwise, they would have suffered a more serious blow. The power of a single blow was so terrifying. In the midst of the smoke and dust, Lin Sun's figure swayed and he uncontrollably took a few steps back. Every step he took, the ground shook once, making a cracking sound. After taking 3 steps back, the ground had already cracked into countless fine cracks like spider webs, spreading in all directions. At this time, Lin Sun's face was only slightly pale, and his black eyes were steaming with the fighting spirit like lava. It seemed that not only was he not injured, but his momentum and fighting spirit were even more intense and strong. Looking at the opposite side, the purple-robed gray-haired old man also swayed, but he didn't retreat. Obviously, he had the upper hand in this blow. However, his face became more and more livid and gloomy, even with a hint of surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that such a young man in Tao Insight Realm could block his angry blow. All the teachers and students in the field were stunned. The purple-robed gray-haired old man was a big shot in the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, but Lin Sun could block his blow. This was too shocking. No one would believe it if it was spread out. No wonder you dare to be so rampant. It turns out that you have something to rely on. Then take another blow from me. The purple-robed gray-haired old man's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with cold light. As he spoke, his figure flashed and he rushed out again. Having his attack blocked by a junior obviously caused him to feel slightly embarrassed, and when he attacked this time, the might he displayed was completely different from before. This was a top figure in the reincarnation developing realm. Lin Sun made a prediction in his heart. He had killed 6 practitioners in the reincarnation developing realm, including Qin Xuandu and Zhou Baoying, so he had some understanding of the power of this realm. Therefore, Lin Sun realized that the purple-robed gray-haired old man was not simple. He was a top figure in the reincarnation developing realm. This was not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that the power of the purple-robed gray-haired old man was complete, far beyond Qin Xuandu and others. This was the influence of the incomplete Tao. Qin Xuandu and others achieved the reincarnation developing realm in the mortal world, which was enough to show disdain in the Xiao Empire. But in the eyes of the real big shots, their Tao had obvious defects, and they were obviously inferior to the practitioners in the reincarnation developing realm who had a complete Tao. Lin Sun didn't understand this before. It was the various experiences in the depths of the soul oblivion sea that made him complete his Tao and set foot on the absolute Tao. Only then did he deeply realize how great the impact of the incomplete Tao on practitioners was. It was no wonder that all the talents of the younger generation who had their own pursuit would leave resolutely and go to the ancient desolation territory for cultivation. What they pursued was a complete Tao that was different from the mortal world. This was undoubtedly the most important point. It was also the fundamental reason why the purple-robed gray-haired old man was so powerful that Qin Xuandu and others could not compare with him. Boom! Before Lin Sun had time to think, the purple-robed gray-haired old man had launched the second attack, and his momentum was getting stronger. I'd like to see if you can force me to use my ultimate strength. Lin Sun took a deep breath and ran the mystery of the saint method in his heart, which made him burn with fighting intent. Since returning to the Forbidden City from the Soul Oblivion Sea, Lin Sun hadn't met a worthy opponent. Now the purple-robed old man made him not afraid but expectant. However, before the two could fight again, a figure suddenly came to the field and stood in front of the purple-robed old man. Xianxia, we are here as guests, not to fight and kill. You can leave now. This was an extremely young man in a dark green robe. His eyes were as pure and clean as a baby's eyes, but there were some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, which added a sense of vicissitudes to him. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his demeanor was calm and leisurely, but there was a great majesty about him. It gave people a feeling of insignificance, as if they were looking up at a tall mountain. No one noticed how he had appeared, but the moment he appeared, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Even Lin Sun's pupils constricted at this moment, and a heavy pressure arose in his heart. Undoubtedly, this was a life-and-death realm king. The entire scene was deathly silent. Only the young man stood there. His back was like a mountain that seemed to be able to support the heavens and the earth, mighty and unshakable. The purple-robed old man called Xianxia also had a complicated expression on his face. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, he retreated to the side silently. This scene showed the young man's extraordinary background even more clearly. He was the elder of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, Xiao, an old monster of the life and death realm who was famous even in the ancient desolation realms. "Take them and leave this place first," Xiao ordered casually. Xianxia hesitated, anger and resentment still lingered in his heart. "Elder, just now. I saw everything just now. You are not as good as others, but you still want to provoke us. It doesn't matter if you are taught a lesson. Are the successors of our Heaven's Pivot Holy Land a sore loser?" Yu Xiu's voice was calm, but it made Xianxing's face change suddenly. Feeling the terrible pressure, he did not dare to hesitate any longer and hurried away with Nangonghua and others. Wush, seeing this, all the teachers and students present breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yu Xiu with a hint of admiration. Perhaps this was the true style of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land? "Lin Sun, I've heard of you. Even your dean praised you." Yu Xiu smiled and looked at Lin Sun, "And what I saw just now makes me more convinced that you are really as extraordinary as the rumors say. How about it, are you interested in going to the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land to cultivate?" The audience suddenly became restless, all of them were shocked and excited. Who could have imagined that after Lin Sun had just beaten up the successors of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, the big shots of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land would ignore this and take the initiative to invite Lin Sun to cultivate in the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land? It was so unexpected. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "You can be at ease. What happened today will definitely not affect your cultivation in the Heaven's Pivot Sacred Land. Moreover, with the potential and foundation you possess, I believe that only by cultivating in the Heaven's Pivot Sacred Land will you not be buried." The appreciation on Yu Xiu's face was undisguised and quite sincere. Although he looked young, he was an old monster of the life and death realm. It was indeed surprising that he would take the initiative to recruit a younger generation. All the teachers and students present were very excited and also very emotional. Perhaps only a person like Instructor Shaolin could make a life and death realm king treat him with such respect. If it was any other cultivator, they probably wouldn't even think about agreeing to such an invitation. After all, this was a rare opportunity. If he could enter the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land to cultivate from this lower realm, it would be no different from reaching the heavens in a single step, but Lin Sun was thinking. It wasn't that he wasn't tempted. In his plan, he had originally planned to go to the ancient desolation territory to cultivate after arranging everything. The reason why he hesitated was that he had many things to solve at present, so it was impossible for him to agree at once. Yu Xiu looked at Lin Sun quietly without any displeasure. He appreciated Lin Sun very much. When he saw Lin Sun with his own eyes, he even felt a little surprised and happy, as if he had picked up a treasure. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Lin Sun must have set foot on the absolute way. Even in the ancient desolation territory, such a peerless genius was a good seedling that all the sects scrambled for. But Lin Sun could set foot on the absolute way in this lower realm where the Great Way was incomplete. It could be imagined how amazing his potential and talent were. Such a talent was worthy of his attention. However, before Lin Sun could think it over, a clear voice rang out abruptly, "Senior, there are some things you probably don't understand. If you do, you will not make such a decision in a hurry." All the people present frowned. Who was so bold to speak at this moment? And it was obvious that he wanted to stop Lin Sun from entering the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. The gazes of everyone looked over in unison, and they saw a handsome and outstanding young man who wore a bright yellow dragon robe and a violet gold crown on his head walking over. Ninth Prince. Someone cried out involuntarily, shocking everyone present. They recognized the newcomer's identity. Ninth Prince Zhao Jingzhen, he was the son of the current great emperor. His identity was so noble that everyone in Zhou Empire had to show him some respect. But, why was he here? Why did he intervene in this matter? All the teachers and students present had a bad feeling. They sensed that the sudden arrival of the ninth prince seemed to be disadvantageous to Lin Sun. Lin Sun frowned. He also learned Zhao Jingzhen's identity from the discussion. However, he was quite puzzled. He had never seen this guy before. He didn't even know him. Why did this guy appear at this time? What do you mean? Yu Shou also frowned, a trace of displeasure flashing through his eyes. As an elder of the heavens pivot holy land and a life and death king from the ancient desolation domain, he naturally wouldn't care about the identity of a young prince. However, Zhao Jingzhen respectfully bowed toward Yu Shou and said, "Senior, please don't think too much. Junior didn't come here to spoil Senior's business on purpose. I just want to tell Senior some truths." Truths? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Sun frowned but didn't say anything in the end. He wanted to see what tricks this ninth prince had up his sleeves. Speak. Yu Shou suppressed the displeasure in his heart. Zhao Jingzhen faintly smiled and said with a calm expression, "Senior, you probably don't know, but not long ago, a descendant of the spirit treasure Holy Land died in Lin Sun's hands. Because of this, Lin Sun has become the enemy of the spirit treasure Holy Land. Sooner or later, he will be captured and killed to atone for his crime." Hiss, all the teachers and students sucked in a breath of cold air. They truly didn't know that Lin Sun had done such a thing. This was too frightening. Being hated by the spirit treasure Holy Land. Just thinking about it made their scalps go numb. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, and his gaze toward Zhao Jingzhen was somewhat cold. The matter of him killing Gong Yangyu happened in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea. How did this guy know, unless the descendant of the spirit treasure Holy Land told him personally, and under normal circumstances, who would take the initiative to tell such a shameful matter? However, Zhao Jingzhen was able to understand that there was probably some sort of connection between him and the numinous treasure Holy Land. Is this true? Yu Shou was also somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask Lin Sun. Lin Sun nodded and frankly admitted it. This matter could no longer be concealed. Even if he didn't admit it, Zhao Jingzhen would certainly take out some evidence to prove it. In other words, in Lin Sun's view, since Zhao Jingzhen wanted to reveal this matter this time, he must have come prepared. Yu Shou sank into deep thought. All the teachers and students present were a little frightened. They had also realized that the ninth Prince Zhao Jingzhen was obviously here to harm Lin Sun, to destroy his chance to join the Heavens Pivot Holy Land. "Senior, I know that the Heavens Pivot Holy Land and the Spirit Treasure Holy Land are the two major orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation territory, and we have always had a good relationship. If you accept Lin Sun, then, how will the Spirit Treasure Holy Land feel?" Zhao Jingzhen still looked calm and spoke with fervor and assurance, neither humble nor pushy, appearing very calm. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Lin Sun. But the more he behaved like this, the more chilling it was. Those who came with ill intentions, and those who came with good intentions didn't come. Why on earth did Zhao Jingzhen target Lin Sun like this? Lin Sun was also very puzzled. He had a good relationship with Zhao Jingxian and Zhao Tailai, and even the current emperor and empress had secretly taken care of him. Under such circumstances, the ninth Prince Zhao Jingzhen jumped out to attack him, which was a little unexpected for Lin Sun. "How can you understand the matters between our two orthodoxies? If you want to change my attitude just because of this, then that's too laughable." Yu Shou snorted coldly, looking at Zhao Jingzhen with cold repulsion. But Zhao Jingxian didn't care at all. He said with a respectful smile, "Senior, don't worry. The truth is certainly more than this." What did this mean? Was there something more terrible about Lin Sun than killing the successor of the Spirit Treasure Holy Land? All the people present were shocked and doubtful. Lin Sun looked at him coldly. Zhao Jingzhen's behavior made him feel that something was wrong. "Say it." Yu Shou was expressionless. His smile was gone, and there was a trace of impatience in his eyes. A prince from the inferior world had jumped out to stop him from recruiting a genius who had embarked on the peerless cultivation path. No matter what the reason was, it had violated his taboo. If it weren't for his feelings, he would have slapped Lin Sun away. Zhao Jingzhen also seemed to notice Yu Xiu's impatience, so he immediately said bluntly, "Senior, you should have heard of Yun Qingbai, right?" Yun Qingbai, Lin Sun was shocked, and an imperceptible cold light flashed in his black eyes. He vaguely knew what Zhao Jingzhen was going to say. Yu Xiu was obviously moved. Yun Qingbai? The successor of the heaven-reaching sword sect? Yes, it's Senior Yun Qingbai, who is known as the first sword practitioner in the ancient Desolation territory. Zhao Jingzhen's expression was a little secretive. Senior, do you know that Lin Sun is the enemy of Yun Qing Senior Bai? What? Yu Xiu was also a little surprised at this moment. Yun Qingbai was the most dazzling legendary sword practitioner in the ancient Desolation territory. Since his debut, he had been invincible in the world. Now, he was regarded as the unparalleled first sword practitioner below the life and death realm. Even Yu Xiu had to admit that Yun Qingbai was indeed a rare peerless figure. He was born with the luck of heaven and earth, and his aptitude was so outstanding that almost no one could compare with him. However, Yu Xiu didn't expect that a figure like Yun Qingbai would have a grudge against a young man from the inferior world. It was too bizarre. He looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun was silent for a moment. Then he calmly faced Qin Shi and Yu Xiu's eyes and said, "It's true." "What the hell is going on?" Yu Xiu frowned and stared at Zhao Jingzhen. All the teachers and students present were also surprised and confused. They couldn't understand, but they noticed that Yu Xiu, the life and death realm, seemed to attach great importance to the so-called Yun Qingbai. More than 10 years ago, Senior Yun Qingbai came to the inferior world. Zhao Jingzhen spoke quickly. He narrated the bloody incident that happened on Heart-Cleansing Peak, but he didn't tell the truth. Hiss. Hearing all this, many teachers and students present changed their faces. They never expected that such a thing had happened in Heart-Cleansing Peak. On the other hand, some of the older instructors sighed inwardly. They had also heard of the bloody incident from more than 10 years ago. This? Yu Xiu pondered for a long time before he looked at Lin Sun with a strange look. Is it true? Lin Sun looked extremely calm at this moment and said, "Yes, there is nothing to hide. Yun Qingbai killed all the lineal relatives of Lin family, including my parents." Zhao Jingzhen was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Sun would take the initiative to admit it and be so calm, which made him a little uncomfortable. "What's the reason?" Yu Xiu frowned. "Yes, I also want to know the reason." Lin Sun calmly looked at Zhao Jingzhen in the distance. "I don't know either." Zhao Jingzhen shook his head. "However, I believe that Senior Yun Qingbai must have his reasons for doing so. Otherwise, with his status and identity, why would he kill someone for no reason?" This was tantamount to exonerating Yun Qingbai. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly became cold. "So, you think everything Yun Qingbai does is right, and those relatives of Lin family deserve to die?" His voice was cold with a touch of killing intent. Zhao Jingzhen's face changed slightly, and then he snorted coldly, "I didn't say that. There must be a reason for everything. Can you guarantee that those relatives of yours died unjustly?" At this moment, everyone noticed that there was an unprecedented killing intent in Lin Sun. His whole body was like a volcano that was about to erupt, which made people tremble. The atmosphere was so stifling that it was hard to breathe. But before long, Lin Sun restrained all his breath, looked at Zhao Jingzhen indifferently, and said, "You'd better remember what you said today." Zhao Jingzhen's heart trembled, but he snorted coldly, "As a prince of the empire, I should be responsible for what I said." Lin Sun didn't say anything more, and his face became calmer. There was no need to guess at all. Everyone knew that Zhao Jingzhen's behavior had completely angered Lin Sun. "Senior, this is the truth I want to tell you." Zhao Jingzhen cupped one hand in the other before his chest and said. He glanced at Lin Sun with a smile that seemed to be a little disdainful. Yu Xiu fell into silence. A holy land of spiritual treasure might not be able to make him feel any pressure, but Yun Qingbai appeared out of nowhere, which made him have to think carefully. After all, Yun Qingbai was too dazzling and peerless. Sooner or later, he would set foot on the life and death realm, and his achievements would be limitless. Moreover, behind him was the heaven-reaching sword sect, which was also a giant in the ancient Desolation territory, not inferior to the heavens' pivot Holy Land. If Lin Sun put pressure on Holy Land of spiritual treasure, heaven-reaching sword sect, and Yun Qing Bai, the price would be a little heavy. Even Yu Xiu had to consider the consequences. All the teachers and students present felt cold in their hearts and were extremely angry. How could they not see that Yu Xiu, who had admired Lin Sun a moment ago, had changed his attitude quietly? Because of this, Lin Sun would even lose an opportunity to cultivate in the ancient orthodoxy in the ancient desolation territory. Such an opportunity was enough for a practitioner in the mortal world to rise to the top in a single step. But now, it seemed to have become uncertain, and all this was because of Zhao Jingzhen. How could those teachers and students not be angry? On the other hand, Zhao Jingzhen raised the corners of his mouth into a complacent smile. He was calm and composed, not afraid of being stared at by so many people. He even sighed and said to Lin Sun with his fists cupped, "I'm sorry, but as a prince of the empire, there are some truths that must be told. Otherwise, if one day the seniors of the Heavens Pivot Holy Land are implicated because of you, who will bear the consequences?" Disgusting, many students cursed in their hearts. It was too disgusting. A prince of the empire was acting like he was thinking for the Heavens Pivot Holy Land at this time. It was too hypocritical. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun also opened his mouth and looked at Zhao Jingzhen calmly. "You came here to stop me from entering the Heavens Pivot Holy Land. Unfortunately, you are wrong about one thing. Since you dared to kill the descendant of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, do you think I will still care about a chance to enter the Heavens Pivot Holy Land for cultivation?" Although these words were a little harsh to Yu Xiu, as long as he thought about it, he knew that Lin Sun would be able to cultivate in the ancient desolation territory sooner or later with his foundation and potential. As for whether to enter the Heavens Pivot Holy Land or not, it was not a pity for a genius like him. But the more it was like this, the more Yu Xiu hated Zhao Jingzhen. If Zhao Jingzhen hadn't suddenly interrupted, how could things have come to this point? All of a sudden, he looked at Zhao Jingzhen with a trace of sullen and dissatisfaction. Zhao Jingzhen's face changed slightly. What happened today made him quite proud. He thought that he had completely ruined Lin Sun's chance to make a meteoric rise. Who would have thought that Lin Sun didn't care at all from beginning to end? This made him feel a little empty and depressed. What made his scalp numb was that even Yu Xiu, the elder of the Heavens Pivot Holy Land, seemed to have a problem with him. "My young friend," Yu Xiu took a deep breath and opened his mouth. He intended to recruit Lin Sun again. It would be a pity if a genius like Lin Sun gave up just because of some reasons and pressure. However, before he finished his words, a burst of hearty laughter sounded. "My fellow practitioner, this matter seems to be a little troublesome. Why don't you think about it before making a decision?" Accompanied by laughter, a thin figure appeared. His appearance was simple and unsophisticated, and he didn't look very conspicuous. However, when he appeared, whether it was the teachers and students present, Lin Sun, or Zhao Jingzhen, all of them bowed in unison. "Dean." Obviously, this thin old man was the dean of Green Deer School. "Alas, that's the only way." Yu Xiu sighed, feeling quite depressed. No one can guess whether it's a blessing or a curse. What's more, if other people in the Heavens Pivot Holy Land know this, they will definitely think twice before taking action. The dean's words were plain, but he was reminding Yu Xiu that this decision was not easy to make. If he insisted on doing it, he might suffer a lot of criticism. This surprised all the teachers and students present. It seemed that the dean also did not want Lin Sun to join the Heavens Pivot Holy Land. "Forget it, let's talk about this later." Yu Xiu shook his head and left in disappointment. "Lin Sun, if you have a chance in the future, you should come back to Green Deer School more often. After all, you are a teacher of our school. I don't want a talent like you to be poached away by others." The dean took a deep look at Lin Sun, and then floated away. He came and went quickly, but his appearance was thought-provoking. Zhao Jingzhen was stunned. He also could not see through the dean, and he felt that there was something strange about today's matter. "Looks like the principal saw everything that happened earlier," Yi Zichen muttered. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Soon, Zhao Jingzhen could not stay any longer, because he noticed that all the teachers and students present were staring at him unkindly, with hatred, disgust and rejection. No matter how shrewd he was, he could not stand it, so he turned around and left. However, as soon as he walked out of the martial arts practice field, he was stopped by a figure. "Ninth Prince, the role you played today is really surprising." Not simple at all." "Uncle?" Why are you here? Zhao Jingzhen's face changed, and he lost his composure on the spot. At this time, Lin Sun was also a little surprised. The figure who stopped Zhao Jingzhen was actually Zhao Tailai, who seemed to have disappeared these days. If I didn't come, Ninth Prince, I'm afraid you would poke a hole in the sky. Zhao Tailai's expression was very cold. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Someone, take the Ninth Prince back to the palace. Be sure to serve him well. If there is any accident on the way, I will punish you. Immediately, a group of dignified figures in black came forward silently, surrounded the Ninth Prince, and forcibly took him away. Uncle, what do you mean by this? Who told you to bring the Praetorian Guards here? What the hell is going on? The Ninth Prince was completely panicked, struggling, and shouting. But in the end, Zhao Tailai did not pay attention to him, and Zhao Jingzhen was stuffed into a treasure carriage that had been prepared and taken away in a hurry. In the martial arts practice field, all the teachers and students were in a daze, and they could not turn their heads. Too many things had happened today, one after another, and big shots had appeared one after another. Until now, even the Ninth Prince, Zhao Jingzhen, had been taken away. As long as one was not stupid, anyone could guess that there were too many secrets and mysteries hidden in it. Can you give me an explanation this time? Lin Sun stepped forward, looked at Zhao Tailai, and asked directly. More than 10 years ago, Yun Qingbai came to the mortal world alone because he heard that a baby was born in the mortal world. The biggest difference between this baby and other babies is that he was born with a kind of spiritual vein, which can be ranked as the top talent attribute. You should have guessed it. This kind of spiritual vein is called the devouring abyss. A carriage slowly drove out of Green Deer School. On the carriage, Zhao Tailai's voice was low and gentle as he talked about the past. Next to him, Lin Sun listened silently. The competition of the Great Tao is crueler than anything in the world, especially for practitioners. In order to achieve higher achievements on the road of the Great Tao, there is almost nothing they can't do. Yun Qingbai was originally a supreme genius. His talent, potential, intelligence, and aptitude could be said to be the best in the world. Even in the ancient times, a figure like him was extremely rare, and he could be called a dragon amongst men, a figure that reigned supreme over all. However, compared with some holy sons, spiritual bodies, and some divine sons with more terrible origins in the antiquity times, he was slightly inferior. Originally, this was not a big deal, but Yun Qingbai was a person who pursued the ultimate perfect Great Tao. He couldn't tolerate this flaw in himself, so, Lin Sun, who had been silent, said, "So, he set his eyes on me." Zhao Tailai stared at Lin Sun for a moment and found that there was no fluctuation in his expression and mood. Then he said, "Yes. The Great Devouring Abyss is a mysterious and terrifying innate attribute even in ancient times. It rarely appears, and there are very few records and descriptions of it. But in legends, this kind of innate talent is something that even the true divine sons and holy sons would be jealous of." A wisp of a complicated expression appeared on Zhao Tailai's face. On the other hand, if Yun Qingbai is able to obtain such natural talent and use it for himself, then he would undoubtedly be able to make up for his final flaw and attain the most perfect path towards the Tao in history. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and his expression was terrifyingly calm. He said, "So, he can seize other people's talent for his own sake?" Zhao Tailai smiled bitterly. This is the horror of the competition of the Great Tao. In the case of no enmity, unexpected disasters will be caused for some reason. All of this is because you were born with a talent that was simply too heaven-defying and rare. Lin Sun said expressionlessly, "Senior, you are wrong. The reason is not my talent, but Yun Qingbai. For the sake of the so-called perfect Great Tao, this person harmed me and even cruelly killed my Lin family's direct descendants. Even if a bastard like this can reach the peak of the Great Tao, he is nothing more than a despicable person." He paused for a moment, and then a wisp of coldness flashed through his eyes. "One day, I'll make this despicable bastard pay an unbearable price." The anger and hatred in his heart were almost uncontrollable. Only now did he find out that the death of his parents all those years ago was actually because of him, and this caused him to hate Yun Qingbai even more. For the sake of his own selfishness, he had done despicable and bloody things. Even if this kind of person was cut into 1,000 pieces and turned into ashes, it would be letting him off lightly. Lin Sun, Zhao Tailai looked dignified, you must not act on impulse. Yun Qingbai may be despicable and shameless, but now he has already become the most dazzling figure in the ancient wilderness. He is known as the first sword practitioner in ancient times, invincible under the Qing realm, and has the backing of the Heavenly Master Sword sect. Before he finished speaking, Lin Sun interrupted him, Senior, don't worry. I have waited for so many years, and I am not in a hurry. By the way, let's talk about the ninth prince. Lin Sun changed the topic and didn't want to talk about it anymore. Zhao Tailai also knew that although Lin Sun looked calm at the moment, he was suppressing some kind of deep-rooted hatred and anger in his heart. The ninth prince, a sneer appeared at the corner of Zhao Tailai's mouth, he is just a pitiful person who was used by others. Then Zhao Tailai told some of the reasons to Lin Sun. It turned out that the mother of the ninth prince, Meng Rong, was a concubine of the great. She was the daughter of an elder in the Heavenly Master Sword sect. The reason why Yun Qingbai knew that there was a baby with the talent of devouring the abyss in the Lin family was that this concubine tipped him off. When the great emperor learned of this, it was too late. It was too late to save it. Because of this, the great emperor was furious and abolished the concubine, accusing her of colluding with outsiders and harming the loyal officials of the empire. However, due to the power of the Heavenly Master Sword sect, the great emperor could only do this. Meng Rong was finally taken away by her father, the elder of the Heavenly Master Sword sect. They left the empire and went to the ancient wilderness. As for the ninth prince, he was also given the cold shoulder by the current great emperor. This caused him to accumulate a bellyful of resentment. He had been secretly contacting his mother, Meng Rong. As a prince, he could not go against the great emperor's authority, so he bore all of this hatred on the Lin clan. When Lin Sun learned all this, he finally understood why Zhao Jingzhen suddenly jumped out today and stopped him from joining the Tianshu holy ground. Do you remember the killing you encountered on the way when you first entered the Forbidden City? Zhao Tailai suddenly said. You mean the Qi family? Lin Sun frowned. Yes. Zhao Tailai sighed, there is no big hatred between the Qi family and your Lin family. The reason why they did this was that they were bewitched by the ninth prince. How could a neglected prince order the Qi family? Lin Sun was a little puzzled. If it was only him, of course, he wouldn't have such great ability. But don't forget that the ninth prince's mother is from the ancient wilderness. His grandfather is an elder of the Heavenly Master Sword sect. Zhao Tailai explained patiently, in these years, many clansmen of the Qi family have been sent to the Heavenly Master Sword sect for cultivation. In order to get some care from the ninth prince's grandfather, they naturally have to treat the ninth prince well. No wonder, Lin Sun completely understood. If Zhao Tailai didn't tell him all this in person, he couldn't imagine that there were so many secrets and mysteries in it. What's the name of his grandfather? Lin Sun asked suddenly. Zhao Tailai was stunned, do you still want to find him? Lin Sun said calmly, only by finding him can we find the ninth prince's mother, Meng Rong. Zhao Tailai's heart trembled inexplicably. He realized that Lin Sun obviously didn't intend to let go of any of the enemies related to the blood feud of the Lin family, but when he thought about it carefully, if it wasn't for Meng Rong informing him, then how could an expert of the ancient desolation region like Yun Qingbai possibly know that an infant that possessed the heaven-devouring abyss would actually be born in the lower dimensions? Zhao Tailai sighed softly and said the name of the elder of the Heavenly Master Sword sect, Meng. Hi Jing. Seniors, how will you deal with the ninth prince? Lin Sun asked. Zhao Tailai seemed very relaxed this time and said, either he will be executed, or he will live a life worse than death. This made Lin Sun feel surprised. He was not merciful, but he knew very well that as a prince of the empire and a descendant of the current emperor, if the ninth prince was executed, it would definitely cause a shock in the empire. In order to give him an explanation, the emperor could order to kill a son. This, obviously didn't make sense. Lin Sun didn't believe that he had such great influence. Back then, his mother broke the emperor's heart. And now, he is the same as his mother, choosing the wrong path and doing some unforgivable things. If we don't punish him, the empress will never forgive him. The empress? Zhao Tailai looked at Lin Sun with a mysterious smile and said, yes, the ninth prince is not the empress's son, but you are the empress's daughters only. Good friend. He deliberately emphasized the words good friend with a playful and ambiguous look, which made Lin Sun feel a headache. Under such circumstances, the Empress will naturally help you seek an explanation. Zhao Tailai took a deep breath and said, of course, the most fundamental thing is that the ninth prince's actions have violated the Emperor's taboo and bottom line. Even if it's a father-son relationship, it can't be forgiven. There was a touch of coldness in his eyes. Sure enough, I know I don't have such great influence. Lin Sun touched his nose. Zhao Tailai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Go back and prepare well. 3 days later, I'll take you to the bloodthirsty battlefield. Before sending Lin Sun back to heart-cleansing Peak, Zhao Tailai told him his purpose. Is it because of the meal in the star-hugging moon residence? Lin Sun asked the reason. Zhao Tailai looked unprecedentedly serious. No, it's because you are a trainee of the bloodthirsty camp. Only when you get there can you understand the real meaning of that sentence. What sentence? Ziyao flower is invincible because of bloodthirsty, and the empire is everlasting because of war. Good. On the afternoon of Lin Sun's return to heart-cleansing Peak, news came from the imperial palace that the ninth prince Zhao Jingzhen was deposed and escorted to the forbidden area deep in the imperial palace to guard the tombs of the imperial ancestors until he died of old age. As soon as the news came out, the forbidden city was in turmoil and the world was shocked. It was the first time that a prince was deposed in the empire for so many years. What kind of disaster did the ninth prince commit to make the emperor so angry? No one knew. Even those teachers and students who had seen Zhao Jingzhen for the last time in Green Deer School found it difficult to associate the deposed of the ninth prince with Lin Sun. After all, although Zhao Jingzhen had offended Lin Sun, in everyone's opinion, it was not enough to make the emperor so angry. Only Lin Sun knew the truth, but he wouldn't say much. But when Lin Sun learned the news, he couldn't help but sigh that the ninth prince was just a poor guy, as Zhao Tailai said. 3 days later, Zhao Tailai arrived as scheduled. Lin Sun, who had been ready, said goodbye to the people of heart-cleansing Peak and left with Zhao Tailai. Bloodthirsty battlefield. What was this place? Lin Sun kept thinking on the way. Have you arranged everything? Zhao Tailai asked on the way. Lin Sun nodded. This time, he left with only 2 treasures, a bow and a broken sword. In addition, he also had a luggage. The bag contained a large number of high-level spiritual crystals and some precious spiritual medicines needed for healing. Apart from this, there was nothing else. Wordless pagoda, universe ring, spirit refining gourd with a drop of purple blood, and some rare spiritual materials were left in heart-cleansing Peak. According to Zhao Tailai, the bloodthirsty battlefield was located in an extremely special plane, where all storage treasures could not be used. The most important thing was that there was no spiritual power in the bloodthirsty battlefield. The bloodthirsty battlefield is the front line of the battle between the Empire and the Voodoo barbarian tribe. It is also a war barrier that has protected the Empire for thousands of years. Zhao Tailai gave a brief introduction. For thousands of years, most of the elites in the bloodthirsty camp of the Empire have been sent to the bloodthirsty battlefield for garrison and battle. In addition, the most elite troops of the Empire and many strong men are also stationed there all the year round. It is a turbulent, bloody, dark and murderous world. Over the past thousands of years, many strong men of the Empire have been buried in it. It can be said that the prosperity and peace of the Empire today are exchanged with the lives and blood of these strong men. It's just that, few people know it. Lin Sun listened quietly, and he couldn't help but have a preliminary and vague impression of the bloodthirsty battlefield. Words can't describe the cruelty of the bloodthirsty battlefield. You will understand it when you get there. I only hope you remember that survival is equal to victory. And in order to survive, no matter what, I absolutely can't have a trace of luck in my heart. This is the war between the Empire and the Voodoo barbarian tribe, which has lasted for thousands of years. The hatred built with endless blood and bones can only be resolved by killing. Many young founding emperors once said that in the bloodthirsty battlefield, a trace of your kindness might cost the Empire a territory. Remember, you must survive. Speaking of this, Zhao Tailai handed a leather handbook to Lin. There are some introductions about the bloodthirsty battlefield in it. When you arrive at the battlefield camp, someone will also arrange tasks for you. Lin Sun took the handbook but didn't read it directly. He asked, how long will it take this time? At least 3 months, at most half a year. Zhao Tailai muttered, I know you are eager to go to the ancient desolation realm. When you come back, I will help you find a way to the ancient desolation realm. Are you still wondering why you were chosen? Zhao Tailai suddenly asked. Lin Sun nodded honestly. It's very simple. This is the arrangement of the current emperor. As long as you make a brilliant military contribution there, the empire will justifiably give your Lin family the most comprehensive protection. Zhao Tailai looked serious. You will leave the ancient desolation domain in the future. If Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak wants to live in peace for a long time, it needs the protection of the empire. You don't want anything bad to happen to Lin family after you leave, do you? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and said, that's a good reason. Zhao Tailai smiled, and the corners of his mouth curled up. You don't understand it well enough. What I mean is, if one day, Yun Qingbai comes to the empire and wants to harm your Lin family, you don't have to worry about any accidents. Lin Sun was shocked and looked at Zhao Tailai. Zhao Tailai said, this is the promise of the emperor to you. Good. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and there was no more hesitation in his heart. When Lin Sun got out of the chariot, a strange ancient hall came into view. There was a sign hanging on the hall, Bloodthirsty Hall. In front of the hall stood a teleportation formation that gave off an ancient aura. Lin Sun was shocked. He stepped forward and stared at the transmission matrix carefully. After a long time, he said, is it left from ancient times? Good eyesight. Zhao Tailai praised, you deserve to be the youngest grandmaster of spiritual tattoos in the empire. Lin Sun couldn't help rolling his eyes. As we all know, only sages who master the mystery of space can set up a transmission matrix across the void. I'm afraid there are no sages in the empire today. Besides, the transmission matrix is full of vicissitudes. Anyone can see it. Zhao Tailai's eyes became a little strange. Who said there are no sages in the empire? Lin Sun was stunned. Yes? Zhao Tailai shook his head. I don't know, but you can't deny it. As he said, he waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up. It's relatively safe to enter the bloodthirsty battlefield before sunset. Once we enter the night, you will be in trouble. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, Senior, I don't want anything like the previous time to happen again during my absence. He was talking about the crisis of Heart Cleansing Peak when he returned from the Soul Oblivion Sea. Zhao Tailai's answer was very domineering, don't worry. As long as there is any trouble in Heart Cleansing Peak, I will go to the Zhou family and the Qin family in person. Lin Sun was stunned and couldn't help laughing. He liked the answer that didn't answer the question. Lin Sun could even imagine that even if something happened on Heart Cleansing Peak had nothing to do with Zhou Qin, the Zhou family and the Qin family would have to accept it. Buzz, Lin Sun didn't hesitate. He carried his saber, bow, and luggage and stepped on the transmission matrix. With an obscure sound of roaring, he disappeared in a flash. Boy, you must play a big game. Otherwise, it's hard to pay back the meal of the solitary old man of star-holding Sleeping Moon, Zhao Tailai murmured, and then he left in a hurry. Deep in the palace, a man in white was sitting in front of the desk, writing with a brush. His back was straight and his posture was heroic. There was a kind of indescribable majestic bearing in him. The beauty of a dragon and phoenix was nothing more than this. Have you sent him away? The man in white asked without turning his head. In the hall, Zhao Tailai walked up and nodded. He just left. He should be able to get to the camp before sunset. The man in white made an O sound and picked up the word he had just finished writing. What do you think of this word? Zhao Tailai looked up and saw a line of big characters written on the white Xian paper with the pattern of Xia flower as the bottom. The voice of a young phoenix is clearer than that of an old phoenix. The characters were written with iron strokes and silver hooks. They were as powerful as a dragon. They penetrated through the back of the paper, and there was a kind of magnificent atmosphere which was as majestic as mountains and rivers, shocking people. Good writing. Zhao Tailai's eyes brightened. With his eyesight, he could see that this piece of writing was branded with the imprint of Emperor Tao belonging to the man in white. Bang! The man in white took out a purple gold jade seal and stamped it on the corner of this piece of writing. Then he handed it to Zhao Tailai and said, send it to the Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak later. Zhao Tailai sighed with emotion. This time, the boy can finally be completely relieved. The man in white smiled at once. It seems that he still can't fully believe the Empire's promise to him before. It's normal. After all, he didn't grow up in the Empire. According to Lu Boya's temper, he must not have told him about the Empire. When he was about to leave, Zhao Tailai couldn't help asking, "Brother, I still don't understand why you insist on sending him to the bloodthirsty battlefield." The man in white sat back in his chair. Looking at the sky outside of the palace, his eyes as deep as the ocean, he sighed. For thousands of years, the territory of the Imperium has been suffering the devastation and destruction of the sorcerers, barbarians, and aliens. Every year, countless men of the Imperium die on the battlefield. Too many sacrifices and prices have been paid in exchange for the peace we have today. After a pause, he said word by word, "I want to completely change this pattern. This is the reason why I let Lin Sun go to the bloodthirsty battlefield." Zhao Tailai was shocked. "Brother, do you mean that Lin Sun has the ability to change this pattern?" The man in white shook his head. "It's just a glimmer of hope. But no matter what, hope is better than no hope." When Zhao Tailai left the palace, he still couldn't calm down. He was thinking about one question all the way. Didn't my brother overestimate Lin Sun by doing this? Could he change the pattern that had not changed for thousands of years by himself? Zhao Tailai couldn't think of the answer. Heart-cleansing peak. The voice of a young phoenix is clearer than that of an old phoenix. Vulture smiled when he saw this big calligraphy sent from the depths of the palace. Lin Zhongzi was so excited that he couldn't calm down. He recognized this handwriting because he had got such a piece of calligraphy in the past. But there were only 4 words in the content: White Horse Tanhua. From now on, Heart-cleansing peak will have no worries. Vulture sighed with emotion. Yang Ku, Zhu Laosan, Red Eagle King, Lin Huayuan and others also sighed with emotion. Lin family could have today's situation thanks to Lin Sun. Yang Ku, remember to take good care of Xia Ji. Vulture suddenly ordered. Yang Ku nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Xia Ji is Lin Sun's favorite." He didn't say goodbye to Xia Ji in person this time. He was still a little upset when he left. Everyone was speechless. Xia Ji, a mysterious and incredible little girl, was still sleeping now. No one knew when she would wake up. In the wordless pagoda, Old Toad had also been meditating in seclusion. Bang! When his feet landed on the ground, a burst of smoke and dust suddenly filled the air. There was a pungent smell of blood mixed with the stench of decaying corpses. Lin Sun appeared in this strange world with a broken sword on his back, insignificance bow on his waist and a bag in his hand. He looked around and saw that the world was grey, the fields were vast, and the mountains were undulating. Everywhere he looked, there was almost no grass, barren and dark. On the earth, rotten and broken bones were buried in the dust and gravel, and the air was filled with a bloody and rotten smell. The world here was gloomy, silent, and filled with an oppressive grey color. Whoosh! Lin Sun spat out a mouthful of turbid air. At the first time, he noticed that there was no vitality in the world here. It was full of blood and death. The most important thing was that there was no spiritual power here. Bloodthirsty battlefield. Let me see how cruel and bloody it is. Lin Sun's figure flashed like a rising ice dragon. He rushed down from the cliff where he was and rushed in the opposite direction of the setting sun in the distance. In the opposite direction of the setting sun, where the rising sun is the camp of our empire. This was the first sentence on the animal skin handbook given to Lin by Zhao Tailai. And the second sentence was, "The sky is forbidden. If you fly up there, you will be the target of all." Therefore, Lin Sun chose to rush on the earth. The world was dark. Sand and dust covered the dry and barren land. Decaying wreckage could be seen everywhere. Not even a blade of grass grew here. The whole world showed a grey hue. The bloody smell in the air was strong and pungent. Lin Sun's movements were leisurely and natural like moving clouds and flowing water. He seemed to be integrated with the world. Like a spider patrolling its territory in a web, Lin Sun had a sense of precise and skillful control. This was a fighting posture. Under the seemingly leisurely appearance, there was vigilance and prudence that could be triggered at any moment. Everywhere outside the camp is a battlefield. Constant vigilance is the first prerequisite for survival. This was the third sentence in the animal skin manual. The terrain here is complex and changeable with undulating mountains and ravines. If you don't fly in the air, you should be most careful of ambushes and attacks. There is no spiritual energy between heaven and earth. To maintain peak physical strength, you need to seize every spare moment to replenish the spiritual energy you need. The bloody smell and rotten smell are lingering for a long time, which proves that more than one bloody battle broke out in the area I passed recently. As he moved forward, Lin Sun observed what he saw along the way, silently understanding this bloodthirsty battlefield full of horror in his own way. In his hand, he held a piece of high-grade spiritual crystal to replenish the spiritual energy he consumed on the way. Even if the consumption was insignificant, Lin Sun knew that once a fierce battle broke out, a slight loss of physical strength could lead to the worst result. This was a kind of fighting instinct that was tempered in the bloodthirsty camp. In the gray sky ahead, there was suddenly a touch of blood, as dazzling as a light in the night. Lin Sun moved forward carefully. Before long, he saw an area full of corpses. The ground was stained with blood, and the corpses were still dripping blood. There were practitioners in the imperial military uniforms, and there were also corpses of voodoo barbarians and aliens in strange shapes. The smell of gunpowder remained in the air, which proved that the battle here had just ended. Lin Sun suddenly narrowed his eyes and saw that most of the corpses of the imperial practitioners were incomplete, with many signs of dissection. Some had their hearts dug out, some had their heads cut off, some had their eyes taken out, and some were directly split in half with no internal organs, leaving only the empty skin. There was even a corpse that had its tendons pulled out and its bones dug out, leaving behind only a pool of flesh and blood. The cruel and bloody scene made Lin Sun feel nauseous. But in the end, he didn't say a word. After a moment of silence, he turned around and left. In this battle, the Xianxia of the Empire lost. The different parts of their corpses were taken away as spoils of war. Lin Sun came to a conclusion. The Animal Skin Handbook had explained that the military achievements in the bloodthirsty battlefield were stained with blood, and the military achievements came from those cruel and perverted spoils of war, not only the voodoo barbarian alien. When the Empire's practitioners defeated them, they would also take away a part of the voodoo barbarian alien. This was military merit. Rumble. Not long after they continued forward, a crack in the void appeared in the sky, and one could see beams of light that were as dazzling as auroras flickering within it. It was extremely beautiful and dazzling. But Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. A crack in the void, under that beautiful appearance, was an extreme danger that could make even life and death realm warriors shiver. Once caught in it, there would be no chance of survival. Blood, darkness, chaos, violence. Even though Lin Sun's heart was as hard as iron, he still felt a little heavy. The bloodthirsty battlefield was a tragic scene like the end of the world. Blood and rotten smell were everywhere, but no vitality could be seen. A low moan of pain came from the wind, looming, but it couldn't hide from Lin Sun's tremendous spiritual power. In an instant, Lin Sun disappeared. Thousands of meters away, in front of a low mound, a figure was crawling forward. It was a woman who was seriously injured, bleeding all over. Her legs were broken by some blunt instrument, and her flesh festered. She could only crawl on the ground with her hands. The dusty ground was smeared by her body, leaving a long blood-colored trail. Lin Sun watched in silence, and finally caught up with her without saying a word. The woman seemed to be aware of Lin Sun's arrival. She turned back with difficulty, revealing a confused, painful, dusty, and blood-stained face. Her empty eye sockets were still dripping blood. No one knew when her eyeballs had been dug out, which made her look extremely ferocious and horrible. Lin Sun looked calm. He could see that this woman must have been very beautiful in the past. Her facial features were very distinctive. Although her skin was covered with dust, it couldn't hide her snow-white and crystal-clear skin. But now, her legs were festering, her eyes were dug out, and she was covered with dust and bloodstains. She was crawling on the ground, looking so helpless and painful as if she was dying. Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that the woman's blood-stained fingers were trembling as she wrote something on the ground. He couldn't help but step forward to have a look. Boom! But at this moment, the woman's body suddenly exploded. A terrible force of destruction spread from the explosion of its body, mixed with minced flesh and blood, covering Lin Sun. Lin Sun sighed in his heart, as if he had already expected this scene. His figure flashed and disappeared, avoiding the destructive airflow in advance. How many years have I not seen such a greenhorn? Haha, could it be that there are no strong warriors in the human empire who can fight against him? He is such an obvious bait. It's really disappointing that he can't see through such an obvious bait. Let's kill him as soon as possible. I want his eyes. I want his heart. His skin is good. I want it. Not far from the hill, there was a pile of decaying bones. But at this time a group of figures rushed out of it. There were men and women, not much different from human beings. But in different places of their bodies, there were mysterious totem tattoos. Some of them were as strong as mountains, and their thick arms were covered with khaki totems. Some of them were shrouded in mist, with water dripping from their bodies, and their eyes were as blue as water diamonds. Some of them were silver-white, with fine electric arcs flashing on their long hair, dazzling and dazzling, like the sons of thunder and lightning. There was no doubt that they were the strong barbarians of the Voodoo barbarian tribe. The Voodoo barbarian tribe was divided into 9 branches, namely, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, light, dark, and ancient. As early as in the bloodthirsty camp, Lin Sun had personally dissected the bodies of different Voodoo barbarians, so he knew them like the palm of his hand. He even found at a glance that 5 of the 8 strong barbarians were Voodoo barbarian strongman, which was equivalent to the sea spirit realm of the human race. 3 of them were Great Wizard, which was equivalent to the Tao Insight realm. Barbarian Slave, Barbarian Soldier, Strongman, Great Wizard, and Spirit Awakening were the cultivation realms of the Voodoo barbarian tribe, which corresponded to the 5 realms of Martial Realm, Gang Spirit, Sea Spirit, Tao Insight, and Reincarnation developing in the human race. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded and blocked Lin Sun, with a sense of ridicule and cruelty on their faces. It could be seen from their evil spirits and bloody smell that they were not ordinary people, and could be classified as ruthless characters. But Lin Sun turned a blind eye to it. He stood there, his eyes fixed on the place where the woman exploded. On the ground, he could vaguely see a line of messy, blood-colored handwriting written by the woman before her death. "I'm the bait, and you're the fish. Why don't you escape?" It was not a cry for help, nor was it the last words before death. It was like the roar of a comrade in arms, full of anxiety and anger. But the deep concern made Lin Sun tremble all over. Somewhere in his heart seemed to be hit, and there was a kind of unspeakable hatred and depression. He thought of the woman's festering legs, bloody and empty eye sockets after her eyes were dug out, and the long bloody road on the ground was dragged by her body. Sure enough, she's a newbie who just arrived at the battlefield and was scared silly. Ha ha ha. Those strong barbarians roared with laughter. They did not belittle Lin Sun, but surrounded him all the way. All of them were cautious and vigilant, which was the combat quality of veterans who had been honed for a long time. "I just wanted to save you as much as possible, but I didn't expect that. Their cruelty was beyond my expectation," Lin Sun murmured. He took a deep breath and turned his head. His black eyes were cold and indifferent. "You all deserve to die. Do it." The leading barbarian smiled cruelly and waved his hand without any nonsense. Immediately, they took action. Boom, a giant hammer made of animal bones fell from the sky, making a whining sound, smashing the void and covering Lin Sun's head. Puff, Lin Sun didn't even look at it. With a sweep of the broken blade in his hand, the giant hammer burst into pieces, and a bloody head was thrown into the air. The deceased was a grand wizard. Until he died, he still kept a ferocious smile on his face, but it had been frozen there. He was killed on the spot before he had time to react or even felt panic and helplessness. This strike was incredibly fast. Puff, at this time, Lin Sun had already taken a step forward. With a broken blade flowing with bright starlight, he started a massacre. It was not until the second Grand Wizard was killed that other strong barbarians realized what had happened. They shouted in shock and anger, and their faces changed greatly. From this, it could be seen how fast Lin Sun was and how terrible his killing power was. He could almost kill a head with one saber. Killing chickens and monkeys was nothing more than this. The third Grand Wizard saw the opportunity and retreated decisively. He had been through hundreds of bloody battles, so he was shrewd and alert. Naturally, he realized that the fish that was hooked this time was actually a tough one. Bang! Insignificant bow was pulled up by Lin Sun, and a spiritual arrow shot out silently. The escaping Grand Wizard was shot to death from thousands of meters away and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Suddenly, there were only 5 barbarian warriors in the sea spirit realm left in the field. However, at this moment, their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Crack, Lin Sun didn't talk nonsense. The broken sword rolled up a silver river of stars and cut off a lot of heads in a neat way, ending the battle that started suddenly and ended in the twinkling of an eye. However, Lin Sun still felt a little depressed, like a stone fortress in his heart. This is the bloodthirsty battlefield. After a long time, Lin Sun took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. After cleaning up the spoils on the field, he turned around and left. The sun was about to set, and it was as red as blood. When he moved forward again, Lin Sun's luggage became much bulkier. It contained trophies, such as teeth of golden barbarians, eyes of water barbarians, chests and skin of fire barbarians, arms of earth barbarians. These parts were the locations of their respective totem tattoos. For voodoo barbarians, totem tattoos were the core of their power, just like the origin of practitioners' cultivation. It was only through these parts that one could determine the value of a military contribution. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Sun was ambushed by a group of strong voodoo barbarians. It was a small team, all of whom were barbarians, who posed no threat to Lin Sun at all. Instead of being ambushed, it was better to say that Lin Sun took the initiative to rush over. The massacre came to an end in an instant. There were pools of blood and corpses on the ground, and more military merits were added to Lin Sun's luggage. In the next few hours, Lin Sun successively encountered more than 10 groups of enemies, either actively attacking or passively encountering them. It was not a fierce battle, because there was no opponent who could threaten Lin Sun. Therefore, they were all swept away by him like a whirlwind. No one was spared. More and more trophies piled up in his luggage, but Lin Sun's mood gradually became a little heavy. He realized that the situation was not good. On the way to the camp of the Empire, almost all he saw were the traces of enemies. Even if he saw the figures of the Empire's practitioners, they were all corpses after being killed. This undoubtedly meant that the situation of the Empire's camp was not optimistic in the bloodthirsty battlefield. The old fox said that the bloodthirsty battlefield was the strongest line of defense to protect the Empire. If even this line of defense was threatened, Lin Sun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He didn't know the situation and couldn't speculate. But what he saw and felt along the way had made him realize that the situation of the Empire's practitioners would not be good in this cruel and bloody battlefield. Lin Sun knew himself well that it was impossible to change all this once and for all with his own strength. Perhaps the only thing he could do now was to kill as many enemies as possible and do his best to complete his task, and then, survive. The sky was getting darker and darker. It was gloomy and oppressive. The strong wind swept across the barren land, stirring up the dust on the ground, making whimpering sounds that sounded like sobs and complaints. The smell of blood and rotting corpses lingered in the air for a long time. Lin Sun, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. With a flash, he appeared in a shallow gully. Not far away, there was a shadow that was almost invisible. It had no aura and was attached to a rock at the side. It was like a reflection of a rock and could be seen normally. But Lin Sun's eyes suddenly narrowed. His body was stretched like a big bow in an instant, and his chi was running quietly. Whoosh, without hesitation, he took off the insignificant bow and pulled the blood-red bowstring. An arrow, like lightning, tore the void and shot silently toward the shadow in the distance. Bang, the rocks there abruptly exploded, and a bottomless hole was blasted into the ground. However, the shadow had already disappeared in a strange flash. Lin Sun's eyes were as cold as lightning. He opened the insignificant bow with all his strength and shot a rain of arrows, covering different areas in a row. For a while, there was a harsh explosion in this area. The earth was cracked, the rocks were pierced and shattered, and the void was torn apart. If other practitioners were here, they would be confused and think that Lin Sun was shooting randomly. Because from beginning to end, there was no trace of the enemy at all. But in Lin Sun's vision, there was a shadow flashing in this area. It was as fast as a ghost. Even with the insignificant bow, it was difficult to lock on it. This made Lin Sun look a little solemn. The insignificant bow had 2 magical functions of insight and absolute calm. Its origin was mysterious and unpredictable. In the past, it was almost successful. It was no exaggeration to say that even a peerless saint like Niu Tunchen couldn't avoid this kind of lock with ease. But now, that wisp of shadow had accomplished it. Although the shadow was a little embarrassed, it could avoid so many shots, which was enough to move Lin Sun. He realized that he had met a tricky character this time. Whoosh. Whoosh, Lin Sun's face became calmer and his black eyes were cold. The bow made of white bones and skulls was constantly bent, and the bright red bowstring was pulled to the fullest, shooting silent illusory spirit arrows. Puff, finally, the opponent was forced to the extreme. He was hit by a spirit arrow, and blood suddenly burst out. At the same time, a figure also appeared. This was a man shrouded in gray shadows, with a pair of gray-brown eyes and an extremely delicate and fair face. On his shoulder, there was a blood mark, which was scratched by the arrow just now. Haha, not bad. Looking at the vitality flowing around you, you are just a teenager, but you have already stepped into Tao Insight realm. This may not be very powerful, but it's amazing that you can force me to show up with a bow. The man chuckled, and his gray-brown eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to be thinking about something. When did such a person appear in the Empire? Why haven't I heard of you before? It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of me. It's enough for you to know that I'm going to kill you today. Lin Sun put away the insignificance bow and said calmly. He knew that it was difficult to kill the opponent with arrows alone, and using the insignificance bow consumed a lot of spiritual energy. In this way, he would undoubtedly suffer a loss. Don't talk big. The round of attack just now must have consumed a lot of your physical strength. What else can you do at this time? The man put his hands behind his back, and his voice was slow. He was like a shadow, which made it difficult for people to capture his real trace. Crack, as he spoke, a gray flying sword, which was almost invisible, suddenly appeared and cut Lin Sun's throat fiercely. Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure disappeared. The flying sword cut the ground and broke a huge unfathomable crack, which was shocking. Obviously, when the opponent spoke, he had already secretly attacked, which was extremely cruel and treacherous. It's interesting that you, a young boy, should have this kind of ability to change and perceive danger in advance, which really surprised me. The gray shadow man disappeared and hid in the dark. His breath was everywhere in the nearby area, but it was all looming. Obviously, he was trying to confuse Lin Sun. Accident? That's because you don't know. Lin Sun looked calm. He held the broken sword in his hand, and his huge spiritual power spread like a storm at this moment. In the sea of his consciousness, a bright moon was shining in the blue sky, surrounded by thousands of stars, which made Lin Sun's perception become clear in an instant, and he could see through everything in the world. Crack! Suddenly, the flying sword appeared again, almost sticking to Lin Sun's figure, to cut his neck from behind. This was a flying sword made of gray bones. Its color was restrained and simple, looming and almost transparent, but it was sharp and terrible. It seemed to be invincible and incredibly fast. Clang, Lin Sun didn't move, but the broken sword chopped the flying sword precisely as if it had eyes. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound of collision. Just the aftermath of the collision crushed and collapsed the nearby void, and the earth was blown up with thousands of holes. Smoke and dust roared. Puff, missing its target, the gray flying sword suddenly faded and disappeared. I didn't expect that your perception is better than I thought. But I can't let you live today. The voice of the gray shadow resounded through the area, with a hint of killing intent. Obviously, he realized Lin Sun's extraordinariness and wanted to kill him. Kill. Lin Sun didn't talk nonsense. This time, he caught a trace of the opponent's chi. Then he performed ice dragon steps and rushed out in an instant. Boom, the broken sword swept through the air, setting off bright starlight all over the sky. The saber light was like the sun, illuminating the world with terrible momentum. In the nothingness, the gray shadow was forced to show himself. He urged the flying sword to kill Lin Sun across the air. The sword edge was sharp and crisscrossed. Rumble, there was a roar in the area. Lin Sun held the broken sword in his hand, and his black eyes were like lightning. The power of his divine soul spread out and firmly locked the opponent. The gray shadow also looked extremely terrible. His fighting means were superb and cruel. His flying sword technique was close to Tao, and his killing intent was unparalleled. This was a top strongman of the dark barbarian branch. He was born to be proficient in assassination. His body movement was unpredictable and his swordsmanship was mysterious. He was like an unperceivable shadow, which was frightening. Among the 9 branches of voodoo barbarian, the dark barbarian branch was the most mysterious. Their number was extremely small, but each of them was like a king in the dark. In the past thousands of years, there were no less than hundreds of big shots who died in the hands of dark barbarian assassins. It was even rumored that there were real-life Death Realm kings in the empire who were attacked by dark barbarian assassins and almost died. In the bloodthirsty camp, Xianxia, the chief instructor, had said more than once that among the 9 branches of voodoo barbarian, thunder barbarian and light barbarian were the most powerful. But the most troublesome and frightening ones were undoubtedly the strongmen of the dark barbarian branch. This was because they were like natural assassins who lived in the shadows, and they could take away your life without you even noticing. Puff, a moment later, Lin Sun's shoulder was scratched by the gray flying sword, and a string of blood splashed out. This flying sword skill, which was close to Tao, was indeed mysterious and terrifying. Lin Sun was almost seriously injured by this blow. However, at the same time, his opponent was also struck by the blade aura of the broken blade. Half of his ear was cut off, causing blood to spurt out. He was just a hair's breadth away from his neck. "You actually injured me." The gray-clothed man seemed to be shocked and angry at the same time. He let out a long howl, and his figure became even more illusory and strange. He was like a faintly discernible shadow that moved between heaven and earth. Boom, Lin Sun didn't say anything, but his eyes became calmer and colder. His body was surrounded by a clear divine light, and his battle saint technique was activated. The opponent's movements were looming, but Lin suddenly sped up. Ice Dragon steps were like a dream, flashing in the void at an incredible speed. Bang! Bang, the two clashed. The broken blade and the flying sword collided, producing a terrifying destructive power that swept out in all directions. The blade light and sword chi even tore the void into countless cracks. The opponent was very strong. The Grand Wizard realm was no different from Lin Sun in terms of cultivation. But he was the first strong opponent in the same realm that Lin Sun met after returning from the Soul Oblivion Sea. During the battle, there was a moment when Lin Sun even thought that the opponent had already embarked on the path of the most powerful Tao, just like himself. This alone was enough to surprise Lin Sun. An assassin of the Dark Barbarians could have such a fighting capacity in the Grand Wizard realm. The opponent's identity in the Voodoo Barbarian tribe was bound to be not simple. It should be known that Lin Sun once killed 6 practitioners in the reincarnation development realm alone. Now, the opponent, who was almost at the same realm, could fight with Lin Sun until now. How could an ordinary Voodoo Barbarian be comparable to him? Kill. Lin Sun's killing intent was surging in his heart. He also had the idea of killing the opponent illegally to get rid of future troubles. If the opponent was allowed to live, he was bound to bring many unexpected killings to the practitioners of the empire. Bang! Bang, this was a very fierce fight. The sword and the saber collided with each other, and the power was earth-shattering. Both of them were proficient in fighting, simple, direct, and not so complicated, but they understood the essence of fighting. This was the duel between 2 masters. If other practitioners rashly got involved at this time, they would probably be killed in an instant. Chop. A moment later, Lin Sun jumped up, and the broken sword chopped out like a divine rainbow sweeping across the sky. Boom! Even though the gray figure had dodged this attack, the terrifying aftershock caused his figure to stagger, and his originally handsome and fair face was suffused with a wisp of redness. Has he set foot on the legendary road? The gray shadow man looked surprised and dignified. His gray-brown pupils were burning with the fierce fighting intent. The strength of the opponent made him excited and tremble in his heart. Kill. Lin Sun didn't care about this. The broken sword broke out with overwhelming momentum. The attack was so strong that it disturbed the surroundings and disrupted the wind and clouds. Puff, just in a flash, the gray shadow man was injured again. A section of his long hair was cut off by the broken sword, and the skin on his back was torn by the sharp saber chi, leaving a bloody wound deep to the bone. After being injured, his figure was like a wisp of gray smoke. He had retreated thousands of meters close to the ground, but he laughed excitedly. Finally, I found my opponent. As long as I kill you, I can knock on the door of the strongest way and become the king of grand magi. Sorry, you have no chance. Lin Sun didn't hesitate at all. He continued to chase after the gray shadow man. The broken sword was as bright as a shining ice moon with amazing destructive power. Lin Sun locked the vital parts of the gray shadow man from a distance. Oh, you can't kill me. If we, the dark barbarians, want to escape, no one in the world can stop us. The gray shadow man fled like a flowing light. The air was torn apart, and the rocks and mountains along the way were all smashed like paper. Lin Sun chased after him with all his strength with ice dragon steps. Boom, the speed of both of them reached an appalling level. When the tearing explosion sounded in the void, their figures had already been tens of thousands of meters away. Even Lin Sun had to admit that this guy was really too difficult to kill. He was a little better than Yo Tunchen and Meng Lianqing. Moreover, the Gray Shadow Man was one of the best in the world in terms of strength, actual combat experience, and secret methods, but it was also because of this that Lin Sun was more determined to kill him. He was the enemy of the Empire. Once he rose, he was bound to be a big trouble. Without hesitation, Lin Sun changed his saber into a bow, took a deep breath, and ran all his strength to the extreme. His spirit was like a furnace of heaven and earth, burning and boiling at this moment. His black eyes were like a deep abyss, which could swallow the sun and the moon. In an instant, he seemed to be incarnated as a god coming to the world. Buzz, the rough and ferocious skeleton bow of insignificant bow was bent, and the bright red bowstring, which seemed to be soaked in blood, was pulled to the full in an instant. In an instant, there seemed to be the roar of a demon, and the sound of wind and thunder surged. Whoosh, however, when the spirit arrow was shot forth, it was completely silent, as if it were invisible, and it disappeared in a flash. The Gray Shadow Man, who was fleeing in the distance, suddenly trembled in his heart and felt cold all over his body. He noticed that an extreme danger was approaching at a high speed. With a strange cry, an animal skin flag suddenly appeared behind him, on which was written the blood-colored totem and the language of voodoo and barbarian, full of obscure and horrible breath. Bang, the animal skin flag glowed, and the blood-colored totem was running. But it only blocked for a moment, and then it was broken by the spiritual arrow. Almost at the same time, the Gray Shadow Man let out a scream. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It was an arrow from a supreme king of Tao Insight realm. His back was pierced, and there was a bull-sized bloody hole, which made his face twisted in pain and he almost fell to the ground. The blood-patterned flag is a treasure of our clan. How could it fail to block that arrow? Could that bow be a powerful artifact? The Gray Shadow Man was shocked, and his face changed completely, losing his calm. However, he was extremely strong and had excellent combat experience. While escaping, a pair of wings suddenly appeared behind him. The wings were gray and hazy like the wings of a bat. With a light flap, a swish resounded out, and it allowed the gray figure to traverse a distance of over 10 kilometers, and it was an entire 2 times faster than before. This was the Shadow Feather, not a treasure, but a supreme secret method belonging to the dark barbarians, which needed to burn one's own blood and chi to exert. The Gray Shadow Man didn't want to hurt himself like this unless it was a desperate time. It's really hard to deal with. Behind him, Lin Sun also sped up, with a murderous look on his face. Bang, before long, Lin Sun's body was shining, and his breath was so strong that it pierced the sky. At this moment, he was like an archer in ancient times. He stretched his slender body and shot the second arrow. Puff, the man's umber feather was blasted apart by the arrow. Unfortunately, the arrow was still a hair's breadth away from killing him. It only managed to cut off one of his arms. Even so, the Gray Shadow Man was frightened, panicked, and angry. It was the first time he felt frustrated since he started cultivating. He couldn't believe that there was such a young man in the Empire. It was so terrible that he had never heard of him before. Escape, the Gray Shadow Man gritted his teeth, realizing that he might really die today. Lin Sun couldn't help but frown. With his current strength, even a great practitioner in the reincarnation developing realm would have been shot into a hornet's nest. But the Gray Shadow Man could still persist until now, which was not a fluke, but a manifestation of strength. He must be killed. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and shot the third arrow with his eyes as calm as ice. In an instant, the gray shadow man's hair stood on end, and his skin was covered with a layer of goosebumps. For him, the young man behind him was just like a devil, too horrible. He fled desperately, but unfortunately, he still couldn't escape. A spiritual arrow went straight through his chest, setting off a string of hot scarlet blood. Ah, he couldn't help screaming. This arrow almost killed him, and he had a sense of despair as if he was struggling before death. Boom, however, it had to be said that the gray shadow man was too terrible. In just a moment, his blood and chi surged as if it was burning, and his momentum was even stronger than before. When he fled, his figure was almost invisible, and his speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Obviously, he had activated some terrible secret method. Lin Sun was almost speechless and wanted to curse. It was the first time that he met such a difficult opponent, which proved that the opponent's origin was not simple. The vitality of the man in gray was indeed abnormal. Besides, he had mastered many wonderful secret methods, and his fighting capacity was extraordinarily fierce and treacherous. It was difficult for Lin Sun to kill such a person immediately. It could be imagined how prominent this man was in the voodoo barbarian alien tribe. If he was allowed to live in the bloodthirsty battlefield, he would only bring unpredictable hidden dangers to the camp of the Empire. Because he was a born assassin who was proficient in assassination, Lin Sun threw caution to the wind. Even if he knew that continuous consumption of physical strength in the extremely dangerous bloodthirsty battlefield would be disadvantageous to him, he would not hesitate to do so. Bang! Another spiritual arrow shot out like a soul-locking divine rainbow, ethereal and unpredictable. In a flash, half of the man's body was blown up, and blood splashed. The man in gray screamed miserably. He almost fainted because of the pain. Since he started his cultivation, he had never been hunted like this, nor had he experienced such an embarrassing and dangerous encounter. This made him mad with anger and tremble with fear. At this time, he deeply realized the horror of the so-called strongest way. Even though he was about to touch this realm, he had not reached it yet. Because of this, he underestimated the horror of Lin Sun before. Whoosh! Lin Sun's figure flashed and rushed forward crazily. The man in gray was on the verge of collapse and couldn't hold on any longer. It was the best time to kill him. But halfway, Lin Sun suddenly stopped and stared into the distance with his black eyes in surprise. Damn it! Lin Sun couldn't help cursing in his heart. Then he decisively retreated in the opposite direction without hesitation, and his speed was 3 times faster than before. Boom! As soon as Lin Sun left, a horrible breath came to this area, like the arrival of a dominator, which changed the weather and set off a terrible wind. Young lord! With a cry of surprise, a skinny, dark-skinned old man surrounded by rolling gray airflow suddenly appeared. Looking at the miserable man in gray whose half-body was blown up, the old man's face turned blue, and a pair of terrifying beams burst out of his eyes. Young lord, please bear with it for the time being. I'll kill the thief first. In an instant, the old man found Lin Sun, who was fleeing in the distance with his terrifying spiritual thoughts. Don't go. However, just as the old man was about to make his move, the gray figure roared angrily to stop him. Young master, the opportunity is fleeting. The old man panicked. I said, don't go. The gray shadow man roared. His expression was extremely ugly. He opened his mouth and swallowed a pill. Immediately, his whole body surged with blood chi, and the half of his body that was originally broken actually recovered in the blink of an eye. But his countenance was extremely ghastly pale to the point it was practically translucent, and his aura was weak to the point of being on the verge of collapse, causing him to seem as if he would collapse at any moment. That kid is my prey. No one is allowed to touch him except me. The gray-clothed man gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Today's defeat was a great humiliation to him, and there was a kind of suppressed anger in his heart. Most importantly, since he'd started cultivating until now, he'd finally seen the strongest path towards the Tao of Legend for the first time. It was even to the extent that he noticed that if he wanted to step foot into this realm, then killing that young man from the human race was the most effective method. This was the reason why he stopped the old man. Young master, who was it just now that was able to injure you? The old man knew that he'd already lost the best opportunity to kill his opponent now. But he was extremely puzzled that there was actually someone in the bloodthirsty battlefield that was capable of defeating the young master. This was too unbelievable. He was very clearly aware that as the prince of the dark barbarians, the young master's natural talent was extremely shocking, and the young master deserved to be the #1 expert in the younger generation of the dark barbarians. It was even to the extent that the king of the dark barbarians had once said that by relying on the young master's natural talent, it was sufficient for the young master to have a place of his own when the great battle of the world arrived, but now, the young master had lost. Moreover, he'd lost so miserably and was almost in danger of losing his life. How could the old man not be shocked by this? If news of this were to be spread back to the dark barbarians, it would surely cause an uproar. Even if the other 8 lineages of the shaman barbarians found out about this, they would still be shocked. Their dark barbarians possessed the most extraordinary and mysterious status amongst the 9 lineages. Now, their prince that possessed the most natural talent had almost been killed. How could anyone not be shocked? When he thought about how if he'd arrived slightly later this time, then the old man would have been terrified to the point of breaking out in cold sweat, and this caused his expression to become even more unsightly. He wished for nothing more than to charge over immediately and kill that enemy. Huang Yun, you know that the objective of my tempering in the bloodthirsty battlefield in these past few years is none other than to rely on slaughter to step onto the true absolute path towards the Tao. The gray-cloaked man took a deep breath and said slowly, yet today, I've seen it. I've personally experienced the formidability of the absolute path towards the Tao. Its strength is absolutely beyond imagination, and it's like a king of a realm that's invincible in this realm. As he finished speaking, his eyes emanated a blazing expression. What I want is an opponent like this. Only by killing him would I be able to obtain the critical factor to step foot onto the absolute peak. That opponent was actually a supreme king of the heavenly abode realm. The old man gasped in his heart, and he was slightly shocked. How many years had it been since he'd heard of such an expert being born in the empire? Why would one suddenly appear today? Suddenly, a strong sense of regret arose in the old man's heart. If he'd known this earlier, he should have killed him immediately. Once such a guy rose, it would absolutely be a disaster for the voodoo barbarian tribe. Manjiu, I need you to do one thing. Suddenly, the gray-cloaked man said, go and collect some information about this person for me. I want the most detailed information. I need to have a comprehensive understanding of this opponent. The old man called Manjiu asked, young master, what does this person look like, how old is he, and does he have any specific characteristics? The gray-cloaked man thought for a moment, described Lin's appearance, and then said, it should be easy to find him, because he's definitely no more than 20 years old, and he's still a teenager. If I'm not mistaken, he should have just arrived at the bloodthirsty battlefield. A teenager, setting foot on the absolute path of the heavenly abode realm. Manjiu's heart trembled, and his face changed slightly. Such a young man had set foot on the king realm, which was too terrifying. Remember, you're only responsible for the information. If you dare to attack him and ruin my plan, I'll never spare you. The gray-cloaked man said coldly, staring at Manjiu with an inviolable look. He knew Manjiu's ability. Manjiu had already set foot on the barbarian king realm and could be called a half-step king. If he attacked personally, he would definitely be able to kill the teenager. But this was not what he wanted. This old servant understands. Manjiu took the order. Even if he didn't agree with it, he had to obey. And for a half-step king like him to act like this, it was conceivable how lofty the status of this gray-cloaked man was in the dark barbarian tribe. The opportunity has come. This time, I must seize it. The gray-cloaked man murmured, and his eyes flashed with determination. Hundreds of miles away. Lin Sun's face was gloomy, and there was a strong unwillingness in his heart. He was just one step away from killing the gray-cloaked man, but his plan was ruined by a terrifying figure who suddenly arrived, which made Lin Sun want to curse. Although that terrifying aura is slightly weaker than that of a real life and death king, it's not much worse. I'm afraid such a character has already set foot on the king realm. Lin Sun was also a little vigilant. In the bloodthirsty battlefield, there were big shots at the level of life and death king, which made it even more dangerous. However, Lin Sun also knew that under normal circumstances, such characters would never be dispatched easily. Even if they were dispatched, they would only be dealing with existences at the same level as them. It's getting dark, Lin Sun was awestruck. He didn't dare to think too much and rushed to the place where the sun set. When night fell, the bloodthirsty battlefield would be 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying than it was during the day. Many unpredictable disasters and dangers would appear. Both the enemy and the practitioners on the Empire's side would rarely choose to act at night. This was what Zhao Tailai had specially told him. Swish, Lin Sun's figure flashed forward, and from time to time, there was a cracking sound in his hands. It was the sound of high-grade spiritual crystals being crushed into powder after their power was absorbed. The fierce battle just now had consumed a lot of Lin Sun's physical strength, so he had to hurry to replenish it. At this moment, the harsh environment of the bloodthirsty battlefield showed that there was no spiritual energy at all, so Lin Sun could only rely on spiritual crystals and elixirs to replenish his energy. The most fatal thing was that Lin Sun's unparalleled cultivation might enable him to fight for a long time, but at the same time, he needed to consume an astonishing number of high-grade spiritual crystals to restore his strength. According to Lin Sun's estimation, the batch of high-grade spiritual crystals he brought could only last him 7 days at most. If he encountered a fierce battle, the consumption would only be faster. The only thing that reassured Lin Sun was that in the camp of the Empire, he could get the corresponding materials by virtue of his military merits. Among them were spiritual crystals and elixirs. Along the way, the traces of enemies he encountered gradually became fewer, which meant that he was not far from the camp of the Empire. Even so, there were more than a dozen battles on the way, but they were all spies and outposts of the voodoo barbarians. There were no powerful figures. Lin Sun defeated them all the way and unexpectedly gained a lot of trophies. Before long, the night finally fell. Between heaven and earth, there was suddenly an oppressive atmosphere of dead silence. The sound of the wind stopped, and the bloody and rancid smell in the air seemed to stagnate and freeze. There was a kind of creepy dead silence, so quiet that it was terrible. Lin Sun turned around abruptly. With his immense spiritual power, he sensed that there seemed to be many horrors in the desolate world behind him that couldn't be perceived. Sure enough, the bloodthirsty battlefield in the dark night is the most terrible. Lin Sun was also frightened. Without hesitation, he strode forward. In front of him, there was a watchtower, which was thousands of meters high. The lights on it were very eye-catching in the dark night, as if they had been lit since ancient times. Further away, it could be clearly seen that rows of lights, like fire dragons, coiled over a mountain range and illuminated the night sky. A flag of Xiao flower was hanging on the watchtower, illuminated by the lights. Every flower seemed to be soaked in blood, blooming in the night, with a solemn atmosphere. This was the camp of the Empire. It was the strongest line of defense of the Empire, in which the elite troops of the Empire were stationed, as well as many different forces of practitioners. They were stationed here, defending the territory of the Empire behind them, fighting here, and living here forever. When Lin Sun saw the lamp, the flag, and the military camp buildings that were as dazzling as fire dragons, he recalled a sentence again: Xiao flower is invincible because of the bloodthirsty, and the Empire lives forever because of the war. Who are you? Lin Sun was still thousands of meters away from the watchtower when a shout sounded. At the same time, a beam of light swept over, illuminating Lin Sun's figure in the night. Lin Sun squinted slightly and immediately found that there were dense guards around the watchtower. They were all armed with weapons, and their breath was sharp and chilling. Hey, a little guy? Who brought you here? Where are your parents? Why did you arrive at the camp so late at night? A guard poked his head out of the watchtower and asked loudly. But soon, he narrowed his eyes and noticed that there was a huge luggage like a hill on Lin Sun's back, which seemed very impactful. Boss, the luggage seems to be full of. Someone whispered. God, I smell the bloody smell of voodoo barbarian bastards. I can even judge that there are the teeth of gold barbarian bastards, the chest of fire barbarian bastards, and the arms of earth barbarian bastards. So many. There was a burst of whispers near the watchtower. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun was keenly aware that many eyes were unscrupulously glancing at him. Especially when they noticed the luggage on his back, there was more or less a touch of greed in their eyes. Little guy, put down the luggage on your back. We need to check it, otherwise, we can't let you into the camp. The guard commander on the watchtower opened his mouth. A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's eyes, and an imperceptible killing intent appeared on his face. The camp of the Empire could be said to be impregnable and heavily guarded. However, they should be wary of the voodoo barbarians, not the practitioners of the Empire like him. Similarly, Lin Sun had never heard that the carry-on belongings should be checked before entering the gate of a camp. Whether it was the guard commander or the nearby guards, it was obvious that they were deliberately making things difficult for Lin Sun. The greed in their eyes also made Lin Sun realize that they were up to no good. Since he entered the bloodthirsty battlefield today, Lin Sun had almost killed all the way. He had thought that he could have a good rest when he arrived at the camp, but he never thought that he would encounter such a thing. This made him feel a little bad at once. He was not afraid of killing enemies, but he hated the strife and provocation of the practitioners in the same camp. Lin Sun stood there motionless, which made the guard commander very unhappy. Lin Sun was just a teenager alone, but he dared not to obey the order. His face darkened. He spat a mouthful of thick phlegm and shouted, "Little guy, why don't you obey the order? Do you have ulterior motives? It's too strange that you're the only one who's late at night." As he said, he waved his hand and ordered, "Come on, bring him here. I have reason to suspect that this boy is a spy sent by voodoo barbarian bastards. We must check him carefully." The guards stationed in the camp were all experienced veterans. At first glance, they knew that Lin Sun should be a newcomer. He might even be a rogue hunter who worked for a big force. After all, his appearance was so strange. It was obvious that he came to the Camp 7 for the first time. In their eyes, Lin Sun suddenly became a fat sheep that could be ruthlessly slaughtered. When they heard the order of the guard leader, more than a dozen guards immediately rushed out with murderous intent and stared at Lin Sun maliciously. Lin Sun frowned. The animal skin manual didn't explain how to deal with such a situation. However, Lin Sun didn't spend his time in the bloodthirsty camp in vain. Seeing this scene, he stood still, and the murderous intent on his face disappeared. He became more indifferent and calm. "Come on, let me check whether this boy is a spy or not first." A sturdy man rushed forward excitedly and rubbed his palms. With a keen sense of smell, he had long noticed that there were many good things in the luggage on Lin Sun's back. Bang, however, when he was still 3 meters away from Lin Sun, he knelt down on the ground with a puff as if he was pressed by Mount Tai. The guards behind him also staggered, and their expressions changed drastically. It was as if they were drunk, and they were being suppressed by a formless and terrifying pressure. After that, a wave of thumps resounded out as those guards knelt down with flushed faces, and their knees ceaselessly emitted cracking sounds. "Aren't you going to check my things? Why do you suddenly kneel down? Are you greeting me respectfully?" Lin Sun looked surprised. The whole place was silent. The other guards stationed near the watchtower all gasped and realized that something was wrong. Their companions were all ruthless people who lived on the edge of a knife. None of them was ordinary since they could survive in the harsh and dangerous bloodthirsty battlefield until now. But now, they knelt down directly before the boy. This was too shocking. "How dare you?" One of the guards who was kneeling on the ground roared angrily and struggled to get up. However, in just an instant, he was pressed down on the ground again, and his bones were almost broken. Today, Lin Sun was already a supreme king. His power was honed by countless bloody battles. Not to mention these guards who only had the cultivation of Sea Spirit Realm, even a strong practitioner of Tao Insight Realm would not dare to confront him head-on. Ka-cha ka-cha, on the ground, the bodies of those guards twitched as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Their faces were pale while cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and the muscles and bones in their entire bodies emitted sounds of friction from being unable to bear the heavy burden and were on the verge of breaking apart. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger. If this were to continue, then they would definitely be pressured to the point of bleeding from all 7 apertures, and the bones and tendons in their bodies would explode into pieces. This finally made them feel fear, and they realized that they had encountered a tough opponent. How was this a fat sheep? It was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. "Friend, let's talk this out." On the watchtower, the guard commander hurriedly shouted. His expression changed as well, and he gasped endlessly. Just his aura alone was able to crush those guards. Such a character caused even him to feel horrified. As he spoke, he had already rushed down from the watchtower. It's you who don't want to talk this out, right? Lin Sun glanced at the guard commander with a touch of coldness in his black eyes. The guard commander suddenly felt as if an invisible sharp blade was pressed against his throat. The breath of fatal danger made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Cold sweat gushed out like a waterfall and soaked his whole body. This scared him out of his wits. Those who could stand in the bloodthirsty battlefield all had a very keen intuition for danger. The leader of the guards was a well-known figure amongst them. At this instant, he realized that this young man who had come alone under the veil of night was definitely an extremely terrifying figure. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us for offending you, Your Excellency. The guard commander bowed deeply. His heart was still pounding, and he felt a kind of unspeakable depression and tension. Lin Sun withdrew his pressure and said, "It's my first time here. I know nothing. If I offended you just now, I hope you don't mind." The guard commander secretly breathed a sigh of relief, wiped off his cold sweat, and said with a forced smile, "We have eyes but failed to see. It's already a great kindness that Your Excellency doesn't care about it." Yes, yes. Those guards who had been suppressed on the ground also got up. Their eyes on Lin Sun changed with a touch of deep fear. The guards near the watchtower also looked at each other in dismay. Realizing that they had encountered a tough opponent this time, they didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. This was to establish power. Whether in the bloodthirsty camp or in the military camp, it was enough to make these wily old foxes admit defeat by showing their strength directly. Lin Sun didn't want to entangle with them. With a bang, he threw the huge luggage on his back to the ground, clapped his hands, and said, "As I said, I don't know the rules. Since you want to inspect me, I won't disagree. The reason why I was rude just now was that your attitude was wrong." As soon as Lin Sun said this, the guard commander and other guards all looked embarrassed. Indeed, they thought they had encountered a fat sheep. Although they said it was an inspection, it was actually greed in their hearts. Seeing Lin Sun's polite attitude at the moment, the guard commander increasingly felt that the young man in front of him was not simple. He pondered for a while and said, "Well, the rules can't be broken. In this case, let's inspect him and let him enter the military camp as soon as possible." The nearby guards responded loudly. The so-called inspection was just a perfunctory. Everyone could see that Lin Sun couldn't be a spy of the voodoo barbarians. But since Lin Sun insisted, they had to cooperate with him. However, when the huge hill-like luggage was opened, there was a sound of gasping in the field. There were bloody spoils of war everywhere, too many of them were densely packed, most of them were the trophies harvested from the voodoo barbarians, and there were also trophies at the senior witch level. My God! There are almost 19 senior witch level military merits and hundreds of barbarian level military merits. The guard commander and the guards in the field all gasped and looked at Lin Sun with more and more fear. This young man was too ferocious. He was just one person, yet he had reaped so many bloody military merits. One could only imagine how abnormal his strength was. Hey! This broken hand seems to be a little special. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the military camp. It was an old man in a gray robe with white hair and beard, and even his eyebrows were white. At this moment, he came close and stared at a broken hand for the first time. With a touch of surprise on his face, he looked at Lin Sun and asked, "Where did you get this broken hand?" Lin Sun frowned. "You are?" "My lord, this is Lord Lu Wenting, the quartermaster of our No. 7 military camp. He is in charge of the supplies of the military camp." The guard commander next to him quickly explained. Lin Sun said, "Is there something wrong with this broken hand?" Lu Wenting didn't care about Lin Sun's cold attitude. He shook his head and said, "No problem, but this broken hand seems to be from a strong dark barbarian royal family, which is very rare." Hiss, there was another sound of gasping. The nearby guards were all dumbfounded. A broken hand of a dark barbarian royal family? My God, did this young lord kill a strong dark barbarian royal family? They knew that the dark barbarian royal family was absolutely the top existence among assassins, just like the peerless talents among human practitioners. They were incredibly powerful. Such assassins were proficient in stealth and escaping skills. They were like natural kings in the shadows. Even a great practitioner of reincarnation development realm couldn't kill them, but now, a broken hand of a dark barbarian royal family was in front of him. Didn't this mean? They all looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun was stunned and said thoughtfully, "It turns out that the guy is a descendant of the dark barbarian royal family. No wonder he is so difficult to kill." He thought of the Shadow Man and couldn't help feeling a little depressed. What a pity. He almost killed that guy. After getting Lin Sun's confirmation, the guard leader and others were all stunned. It was true. "Young friend, you must be in urgent need of military merits, right? Please come with me." Lu Wenting seemed to attach great importance to the broken hand. Regardless of Lin Sun's origin, he directly wanted to take him to the barracks. All right. Lin Sun nodded and followed Lu Wenting to the barracks. Watching them leave, the guard leader and others all breathed a sigh of relief. They were still frightened that they almost offended a hidden killer just now. The barracks were brightly lit, and numerous buildings were arranged in neat rows along a mountain range. They were densely packed, yet they seemed to be in an orderly manner. As night fell, the barracks seemed to be very lively. Imperial practitioners could be seen everywhere. Each of them was extremely capable and had a unique iron-blooded evil spirit. This was the temperament that could only be honed by fighting for a long time. Ordinary practitioners didn't have it at all. Military supplies. Lu Wenting hurriedly arranged 2 subordinates to help Lin Sun count the spoils of war, while he picked up the broken hand and looked at it carefully. After a while, he raised his head with a strange expression and stared at Lin Sun, saying, "There is no doubt that this is indeed the broken hand of a descendant of the Dark Shadow royal family. Its palm pattern is branded with the totem of Shadow Sword belonging to the Dark Barbarian royal family. It can't be fake." But, as if knowing what Lu Wenting was going to ask, Lin Sun said directly, "He is not dead." Lu Wenting was disappointed and sighed, "That's right. How could such a peerless character be killed casually?" Lin Sun didn't explain. Although he was sure that he could kill the opponent, the guy was rescued in the end. Even if he explained, no one would believe him. However, Lu Wenting's reaction confirmed Lin Sun's previous speculation. The Grey Shadow Man was indeed a special character with an extraordinary background. "Your Excellency, the count is finished. There are a total of 19 senior magi and 216 strongmen. Adding them up, they can be classified as 1 second-class merit and 2 third-class merits." The 2 subordinates said respectfully. When they glanced at Lin Sun, they couldn't help feeling surprised. It seemed that they didn't expect that such a young man could get such merits. "No, we should also add the broken hand." Lu Wenting thought for a while and made a decision directly, "Let's count them as 2 second-class merits. By the way, I don't know your name and which military camp you come from." As he said, he looked at Lin Sun apologetically. He was so concerned about the broken hand that he forgot to ask about the origin of the young man in front of him. P.S. On the WeChat official account of Goldfish, Orange Melon app has organized a lucky draw. There are Apple 7 and some commemorative prizes. It seems that you can draw 3 times a day until the 15th. If you are interested, you can add me on WeChat. Open WeChat and search for the official account Xiaojinyu233 to add your followers. Lin Sun didn't care about being ignored because he knew Lu Wenting meant no harm. "This is my ID card." Lin Sun handed over a special bronze nameplate, on which the number 39 was written and the number 12 was written on the back. "Lin Sure, from Camp 39 of the Bloodthirsty Camp?" Lu Wenting took it and recognized Lin Sun immediately. He seemed to be enlightened. "No wonder you can hunt so many military merits. It turns out that you are a trainee of the Bloodthirsty Camp. Which year are you from? Who is the chief instructor?" "I entered the Bloodthirsty Camp 4 years ago. The chief instructor is Xianxia," Lin Sun said casually. Lu Wenting's eyes suddenly became strange and he said in surprise, 4 years ago? 4 years ago, you were just in the martial realm?" Lin Sun nodded. In 4 years, he broke through the Gang Spirit Realm and Sea Spirit Realm from the Martial Realm to the higher Tao Insight Realm. It was amazing." Lu Wenting was shocked. After a long silence, he sighed with emotion, "The younger generation will surpass the older. By the way, which camp are you from?" Lin Sun was stunned and said, "I just arrived at the bloodthirsty battlefield today." "What?" Lu Wenting lost his voice and his face changed completely as if he had heard something incredible. You said, you just arrived at the bloodthirsty battlefield today? Lin Sun frowned. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. This is my recommendation letter. Lin Sun took out a secret jade letter given to him by Zhao Tailai and handed it over. Lu Wenting opened it and was stunned. His face became more and more strange, with shock and doubt. It seemed that he had encountered a great problem. After a long time, he took a deep breath and looked at Lin Sun. It's late. Why don't I arrange a residence for you and talk about other things tomorrow? Lin Sun nodded and agreed. A moment later, in front of a row of stone houses on the hillside. Your Excellency Lin, most of the houses here are vacant. You can choose one at will as your residence. The attendant arranged by Lu Wenting led Lin Sun here and gave him a brief introduction. Then he left in a hurry, leaving Lin Sun confused. He had wanted to ask more about the camp, but unfortunately, the attendant had been tight-lipped from beginning to end. Lin Sun took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. He chose a stone house at random and pushed the door open. It was obvious that no one lived in this house. The table, the bed, and the various furnishings were all covered in dust. After a little cleaning, Lin Sun lay on the bed, but there were still many doubts in his mind, which made him not in the mood to cultivate. Camp 7, it seemed that this was not the only camp of the Empire in the bloodthirsty battlefield. There was also Lu Wenting. His behavior was too abnormal when he found out that he had arrived at the bloodthirsty battlefield today. There must be a reason behind it. After thinking for a while, Lin stood up and pushed the door open. He needed to find someone to ask about the basic situation of the camp, and he already had a candidate in mind. The commander of the guards in charge of guarding the watchtower. Bloodknife Tavern. When the guard commander, who called himself Old Huang, brought Lin Sun here, Lin Sun was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was such a place in the barracks. The tavern was very lively. Xianxia gathered in groups of 3 to 5, drinking and chatting. The atmosphere was noisy and chaotic. Your Excellency, it's a good place to chat, isn't it? Many practitioners in our barracks would come here to drink and vent after returning from the battlefield. Otherwise, the days of killing and death would be too monotonous and depressing. Anyone would collapse here. Old Huang sighed with emotion. He ordered a pot of wine and sat opposite Lin Sun to drink. The wine was specially brewed for practitioners. It tasted as sharp and strong as a knife. A pot of wine cost Lin Sun 30 points. The 2 second-class military merits he exchanged today only gave him 1,000 points in total. That was to say, a second-class military merit could be exchanged for 500 points. These points could be used to exchange for all kinds of materials, including the consumption in this tavern. I want to ask you something, Lin Sun said after some deliberation. Old Huang waved his hand at once. I dare not ask for advice. If I can help you, I promise to tell you everything I know. Lin Sun didn't beat around the bush and asked the question he was most concerned about. It's my first time to come to the bloodthirsty battlefield. What common sense do you think a newcomer like me should know first? Puff, the wine in Old Huang's mouth sprayed out at once. He choked and almost burst into tears. But he ignored it and looked at Lin Sun in astonishment. Are you kidding, Your Excellency? Kidding. Old Huang was an old man who had been through mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the bloodthirsty battlefield, but he had never seen such a newcomer. Could a newcomer cut off an arm of a descendant of the dark barbarian royal family? How could a newcomer cross the battlefield alone and arrive at the barracks safely? The scariest thing was that this newcomer had brought along a small mountain of luggage, which was filled with bloody military merits. Lin Sun tapped the table with his fingers casually and said with a faint smile, Do you think I'm kidding? Old Huang shook his head at once, but he was still a little shocked. He looked at Lin Sun with an unconcealable weirdness, which was exactly the same as Lu Wenting's. Lin Sun smiled at once. Old Huang's reaction made him realize that he had found the right person this time. Under Lin Sun's intentional guidance, Lin Sun soon got a lot of information from Old Huang. It turned out that the bloodthirsty battlefield was like a plane of war isolated from the world. There were 8 barracks of the Empire stationed here, each of which was garrisoned by an elite army of practitioners of the Empire. A life-death realm king was in charge of the war affairs in the barracks. In addition, there were many teams of rogue practitioners in the barracks. They risked their lives to come here for nothing more than to exchange some military merits for the wealth they needed. Most of these rogue practitioners were organized by aristocratic families. Some were strong, some were weak, and they were scattered. They often acted in groups and went to the battlefield to hunt enemies. Of course, there were also some tough ones who acted alone. The most important thing was that the bloodthirsty battlefield would open the passageway to the Empire every 3 years. Only at this time could the practitioners of the Empire in the bloodthirsty battlefield have the opportunity to communicate with the Empire and ask for assistance or replenishment of military supplies. Now, there was still half a year before the passageway to the Empire opened in the bloodthirsty battlefield, but Lin Sun suddenly came here today, which naturally seemed very abnormal. I see. Lin Sun finally understood that he was specially taken care of by Zhao Tailai. He also knew the reason why Lu Wenting and Huang were shocked. Every time the channel is opened, it means the activation of a giant teleportation array that can cross realms. The consumption of high-rank spirit crystals alone is an astronomical figure. With the financial resources of the Empire, we can only ensure that it is activated once every 3 years. Huang sighed with emotion, but the way he looked at Lin Sun became more and more strange. If this young man really came to the bloodthirsty battlefield today, didn't it mean that the Empire opened a passageway especially for him? That was incredible. When I came here, I used the transmission formation set up by the sages in the ancient times, which can only be used by one person. Lin Sun explained casually. Even so, Huang still realized that Lin Sun's identity must not be simple. Otherwise, how could the Empire make an exception to send him to the bloodthirsty battlefield alone? So, you haven't got any news from the Empire in the past 2.5 years? Lin Sun suddenly asked. Well, it should be so. Unless there is a great change, the bloodthirsty battlefield and the Empire can only communicate once every 3 years. Huang nodded. 2.5 years ago, Lin Sun pondered. At that time, it seemed that I had just entered the Forbidden City for less than half a year. I had just been certified as a spiritual tattooist and attended the 300th birthday party of the Empress. Doesn't it mean that almost no one in the bloodthirsty battlefield knows what I have done in the past 2.5 years? Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. That's good. The less news about me, the safer I will be. Huang, have you heard about the Master of Heart Cleansing Peak? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Huang was stunned. The Master of Heart Cleansing Peak? What the hell is that? Lin Sun burst into laughter. Senior Huang was even more bewildered. This young man before him is too strange, and he's filled with mysteriousness. No matter what, he's surely an extraordinary great figure. Otherwise, how could he possibly be sent to the bloodthirsty battlefield all by himself today? Such treatment was not something that just anyone could enjoy. General, I have something urgent to report. Lu Wenting took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then knocked on the closed door in front of him. Come in. The door opened silently. The room was not big, but it was very clean and tidy. At this moment, a solemn middle-aged man with black hair, thick eyebrows, and tiger-like eyes was sitting at the desk. Even though he was sitting down, he still had the aura of a dragon and a tiger. He was General Xianxia, the ruler of Camp 7 of the Empire. He was a decisive and domineering life-death realm king. General, a strange young man came to our camp today. Lu Wenting took the initiative to tell everything about Lin Sun before Xianxia asked. He specially pointed out that Lin Sun would arrive at the bloodthirsty battlefield today. Xianxia didn't care much about it at first. Even when he heard that Lin Sun cut off the arm of a dark barbarian prince, he just raised his eyebrows slightly. But when he learned that Lin Sun would arrive today, Xianxia suddenly straightened his back. At that moment, he was like a mountain rising from the ground and piercing into the sky, giving people a kind of oppressive aura that assaulted their faces. Alone? Xianxia asked, his eyes overflowing with divine light. Lu Wenting handed over the secret letter. This is the recommendation letter of Bloodthirsty King. Please have a look. Xianxia took it and looked at it. His eyes were slightly fixed at first, and then his dark eyebrows suddenly frowned. There was only one sentence in the secret letter: be fair and don't need special treatment. Gazing at the handwriting on the secret letter for a long time, Xianxia finally couldn't hold back and asked, Wenting, what do you think the bloodthirsty chieftain meant? Lu Wenting also felt a headache. He said hesitantly, judging from the situation, this young man is not simple. That's why he was sent to the bloodthirsty battlefield alone. Xianxia interrupted, I'm asking what the bloodthirsty chieftain meant. Lu Wenting frowned, General, you're putting me in a difficult position. The bloodthirsty chieftain is unfathomable. How can a subordinate like me guess what he's thinking? Xianxia frowned even more. He slapped the table and muttered, damn it, he said he wouldn't be given special treatment. But who dares to do that? The old bastard bloodthirsty chieftain is so annoying. He just said that and it's over. But now he's giving me a headache. Old bastard, Lu Wenting's eyes widened. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Perhaps only the general in front of him dared to call the bloodthirsty chieftain an old bastard. General, in my opinion, this young man must be extraordinary. That's why the bloodthirsty chieftain sent him to the bloodthirsty battlefield alone. Since the bloodthirsty chieftain said to handle things fairly for this young man, then we'll just follow his orders. Lu Wenting carefully chose his words, of course, although we won't give special treatment to this young man, we still have to pay attention to his safety when necessary, in case something happens to him and we can't explain it to the bloodthirsty chieftain in the future. Xianxia rubbed between his eyebrows and sighed, that's the only way. The old bastard left the bloodthirsty battlefield several years ago. It's okay that he's not here, but now he sends a young man here to make things difficult for me. What a bastard. Speaking of this, he seemed to realize something and asked, have you ever asked him what he wants to do in the bloodthirsty battlefield? Lu Wenting shook his head and said helplessly, I was so shocked at that time that I didn't have the mood to ask about this. How about I ask him tomorrow? After pondering for a while, Xianxia waved his hand and said, forget it. There's no need to ask about it. As long as he doesn't make any big trouble in the bloodthirsty battlefield, we'll turn a blind eye to it. I'm busy fighting with the kings of the voodoo barbarian bastards every day. I have no time to pay attention to that boy. Lu Wenting nodded. Indeed, for a general like Xianxia who was in charge of a camp, he indeed didn't have the energy to pay attention to a young man who had been sent here out of the blue. Of course, keep an eye on his movements. He can have an accident or even die, but he can never die in my territory. Xianxia added. Although his words were harsh, Lu Wenting knew that because of the secret letter from the bloodthirsty king, Lin Shi'er would not get any real special care, but Lu Wenting could not help but care about his safety. Lu Wenting couldn't help murmuring, this guy is really a hot potato. There are 8 camps in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Why did he come to our camp? If only we could send him to another camp, then we wouldn't be in such a dilemma, Xianxia's eyes lit up like a torch, send him away? That's feasible. But let's observe him for a while first. As long as he doesn't make trouble, I, a general of the empire, can't tolerate a young man. Lu Wenting smiled knowingly, General is right. It's good if he doesn't make trouble. If he does, we can only send this hot potato to the generals of other camps. How can you talk like that? Xianxia glared at him, but in the end, he couldn't help laughing. Lin Sun didn't know that his sudden arrival gave a general and a quartermaster in charge of supplies a headache and entanglement. He was still talking with old Huang at the moment. Although it was late at night, the Bloodthirsty Blade Tavern was getting more and more lively. Imperial practitioners gathered here, each of them fierce and ruthless. They were drinking and chatting noisily with each other. Old Huang was also drunk. His face and nose were red, and his eyes were blurred. Lin Sun ordered 3 pots of wine in a row, and put most of them into old Huang's stomach. Your Excellency, do you know that I've been in this damn bloodthirsty battlefield for 5 years? 5 years. My companions have changed one after another. Some are familiar, some are strange. Until now, I've almost forgotten who I should remember. Others say that it's a miracle that I haven't died in 5 years. But I know that I'm just afraid of death. So, every time I fight, I try my best not to die. That's why I'm lucky to survive until now, but it's too painful to live like this. Every day when I wake up, the first thought I have is how to survive today. Who the hell cares about the future? Alas, there's nothing I can do. This is the bloodthirsty battlefield. Death happens all the time. Perhaps one day, I will also. Old Huang said intermittently. Then he was completely drunk. His head fell on the table and he fell asleep. Lin Sun sat alone and drank by himself. He looked calm, but he thought of Zhao Tailai's exhortations more than once. Remember, you must survive. At that time, Zhao Tailai's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Survive, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. He looked at the drunk old Huang beside him and the practitioners of the empire who were drinking and laughing freely in the tavern. He kept silent for a long time and drank up the wine in the pot. Old Huang was an extremely fierce practitioner in Tao Insight realm. But when he was drunk, he looked so helpless and painful. This made Lin Sun realize that life in the bloodthirsty battlefield was far more cruel and terrible than he had imagined. Late at night, when Lin Sun returned to his residence and was about to push the door open, he heard a sad voice. In the far distance, a figure was kneeling in front of a stone house and talking to himself in a suppressed sob, as if he was afraid of disturbing others. Brother, I will avenge you. I won't leave the bloodthirsty battlefield until I kill all the voodoo barbarian bastards. It was a woman with short hair that reached her ears, a thin and robust figure, and an extremely explosive and wild aura. However, at this moment, her expression carried a wisp of sorrow while her eyes were red and flickered with tears. What are you looking at? I'll dig out your eyes if you look at me again. Noticing Lin Sun's gaze, the woman immediately stood up and glared at Lin Sun fiercely. Her temperament became fierce and threatening. Lin Sun didn't get angry. He just said, I'm sorry for your loss. Then he pushed the door and walked into his room. The woman stood in the darkness, clearly startled. Then, she snorted, turned around, and left. The next morning, Lin Sun woke up from meditation before dawn. I've consumed 49 high-level spiritual crystals in one practice. If it goes on like this, even if I have the opportunity to break through the realm, it will be useless. Lin Sun frowned. Beside him, there was a pile of glittering crystal powder, which was the spiritual crystals consumed in one night's practice. In the past, Lin Sun wouldn't care about this at all. But in the bloodthirsty battlefield where spiritual energy was exhausted, Lin Sun had to focus more on how to earn and save spiritual crystals. What troubled Lin Sun most was that his cultivation had reached the mastery of the middle realm of Tao Insight, and it was only one step away from breaking through the upper realm. But Lin Sun knew that without the support of a large number of high-level spiritual crystals, this step was doomed to be more difficult than climbing up to the sky. Well, I'll focus on practicing martial arts and spiritual power during this period. It's not too late to think about breaking through when I earn enough spiritual crystals. Lin Sun took a deep breath and made a decision. In terms of spiritual cultivation, he had reached the second realm of meditating magic, moon transformation, and there was still a long way to go before breaking through. In the case of insufficient spiritual power, it was a very good choice to concentrate on refining the power of the divine soul. Similarly, Lin Sun still had some secret methods that he hadn't completely mastered in martial arts cultivation. For example, Lin Sun had only mastered the first 4 secret methods of 9 changes of Dragons of Calamity, namely Ice Dragon Step, Negative Bump, Swanee Seal and Mighty Lower Prohibition. He had yet to comprehend and control the secret technique inheritance from the 5th to the 9th transformation. In addition, although Lin Sun had completely mastered RFS, moon-grabbing movement and sun-burning movement of Tianyuan saber play, he knew that they were just the first half of the secret methods of Tianyuan saber play. In other words, there was a more powerful inheritance in the second part of Tianyuan saber play. It was a pity that Lin Sun only got the first part in the heaven accessing place. As for when he could get the second part, he was not sure. Like Tianyuan saber play, Lin Sun mainly practiced only the first part of Spirit Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture, which recorded the cultivation methods of the 5 realms from martial realm to reincarnation development realm. Based on this speculation, the second part of Spirit Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture must contain the supreme cultivation methods of life and death realm. Unfortunately, Lin Sun failed to get the second part of Spirit Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture. When I break through the realm of Tao meaning in water, I can go to the heaven accessing place again. I hope I can get the second part of Tianyuan saber play and the second part of Spirit Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture at that time, Lin Sun murmured. Even he himself couldn't guarantee this. The heaven accessing place was too mysterious. Now he was the top king of Tao Insight realm, no longer the ignorant rookie he used to be. But it was because the more he knew, the more Lin Sun realized the mystery and inconceivability of the heaven accessing place. At least until now, Lin Sun had never heard of any treasure in the world that could have such a magical effect as the heaven accessing place. It was absolutely against the natural order. Pushing the door open, Lin Sun immediately saw the strong, ferocious and wild woman he saw last night walking towards him from the street not far away. Lin Sun nodded out of politeness. When he was about to leave, the woman suddenly came over and stopped in front of Lin Sun. She had wheat-colored skin, and the contours of her face seemed to be chiseled by a knife and axe, showing a kind of wild and fierce beauty. At this moment, her almond-shaped eyes were slightly narrowed and shining. Staring at Lin Sun's cheek for a moment, she suddenly stretched out her slender fingertips, lifted Lin Sun's chin, and said, "Toy boy, you are new here, right? My name is Abi. I will protect you in the future. If you have any trouble, you can tell me my name." After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Her footsteps were agile and vigorous, and her light millet-colored short hair fluttered in the morning breeze, giving her an indescribably unique elegance. Lin Sun was stunned and couldn't help laughing. This woman looked fierce, but she was actually cold on the outside and warm on the inside. But, why did he become a gigolo? Touching his cheeks, Lin Sun felt inexplicably happy. Even though the sky was not bright yet, Camp 7 was already bustling with activity, and there was a constant hubbub. Elite Imperial Xianxia troops were summoned one after another. Armed with weapons, they gathered on the drill ground in strict discipline. Then, led by their respective commanders, they boarded the various warships of the Empire and left the barracks amidst deafening explosions. Lin Sun noticed that among those warships, there were large Imperial Mighty battleships, medium Imperial Eagle battleships and small Ziying battleships. They flew at a low altitude like floating continents, whistling towards the vast battlefield in the distance. The scene was extremely spectacular. At the same time, many individual practitioners gathered in groups of 3 or 5, calling their companions, carrying all kinds of weapons and luggage, ready to go. Compared to the regular army, they were like numerous groups of hunters' alliances, and they were guerrilla forces. Moreover, their objective was very pure, and it was to hunt their enemies and obtain spoils of war to exchange for the wealth they needed. As the saying went, seeking wealth came from danger. Those who dared to take risks in the bloodthirsty battlefield were almost all ruthless characters. None of them was ordinary. What was more, ordinary practitioners could not survive in the bloodthirsty battlefield at all. In the supply department. "I want to know some tasks about me." When he saw Lu Wenting, Lin Sun directly told his purpose. Lu Wenting was stunned. Yesterday, he was still wondering what this young man, sent here by the bloodthirsty king, was going to do. He didn't expect that Lin Sun would take the initiative to ask about this early in the morning. "You want me to arrange tasks for you?" Lu Wenting asked, as if he couldn't believe it. Lin Sun nodded, looking very frank and calm. But Lu Wenting felt a headache. He was so confused that he couldn't go any further. Arrange tasks for this boy. If something went wrong, who could bear the consequences? But if he ignored him, he would embarrass Lin Sun, which was also inappropriate. What should he do? Lu Wenting frowned and struggled for a long time, and he couldn't help but ask in the end. Young Master Lin, I want to ask, what are you skilled in?" Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "Go to the battlefield to kill enemies or refine weapons." "Forging?" Lu Wenting's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What did this kid mean? Could it be that he also heard something and wanted to go to the ordnance area to earn military merits? In the barracks of the bloodthirsty battlefield, spiritual tattooists who were good at refining and repairing damaged weapons were undoubtedly the most popular. Because there were fierce battles on the battlefield every day, every spiritual tattooist had endless tasks to take on. Of course, no matter how busy and tired a spiritual tattooist was, it was an extremely lucrative job in the eyes of outsiders. They could earn endless military exploits just by sitting still. However, the ordnance area was the core of the camp. Under normal circumstances, no one was allowed to interfere with the matters there. This was also to ensure that the spiritual tattooists in the ordnance area could concentrate on refining weapons and provide equipment for each practitioner in time. "No, I can't let this boy make trouble there. His identity is special. If he makes trouble in the ordnance area, he will inevitably disturb the normal order there. But I can't blame him for punishing him. In this way, the situation will get worse. Lu Wenting thought for a while and directly denied the idea of letting Lin Sun go to the ordnance area to find work. The ordnance area has been full for a long time, and all kinds of positions have been filled. Lu Wenting showed an embarrassed look. Oh, in this case, can you arrange some tasks for me to kill enemies? I need to earn some military merits. Lin Sun was not disappointed and looked very calm. Seeing that Lin Sun was so easy to talk to, Lu Wenting secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this was tantamount to refusing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It should be noted that Lin Sun was the youngest teenage spiritual tattooist in the empire, and he had successfully refined the world-famous Shattering Sorrow. Moreover, Zhao Jingxuan's 9 Dragons Cauldron was also made by Lin Sun. Even the damaged spiritual tattoo Sword of Apocalypse in the hands of the Empress was repaired by Lin Sun. If such a teenage spiritual tattooist worked in the ordnance area of Camp 7, the benefits would be absolutely beyond imagination. Lu Wenting didn't know all this. In his mind, he subconsciously thought that Lin Sun was like a spoiled brat who was thrown here by the bloodthirsty king to gild. If he knew all of this, his intestines would probably turn green with regret. Of course, there were some benefits to not knowing. At least now Lu Wenting was very happy that Lin Sun could cooperate with him so much. But immediately, he had a headache again. Killing enemies? What if he sent this boy to the battlefield to fight with the voodoo barbarian bastards and something happened? Not to mention Lu Wenting, even Sun Lai, the general in charge of Camp 7, would have to face the anger of the bloodthirsty king. Lu Wenting wrinkled his face as if he had got constipation. He thought to himself, damn it, this boy is really a restless hot potato. He just arrived at the bloodthirsty battlefield yesterday and didn't know the situation, but he began to be eager to make trouble. Isn't he just making things difficult for me? What? Is there any problem? Lin Sun frowned. Lu Wenting was too fussy. Couldn't he, a big shot in charge of military supplies, arrange a little task? This hot potato began to express his dissatisfaction. Lu Wenting's heart trembled. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took Lin Sun personally to arrange a task to kill enemies. Child Lin, please come with me. Starfrost Mercenary Regiment. There were only 9 people in the whole mercenary regiment. The leader was Hu Tong, a seasoned overmatch who had fought countless battles in the bloodthirsty battlefield. At the same time, Hu Tong was also a famous great practitioner of reincarnation development realm in Camp 7. He had been fighting in the bloodthirsty battlefield for 16 years. In this incomparably cruel battlefield where death occurred every day, surviving for 16 years without dying was in itself a kind of powerful performance. Our task this time is to go to the Tiger Canyon, which is 1,300 kilometers away from the camp. There is a voodoo barbarian force stationed there. Our goal is to kill all of them and take away the meteorite star steel, a special product of the Tiger Canyon. Completing this task will get you 2 second-class merits and 6 third-class merits, which can be exchanged for 1,600 points in total. This is not a very dangerous task, but the journey is a little long. If we hurry up, we can return to the camp before dark. Does anyone have any objection? Hu Tong's voice was rough, but his words were sonorous and powerful. He was thin with a weather-beaten face, but there was a sense of firmness and calmness between his eyebrows. At first glance, one could tell that he was a seasoned and extremely experienced person. No. The other members of the Starfrost Mercenary Regiment all shook their heads. They had absolute confidence in Hu Tong, which was honed by years of going through trials and tribulations together. In that case, let's go at once. Hu Tong waved his hand. However, when they just arrived at the gate of the camp, Hu Tong was stopped by Lu Wenting, who had been waiting there for a long time. His Excellency Lu? Hu Tong was a little surprised. He stopped at once and cupped his hands in obeisance, showing great respect. He knew that this old man, who was in charge of the military supplies of the 7th camp, was actually a powerful figure despite his ordinary appearance. No one dared to offend him. The reason was very simple. Whether it was the practitioners in the official army of the empire or the rogue cultivators alliance like Hu Tong, they had to go to the military supplies department as long as they wanted to exchange for military merits. And Lu Wenting was the head of the military supplies department. If he was unhappy, the number of military merits he could exchange for would be much less, and the key was that he could not get any good task in the future. At this moment, Lu Wenting seemed very reserved and said, "Are you going to the Tiger Canyon this time?" "Yes." Hu Tong nodded. "What can I do for you, His Excellency Lu?" "Take him with you," Lu Wenting said and pointed to Lin Sun next to him. His words were calm, but there was a sense of irrefutability. Obviously, this old guy had done this more than once. He seemed to be very familiar with it and was very experienced. He didn't even bother to talk nonsense. "No." Before Hu Tong opened his mouth, a slender and quite handsome man in a silver robe opened his mouth. He seemed to be a little dissatisfied and frowned. "We, the Starfrost mercenary group, have never taken outsiders with us. Yes, at first glance, I can tell that the boy is a rookie who knows nothing. At first glance, I can tell that he is here to get military merits. We don't want to take such a burden with us." Suddenly, many members of the Starfrost mercenary group opened their mouths to express their rejection and resistance. Lin Sun was silent, but he looked at Lu Wenting as if to say, "Is this the task you arranged for me?" Lu Wenting motioned Lin Sun to calm down, and then turned his head to look at Hu Tong and others. His old face darkened, and he said expressionlessly, "If you have any objection, then forget it." After that, he was about to leave. Hu Tong immediately stepped forward, pulled Lu Wenting away, and whispered to him. At the same time, Lin Sun was also a little surprised to see an acquaintance. "What a coincidence, Miss Abi, you are here too." Not far away, Abi, who was strong and thin, beautiful and wild, had been thinking about something and didn't notice Lin Sun. So when she saw Lin Sun at this moment, she was obviously stunned and said, "It's you, the gigolo?" Lin Sun's face darkened. Why did this woman think that he was a gigolo? "Abi, do you know him?" The silver-robed man who spoke before frowned more and more, and looked at Lin Sun with undisguised disdain and disgust. "Yes, I just met him." Abi nodded. "Abi, I advise you not to pay attention to this person in the future. He is not only a gigolo but also an ignorant and incompetent playboy. He only uses his identity to fish for other people's military merits. This kind of person is the blood-sucking worm of the empire, which is disdainful." Knowing that Abi had just met Lin Sun, the silver-robed man became more and more impolite, with undisguised contempt in his words. Seeing that Lin Sun was with Lu Wenting and wanted to join their mission, he subconsciously thought that Lin Sun must be a playboy from some aristocratic family who came here to gain military exploits. How unsightly he was! As soon as the silver-robed man's voice fell, there was a burst of laughter in the field. The members of the Starfrost Mercenary Corps were all characters who had been honed in the bloodthirsty battlefield. They had survived to the present by relying on their own abilities. Naturally, they were not afraid of any aristocratic children. Of course, they did not dare to offend such characters too much. After all, they still had to rely on big shots like Lu Wenting to make a living. Therefore, when they laughed, they did not continue to fan the flames and deliberately find fault. Even so, Lin Sun still frowned. He knew that the other party had misunderstood, but even so, the silver-robed man's words were too harsh. "It's none of your business." Before Lin Sun could speak, Abi said with some displeasure. The silver-robed man was stunned. "Abi, don't you see that this boy is a leech? How can you be friends with such a person? Who are you calling a leech?" Unknowingly, Lu Wenting had returned with a frosty expression. "I." The silver-robed man was still dissatisfied, but Hu Tong glared at him fiercely. He dared not say anything more and closed his mouth resentfully. "Humph." Lu Wenting snorted coldly, and then said to Hu Tong, "Remember what you promised." "I don't want anything to go wrong." Hu Tong nodded solemnly. Obviously, some kind of agreement had been reached between them. "Child Lin, everything has been arranged properly. I wish you a smooth trip and a fruitful return," Lu Wenting said with a smile. How could Lu Wenting not be happy that he had finally arranged this hot potato? "Thank you very much." Lin Sun nodded with the attitude of taking things as they came. "Let's go." With Hu Tong's order, a shabby treasure ship rose into the air, carrying Lin Sun and the members of the Starfrost Mercenary Corps, left the camp, and flew away. This treasure ship was extremely shabby, but it was extremely stable. It flew at a low altitude as if it was on the ground. Its speed was not fast, but it was not slow either. Moving in the bloodthirsty battlefield, the sky was like a forbidden land. Flying over it would encounter unpredictable risks. However, it was only flying at a low altitude, so there was no threat to his life. Lin Sun was silent all the way. He could feel that, except for Abi, the others were a little repulsed and alienated from him. The reason he was willing to form a group with them was none other than because he wanted to see how Hu Tong and the others, who were veterans of the bloodthirsty battlefield, fought and slaughtered. This was crucial. As a newcomer, Lin only had a smattering of knowledge about the bloodthirsty battlefield. But Hu Tong and the others were all experienced veterans and had much to learn from them. Along the way, Lin Sun found that although the members of the Frost Star group seemed to be unruly, they all had their own duties. Some were keeping watch, some were preparing the supplies for the battle, and some were analyzing and arranging the specific details of this operation. On the other hand, Hu Tong commanded all of this like a wise and steady commander. Lin Sun more or less learned a lot about the bloodthirsty battlefield through their chats and inadvertently revealed information in their words. This was a form of learning. Lin Sun knew very well that what he needed at present was a kind of experience about the bloodthirsty battlefield. Only by mastering these could he live longer in the bloodthirsty battlefield. The only thing that made Lin Sun frown was that Lu Wen's attitude had been very bad since he joined the team. Lu Wen, the silver-robed man, was in the middle realm of Tao insight at a young age. In the Empire, he could be regarded as an outstanding figure of the young generation. Moreover, he had experienced many battles in the bloodthirsty battlefield, so his strength could not be underestimated. He was much stronger than ordinary practitioners, which seemed to make him extremely conceited and proud. Although Lin Sun was silent and low-key enough, it seemed that the more he did so, the more fearless Lu Wen was. Along the way, he provoked Lin Sun with disdain and contempt from time to time. Seeing that Lin Sun ignored him, he deliberately said some sarcastic words, such as imperial blood-sucking worm, ugly second generation, and so on. No matter how good-tempered Lin Sun was, he couldn't help frowning. What did this guy think he was? A target of humiliation? Don't pay attention to him. Suddenly, Abai said, as long as you can't stand it, his provocation will succeed, and then he will take the opportunity to teach you a lesson. Abai, what are you talking about? Why am I the bad guy? Lu Wen looked a little annoyed. If you want to prove that you are not a bad guy, shut your mouth. Abai looked at him coldly, not afraid of Lu Wen at all. Well, let's each make a concession. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little stiff, other members began to persuade each other, but they looked at Lin Sun with more and more repulsive eyes. Obviously, they all thought that Lin Sun's sudden joining had destroyed the harmonious atmosphere between them. Boy, I don't care who you are. Since you want to follow us to get some military merits, you'd better behave yourself. Lu Wen stood up with a touch of disdain in his eyes, and his words were full of warning and threat. Then he turned around and walked out of the cabin. Alas, I really don't know why the boss agreed to let a playboy join us. I hope he won't make trouble for us, otherwise, we will be in big trouble. Trouble? Humph, on the bloodthirsty battlefield, countless young men from aristocratic families die every day. If he dares to make trouble, he is doomed to have a bad end. Some other members got up one after another and talked as they left the cabin. Their words were full of exclusion, disgust and threat, which were obviously said to Lin Sun. Soon, only Lin Sun and Abai were left in the cabin. No matter how good-tempered Lin Sun was, there was a touch of gloominess between his eyebrows. Before coming to the bloodthirsty battlefield, who dared to talk to him like this in the whole Forbidden City? You have just come to the Camp 7 and suddenly join us. It is inevitable that you will be ridiculed and treated coldly. But don't be angry. They are just complaining, not deliberately targeting you. Abai next to him said. She was swift and fierce, full of wild temperament, but she also had a woman's delicate mind. Lin Sun sighed, I don't think so. At least I'm sure that if I give Lu Wen a chance, he will never mind giving me a hard blow. Abai raised her eyebrows, thought for a while, and finally shook her head. Well, let's not talk about this. You stay with me all the way. I won't let anything happen to you. Why do you do this? Aren't you worried about being implicated by me and making others dissatisfied with you? Lin Sun asked with interest. Abai snorted, I said this morning that I would protect you. How can I change my mind in a blink of an eye? This is not my style. After a pause, she whispered, don't tell others about what happened last night. What? Lin Sun was stunned. In fact, he knew that Abai was afraid of others knowing that she knelt and cried last night. Have you forgotten? Abai was surprised. I can't remember, so there is nothing to tell others. What do you think? Lin Sun blinked and said with a smile. Abai burst into laughter, and then glared at Lin Sun, saying, if you continue to be glib, I will pull out your tongue. After saying that, she couldn't help laughing again. She suddenly found that this toy boy's words were quite interesting. By the way, don't call me toy boy in the future. It's too unpleasant. Just call me Lin the 12th. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, Lin the 12th? Yes. It doesn't sound good. It's not as good as calling me toy boy. Lin Sun was speechless. Did changing a name have to be so particular about whether it was pleasant or not? Boss, I need an explanation. Why did you take that kid with you? Can't you see that this kid is a bloodsucker who snatches military merits? In another room of the cabin, Lu Wen was furious. He came with some members to express his dissatisfaction. Lu Wen, pay attention to your words. Hu Tong frowned and scolded in a deep voice. I know there is a problem with my attitude, but I just can't stand it. Why should the military merits that we risked our lives to hunt be divided up by such an ignorant and incompetent second generation? Lu Wen said angrily. Lu Wen. Hu Tong's face darkened, don't talk nonsense with me. Aren't you just feeling uncomfortable because you see that the kid has a good relationship with Abai? The other members looked at each other and were silent. They all knew that Lu Wen had always been in love with Abai and regarded her as his exclusive property. Naturally, he couldn't tolerate others touching her. If the young man didn't know Abai, Lu Wen's attitude might be better. However, Abai seemed to take care of the young man, which made Lu Wen's attitude better. Boss. I'm thinking for all of us. How can you mention something irrelevant? Lu Wen was very unhappy and still stubborn. Well, since you want a reason, I'll tell you. Hu Tong said in a deep voice, the reason why I agreed to this matter is that Lord Lu promised that as long as we take young Master Lin with us, the military merits obtained for this mission will be doubled directly. What? Those members all gasped and looked shocked. If their military merits for this mission were doubled, wouldn't it go from 1,600 points to 3,200 points at once? This was equivalent to completing 2 missions of the same specifications. Was there such a good thing in this world? All of a sudden, those members realized that young Master Lin's identity was absolutely not simple, since Lu Wenting, who was in charge of military supplies, could make such a promise. Even if he was a complete playboy, he was also a playboy with an extremely powerful background. Even Lu Wen was stunned for a while, and his lips twitched imperceptibly. After a long time, he still seemed unwilling and said angrily, just because of some military merits, we have to associate with an imperial blood-sucking worm? Boss, you once said that you despise this kind of person the most. Hu Tong also seemed to be a little sullen and said coldly, yes, I really despise this kind of person, but if I don't agree, it is equivalent to offending Lu Wenting. In this case, do you think we won't be troubled in Camp 7 in the future? It can be said that a word from Lu Wenting can make us not get any mission. At that time, none of us can exchange for military merits. Hu Tong's barrage of words silenced the other members. Only Lu Wen's face was livid. He was still indignant and hated Lin more and more. He thought that all this was caused by this ignorant and incompetent playboy. Remember, in this action, it doesn't matter if the mission fails, but you must ensure that young Master Lin returns to the camp safely. Hu Tong took a deep breath, and his voice was decisive and unquestionable. Other members all understood that young Master Lin's identity must be extremely special, so he could be so valued. This made them feel disgusted in their hearts, and they couldn't help but sigh that people's lives were really different. Such a playboy could get all kinds of care at will, and even Lu Wenting, who was in charge of military supplies, had to treat him with courtesy. But these people could only rely on desperate fighting to get military merits, which could be exchanged for wealth. In contrast, the difference between the two was obvious. Anyone would feel very depressed. Especially Lu Wen, who almost gnashed his teeth. Why, just because he was a hedonistic son of a rich family with an extraordinary background, he could receive such treatment. Even a Bai was speaking for him. Why, was it also because of the boy's identity that a Bai also treated him differently? Hateful, Lu Wen suppressed his inner anger. He was afraid that he couldn't control himself and would immediately kill the hateful toy boy. In the next room, Lin Sun, who was chatting with a Bai, didn't know that in the eyes of outsiders, he had become a heinous, disgusting and disdainful playboy. 2 hours later, the treasure ship landed on the ground. Under the leadership of Hu Tong, people filed out. At the same time, a member of the Star Frost mercenary group, who was as tall as a hill, neatly hid the treasure ship in a ravine. Many decayed bones and rocks were deposited in the ravine. The treasure ship was hidden in it, which looked like a scrap and was very inconspicuous. If we go further, we will reach the dangerous area. We will encounter many teams sent by voodoo barbarian bastards. It's not suitable to fly by treasure ship. A Bai explained casually. Lin Sun looked around. The world was gloomy and covered with grey haze. He didn't need to perceive it all to feel a bloody and rancid smell coming to his face, which was depressing. The mountains were vast, barren. The earth was covered with smoke and dust, and the sky was covered with grey haze. It was like an abandoned war-torn land. Without saying much, under the leadership of Hu Tong, people swept forward all the way. Lin Sun noticed that the members of the Star Frost mercenary group all looked vigilant and cautious, like vigilant and experienced hunters. Some were exploring the way ahead, and some were observing the terrain and analyzing the route. Each of them performed their duties and cooperated with each other very tacitly. Even Lu Wen, who had always disliked Lin Sun, kept silent. He held a pair of red sabers in his hands, and his whole body was full of qi, like a top bow that would break out at any time. When Lin Sun noticed the weapon in a Bai's hand, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was an extremely ferocious hammer, dark gray, with dense spiritual tattoos flashing on it, releasing a strong evil spirit. Such a huge hammer was casually carried by a Bai like an embroidery needle, giving people a strong visual impact. However, Lin Sun didn't pay attention to this. As a famous young grandmaster of spiritual tattoos in the empire, he could almost see at a glance that the hammer in a Bai's hand had long been damaged. The dense spiritual tattoos on it were dim, and its power was at least reduced by about 40%. What's wrong? A Bai noticed Lin Sun's gaze. Why don't you change your weapon? Lin Sun asked. As soon as these words came out, a disdainful voice sounded, "Young master is a young master, you don't know the suffering of the people. Do you think a Bai doesn't want to exchange? You don't understand at all. If independent cultivators like us want to exchange for a suitable treasure in the bloodthirsty battlefield, it requires a great amount of military merits, and it's not something that just anyone can exchange for." The person who spoke was Xianxia, and he was also a member of the Starfrost mercenary group. His figure was lean, his skin was bronze, and there was a deep scar on the tip of his brows. His bearing was like that of a hawk, cold, fierce, and terrifying. Other people nearby also disdained and ridiculed him. Lin's performance made them more certain that he was a pampered playboy who lived a luxurious life and knew nothing. Lin Sun ignored them and said to Abi, "It won't take long for your treasure to be completely ruined. If you trust me, I'll help you repair it when we return to the barracks." You? Abi was taken aback. When the others heard this, they immediately stopped mocking him, and their expressions became complicated. At this moment, they suddenly realized that even if Child Lin didn't know anything, he could get special treatment that they couldn't get as long as he opened his mouth. This could be seen from the attitude of Lu Wenting, the quartermaster. For this kind of young master who could make Lu Wenting try his best to flatter and take care of him, not to mention helping Bai repair the treasure, even helping Bai to replace a new treasure, it seemed to be no problem for him. "Bai, don't you know that Child Lin can let the spiritual tattooist in the ordnance area completely repair the weapon in your hand with just one word?" Yang Xiong said sourly. Others were also silent, and their mood became more and more complicated, with envy and helplessness. People really couldn't be compared with each other. Child Lin might be very unbearable and useless, but his identity was special. He could do what they couldn't do casually with just a word. This was undoubtedly very depressing, but it couldn't be helped. This was the reality. However, they all misunderstood. How could Lin Sun, a spiritual tattooist, find someone else to help Abai repair the treasure? Wasn't this a slap in the face? However, Lin Sun didn't explain it. He didn't need to explain it to those who were hostile and rejected him, which was no different from degrading himself. Before Abai could speak, Lu Wen suddenly approached and said with a gloomy face, "No, when I go back this time I will help Abai change a new weapon. Child Lin, you don't have to worry about it." After saying that, he also stared at Lin Sun coldly, which was a silent warning and threat, as if to say that if you dare to touch Abai again, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and didn't speak. Abai frowned and said coldly, "Lu Wen, how many times have I said that I will solve my own affairs? You don't need to intervene." This sentence made Lu Wen's handsome face suddenly red, and he looked a little embarrassed. He was kind enough to help, but was refused by Abai in public, which made his face a little embarrassed. However, he didn't dare to be angry at Abai, so he blamed all his anger on Lin Sun and hated Lin Sun more and more. From his point of view, the change in Abai's attitude towards him was entirely because of this ignorant and incompetent pretty boy who was spurned by others. Lu Wen snorted coldly and turned away. Before leaving, he glanced at Lin Sun coldly, as if to say, "You wait and see." Lin Sun smiled and looked calm, but his black eyes were full of coldness. He was provoked again and again. Did he really think that Lin Sun was a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will? Then, wait and see. Angry? Abai seemed to notice something. Angry for a person who doesn't deserve it. It's not worth it. Lin Sun said casually. Obviously angry, but still stubborn. I said that I would cover you and definitely won't let you be bullied. You can rest assured. Abai patted Lin Sun on the shoulder, like a big sister comforting her younger brother, which made Lin Sun speechless. Whining, a rush of strange whistling sounded in the distance, like the screech of a night owl. Hu Tong, the leader of the team, immediately stopped, with killing intent flashing in his eyes. 136 miles ahead, we found a team of voodoo barbarians, 19 barbarians, 12 Hercules, 6 senior wizards, and 1 spirit awakener. Abai, take good care of child Lin. Others, come with me and kill them all at once. We can earn 4 more third-class military merits. His voice was resolute and decisive, powerful and resonating. Obviously, the strange whistling was a signal sent by the scouts sent ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, at this moment, all the mercenaries took the order solemnly. There was an invisible killing intent in the silence, and they rushed forward quickly. Their formation was in good order, and their actions were relaxed and relaxed. They could be described as swift as the wind and aggressive as fire. Even Lin Sun had a whole new level of respect for them. Even if these guys treated him badly, each of them was a top elite when it came to a real battle. That kind of shrewd fighting instinct could only be honed in the real battlefield. Why are you in a hurry? Seeing that Lin Sun was about to follow them, Abai rolled her eyes. Do you really want to fight by yourself? Didn't you hear what the boss said? Just follow me. Lin Sun touched his nose helplessly. Did they really intend to worship him? Hey, don't you appreciate it? In order to protect you, even I didn't have the chance to kill those voodoo barbarians by myself. I'm not angry, so you should be content. As Abai said, she grabbed Lin Sun's arm and followed him far behind the team. The battle broke out soon. It was very fierce. There was no nonsense at all. When the two sides met, a fierce and bloody battle began. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was taken by Abai to hide in the distance and could only watch the battle. However, Lin Sun was relaxed, which allowed him to observe the changes of the whole battlefield comprehensively. The details of the Battle of Hu Tong and other members of Star Frost Mercenary Group were also observed by Lin Sun. Elites, in just a moment, Lin Sun came to a conclusion. Hu Tong and his team were absolutely a top elite team. They cooperated tacitly and had experienced fighting means. Each of them could be called a tough guy. Especially Hu Tong, as a great practitioner of reincarnation developing realm, had a strong fighting capacity, which was much stronger than that of Qin Xuandu and Zhubaoying. The only thing that Hu Tong couldn't compare with Qin Xuandu and others was the weapons in his hands and the equipment on his body. They could only be regarded as ordinary goods, which couldn't let Hu Tong exert his full power. This was also very understandable. Qin Xuandu and others came from the top forces, so they didn't lack top precious treasures and equipment at all. But Hu Tong couldn't. He was just the leader of a mercenary group in the bloodthirsty battlefield. After all, the foundation and financial resources he had were limited, and he was far from being able to compete with the practitioners of the top forces in terms of foundation and financial resources. Leader Hu Tong is a great master. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. He thought of Zhu Laosan and found that the two had amazing similarities. It was just that Zhu Laosan was too taciturn, while Hu Tong had the ability that a leader should have. Of course, leader is great. In the 4 years I was in the bloodthirsty battlefield, I almost lost my life 7 times. In the end, leader rescued me in time. Not only me, but the others in the group have more or less received help from leader. A touch of heartfelt admiration appeared on Abai's face. Lin Sun smiled. He had seen this kind of look of admiration many times, but he was the one who was admired by others. Soon, the battle was over. Hu Tong and his team won. Only a few members were slightly injured. In this way, their harvest was not bad. After wiping out all the enemies, the spoils of war could be exchanged for 4 third-class military merits. We're lucky this time. Yang Xiong, Lu Wen and others all showed joy. But at this moment, someone suddenly asked, "Leader, should we also give Child Lin a share of our military merits this time?" This sentence made the original happy atmosphere disappear. The members of Star Frost mercenary group all looked a little gloomy and looked at Hu Tong. Without waiting for Hu Tong to speak, Lu Wen said coldly, "Child Lin participated in the mission to Tiger Canyon. How can he have a share of the military merits picked up on the way?" "Yes, in order to protect him, we specially let Abai personally guard him. Now we get some military merits. If we give him another share, I will be the first one to be dissatisfied." Other members also spoke up to express their attitudes. They had an instinctive disgust and rejection for those who ate for free. Hu Tong couldn't help frowning. He was not afraid to kill the enemy, but he also had a headache at the moment. On one side were his companions who had followed him for many years, and on the other side was a child with a special identity, which made it difficult for him to be caught in the middle. "Don't worry, if I want to get military merits, I will do it myself." Lin Sun looked on coldly. At this time, he was a little annoyed. Along the way, he was rejected and despised. But now, even some military merits were deliberately targeted at him. Did they really think that he was here to take advantage of them? "Child Lin, please calm down." Hu Tong's face changed. He and Lu Wenting had reached an agreement. How dare he really annoy Child Lin? He winked at Abai, wanting her to persuade Lin Sun. But Abai snorted, "Boss, it's not that I don't speak for you, but their approach is too much. From the moment Child Lin joined us, he was already one of us. Before completing this mission, he should have a share of any benefits. This is fair. But now, let's not talk about it." "Fair?" Seeing that Abai still spoke for Lin Sun, Lu Wen's face became extremely livid. He is a guy who needs to be protected even when he takes action. How can he talk about fairness? We exchange our lives for military merits, but let him enjoy it. Is it fair? Yes, it's simple if you want to be fair. Let that kid also participate in the battle? I don't think he even has the guts. Don't count on it. This kind of playboy is so afraid of death. How can he risk his life like us? Didn't he just say that he doesn't deserve a reward for free? Even he himself feels guilty. He has no face to take this kind of free military merits. Other members had long been dissatisfied in their hearts. At this moment, they also took the opportunity to erupt and deliberately ridicule. "Enough!" Hu Tong roared, his face as gloomy as water, causing the others to immediately go silent out of fear. However, one only needed to look at their expressions to know that they were unconvinced. "Leader Hu, you don't have to feel troubled. I mean what I said. I won't accept a reward without merit. I promise I won't take a single cent of other people's military merits." In the silence, Lin Sun said calmly, "In addition, I don't want to investigate what happened before, but if something similar happens again, don't blame me for being rude. Don't stand on ceremony." A wave of ridicule resounded in the surroundings. A profligate young master who needed their protection actually dared to threaten them? Hu Tong sighed lightly. He could only do so. This little interlude passed quickly, and the group continued on their way. It was just that the atmosphere on the road was a little dull. Lin Sun didn't say a word. Abi wanted to say something several times, but when she saw Lin Sun's unusually calm look, she couldn't open her mouth. She was also depressed in her heart. What was wrong with today's operation? Could it be that everyone couldn't tolerate a youth? He hadn't done anything out of line along the way. 4 hours later, the group smoothly approached the Tiger Canyon. This was a barren mountain range. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a tiger entrenched on the earth. One of the canyons was just like the mouth of the tiger, so it was called Tiger Canyon. The heavy gray haze gave a depressing atmosphere. The goal of Lin Sun and his team was to kill the strong voodoo awakening barbarians stationed in the Tiger Canyon and take away a kind of rare or meteorite star steel. According to the information, there are 3 voodoo barbarians who are comparable to the reincarnation development realm spiritual awakening powerhouses guarding this place. In addition, there is an elite force from the fire barbarians distributed in the Tiger Canyon with about 50 people. In the distance, Hu Tong took a deep breath, with a touch of ruthlessness between his eyebrows. Guys, this is a tough battle. When the operation starts, I will deal with the 3 strong awakening barbarians, and the other enemies will be left to you. All the people took the order. But before the operation, Hu Tong hesitated for a moment, and then said, Abai, your task is to protect Child Lin. You must ensure his safety. Hearing this, Abai didn't care, but Lu Wen, Xianxia, and other people frowned with disdain and contempt on their faces. In the end, they still needed to protect this guy, which was disgusting. But in the face of the war, they didn't have the mood to continue to ridicule and criticize Lin. Immediately, they followed Hu Tong and quickly sneaked to the Tiger Canyon in the distance. You go with us. I know you are itching for a fight. Lin Sun glanced at Abai beside him. No, I have to stay with you. If you make any mistakes, the boss will kill me. Abai shook her head. Seeing this, Lin Sun sighed in his heart and made a decision to leave immediately after the mission. He would rather act alone than be ridiculed and excluded. The 2 of them also flew towards the Tiger Canyon, following from afar. Puff. Puff, with a muffled sound, some strong voodoo awakening barbarians guarding the Tiger Canyon were silently killed by Hu Tong and others, lying on the ground without causing any wind. This was a good start. Hu Tong and others were all refreshed. But after all, they were experienced in battles. Even so, they still kept vigilant and sneaked carefully. Inside the Tiger Canyon was an extremely vast sandy land. A dry river had already become a ravine, winding in it. In addition, there were many tunnels and caves in the depths of the canyon, which were mines. The precious or meteorite star steel was dug out from them. But out of Hu Tong's expectation, they almost didn't encounter any frontal resistance and sneaked into the depths of the Tiger Canyon. Along the way, they killed a group of voodoo awakening barbarians, but they were all small potatoes and not worth mentioning. Could it be that those voodoo awakening barbarians knew we were coming, so they ran into the mines and hid? Lu Wen joked. Other people couldn't help laughing, but Hu Tong frowned. He noticed that the situation seemed to be a little wrong. The enemy's defense was too weak, not as strict as the news said. Sparrow Hawk, have you found any traces of the enemy's retreat nearby? Hu Tong suddenly asked. The one called Sparrow Hawk was a skinny young man who was a scout in the team. He shook his head and said, no. Hu Tong had a bad premonition in his heart. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of a mine in the depths of the canyon. It was a voodoo awakening barbarian guard. When he saw Hu Tong and others, he immediately screamed, enemy attack. Enemy attack, puff, an arrow swept out and accurately penetrated the voodoo awakening barbarian guard's throat. With a string of hot blood, he was shot dead. Yang Xiong put away his bow and arrow and smiled, as Lu Wen said, those bastards hid in the depths of the mine like rats. Get ready for battle. Hu Tong took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This task had come to a critical step. As long as they conquered the enemy, they could return with a full harvest. In next to no time, numerous figures flashed out from the various mines that were distributed in the depths of the gorge, and they were dense like rats that had drilled out from underground. They shouted and roared, full of murderous intent. However, as soon as they appeared, they were attacked by Hu Tong and others. For a while, there was blood flowing. Many strong voodoo awakening barbarians were killed on the spot. This made Hu Tong and others excited. They exerted their special skills and tried their best to kill those strong voodoo awakening barbarians. It seems that this task will end soon. At the entrance of the Tiger Canyon, Abai looked at all this from a distance, and her lips were relaxed. Something is wrong. However, Lin Sun beside her seemed to notice something, and his deep black eyes suddenly narrowed. Abai was stunned. At this moment, a cold and majestic voice sounded, "Despicable human bastards, how dare you come to ruin our great event at this time?" Almost at the same time, different voices sounded one after another, all of which sounded grim and cold. "Everyone, in order to prevent the news from leaking, let's fight together. Today, no one can escape." That's right. For a while, these voices echoed in the Tiger Canyon, which made the weather change. At the entrance of those mines, there appeared many figures with terrible power. As soon as they appeared, their horrible breath spread all over the area, oppressing the air and making it wail. 9 strong spiritual awakeners of voodoo awakening barbarians. Hu Tong's heart twitched fiercely, and his face became extremely dignified in an instant. Lu Wen, Xianxia, and others, who were excited to kill the enemies, couldn't help but feel numb at this moment, and their faces changed suddenly. How could it be? Didn't the news say that there were at most 3 strong spiritual awakeners in this place? How could there be 6 more suddenly? What made Hu Tong's scalp numb was that with the appearance of the 8 strong spiritual awakeners, there were also groups of elite forces from voodoo awakening barbarians. There were at least hundreds and thousands of them. Shit. Retreat. Hu Tong and others had been fighting for a long time. How could they not understand that this time they encountered a sudden danger? Almost subconsciously, they chose to retreat decisively. "Oh, want to leave? It's too late." Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a mysterious totem formation suddenly appeared in the sky above the entire Tiger Canyon. The cryptic and mysterious blood-colored totem emitted terrifying rays of light that rushed out in all directions and covered the entire Tiger Gorge, producing an unfathomable aura that was like a restriction. Boom! In an instant, the whole Tiger Canyon seemed to disappear, and was covered by a scarlet totem formation. Even Lin and Bai, who were at the entrance of the Tiger Canyon, had no time to escape, and all the way back was cut off. In an instant, Hu Tong and others felt cold as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their faces were extremely ugly. How could this happen? It's a trap. Abi's face turned pale instantly. The formation blocked this area, and there were 9 spiritual awakening practitioners in it. In addition, there were hundreds of elite barbarians in it. It was undoubtedly a dead end. There was no possibility for them to turn this situation around with their strength. Thinking of this, Abi's heart sank to the bottom. How could this be? This is not a trap. There should be some changes here, which attracted many strong barbarians. We just happened to meet them. Lin Sun said casually. Really, Abai was stunned. She suddenly found that even in such a desperate situation, Lin Sun was still calm and composed. That kind of calmness couldn't be faked at all. Isn't he worried? Abi couldn't believe it. But before he could react, a cold and majestic voice sounded in the field. A team of rogue practitioners belonging to the human empire dares to meddle in the Tiger Canyon. How reckless you are. The speaker was a middle-aged man. He was bathed in blood-colored lightning, and his hair was entangled with blood-red electric arcs. His eyes were shining like a pair of bloody suns. In his hand, there was a giant blood-colored sickle. The blade was like a crescent moon, but it was as red as blood, which was demonic and frightening. Xizhen, the spiritual awakening practitioner of Thunder Barbarian. Lu Wen's face changed greatly, and he exclaimed. Xizhen, a notorious figure in the bloodthirsty battlefield, was nicknamed Thunder Blood Sickle. He came from the Thunder Barbarian branch and had the power of spiritual awakening. Over the years, at least thousands of practitioners of the Empire had died in the hands of Xizhen. In the spiritual awakening bounty list issued by the Imperial Army, Xizhen's name was on it, and it ranked 72 ND. This was definitely a great omen. But the most terrible thing was that there were not only Xizhen, but also 8 strong practitioners of spiritual awakening. Just this lineup alone was enough to make people despair. Not only Lu Wen, but also other members of the Frost Star group felt cold at the moment. No matter how rich their combat experience was, they couldn't change anything in such a desperate situation. Ho ho, I didn't expect that someone in such a miscellaneous army would recognize me. Xianxia's fake smile didn't look like one. Blood-colored lightning surged from his body, giving off a bloody and domineering aura that was extremely terrifying. Even Hu Tong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew that the chances of turning the situation around this time were extremely slim. Is this guy famous? In the distance, Lin Sun asked with surprise. Abai was speechless for a while, and she was indescribably anxious and flustered in her heart. Who would have thought that at this time, this eldest young Master Lin was actually still paying attention to such a matter? Abai quickly said, this guy is ranked in the top 100 on the Spirit Awakening bounty list. He's not just famous, he's notorious. You don't understand these things, so you should first think about how to survive. In that case, I'll definitely get a handsome reward if I kill him, right? Lin Sun said thoughtfully. Kill him? Abai almost went crazy. She couldn't wait to pry open Lin's head and see what he was thinking. How could he still make such a joke at this time? Ignorant people were fearless. Was this the kind of person that they were talking about? Alright, since I'm going to die soon, I'll tell you. Xianxia's bounty is 19 second-class military merits, 8,000 high-grade spiritual crystals, a set of heaven tribulation spiritual weapons, and 10 bottles of special healing spiritual medicine. Abai gritted her teeth and said with a desperate posture, over the years, I don't know how many strong people have tried to kill this guy, but they all failed in the end. Who dares to think about such a huge bounty? Lin Sun didn't speak anymore. His attitude was very perfunctory, which made Abai have an indescribable feeling. Was this guy really not afraid at all? However, when she was just about to speak, a thunderous roar came from the Tiger Canyon in the distance. Don't talk so much nonsense. It's not too late to kill these flies first. It was a strong practitioner of Spirit Awakening realm of Fire Barbarian branch. His whole body was burning with flames, wantonly and ostentatious, like a devil bathed in flames. His name was Yan Qihang, also a ruthless character. Fight them to the death. Hu Tong roared. Although he knew that he was in a hopeless situation, he should fight to the death. Humph, you are just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yan Qihang snorted coldly. His figure suddenly turned into a sea of fire, covering Hu Tong. Kill. Although they were in a desperate situation, the members of Star Frost sect were not cowards. At this moment, all of them were determined to fight desperately and would rather die than bow their heads. Boom, the battle broke out. Yan Qihang and Hu Tong fought fiercely. As for Lu Wen and Yang Xiong, they were stopped by Xianxia alone. Yes, he was alone, holding a giant bloody sickle. The terrible pressure released by him completely suppressed Lu Wen and the others. However, he was not in a hurry to kill them. He said unhurriedly, kneel at my feet, and I will spare your life and give you the treatment of prisoners of war. Suddenly, Lu Wen and Yang Xiong were so angry that their faces turned red, and blue veins appeared on their foreheads. This kind of humiliation was crude and simple, but it was also the most effective. Originally, Lin Sun wanted to see how these guys would deal with it. He was not cold-blooded, but he had been ridiculed by these guys many times along the way. Taking this opportunity, he wanted to know how these guys would behave when they were humiliated. Unexpectedly, at this time, it was Abi who could not bear it anymore. She gritted her teeth and scolded, "Bastard, you've gone too far." Then, with the giant hammer in her hand, her figure flashed and she rushed towards Xianxia in the distance. "This girl is too," Lin Sun shook his head helplessly. "Oh, you are a brave girl. However, you can't die immediately. You must kneel before me." Xianxia seemed to be a little surprised. Then, he chuckled and a touch of disdain flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and pressed out his palm. Boom, a blood-colored palm print suddenly appeared, pressing down on the void, covering everything. Dodge. Yang Xiong and the others were shocked and shouted involuntarily. But it was too late. Abi's reaction was too direct. Just like her character, she was straightforward and neat. Bang, as soon as Abi picked up the giant hammer, she was shocked by the bloody palm print and felt pain all over her body. Her bones seemed to be broken. The giant hammer in her hand, which had long been damaged, suddenly burst into an unbearable sound and was completely destroyed. At this moment, she was like a moth flying into the fire. She clearly knew that she would die, but that kind of generosity and ruthlessness made people unable to not be moved. A mantis trying to stop a chariot is just SOSO. Kneel down. Xianxia's indifferent voice sounded. The bloody palm print was about to cover Abi, leaving her no way to escape. This was the power of the spirit awakening realm of the voodoo barbarian tribe, just like a great practitioner of the reincarnation developing realm. In front of this realm, Abi, who only had the cultivation of the Tao insight realm, was undoubtedly too small and unbearable. Abi's eyes were bloodshot, and her wild and beautiful face was full of determination and hatred. She did not flinch at all. Even if she died, she would not succumb, but, thinking that her brother's hatred had not been avenged, Abi had an unspeakable unwillingness to die like this. This was a knot in her heart. Unfortunately, it seemed that there was no time to solve it, Abi sighed in her heart. At this moment, time seemed to be very long. She even noticed that many strong voodoo barbarians in the distance showed a playful and cruel smile. She saw Hu Tong, who was fighting fiercely with Yan Qihang, looking at her anxiously and angrily. She also saw the sad and helpless faces of Yang Xiong and others, and Lu Wen. How could he do this? All of a sudden, Abi's heart was cold. She saw a scene that made her feel stunned and chilled. After that, all of this vanished, and all that remained was a blood-red palm that was growing larger and larger in his eyes. Want me to kneel down? Impossible. Abi's pupils were full of madness, and she seemed to have prepared for the worst. Puff, but at this critical moment, a hole was suddenly blasted open in the blood-colored handprint that was expanding in her eyes, and then it exploded in front of her eyes. At the same time, Abi felt that her body was light, and then she was hugged by a strong arm and disappeared. Was she saved? Abi was a little confused, but when she saw clearly the person who saved her, she almost thought that her eyes were dazzled. How come, it's you? That person was actually the pretty boy, not only Abi, but there was an uproar in the field at this moment. Whether it was the members of Star Frost or the strong voodoo barbarians, they all widened their eyes with a shocked expression. Almost no one thought that under such circumstances, someone could defeat the palm of Xianxia, who was known as Thunder Blood Scythe. Moreover, it was a young man of Tao Insight realm. It was so incredible that the atmosphere in the field was stagnant for a short while. Especially Yang Xiong, Lu Wen, and the others, their eyeballs almost fell out. Even if they were beaten to death, they didn't dare believe that this good-for-nothing profligate young master that they regarded as a blood-sucking worm of the empire, a good-for-nothing, and a burden that caused them to loathe, had actually saved Abi's life at this moment. It was too unreal. How could it be possible? Now, it's my turn to protect you. Lin Sun turned a blind eye to these. He put Abi down and patted her on the shoulder. Abi's expression at this moment could only be described as shocked and stunned. She was stunned there. Even she didn't expect that the one who saved her was not her companions, but the toy boy who had been protected by her all the way. I didn't expect that a little guy would play the game of a hero saving a beauty in front of me. But today, whether you are a hero or a beauty, you can only kneel in front of me and choose life or death. Xianxia looked indifferent and said casually. He was surprised that a young man could resolve his casual attack, but he didn't take it seriously. I have killed more than one trash like you. It doesn't matter if I kill a few more today. Lin Sun looked at him with his deep black eyes. You are just an ant. How dare you boast shamelessly in the face of death? Xianxia seemed to feel ridiculous. He waved his sleeve, and a bloody thunderbolt rushed out, collapsing the void. It was overbearing and terrible, suppressing Lin Sun. Bang! Almost at the same time as Xianxia made his move, Lin Sun shot an arrow without hesitation. From bending the bow, pulling the string, and releasing the arrow, a series of movements were completed in an instant, incredibly fast. What no one noticed was that before Lin Sun shot this arrow, all the power of the cave in his body had been operated to an unprecedented peak. In other words, Lin Sun had exerted his most powerful strength without reservation when he shot this arrow. Boom! In an instant, the sound of wind and thunder resounded as if there was a ghost howling. A mysterious pattern emerged on the bow made of bones and skeletons. In the pattern, suns were sinking one after another, and golden crows were pierced through one after another. Their blood dyed the sky red and they fell into the blue sea. Behind Lin Sun, a stalwart figure appeared, making the same posture as Lin Sun. The peerless posture was just like an ancient arrow god descending to the world. Boom, the blood-colored thunderbolt shot out by Xianxia's sleeve was almost instantly crushed by the power of this arrow, turning into a rain of light. Oh no! Xianxia was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out. How could he expect that such a terrible thing would happen as soon as he made his move? At this critical moment, he roared and resisted with all his strength. The blood-colored thunderbolt around him flashed like a waterfall, and he operated his cultivation to the extreme. At the same time, a beast bone shield appeared in front of him. This was his self-defense treasure. He would never use it unless it was a life-and-death situation. But now, he used it at the beginning of the battle, which made him feel aggrieved and frightened. He couldn't believe it. How could a young man of Tao Insight realm be so terrible? But the fatal sense of danger was unmistakable. Boom, it was so fast that Xianxia didn't have time to think. The beast bone shield in front of him suddenly burst into pieces. At the same time, his body was hit by a terrible penetrating force as if he was struck by lightning. The next moment, he screamed. His right arm and half of his body were smashed in an instant, and his flesh and blood splashed. He flew backward and was smashed to the ground. Bang, smoke and dust filled the air, and the ground was smashed into a pit. Xianxia, who had been seriously injured, couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood, as if he had lost half of his life. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. Many people couldn't react in time as they saw Xianxia being pierced by an arrow and falling to the ground, coughing out blood. It was a horrifying sight. This shocking scene had occurred so suddenly, and it caused the atmosphere in the surroundings to become unprecedentedly silent at this moment, perfectly silent. Regardless of friend or foe, the pupils of all of them dilated, and their expressions were filled with astonishment. Xianxia was a notorious spirit awakening realm expert in the bloodthirsty battlefield. His hands were stained with blood, and he was ranked 72nd on the spirit awakening realm bounty list. Such a vicious person had killed countless Xianxia of the Empire in these years. He was definitely a ruthless character that would cause people to pale at the mention of him. But now, he was heavily injured by an arrow. If he had not dodged in time, he would have lost his life. The battle had only just begun. Who would dare to believe it? What was even more incredible was that his opponent was only a young man of the human clan, who only had the cultivation of the Tao Insight realm. Even other voodoo barbarians and spirit awakening realm experts in the field were stiff at this moment. Their faces changed dramatically, and they gasped. Xianxia's battle prowess was definitely one of the best amongst them, but now, he was pierced by an arrow. This was too terrible. Since these spirit awakening realm experts were so shocked, it could be imagined how the other voodoo barbarians present felt. They were all dumbfounded like clay sculptures. Abi, Xianxia, and others were completely dumbfounded, and there was a kind of unspeakable shock rising in their hearts. Was this still the playboy whom they regarded as ignorant and incompetent? Was this still the disgusting and disdainful young man who needed their protection and only knew how to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? They couldn't find any words to describe their mood at the moment, and their expressions became extremely wonderful. Lu Wen, in particular, almost jumped up as if he had seen a ghost, and cried out involuntarily, "How could this be? How could this be?" But he didn't know how much he had lost his composure at the moment. Even Yan Qiheng and Hu Tong, who were fighting in the distance, were shocked at this moment and lost their minds for a short while. Bang! At the same time, Lin Sun shot another arrow without hesitation. Wind and thunder surged, and the roar of ghosts and gods resounded again, like a demonic sound, stirring the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Behind Lin Sun, the majestic and disdainful figure also made the same action of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow, and a shocking scene of the sun falling into the blue sky and the golden crow sprinkling blood over the blue sea emerged. Yan Qiheng was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He didn't believe it before and thought it was an illusion. But at the moment when he was targeted by the spiritual arrow, he finally understood Xianxia's feeling. It was a feeling of being stared at by death. The fatal danger almost made his scalp explode, and his blood seemed to freeze. Subconsciously, he decisively abandoned Hu Tong, who was fighting with him, and fled to the distance like a frightened rabbit. Boom, but he still underestimated the horror of this arrow. In an instant, his body below the abdomen was directly blown up by this arrow and turned into a blood mist, leaving only half of his body. The bloody and domineering scene stimulated another burst of shock in the field. This was true, everyone finally dared to believe it. Because not only Xianxia, but also Yan Qiheng was seriously injured by this arrow. He was miserable and almost died. All this was caused by Lin Sun alone. From the moment he appeared in the field to now, it was just a blink of an eye, but he seriously injured two strong voodoo barbarians of the Awakening clan with 2 arrows. The strong voodoo barbarians in the field could no longer keep calm. Roars and uproars resounded like a noisy storm. All of them looked shocked and livid. Staring at the figure of the young man in the distance with the white bone bow in his hand, there was an indescribable chill in their hearts. Who was this guy? When did such a nature-defying figure appear in the Empire? It turns out that this toy boy is so powerful. I thought he didn't know anything. It turns out that I have been deceived by him all the time. Biting her full lips, Abi's beautiful and wild face was very complicated. There was shock, trance, a trace of anger and joy. Yang Xiong and others were shocked and ashamed. Thinking of their attitude towards Lin Sun along the way, they found that they were the real clowns, which looked funny and ridiculous. The young man was not a playboy at all, but a being like a dragon in the sky. But they were like ridiculous Bien who repeatedly provoked the majesty of the dragon. They were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, in any case, they had begun to despair before and were ready to fight desperately. But now, Lin Sun's strong appearance made them all excited, as if they saw a glimmer of hope in the midst of death. "Leader Hu Tong, please come here." Lin Sun opened his mouth. He stood there with a straight and elegant posture. His moon-white clothes were fluttering in the wind. On his delicate and angular face, there was a sense of calmness and detachment. Woody spiritual bow was held in his hand. The bow body made of white bones and the blood-red bowstring outlined a rough and ferocious atmosphere, which made him look like a young devil. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Lin Sun shocked the whole audience with the power of only 2 arrows and became the focus of attention. Hu Tong was also shocked, but he also knew that the current situation was still not optimistic. As a top figure with rich fighting experience, when he heard Lin Sun's words, he took action without hesitation and approached this side. He knew that whether they could get out of trouble today, the only hope fell on Child Lin. However, this made Hu Tong also have a kind of indescribable feeling. There was disbelief, guilt, and indescribable excitement and emotion. It was as if an inconspicuous blood-sucking bug that needed protection had suddenly transformed into a dragon that soared above the 9 heavens. No one stopped Hu Tong. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Lin Sun. Xianxia and Yan Qiheng were seriously injured and almost lost their lives. They had been rescued, but it was impossible for them to fight again. However, even without the 2 of them, there were still 7 voodoo barbarians in Spirit Awakening realm and hundreds of voodoo barbarians. The most important thing was that the area where the Tiger Canyon was located had already been covered and blocked by a large totem formation. It could be said that the situation of Lin Sun and others was still not optimistic. I didn't expect that there would be such a subversive and ruthless character among the young generation of the Empire. An old man with green light all over his body said. His name was Go Sun, and he came from the Wood Barbarian branch. He was extremely dignified. As he spoke, the other 6 Spirit Awakening barbarians had surrounded Lin Sun in the center, looking cold and unkind. They were caught unprepared before and had no time to rescue and stop Lin Sun, which caused Xianxia and Yan Qiheng to be seriously injured. Besides feeling astonished, they also felt humiliated, and their hearts were filled with anger and bewilderment. This was probably the feeling of being shocked, which made them become dignified when facing Lin Sun at this moment as if facing a formidable enemy. They no longer dared to treat him as a young man in Tao Insight realm, but rose to an extremely dangerous level. However, they still couldn't imagine how this young man could be so powerful. Was it all because of the bow in his hand? They were observing and keenly aware of the mystery and extraordinariness of insignificant bow. It was normal to have such an idea. After all, Xianxia and Yan Qiheng were not ordinary Spirit Awakening realm practitioners. They had been famous for a long time and had a bloody record that they could be proud of. Under such circumstances, they'd been heavily injured by a single arrow, and this seemed to be too inconceivable and world-shocking. At least, no one had heard of such a thing happening before. Therefore, they all subconsciously thought that the key to all this was the big bow in the young man's hand. Even in the face of the pressure from 7 practitioners of Spirit Awakening Realm, Lin Sun seemed not to feel it. He looked calm and calm. You have seen the current situation. You have 2 choices. First, let us leave and not offend each other. Second, fight. Lin Sun's voice resounded in the field with a disdainful attitude. You want us to choose? Ju Sun, a strong practitioner of Spirit Awakening Realm of Wood Barbarian Branch, was so angry that he laughed. Little guy, do you really think you can run amok with a bow? The faces of other practitioners of Spirit Awakening Realm were also a little gloomy. Lin Sun's words were like alms and orders. He didn't take them seriously at all, which made them angry. You don't accept it? Lin Sun looked at them coldly. If it weren't for taking care of your companions today, you wouldn't have a chance to choose at all. As soon as these words came out, Ju Sun's face became more and more gloomy. As strong practitioners of Spirit Awakening Realm, they were also big shots in the bloodthirsty battlefield. When had they ever been ridiculed like this? Hu Tong and others looked very complicated. Before, they regarded Lin Sun as a burden and needed to be taken care of, so they were very contemptuous and disdainful of him. But in the twinkling of an eye, their life and death at this moment were entrusted to Lin Sun, and they became Lin Sun's burden, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Why do I feel that after shooting 2 arrows just now, you have consumed most of your strength? Now it's just a bluff. A strong practitioner of Water Barbarian Awakening Realm said faintly. He was covered with mist, and his body seemed to be condensed from water, which looked very mysterious. Bang! Before his voice died away, Lin Sun did not hesitate to pull up the insignificant bow and aim at him. The familiar surging of wind and thunder, the roar of gods and demons, accompanied by terrible visions, appeared in the field again. Who could imagine that Lin Sun, who was negotiating the conditions, would suddenly make such a move? Suddenly, the strong practitioner of Water Barbarian Awakening Realm screamed in horror. He had witnessed the miserable end of Shizhen and Yan Qiheng, therefore, he chose to dodge without hesitation. However, before he shot the arrow, Lin Sun sneered, "You said I was bluffing. Why should I dodge?" The Water Barbarian's face immediately turned red. He was flustered and exasperated. He knew that he had been tricked. This brat dared to make fun of him. His face turned green with anger when he thought about how the others had seen his sorry figure when he was dodging the attack just now. You're going too far. I don't believe you can shoot the 3rd arrow. He shouted loudly as he withdrew a millstone of water. It was over 30 m in size, and it rumbled as it crushed through space with terrifying might. This was his trump card. Once one was hit by the millstone, no matter how strong one's physical body was, it would be instantly obliterated. Obviously, despite his anger, he didn't let it get to his head and chose the strongest means to deal with Lin Sun. It could also be seen that he also had great vigilance and fear towards Lin Sun. Bang! A smile appeared on Lin Sun's lips, and the insignificant's bow was pulled to the fullest in an instant. At this instant, the gazes of everyone present converged onto the mysterious bone bow, and they clearly felt a terrifying and indescribable aura erupt from it like a landslide or a tsunami. It caused space to instantly seem as if it was being wiped out and transformed into a void. All this was because the speed of this arrow was too fast and the power was too horrible. Boom! The watery millstone was like a piece of paper, it exploded and shattered. At the same time, the Water Barbarian made a strange cry and dodged again. He looked more embarrassed than before. Because he had long suspected that Lin Sun couldn't shoot the 3rd arrow. Whoever thought that the cruel reality poured a basin of cold water on him, which made him frightened. However, it was already too late to dodge. With a bang, the chest of this Water Barbarian in the Spirit Awakening Realm exploded and a huge hole was gouged out. As soon as he screamed, he stopped abruptly and died on the spot. All the people present felt a chill in their hearts as if falling into an ice cave. This was the first death of a Spirit Awakening Realm practitioner. He was killed on the spot before he could dodge. The shocking and bloody scene made other Spirit Awakening Realm practitioners feel a lingering fear. Just now, they also doubted and were ready to take action. But Lin's arrow was like a blow to the head, making them deeply aware of Lin's horror. We were all wrong. Hu Tong sighed softly with a complicated look. The expressions of the others changed indeterminately. Now, who else wants to have a try? In the field, Lin Sun's black eyes glanced around with a kind of frightening power. Many voodoo barbarians trembled in their hearts and dared not to look at him. What if we do it together? I'm afraid you can't save your companions alone, can you? Go Sun, the wood barbarian, looked gloomy and cold. When he spoke, he glanced at Hu Tong and Abi, which made the latter's face change. Indeed, if all the voodoo barbarians in the Tiger Canyon fought desperately, the final result would be really unpredictable. But it was certain that bloodshed and sacrifice were bound to be inevitable. So, you want the second choice? Lin Sun looked calm, but there was a strong killing intent between his eyebrows. I'd like to see how many of you can survive today. His voice was full of killing intent. This was the most direct threat, but it was the most effective one. With the power of the 3 arrows just now, no one dared to ignore Lin Sun's words and attitude. Seeing Lin Sun's tough answer, Go Sun and other Spirit Awakening Realm practitioners' expressions changed again, and they were a little hesitant. They didn't want to see both sides suffer losses, but they were unwilling to admit defeat and let Lin Sun and others leave. According to my speculation, there must be some great treasure in the depths of the mine in the Tiger Canyon, so you are all attracted here, right? Lin Sun suddenly said with a faint smile. His words made Go Sun and others furious and shocked to the extreme. Hu Tong and others had long been suspicious. After all, according to the information, there were at most 3 Spirit Awakening Realm practitioners in the Tiger Canyon, and there were no more than 50 voodoo barbarians stationed there. But now, 9 Spirit Awakening Realm practitioners and hundreds of voodoo barbarians suddenly appeared, which was obviously very strange. Therefore, when they heard Lin Sun's words, Hu Tong and others finally realized that these voodoo barbarians came for some treasure unearthed in the Tiger Canyon. Only then did this explanation seem to be reasonable. Don't worry, I'm not interested in the treasure here. But I'm curious that if you all die in the battle today, I'm afraid there will be no chance to get the treasure, right? Lin Sun looked relaxed, but his black eyes were cold and frightening. An insignificant bow was pulled up, ready to fight. Little bastard. Don't be arrogant. Your strength is limited after all. No matter how powerful you are, how many of us can you kill? A Spirit Awakening Realm practitioner of Gold Barbarian branch roared. He was very aggrieved. Lin Sun's look made him want to tear Lin Sun apart. Old beast, do you want to have a try? Lin Sun locked the insignificant bow, which made the Spirit Awakening Realm practitioner's face turn blue and white. He was shocked and angry at the same time. Well, let them go. At this time, Go Sun suddenly sighed with a gloomy face. Other Spirit Awakening Realm practitioners looked at each other and finally fell silent. They came from different ethnic forces, so it was naturally impossible for them to work together to fight against Lin Sun. In addition, the power Lin Sun had shown before was so amazing and terrible that they didn't have much plan to fight desperately even though they were furious. After all, no one wanted to die. Hu Tong and others were overjoyed when they heard Lin Sun's words. They almost couldn't believe their ears. The twists and turns and the desperate situation were nothing more than this, but they felt like they had been through a life and death situation, with ups and downs of emotions. That kind of feeling, not to mention torture, was enough to make ordinary strong practitioners collapse. Fortunately, the dawn of hope finally came. Bang, however, to their surprise, at this moment, Lin Sun pulled up the insignificant bow again and shot an arrow. However, its target was a shadowy spot nearby. In an instant, Go Sun and others all changed their faces. It seemed that they didn't expect Lin Sun to see through something. Boom, at the same time, there was a destructive roar in the shadow, and a gray figure, almost invisible, suddenly rushed out with a shrill scream. It was a Spirit Awakening Realm practitioner of Dark Barbarian branch. But he was bathed in blood at the moment, his skin was torn, and many parts of his body were broken. He looked extremely terrible. You can perceive it? He screamed, full of anger and fear. Lin Sun said coldly, what's so difficult about it? Hu Tong and the others gasped while their entire bodies broke out in cold sweat. Only now did they realize that if they left earlier, then they would surely suffer the surprise attack of that dark barbaric awakener that was hiding in the shadows, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Sun could perceive all this keenly, which also shocked Hu Tong and others and made them feel that Lin Sun was more and more incredible. You can go now. At this moment, Go Sun spoke. He and other Spirit Awakening Realm practitioners all looked livid. They seemed to have completely admitted that they didn't want to fight anymore. Bang! In response to them, Lin Sun pulled the bowstring to full again. You. The expressions of Go Sun and the others changed abruptly, and they were shocked and furious to the extreme. Could it be that this little bastard doesn't intend to leave? Does he really intend to fight us to the death? Haha. Don't be nervous, I'm just scaring all of you. However, Lin Sun suddenly smiled and loosened the bowstring. In an instant, the faces of Go Sun and the others turned livid, and they were angered to the point of almost losing control of their impulse to kill. This kid is too detestable. He's actually playing tricks on us repeatedly. Lin Sun had already left swiftly, and he led Hu Tong and the others towards the entrance of Tiger Gorge in the distance. Should we make a move? As they watched from afar, Go Sun and the others had gloomy and disgruntled expressions while killing intent coiled around their eyes. They were too disgruntled. This kid relied on a bow to easily kill one of their companions, and he'd even heavily injured Shi Zhen and Yan Qiheng. If he were to lead all of them away just like that, then it would simply be an extraordinary humiliation. If news of it were to spread, then they would definitely be reduced to laughingstocks and be unable to hold their heads up high. That bow is an extraordinary treasure. One of the Spirit Awakening Realm practitioners spoke faintly. Just these words alone caused the others to be even more disgruntled, and they were on the verge of being unable to restrain themselves. Everyone, don't forget that the barbaric blood shaman spirit formation we set up jointly is still here. Let's see if they'll be able to leave. A cold glow flickered in Go Sun's eyes. The hearts of the other Spirit Awakening Realm practitioners jerked. They were naturally able to discern what Go Sun meant. If these cultivators of the Empire were unable to leave the formation, then Barbarian Blood Witchcraft Formation, a large formation refined by a barbarian tattoo master of the ancient barbarian bloodline, gathered the power of 36 totems in the ancient inheritance of the Voodoo barbarian tribe, with the blood essence of the barbarian god as the source of power. Once it was set up, it could seal the world and isolate everything from the outside world. This was undoubtedly an extremely terrible forbidden formation. If it weren't for a mysterious treasure accidentally unearthed in the depths of the mine in the Tiger Canyon, Go Sun wouldn't have set up this formation so easily. Let's do it. We've given them a chance to leave, but if they are trapped in the formation, well, they can only blame themselves for being unlucky. Go Sun said solemnly. Other spiritual awakeners also smiled. They were extremely afraid of Lin Sun's insignificant bow. If they could trap Lin Sun and others without fighting, they would be very happy. That bow? Someone asked. Suddenly, the eyes of other spiritual awakeners flickered. Finally, Go Sun made the decision, it belongs to whoever can grab it. Just these words alone caused all of the spirit enchantment experts to grow even more impatient. However, the scene they expected didn't happen. Boom! When Lin Sun and others arrived in front of the formation at the entrance of the Tiger Canyon, with a deafening roar, the barbarian blood witchcraft formation, which they had absolute confidence in, was smashed by Lin Sun's palm, like a piece of paper. Go Sun and others were so shocked that their eyes popped out, their lips twitched fiercely, and they almost bit their tongues. How is this possible? Someone roared. This is a formation set up by a barbarian tattoo master of the ancient barbarian tribe. Even a barbarian king can't break it. He's just a young man of Tao Insight realm. How could he do it? Everyone was stunned and almost thought they were dazzled. All the elite voodoo barbarians nearby were dumbfounded. That's the barbarian blood wizard spirit formation. How could it be cracked by a slap? Everyone, we'll meet again. At the entrance of the Tiger Canyon, Lin Sun turned his head and cupped his hands with a smile. Then, he floated away with Hu Tong and the others. Although the power system of the barbarian blood witchcraft formation was quite different from that of spiritual tattoos, the essence and mystery of the formation were interlinked. In the eyes of a spiritual tattooist like Lin Sun, this formation was full of flaws and could be broken easily. Damn it! Go Sun and the rest were so furious that their veins were bulging. Intense unwillingness surged in their hearts, and they almost couldn't help but chase after Lin Sun and tear him apart. Watching helplessly as the enemy left, that feeling was really torturous. Even after they left the Tiger Canyon, Hu Tong and the others still had a feeling as if they had been separated from the world. It made them feel very illusory and very unsteady. The way they looked at Lin Sun was different from before. There was no contempt and disdain in their eyes, but shock and awe. They really couldn't imagine how a young master whom they regarded as a profligate young master could turn into another person in the blink of an eye. As soon as they thought of Lin Sun's unparalleled aura in the Tiger Canyon that deterred everyone with only a bow, their hearts trembled and they were in a trance. Needless to say, their previous understanding of Lin Sun was all wrong. Even if this guy was a playboy, he was a playboy with extraordinary combat strength. Abai hesitated to speak a few times, and when she finally mustered up the courage to speak, she noticed it was inappropriate and instantly shut her mouth. Obviously, it was already very difficult for her to tease Lin Sun as a pretty boy like she did in the past. Lin Sun smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, he wasn't as relaxed as he was when facing the group of enemies in the Tiger Canyon. Instead, his brows were knit together tightly, and his expression was slightly tense as he led everyone to fly all the way without stopping. If I'm not wrong, those fellows will surely be unwilling to admit defeat, and it won't be long before they'll probably chase after us. Lin Sun spoke abruptly. Hu Tong and the others were stunned, and then their entire bodies felt horrified as their expressions changed abruptly. Exactly. How could they possibly swallow their anger after suffering such a great loss? Moreover, they've gathered in the Tiger Canyon for the sake of excavating some unknown treasure, so they naturally won't allow us to leak the news. Hu Tong took a deep breath and analyzed calmly. If I'm not wrong, since they've gathered in such a large force in the Tiger Canyon, then there's surely a supporting force behind them. In order to kill us, they will definitely gather troops to chase after us. Hu Tong was an old man who had fought in the bloodthirsty battlefield for many years. His rich experience was not comparable to Lin Sun at all. From his analysis, people could see his careful and calm mind. The others all changed their expressions. This place was far away from the camp, and it was impossible for them to return in a short time. If they were chased by the strong barbarians, the consequences would be too serious. Hu Tong frowned and sighed, "We're in big trouble. There's no safe place within 1,000 miles of the Tiger Canyon. Unless we can rush out of this range in a short time, otherwise," he didn't finish his words, but his meaning had been revealed. All of a sudden, everyone's original joyful mood disappeared, and they became heavy again. What should we do? Their minds were in a mess. Although their Star-Frost mercenary corps had experienced many bloody battles in the bloodthirsty battlefield, those were all small-scale fights, which couldn't be compared with the dangerous hard battle in front of them. They even suspected that only the official army of practitioners of the Empire might be able to compete with those barbarian bastards. "You go first. I'll contain them." Lin Sun was silent for a moment and suddenly opened his mouth. His words shocked all the people present. "No. Let's go together," Hu Tong said without hesitation. On the way before, they had done a lot of things that were sorry to Lin Sun. Now, they could escape from death thanks to Lin Sun, who stood up and turned the tide alone. How could he let Lin Sun risk his life alone at such a time? "Yes, although our strength is not as good as yours, we have never been afraid of fighting," the others also said one after another. Lin Sun had won their respect with his iron-like achievements. Moreover, out of a kind of guilt, they naturally couldn't let Lin Sun take risks alone. Only Lu Wen seemed to be very silent, or he had been silent all the way since they left the Tiger Canyon. The reason was simple. The amazing fighting power Lin Sun showed had brought such a great blow to him that he couldn't accept it until now. Lin Sun's eyes swept across the faces of the people one by one, and he was quite gratified in his heart. Since they could change their attitude towards him, he didn't save them in vain. But, he had already made up his mind on this matter and would not change it again. That's settled. I have more freedom to act alone. What you need to do is to hurry back to the camp as soon as possible. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said that he was duty-bound. No matter how Hu Tong dissuaded him, he couldn't change his mind. In the end, they could only accept it. By the way, go back and tell Lord Lu that when I collect enough military merits, I will naturally return to the camp to see him. Lin Sun said casually. With a flash of his figure, he floated away without any hesitation. We owe child Lin a life. Watching Lin Sun leave, Hu Tong took a deep breath and said firmly, this kindness is worth repaying with our lives. The others nodded solemnly. They knew that if it weren't for Lin Sun today, their Starfrost mercenary group would be completely destroyed. Only Lu Wen seemed to have a different opinion. He had been silent for too long along the way. At this moment, when he watched Lin Sun leave, he finally couldn't help saying, owe him a life? I didn't ask him to save me. In an instant, the atmosphere was a little silent. Hu Tong's face became extremely cold and gloomy. He stared at Lu Wen with cold light in his eyes. Are you still not convinced? Lu Wen stiffened his neck. I admit that he is indeed very powerful. But it's impossible to change my opinion of him just because of this. Oh, Hu Tong withdrew his gaze and said no more. He had decided in his heart to dismiss Lu Wen when they returned to the camp. Such an ungrateful, stubborn and narrow-minded person would sooner or later be a scourge. Lu Wen, go and apologize to the boss. What you said just now is too wrong. If it weren't for child Lin this time, who would have a chance to survive? Xianxia came forward to persuade him. What's more, child Lin is helping us fight for a chance to escape. This is a great kindness. How can we turn a blind eye to it? If you want to apologize, go. I don't want to flatter child Lin. Lu Wen snorted coldly. Yang Xiong was so angry that his neck was red. The other members also frowned, thinking that Lu Wen's attitude was a bit too excessive and ungrateful. Humph, at this time, you still have a proud and unyielding appearance. When facing the threat of Xizhen in the Tiger Canyon, who was so scared that his face turned green and almost took the initiative to kneel at Xizhen's feet. Suddenly, Bai snorted coldly. At that time, she was almost killed by Xizhen. It was also at that moment that she saw Lu Wen's face turn green and that ugly appearance of wanting to kneel on the ground to beg for his life. Originally, she still endured and didn't want to mention such a scandal. But Lu Wen's performance was too bad and excessive, causing Bai to completely explode. This one sentence made the expression of Hu Tong and the others change slightly. The way they looked at Lu Wen was different, with a touch of suspicion. Kneel and surrender to Xizhen, this was equivalent to betraying the empire and bowing to the foreign race. Don't talk nonsense. You are slandering me. Lu Wen's hair stood up in anger. His face was red as he gritted his teeth and shouted. Enough. Before we return to the camp, don't mention these things again. Hu Tong shouted. His face was livid and immediately deterred everyone. At the same time, Lin Sun's figure flickered. Not long after, he glanced around and finally stopped on a barren and withered mountain. As soon as he stood firm, his face became a little pale, and a touch of imperceptible weakness appeared between his eyebrows. It's so dangerous. I almost lost my life this time. Lin Sun sat on the ground, holding a piece of high-grade spiritual crystal in each hand, took a deep breath, and began to refine it with all his strength. Earlier in the Tiger Canyon, even though he was awe-inspiring and intimidated everyone with just a bow, only he knew clearly how much strength it consumed when he shot out each arrow. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce such terrible power. Even if Go Sun and others were tougher at that time, he could only shoot 2 more arrows at most, and then he would be completely exhausted. However, with the power of Insignificance Bow, it was impossible for Lin Sun to kill a battle-hardened practitioner of Spirit Awakening Realm with 1 arrow even if he exhausted his strength. There was a reason for all this. At that time, there seemed to be some kind of awakening and resonance inside the Insignificance Bow, which produced an unprecedented vision and power. Its power became much stronger than before. Is it related to the mysterious treasure in the depths of the Tiger Canyon? Lin Sun carefully recalled the scene at that time. At that time, when he pulled the bowstring of the Insignificance Bow, he keenly felt a different breath from the past. The whole bow seemed to wake up from silence, glowing with the strange sound of demons roaring and wind and thunder surging, which stirred the whole world. In addition, around the bow composed of white bones and skeletons, there was a terrible and magnificent scene of the sun falling into the blue sky and the blood of the golden crow sprinkling on the blue sea. No, thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly noticed that he had overlooked a detail. That was, when he pulled the Insignificance Bow, there was a majestic and disdainful phantom, like an ancient archer, appearing and shooting arrows like him. At that time, there seemed to be a strange resonance, intermittent and seemingly non-existent. But if I felt it carefully, it seemed to come from the mine in the depths of the Tiger Canyon. Lin Sun's black eyes were surging with wisdom. It seems that it's true. The unknown treasure unearthed in the Tiger Canyon, even if it has nothing to do with the insignificant bow, must have some kind of strange power, which caused the change of the insignificant bow. The reason why Lin Sun decided to stop the pursuit force of the voodoo barbarian tribe alone might be to help Hu Tong and others resolve the disaster. But more importantly, he wanted to go back to the Tiger Canyon again, and all of this was inseparable from the mysterious change of the insignificance bow. Not to mention these, the treasure in the depths of the Tiger Canyon must be extraordinary as it can attract so many strong practitioners of the spirit awakening realm to gather here. Lin Sun realized that there were still many unexpected secrets hidden in the cruel and dry bloodthirsty battlefield. Just like the Tiger Gorge, who could have imagined that besides producing a rare or like the meteorite star steel, an unknown and mysterious treasure had also been born there. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is exhausted and there is no vitality. Are there still many unknown secrets hidden under the surface of this abandoned land? About 15 minutes later. Whoosh, on the distant ground line, a black shadow flashed in the void at an extremely fast speed, like a dazzling golden light. Still thousands of meters away, the figure suddenly stopped and noticed Lin Sun sitting cross-legged on the top of a barren mountain in the distance. In fact, it was easy to find him because Lin Sun didn't hide himself at all. You didn't run away? That figure was astonished. His entire body was golden, and even his hair had a metallic texture. His skin seemed to be cast from gold, and he had a fierce and terrifying aura. This man was Jin Wu, a spiritual awakener who had besieged Lin Sun in the Tiger Canyon. He was from the Golden Barbarians. I knew that you were unwilling, so I waited here. Lin Sun got up. The weakness between his eyebrows had long faded away, and it was filled with disdain and coldness. He stood upright on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back while his clothes fluttered in the wind. His black eyes were like bolts of lightning as he looked down with an otherworldly aura. Oh? Why do I get the feeling that you can't hold on any longer, and that's why you have no choice but to stay? Jin Wu's eyelids twitched, and a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. He looked around as if he wanted to discover something. Lin Sun sneered, "Don't worry. I'm the only one in this area. What's more, I don't need help to deal with you old beasts." Old bastard, hearing this undisguised insult, Jin Wu's face suddenly darkened, and he was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. This little bastard was really fearless. However, when he thought of the scenes of Lin Sun's great power in the Tiger Canyon, his heart trembled with extreme fear. Little bastard, you are too arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a powerful spiritual bow. I'm not afraid to tell you that many masters of our voodoo barbarian tribe have heard the news and come here. Not to mention you, even your companions have no chance to survive today. Jin Wu's face was gloomy, and his voice was extremely gloomy. Of course, if you are smart, I may give you a way to survive. It depends on whether you cooperate or not. Oh? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. How to cooperate? It's simple. Give me the bow in your hand, and I'll turn around and leave immediately. Jin Wu said frankly, not concealing his greed for the insignificance bow. Haha. Lin Sun laughed. What are you laughing at? I'm giving you a chance to die. Do you think it's ridiculous? Jin Wu's face became gloomier and gloomier, and he shouted harshly, if you don't agree, it's okay. But you have no chance to survive today. Bang! Lin Sun directly pulled the bowstring of the insignificance bow and looked down at Jin Wu from a distance. How dare you, an old bastard, threaten me? In an instant, Jin Wu's face suddenly changed. He had no time to care about Lin Sun's insult. He was so shocked that he flashed away to the rear. This bow was so terrible that it had seriously injured 3 spiritual awakeners, including Shi Zhen and Yan Qihang. Even the spiritual awakener of Water Barbarian branch was directly killed by it. Under such circumstances, Jin Wu had long been frightened. He couldn't guarantee that he could block Lin Sun's arrow, so he retreated without hesitation. Haha. Lin Sun sneered again, which seemed very harsh, which made Jin Woo's face turn green with anger. He wanted to eat Lin Sun alive. It was so annoying. Lin Sun was just a young man in Tao Insight Realm, but he dared to show off in front of him, a spiritual awakener, with a bow, and repeatedly violated his dignity. He should be burned to ashes. Little bastard, wait and see. Jin Woo let out an aggrieved and unwilling roar. He turned around and fled along the original road, which made Lin Sun stunned and speechless. It seems that these old guys are scared out of their wits. That's a good thing. Lin Sun played with the insignificant's bow with a playful smile on his lips. In fact, even if he used the insignificant's bow just now, it would be impossible for him to exert the power as he did in Tiger Canyon. The reason was very simple. He lacked the power of awakening and resonance, and this fact also made Lin Sun more determined to return to Tiger Canyon. Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure flashed and chased in the direction of Jin Woo's escape. He was not in a hurry, just like an experienced hunter. In fact, he didn't really want to kill Jin Woo immediately, but he wanted to buy more time to restore his own strength. In his hand, he still held the high-grade spiritual crystal tightly. Although he couldn't refine it completely, it was enough to replenish his strength. There are 3,900 high-grade spiritual crystals left, which is enough for a hard battle, Lin Sun thought silently. When he came to the bloodthirsty battlefield this time, he had brought a large number of high-grade spiritual crystals. And when he set out from the camp this morning, he also exchanged all his military merit points with Lu Wenting for high-grade spiritual crystals. So there was no need to worry about the lack of spiritual crystals for the time being. How dare you catch up with me? In the distance, Jin Woo turned his head and found that Lin Sun was far behind him. He was so shocked that he almost couldn't believe it. Why don't I dare to catch up with you? Lin Sun smiled brightly, presumptuously, and jokingly. You're courting death. Jin Woo was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. As a strong spiritual awakener, he was also a famous figure in the Golden Barbarians. He had been in the bloodthirsty battlefield for many years and killed countless practitioners of the Empire. He had already established a fierce reputation. But now, he was chased by a young man in Tao Insight Realm like a dog chasing a rabbit. If this was seen by others, it would be a great shame. If it weren't for the insignificant's bow in Lin Sun's hand, he would have gone back to kill at all costs. You're right. I'm courting death, but why do you run away? If you have the guts, stop and try to take an arrow from me. Lin Sun scolded, but in fact, he almost laughed out loud. Jin Woo was so timid that he didn't even have the courage to confront Lin Sun. Even if Jin Woo just tried, he would find that his insignificant's bow no longer had that kind of fatal terror. However, this was exactly what Lin Sun wanted. Little bastard, if you have the guts, don't use that bow. Jin Woo was obviously mad with anger. It was undoubtedly a little funny for a big shot like him to say such childish words. Old beast, if you have the guts, stop. Lin Sun shouted. If you have the guts, don't use that bow. If you have the guts, stop. In the following chase, the old man and the young man scolded and threatened each other. It was obviously a matter of life and death, but the scene was full of humor. If others saw this, they would be stunned and sigh that the current ruthless characters were better at playing. Soon, even Jin Woo himself noticed that something was wrong. His old face was livid and he was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to die. What was his identity? But he accompanied a human bastard to scold him. If this was spread out, where would he put his face? Jin Woo wanted to slap himself. What was wrong with him? He was too impatient today. He was so angry because of a little bastard. At this time, a deep voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Jin Woo, why are you back? And why do you look so pale? As soon as Jin Woo looked up, he saw a tall and strong middle-aged man whose skin seemed to be made of rock standing in the distance and looking at him in surprise. Feng Kuan, the spiritual awakener of the Earth Barbarian branch. Jin Woo was ecstatic. Feng Kuan, who was known as the mountain-moving butcher, was even more terrible than Shizhen, the thunderbolt blood sickle. Little bastard, your F*** finished. No one in the world can save you. Ha 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 ha. Jin Woo couldn't help laughing. All the grievances and anger accumulated in his heart along the way were released at this moment. But when he looked back, his smile suddenly froze and his laughter stopped. Wait. Where is the little bastard? When did he disappear? At the same time, Feng Kuan, who was as strong as a mountain, couldn't help asking with a strange expression, Jin Wu, why don't you laugh? Jin Wu was so depressed that he almost coughed up blood. It was shameful enough to be chased by a young man of Tao Insight realm all the way. Now, he was embarrassed in front of Feng Kuan. He couldn't bear it anymore. What the hell is going on? Feng Kuan frowned. His figure was like a mountain, and his skin was as hard as stone. He was extremely oppressive. Jin Wu took a deep breath and told Feng Kuan about his encounter with Lin Sun. Of course, he didn't tell him the details of his escape. Even so, Feng Kuan had guessed most of it. His face suddenly became strange, and he couldn't help laughing. Jin Wu's face was burning. He roared angrily, what are you laughing at? You haven't seen the big bow in the little bastard's hand. When you see it, I'm sure you won't laugh. I tell you, Xianxia is strong enough, but he was seriously injured by that boy and almost died on the spot. He is still recuperating in the Tiger Canyon. Oh, Feng Kuan replied, and his expression became solemn as he pondered deeply and said, according to what you said, this kid is relying on the mysterious bone bow in his hand? Jin Wu gnashed his teeth, if it weren't for this bow, how could we be so embarrassed that we had to ask for help? A bone bow can give a young man of Tao Insight realm the power to go against the natural order and seriously injure Xianxia. It seems that this bone bow must have a great background. Feng Kuan's eyes were burning, tell me where the boy appeared. I will kill him. Obviously, he was also tempted to kill Lin Sun and seize the insignificant bow. Jin Wu was in a dilemma. He wanted Feng Kuan to kill Lin Sun, but he didn't want to see Feng Kuan take away the bone bow from Lin Sun. He was nearby just now. He shouldn't be far away. Jin Wu finally decided to act with Feng Kuan. He was not willing to let the big bow fall into Feng Kuan's hands. You lead the way. Let's act together. Feng Kuan glanced at him, I have to remind you that this time, our 9 branches of voodoo barbarians have dispatched many masters. Not only me, but also many guys around the Tiger Canyon who are almost as strong as me are also looking for the traces of those humans. If you don't cooperate with me, the big bow is likely to be taken away by others. Jin Wu's heart shook, and he said, don't worry, I wish for nothing more than to slice that kid into pieces, so I naturally won't be careless. Let's act quickly. According to the calculations of an old fellow from the ancient barbarian tribe, the treasure in the Tiger Valley will break out of the ground in less than 3 days and completely reveal itself. We must kill that young man as soon as possible and return before the treasure is unearthed. A wisp of a murderous expression suffused the space between Feng Kuan's brows. Jin Wu no longer hesitated. He went back along the way he came and began to search for Lin. It's going to appear in less than 3 days? Not long after Feng Kuan and Jin Wu left, wisps of dreamy and illusory mist appeared on a pile of rocks 10,000 feet away from where they were. The haze was extremely marvelous. Its color changed and completely merged with the surrounding scenery. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to distinguish it. Lin Sun's figure gradually emerged from the haze. This was Pippi Chi, the inheritance of the 5th transformation of the Tribulation Dragon 9 transformations. Pippi was an ancient divine beast. The haze it breathed could cover a world and hide a territory. It was invisible and formless. Even practitioners couldn't see through its mysteries. On the other hand, an inheritance like the Xuanyi Qi was a miraculous secret technique that could conceal one's tracks, conceal oneself, and deceive the heavens. Once this method was used, one's figure seemed to disappear out of thin air, and his breath disappeared. He seemed to be integrated with the surrounding scenery. Even ghosts and gods couldn't see through his existence. Lin Sun had just comprehended some of the mysteries of Pippi Chi. Now he could at most cover his breath and hide his figure. Once he moved, his figure would be exposed immediately. On the other hand, if he completely grasped and comprehended the profundities of the Xuanyi Qi and attained perfection, then he wouldn't just be able to conceal himself, he would even be able to conceal the mountains, rivers, everything, and even an entire world, causing others to be unable to notice him. As Hu Tong speculated, in order to prevent the secret in the Tiger Valley from leaking, the voodoo barbarian tribe has dispatched many masters to hunt down the imperial practitioners. Lin Sun thought for a moment and finally determined the direction of the Tiger Valley. His figure flashed and he rushed there quickly. He had promised Hu Tong and others that he would help them escape back to the imperial camp. If he wanted to do this, he must contain those enemies who had already started to hunt them down. There were many enemies, and it was difficult for Lin Sun to stop them one by one. However, for Lin Sun, there was a way to achieve this goal, which was to make a scene in the Tiger Valley. The treasure in the Tiger Valley was about to be unearthed, which attracted the attention of the voodoo barbarian tribe. If there was chaos there, those enemies who went to hunt Hu Tong and others would definitely give up everything and return to the Tiger Valley for help. In this way, the pursuit would be indirectly disrupted, and Hu Tong and others would have time and opportunity to return to the camp. In the Tiger Valley, Xianxia sneered with a livid face. This time, more than 10 practitioners of the Spirit Awakening realm were dispatched together, and each of them was not weaker than me. It would be a joke if the little bastard could still survive. He was the dignified Thunder Bloodscythe, a notorious and ruthless character. At this moment, his face was pale, and there was a hint of weakness between his brows. His arm was broken by an arrow and he almost died. Even at this moment, the serious injury on his body had not healed. Yan Qiheng next to him was also livid and gnashed his teeth. He was even more miserable than Xianxia. His lower abdomen was directly blown up by an arrow, leaving only half of his body. Although he could still recover, it would greatly damage his vitality. It was impossible for him to completely recover in a short period of time. Don't worry. This time, we have dispatched the top forces in our camp. Even if we meet the top figures of the reincarnation development realm in the human empire, we can still defeat them, let alone Chu Chu, a little bastard of the Tao Insight realm. On the other side, the strong practitioner of the Spirit Awakening realm of the Dark Barbarians made a resentful voice. His name was Begu, and he was actually the most miserable one. Wrapped in bandages, there was no intact skin. His body seemed to be broken, and his bones and flesh were broken. It was incredible that he could still be alive. It's a great shame. Xianxia was indignant. They were strong practitioners of the Spirit Awakening realm who had dominated the murderous blood battlefield for many years. But today, they were heavily injured by a human youngster of the Tao Insight realm. If news of this were to spread, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the voodoo barbarian tribe. This kid is destined to die. There is no need to worry about this. Yan Qiheng and Begu comforted him. Boom! Right at this moment, a huge explosion came from the entrance of the Tiger Canyon, accompanied by a scream that could be heard even in the depths of the Tiger Canyon. What happened? Xianxia stood up. Although he was seriously injured, he still had a frightening aura. Yan Qiheng and Begu were also shocked. Who dared to intrude into the Tiger Canyon at this time? Not good. The experts of our voodoo barbarian tribe have all gone to kill those human cultivators. There are no experts in the canyon now. Yan Qihan's expression suddenly changed. It's okay. The Tiger Canyon is surrounded by the barbarian blood shaman spirit array. Even if a life and death king of the human race comes, he can't break in a short time. Begu seemed very calm. Hearing this, Xianxia and Yan Qiheng were a little relieved. However, the same scene occurred to them at the same time. When the young man of Tao Insight realm left, he smashed a hole in the barbarian blood shaman spirit array with one slap. It shouldn't be him. The two subconsciously didn't think that Lin Sun, who had already escaped, would come back. At the entrance of the Tiger Canyon, Lin Sun strode forward alone in the smoke. On the way, many elite voodoo barbarians rushed out and attacked him. They were all killed by the broken blade in his hand. Their heads rolled down and blood sprinkled on the spot. In the distance, a voodoo barbarian recognized Lin Sun's identity. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Didn't this damn human teenager run away? Why did he come back? He opened his mouth to warn Lin Sun, but a ray of saber light shot at him. With a puff, his head was directly cut off and thrown into the void. Human bastard? How dare you come to the Tiger Canyon alone? You are so reckless. Many elite voodoo barbarians had just been mobilized to support, so they didn't recognize Lin Sun, nor did they know that the young man in front of them had shown great power here before. They were full of murderous intent, and many of them were senior magi. Lin Sun looked indifferent and didn't say a word. He carried a broken blade and walked forward as if dragging a silver galaxy. Boom, roars shook the sky. More than 10 elite voodoo barbarians rushed forward and attacked Lin Sun together. They were ferocious and frightening. Puff, puff, puff. However, Lin Sun moved faster. His blade was like lightning. In an instant, more than 10 elite voodoo barbarians were killed. Broken limbs flew everywhere, blood splashed everywhere, and the ground was dyed red with blood. Seeing this, other elite voodoo barbarians trembled with fear. Was this young man a human or a devil? He was alone, but he was unstoppable. It was too horrible. When Lin Sun arrived at the Tiger Canyon, he was extremely cautious. But after his investigation, he unexpectedly found that almost all the masters stationed here were gone. There were only elite voodoo barbarians left. Although there were many of them, they didn't pose a threat to Lin Sun. This made Lin Sun immediately judge that the masters of the other side should have gone to chase Hutong and others. Moreover, the other side didn't expect that Lin Sun would come back. Shit. Top masters are coming to attack. Quick, hide in the barbarian blood witchcraft formation. Seeing the bloody scenes, those elite voodoo barbarians were so scared that they hid in the barbarian blood witchcraft formation. Little bastard, wait and see. When the masters of our tribe come back, it will be the time of your death. An elite voodoo barbarian shouted and was no longer afraid. He was confident that Lin Sun couldn't come in with the protection of the barbarian blood witchcraft formation. However, the next scene stunned them all. Lin Sun stepped forward with his blade, and a hole was shaken out of the formation in front of him. Then he walked in leisurely. All the people present were dumbfounded. Some elite voodoo barbarians stationed in the canyon finally recognized Lin Sun's identity and couldn't help screaming in horror. The crazy and frightened screams in the field made other new voodoo barbarians confused. But the more they were frightened, the more they fled. Not to mention anything else, the scene that Lin Sun broke the formation and walked into the Tiger Canyon calmly was enough to make them tremble. Lin Sun walked all the way along the path. His spiritual power spread out and covered the whole field. The broken blade seemed to have eyes and killed more than 10 voodoo barbarians again. Many of them were senior magi, who were powerful in the bloodthirsty battlefield. But in front of Lin Sun, they were as vulnerable as clay chickens and pottery dogs. What? That little bastard is back? Xianxia's roar came from the depths of the canyon. He was shocked and angry, and his eyes almost popped out. It was a mess in the valley. Lin Sun walked with his saber, leaving a trail of blood along the way. However, his clothes were spotless, and his temperament was peerless. Coupled with the chaotic and bloody scene around him, he looked like an immortal banished from the saber. It's really him. Yan Qiheng and In Beigu also shouted and couldn't believe their eyes. This brat actually turned around and attacked. They couldn't figure out how this kid could be so bold. He had already escaped. How could he dare to come back? Who gave him the confidence? You dare to come back? You are so bold. You don't want to live. Xianxia roared, but he was actually a little cowardly. He had no choice. He had been seriously injured by Lin Sun's arrow before and almost died. Now he was seriously injured. How could he have the courage to fight against Lin Sun at this time? Don't you want to kill me? Now I take the initiative to come back. Why are you still not happy? As Lin Sun spoke, he raised his saber and fell. With a muffled sound, 7 or 8 nearby voodoo barbarians who didn't have time to avoid were immediately killed on the spot. His resolute and cold posture shocked Xianxia, Yan Qiheng, and In Beigu. They were all trembling and their scalps were numb. It wasn't that they were careless and didn't take precautions, but they didn't expect that this human teenager had the courage to come back. Such a thing had never happened before. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Boom, in the field, Lin Sun never stopped attacking. He used the ice drake steps, and his broken sword shot out violently. Accompanied by dazzling starlight and divine clouds, he killed all the enemies in the field. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. Xianxia's roar reverberated between heaven and earth. He wanted to alarm the voodoo barbarian and spirit awakening powerhouses in the nearby area and ask them to come to his rescue. On the other hand, Yan Qiheng and In Beigu were even more straightforward. They sent out signals refined from beast bones to ask for help from the experts in the outside world. Lin Sun smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Only in this way could those barbarians and spiritual awakeners who chased Hu Tong and the others have to return to the Tiger Canyon. Rumble, the slaughter continued. From the beginning until the end, Lin Sun had a ruthless, cold, and merciless attitude. He had been like this since he entered the Tiger Canyon, and he had never held back. That kind of destructive means, like that of a devil, completely frightened the elite voodoo barbarians stationed nearby, and they hurriedly fled out of the Tiger Canyon. Lin Sun didn't chase after them. He didn't come here to kill the enemy. But such a scene made Xianxia, Yan Qihang, and Yin Beigu turn paler, tremble, and cold hands and feet. If this guy kept killing like this, even if the reinforcements would come back, they would be dead by then. Run! Xianxia and the others made a sullen and shameful decision. They had no choice. In order to survive, they didn't care about their faces. The most important thing was that they were all injured and had lost the ability to fight against Lin Sun. However, when they thought that they were shocked by the human teenager again, they all had an impulse to break down and vomit blood. What a bully! In the distance, Lin Sun, who was killing the enemies, keenly noticed that Xianxia and the others had escaped. But different from other voodoo barbarian elites, the three of them fled into the mine in the depths of the Tiger Canyon. Is there any safe place in the depths of the mine that makes them choose to retreat into it so decisively? Lin Sun thought. He didn't chase after them. Xianxia and the others were no different from tigers without teeth, and he would kill them sooner or later. After a while, the Tiger Canyon was in a mess. Corpses were everywhere, and the ground was dyed red with blood. At least hundreds of voodoo barbarian elites were lying in the field. This scene was too horrifying and shocking. If it was in the bloodthirsty battlefield, then it could be considered as a small-scale battle. And all this was done by Lin Sun alone. Of course, more voodoo barbarians escaped than died. Lin Sun didn't stop them from the beginning to the end. He needed more enemies to help him spread the news to attract those strong voodoo barbarians who chased Hu Tong and others. Lin Sun began to clean up the spoils. His movements were neat and experienced. Soon, there were 3 full giant bags in the field, all of which were spoils that could be exchanged for rich military merits. However, Lin Sun soon had a headache. The bags were too big, and there were as many as 3. In the bloodthirsty battlefield where the storage treasures couldn't be used, it was also a big test to bring these spoils back to the camp smoothly. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun found a rope and strung the 3 bags together. Then, he carried them in his hand and walked towards the mine in the depths of the Tiger Canyon. Xianxia, Yan Qihang, and Yin Beigu were still hiding in the mine. Besides, Lin Sun would not forget the real purpose of returning to the Tiger Canyon this time, the unknown treasure that was about to be unearthed. The mine was extremely deep, dark and damp, with dense paths like cobwebs extending to the depths of the earth, just like an underground labyrinth. As soon as he entered, Lin Sun keenly felt an indescribable killing intent. Looming but omnipresent, Lin Sun's hair stood on end. Even he couldn't help but feel awe-inspiring and shocked secretly. What a terrible killing intent! Dragging the bags, Lin Sun moved forward vigilantly. His huge spiritual power spread out, and in an instant, he caught a trace of the remaining breath of Xianxia and the other 2. He kept moving forward calmly. The road was winding and crisscrossing. Ordinary people were bound to get lost in it. As Lin Sun went deeper, the killing intent he felt became more and more terrible, which made Lin Sun's skin ache. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. This place was really not simple. Puff! Before long, Lin Sun suddenly stabbed the rock wall on one side of the road with the broken sword. A scream came out, accompanied by a spray of blood, and a shadow fell to the ground. He was killed on the spot. This was a strong dark barbarian. His breath was almost undetectable, but it couldn't be hidden from Lin Sun's powerful spiritual power. This was a magical effect of meditating magic, which enabled Lin Sun's spiritual power to see through all falsehoods and capture the truth. Boom! Not long after he moved forward, a bone spear rushed out of the mine and stabbed Lin Sun's throat fiercely. It was extremely fast with a terrible breath. Lin Sun didn't look at it and disappeared in a flash. Puff! The white bone spear pierced through the air. Not far away, a bloody head was chopped off, and a headless corpse crashed to the ground. Lin Sun's figure had already disappeared in the depths of the tunnel. This dark and damp underground labyrinth hid mysterious and unknown killing intent, as well as many elite voodoo barbarians lurking in it. However, Lin Sun walked forward as if he was walking on the flat ground. All the assassinations and ambushes he encountered were discovered by him in advance as if he had foreseen them, and then he killed them without hesitation. What? Lin Sun didn't know how many opponents he had killed. Suddenly, he stopped, and his black eyes burst out light. In the tunnel ahead, a little starlight suddenly appeared. It was dazzling, illuminating the dark and damp area. The clear light was overflowing, showing a kind of mysterious and vast beauty. As he got closer, he found that the bright starlight came from the black rocks on the wall. Crack, Lin Sun cut it with his broken saber, and a black ore the size of a cobblestone slipped into his palm. The surface of the ore was flowing with dazzling starlight and had a restrained metallic texture. It was so heavy that it weighed no less than 500 kilograms. Meteorite star steel, this was the special ore in the depths of Tiger Canyon. It was a rare and precious spiritual material, and one of the materials for forging top heaven-rank treasures. At the same time, it could also be used as a medium to refine armors with spiritual tattoos, which had endless wonderful uses and extremely amazing value. Such a small piece could be exchanged for tens of thousands of gold coins in the empire, but now, the rock walls near the mine tunnel were densely covered with meteorite star steel ores. They were like inlaid stars that emitted a clear radiance that was dreamlike and illusory. No wonder the voodoo barbarians sent their elite forces to guard here. The meteorite star steel mine alone is worth it. When Lin Sun was thinking, his pupils suddenly shrank. He noticed that the broken sword had a rare obscure wave at this moment, as if it had smelled delicious food and was absorbing the power contained in the piece of meteorite star steel in its hand. Crack, in the blink of an eye, all the power of the cobblestone-sized meteorite star steel was swallowed up, turning into powder and scattering in the air. At the same time, the surface of the broken sword glowed as if it was breathing, flashing a wisp of starlight, and then fell into silence. Lin Sun had a strange feeling. It was the first time that the broken sword had such a change, taking the initiative to absorb the power. Was there some kind of power in the meteorite star steel that could promote its transformation? Clang, Lin Sun shook his wrist, and the broken sword was inserted into the rock wall on one side like cutting tofu. Suddenly, it could be clearly noticed that the broken sword produced a low and shallow sound, like a cheer, spreading obscure waves. The dense meteorite star steel ores around the rock wall began to tremble, and the luster of them began to dim rapidly. It was obvious that the power was flowing away rapidly and converging towards the broken sword. Sure enough. Lin Sun's eyes brightened. This discovery was a pleasant surprise that he had never thought of. I don't know what will happen after the broken sword absorbs the power of the meteorite star steel. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun made a decision to leave the broken sword here, and he continued to move forward with insignificant bow. Continuing to move forward, it didn't take long for a vast underground space to appear in front of him. It was like an underground world, dark and empty. Hundreds of meters away from Lin Sun, there lay a huge corpse as big as a mountain, motionless. This was the corpse of a mysterious and terrifying ferocious beast. It was covered in ferocious dark silver scales, and just the pair of arms that were exposed were several meters long and thick as if they were made of rock. As for its head, it was shockingly large like a house. This was a fierce beast that even Lin Sun had never seen before. There was a black arrow inserted obliquely in its head. Comparatively, the arrow was only 2 feet long and as thick as a baby's pen. Compared with the corpse of the fierce beast, it was slender and small. But it was this arrow that pierced into its head and killed it. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. When he arrived here, he finally understood that the biting murderous intent he felt along the way came from the corpse of the fierce beast. It was creepy, the murderous intent was so terrible as if it was real. Even though he was sure that the huge mysterious beast had already died, Lin Sun was still frightened and felt a kind of extreme danger. Is the mysterious treasure found by the voodoo barbarians the arrow inserted obliquely in the head of the fierce beast? As he was thinking, Lin Sun instantly found a trace of strangeness in his spiritual perception. He immediately said coldly, "I'm here. Are you going to continue to hide?" "Humph, little bastard, Do you really think that we are at the end of the road and can only be slaughtered by you? With a cold snort, Xijin, Yan Qiheng and Yin Beigu walked out from behind the corpse of the fierce beast. They were barbarian awakeners, and their bodies were bigger and fiercer than human beings. However, standing next to the mountain-like carcass of the fierce beast, they looked very small. It seems that you have nothing to fear. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. He was keenly aware that these three strong spiritual awakeners, who had already been seriously injured, had no fear at the moment. Instead, they seemed very calm, which was a bit strange. As he spoke, Lin Sun pulled up the insignificant bow in his hand. Haha, what a joke. Xijin's face was ashen. You little trash, if it wasn't for that bow in your hand, how would you have the qualifications to strut around in front of us? Yan Qiheng and Yin Beigu were also full of resentment. They were the bigwigs in spirit awakening realm of the voodoo barbarian tribe, but they were forced to such a point by Lin Sun, a young man in Tao Insight realm. It was a great shame. So much nonsense. Lin Sun frowned, and killing intent flashed in his heart. His opponent was too calm, which made him feel that something was wrong, and he needed to end the battle quickly. But just as the killing intent rose in his heart, a sudden change occurred. Kill. This spacious underground world was originally filled with a strand of indistinct killing intent. At this moment, it seemed as if it had smelled blood, and it instantly became peerlessly violent and transformed into material tidewater that rumbled as it pressed down towards Xianxia. Lin Sun's soul suddenly suffered an unprecedented impact. That killing intent seemed to have traversed through the ages, bringing with it a boundless, ferocious, and terrifying might, causing his face to turn pale. Without hesitation, Lin Sun ran meditating magic. His spirit, qi, and spirit roared around him, and a vision of a full moon, blue sky, and stars surrounding him emerged in his sea of consciousness. Soon, the impact of the killing intent was offset, and his soul became much more stable. Lin Sun had been practicing meditating magic for years, and he had long known that this wonderful method had an unpredictable power. Even if his soul was injured, it would be quickly healed. Rumble, however, the killing intent between heaven and earth was getting stronger and stronger, like rolling waves, rushing from all directions. Kill. 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 It could be clearly seen that the endless killing intent surged out from the huge beast's corpse, impacting and crushing Lin Sun's soul and mind. Lin Sun's pressure doubled. I have to run meditating magic and all my spirit to resist the corpse of a long-dead beast. If it was still alive, I'm afraid it could easily kill me in an instant. Lin Sun was horrified. The killing intent here was as vast as the sea, and it was boundlessly terrifying. However, meditating magic showed an extremely magical power at this moment, which firmly stabilized Lin Sun's soul. No matter how hard it was impacted, it couldn't be shaken. Ha ha ha, little bastard, it's hard to bear, isn't it? No matter how ferocious you were, once you aroused killing intent in your heart here, you would suffer a calamity. You probably didn't expect this at all, right? Xijin's grim laughter came from afar, full of pleasure. Look, this guy's face is pale, and he's trembling all over. Obviously, he can't hold on any longer. Yan Qiheng and Yin Beigu also laughed, looking resentful and complacent. The reason why they hid here was to see this scene in front of them. When the strong barbarians discovered this place, it also caused a sensation. Because anyone who came here, as long as they revealed a trace of killing intent, they would suffer terrible backfire and suppression. Even the strong in the spirit awakening realm couldn't bear such a blow. If it weren't for this, they would have taken away the beast's corpse and the arrow on it. Damn it, if it weren't for the big bow in the little bastard's hand, I would have killed him myself. How could I waste so much effort? Xijin gnashed his teeth, wishing he could rush up and kill Lin Sun himself. Boom, nearby, a terrible killing intent emerged, which shocked Xijin. Just now, he inadvertently aroused a trace of killing intent, which caused the backfire of this place. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately abandoned the murderous intent in his heart. Thus, he managed to resolve the impending murderous calamity. Be careful. Yan Qiheng and Yin Beigu shivered and almost jumped up in fright, glaring at Xijin. Xijin was embarrassed. It turns out that the reason why they fled here is to deal with me by relying on the killing intent here. No wonder they are so fearless at this moment. In the distance, Lin Sun finally understood. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and approached the beast's corpse step by step. This scene shocked Xianxia and the others, and they almost couldn't believe it. The killing intent was so terrible and overbearing that even they didn't dare to touch it head-on. But now, this guy took the initiative to approach it. Did he want to die fast enough? Lin Sun didn't pay attention to this. His black eyes were fixed on a black arrow inserted obliquely in the head of the beast, with a strange luster in the depths of his eyes. Only he himself felt that the insignificant bow in his hand seemed to be stimulated at this moment, producing bursts of trembling, and a mysterious breath was awakening. Soon, Lin Sun finally saw it clearly. The beast was covered with scales, like a lion or a tiger, but with a dragon's head. Its limbs were like iron pillars of more than 30 meters, and it was covered with dried blood stains. In the head of the beast, the black arrow was simple and unadorned, with only the arrow feathers glowing with a dark red luster. A mysterious breath was gushing out of the black arrow, resonating with the insignificant's bow. At this moment, even without running meditating magic, Lin Sun was sure that the overwhelming murderous intent couldn't pose any threat to him. How could this be? Has he become so powerful? In the distance, Xianxia's face changed and he screamed. According to their previous speculation, even if a life-death realm king came, he had to be careful and try his best to resist. Maybe he could get close to the beast. But now, a young man of Tao Insight realm was approaching it step by step. Moreover, he didn't look embarrassed when he was oppressed by the killing intent at the beginning. Instead, he looked very calm. Impossible. Yan Qiheng and Yin Beigu also shouted. They were completely panicked. They had been seriously injured before. Now their only hope was to kill Lin Sun with the help of the killing intent here. But the development of things had completely deviated from their expectations. Arrow. When Lin was still 30 meters away from the beast, he suddenly stopped and uttered a word softly from his lips. Swish, under the shocked gaze of Xianxia and others, the black arrow inserted obliquely in the beast's head suddenly rushed out, turned into a black light, and fell into Lin Sun's hand. The arrow was simple and unadorned. It was as thick as a child's arm. The arrow feathers were dyed dark red, and a faint cold light flowed in the pitch-black arrow tip. Just in Lin Sun's hand, a terrifying majesty spread out from the arrow, oppressing the surrounding void to produce bursts of ripples. Boom! At the same time, the mysterious beast's corpse that was like a mountain suddenly collapsed, turned into decaying ashes, and scattered all over the ground. Xianxia and others were dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Originally, according to their estimations, this black arrow was absolutely an ancient treasure that was unbelievably formidable. If they wanted to take it away, then they had to wait for a period of time for its ferocious aura to die down before they could subdue it. This was also the reason why they had mobilized so many experts to guard Tiger Canyon these days. But who would have thought that Lin Sun's arrival would destroy all their plans? He raised his hand and easily took away the black arrow. No! Xianxia and others roared with unwillingness and anger. This was no different from losing the bride and the soldier. By Luo, at the same time, Lin Sun murmured. He recognized that the black arrow was branded with two unique inscriptions that only existed in ancient times. This arrow was named by Luo. Little bastard, leave this treasure behind. Otherwise, no matter where you escape to, you are doomed to be hunted down by our strong barbarians. Xianxia and others roared angrily. They were too unwilling to give up. They had been stationed here for many days just for this treasure, but now it was taken by Lin Sun. How could they bear it? Everyone, it's time to end the game. Lin Sun raised his head and looked over with his black eyes. There was an invisible wave of killing intent spreading out from the black arrow in his hand. Puff. Puff, in an instant, no matter if it was Xianxia, Yan Qiheng, or Yin Beigu, all of them didn't have the time to react before their figures exploded into pieces. They were minced into pieces by that wisp of bone-piercing killing intent, and they transformed into a bloody mist that sprayed through the air. Moreover, not even their corpses were left behind. In the 7th camp, Lu Wenting's face was livid, and his eyes were about to spurt fire. He roared, "Where are they? Damn it! Didn't I say earlier that you had to protect young Master Lin no matter what? But now you've come back on your own. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" His voice was like thunder, almost overturning the roof. A group of guards outside the room trembled with fear. It was the first time for them to see Lu Wenting so furious. In the room, Hu Tong and the others had ugly expressions. They lowered their heads in shame. Hu Tong, you stay. Others, get out of here. Lu Wenting also knew that it was not a good idea to be angry. The urgent thing was to understand the situation and make remedies. When Abi and Yan Xiong left, Hu Tong took a deep breath and told Lu Wenting about his actions in the Tiger Canyon. Hiss! Lu Wenting couldn't help but gasp when he heard that Lin Sun had injured several strong practitioners of Spirit Awakening Realm one after another with a big bow. When he learned that in order to buy time for Hu Tong and others to escape, Lin Sun resolutely chose to stay and restrain those strong barbarians, Lu Wenting's face changed again, and his heart tightened. No wonder you could run back to the camp with such serious injuries. Lu Wenting squinted at Hu Tong. He had found that when Hu Tong and others returned, almost all of them were seriously injured and covered in blood. It was a miracle that they could return to the camp alive. After knowing the reason, Lu Wenting realized that it was because Lin Sun restrained the enemies on the battlefield that Hu Tong and others could survive. Hu Tong took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and knelt on the ground, saying, "Child Lin saved my life. This time I came back to ask for help from your Excellency Lu. Please dispatch some strong practitioners to save Child Lin. If he died on the battlefield, I would live in guilt and regret for the rest of my life. It's useless to say these things. If something happens to Child Lin this time, not only you and me, but also General Zhang's son will be implicated." Lu Wenting snorted coldly and left in a hurry. He was so anxious that he knew this matter could not be delayed. If anything happened to Lin Sun, it would be difficult for Bloodthirsty King. Even General Zhang's son will be implicated? Hu Tong's heart shuddered. Only now did he realize that young Master Lin's background seemed to be even more terrifying than he'd imagined. A moment later, a thunder-like roar came from the highest standard general's tent in Camp 7. "Lu Wenting, on the first day that Brat came, you've already made such a big mess for me. Do you think the quartermaster is an idiot? Who told you to send that kid to the battlefield? Huh?" In the entire area covered by the number 7 camp, countless practitioners of the Empire stopped what they were doing, their hearts somewhat trembling. What happened to General Zhang's son? Why did he burst into such a thunderous rage? Guards! Assemble a mighty warship and follow me to the Tiger Canyon. Whoever dares to waste time, I'll kill you. Not long after, accompanied by a roar that shook the heavens, Zhang Sunlai's tall and straight figure charged into the sky, and he was like a smoke signal that threw the wind and clouds into disorder. Suddenly, the whole camp was in an uproar. Many practitioners of the Empire were quickly mobilized to set foot on the large mighty warship of the Empire and rushed out of the camp with Zhang Sunlai. Many practitioners witnessed this scene and were all dumbfounded. Who on earth was so important that General Zhang Sun rushed to rescue Lin in such a hurry, at the end of the underground tunnel in the Tiger Canyon? Blue arrow. When Lin Sun perceived the black arrow in his hand, his soul suddenly trembled, producing a stinging pain as if being stabbed by a knife. At the same time, a terrible picture was reflected in his mind. In the depths of the vast starry sky, a black arrow flashed. With a bang, a star was blown up and turned into powder. The destructive power at that moment made Lin's hands and feet cold and his scalp numb. Shooting up a star, perhaps only the appearance of a saint could have such a monstrous power, right? Before Lin Sun could react, another shocking scene appeared. In the depths of the starry sky, a huge fierce beast carrying a bronze palace on its back emerged. The fierce beast traversed the void and shuttled through the starry sky. The bronze palace on its back was filled with chaotic chi, making it hard to see clearly. But this scene alone made Lin Sun feel an indescribable shock. It was just like a legend in the ancient times, which was incredible. The vast starry sky was so magnificent. Looking at the past and present, who could go up to the sky? But now, there was a fierce beast carrying a bronze palace on its back, shuttling through the starry sky with chaotic chi. No one knew where it was going or how it would return. Boom, the black arrow appeared again and suddenly approached, as if it was going to destroy the bronze palace on the back of the fierce beast. But in the end, it was hit by a brilliant and mysterious Rui jade. Suddenly, a terrible and boundless divine light burst out, shattering and annihilating the nearby stars in the void. At this moment, the picture disappeared. But Lin Sun was already in a cold sweat, and his heart was scared. What kind of power did it have to be to achieve this? Who made that dazzling and mysterious Rui scepter? Was the bronze palace full of chaotic chi destroyed? Lin Sun didn't know. The only thing he knew was that the black arrow, which seemed to be invincible in the starry sky, was now in his hand. Its name was Blue Arrow, however, compared with the black arrow in the picture, the blue arrow at this moment seemed simple and unadorned, with a kind of silent aura. There must be some connection between Insignificance Bow and Blue Arrow. Otherwise, there would be no such awakening and resonance before, Lin Sun pondered. The whole body of the Insignificant Bow was made of white bones and skeletons, and the bowstring was as red as blood, while the blue sky arrow was as dark as the night. Only the feather and the tip of the arrow were red, simple, and unadorned. One was white and the other was black. Both were embellished with blood, which looked strange and mysterious. When he got the Insignificance Bow earlier, Lin was curious that this bow should have a matching arrow, which might be able to exert its greatest power. Now, the appearance of Blue Arrow confirmed Lin Sun's guess. He even couldn't wait to have a try. What kind of terrible power would be exerted when he shot Blue Arrow with Insignificance Bow? In the end, Lin Sun resisted this impulse. If he was right, what happened in Tiger Canyon might have attracted many strong barbarians. Time was pressing and he couldn't delay any longer. Lin Sun returned along the original way. On the way, he pulled out the broken sword inserted into the rock wall. In the previous time, the broken sword almost drained all the power of meteorite star steel near the rock wall of the mine. But to Lin Sun's disappointment, the broken sword did not produce obvious transformation. At best, it was just more bright than before, and the diffusing starlight was purer. The only thing worthy of praise was that some mysterious markings of the Tao faintly floated up into appearance on the surface of the broken blade. They were strands that were faintly visible and extremely blurry, and it was utterly impossible to notice if one didn't look carefully. However, when Lin Sun tried to perceive and identify those mysterious Taoist patterns with his soul, it was also not feasible. They were too vague and obscure, which made him helpless. If the broken sword absorbs enough power it needs, maybe everything will be different from the past, Lin Sun thought. When Lin Sun returned to the entrance of the mine with 3 bags full of trophies, Insignificance Bow, and Blue Arrow in his hand, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. For the first time, he noticed that there were many powerful breaths sweeping towards Tiger Canyon from all directions. They didn't hide at all, so he could perceive them without careful perception. Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he used Ice Dragon steps. Like a shadow, he suddenly disappeared and rushed out of Tiger Canyon. Hurry up. That human boy is so audacious that he dares to come back. I won't spare him this time. Damn it. I was almost able to kill those Imperial practitioners before, but I was disturbed by such a change and had to rush back. If I see that human boy, I will peel off his skin. A burst of swearing and noise sounded at the entrance of Tiger Canyon. Soon, many figures rushed into the barbarian blood wizard formation. Among them, there were 2 strong practitioners in Spirit Awakening Realm, Jin Wu and Feng Kuan. Beside him, there were some other strong practitioners whose breaths were not weaker than them. Obviously, those were the powerful people who came to help. When they walked into Tiger Gorge, they saw the entire place in a mess. Everywhere was covered in corpses and pools of blood, and that horrifying scene caused them to be enraged to the point of cursing and cursing endlessly. But they didn't find that when they stepped into Tiger Canyon, there was also a figure, which was almost invisible, flashed away from the barbarian blood wizard formation and rushed out of Tiger Canyon. That figure was Lin Sun. That was close. Just one step and I would have been blocked inside. Lin Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could escape, his face changed slightly. Without thinking about anything else, he flashed and hid in the shadow at the bottom of a low hill nearby. He ran by in chi with all his strength. All the breaths of his body, together with his luggage, were hidden in an instant, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Swish, almost at the same time, a shadow flashed, and a skinny, dark-skinned old man appeared in Lin Sun's original position like a ghost. It's him. Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank. He recognized the identity of the old man. When he arrived at the bloodthirsty battlefield yesterday, he had almost killed the Shadow Man with the blood of the dark barbarian royal family. but at the last moment, he was destroyed by a horrible breath. Now, Lin Sun felt the horrible breath again, and it came from the old man who suddenly came to him. A half-step king realm existence. It seems that the voodoo barbarian tribe is serious. Unfortunately, the blue sky arrow that they tried so hard to get has fallen into my hands. Lin Sun tried to calm himself down. He knew that the crisis had not been resolved. The skinny old man stood still and seemed to be a little suspicious. He glanced around and seemed to have noticed something. The skinny old man left without any danger. But Lin Sun found that he couldn't leave in a short time. Because in the vicinity of this area, voodoo barbarians were approaching the Tiger Canyon like a tide. Trouble, Lin Sun complained in his heart. He might not be discovered by the enemy if he covered his breath with Bai and Qi at the moment, but once he made a move, his trace would inevitably be exposed. Whoosh! After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun finally decided to stay for the time being and wait for an opportunity. Taking advantage of this time, he took out some high-grade spirit crystals to absorb and refine them silently to replenish the strength consumed in the battle just now. In the Tiger Canyon, after the initial shock and anger, the scene had become dead silent and depressing. The old man named Manjiu, Feng Kuan, Jin Wu, and other strong practitioners of Spirit Awakening realm were discussing the countermeasures. That damn human bastard! Who could imagine that he dared to come back? He's so audacious. A strong practitioner of Spirit Awakening realm cursed angrily. Others were also livid. They had found that the incredible mysterious arrow in the depths of the mine had disappeared. Obviously, it was done by the human teenager. Damn it! Our voodoo barbarian tribe has been fighting in the bloodthirsty battlefield for many years. When have we suffered such a big loss? Even Shi Jin, Yan Shiheng, and Yin Beigu were killed. If this news is spread out, it will cause a great turmoil. The urgent task is to catch the little bastard. That's right. This kid's cultivation is only at the Grotto Heaven stage, but he made us suffer heavy losses with the help of the extremely terrifying white bone bow. The most unforgivable thing is that he actually took away the treasure. According to an old monster in the ancient barbarian branch, the unknown arrow is very likely to be the ultimate holy weapon left by an ancient sage king. Its terrible power is enough to kill a powerful practitioner of barbarian king realm. If it is controlled by the practitioners of the human empire, it will definitely be an unpredictable disaster. A group of voodoo barbarians spoke out one after another. They hated Lin Sun to the extreme and couldn't bear to let him continue to live. What does the teenager look like? Man. Jiao, who had been silent, suddenly asked. He is about 10 years old, in the Tao Insight realm, and he looks quite handsome. Jin Wu described Lin Sun's appearance. It's him. Suddenly, Manjiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. The other great figures looked over in surprise. Does Senior Manjiu recognize this kid? Manjiu was a half-step barbarian king of the Dark Barbarian clan. His strength was terrifying to the extreme, and he was in existence only inferior to a true barbarian king. It was surprising that such a great figure would recognize a human youth. After a long silence, Manjiu finally told the truth. This boy almost killed my clan's young master yesterday. According to my clan's young master's judgment, this boy should have already set foot on the legendary path of the strongest Tao. What? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The most powerful path of the Tao. Even if it was during the primeval times, it could be said to be a supreme path towards the Tao that drew the attention of the world. They were like kings that could crush all opponents of the same realm of cultivation. There were too many rumors about this path, and they were filled with inconceivable legends. However, no one could imagine that there was such a heaven-defying genius in Xiao Empire. This was something that had never been discovered before. When they learned that even the young master of the Dark Barbarian royal tribe was almost killed by Lin Sun, those great figures were all shocked speechless. The young master of the Dark Barbarian royal tribe, named Ing Ke, was a peerless figure who was known as the overlord of the young generation of voodoo barbarians. Many great figures of the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians thought that as long as he set foot on the path of the Tao, he would be very likely to become a real barbarian emperor, but such a dazzling figure was almost killed by the human youth. How could they not be shocked? Report. When the great figures were shocked, the spy came to report, we have searched the nearby area within 100 miles, but we didn't find any trace of the enemy, not even his breath. Most of the spies of Voodoo barbarian tribe were dark barbarians. They were born assassins and were best at hunting and searching. But now, even these spies of the dark barbarians didn't find any trace of the human youth, which made the faces of those great figures more and more gloomy. It's impossible for a living person to disappear for no reason. Manjiu frowned. This lad has either used some kind of secret method to conceal his breath and escaped, or he is still hiding nearby. His words were resolute and decisive. As a half-step king of dark barbarians, his words were undoubtedly very convincing. Search. Even if we have to flatten the Tiger Canyon and dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find him for me. Manjiu ordered. Senior, do you think that this lad hasn't escaped but is hiding nearby? Those great figures were shocked. I've observed the traces of battle here. According to the time, it's impossible for him to have escaped far. However, there's not a trace of him in the surrounding 50 kilometers. This can only prove one thing: he's nearby. Manjiu's eyes were flowing with cold light, and he looked extremely confident. Suddenly, the great figures were excited, and their faces showed unconcealable killing intent and hatred. They were furious today. A human youth made them depressed and suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, he took away the treasure that they had been eyeing. How could they tolerate this? Search. Flatten that mountain for me. And the mine over there, destroy all of them for me. There was a burst of shouts in the field. Voodoo barbarian elites started to move like tides, searching the area near the Tiger Canyon by violent means, with a fierce attitude of digging 3 feet into the ground. Lin Sun, who had been paying attention to all this, frowned and realized that he couldn't hide anymore. You, search here. A strong Voodoo barbarian issued an order and walked over with a group of guards. However, before they took action, a ray of star-like blade light had appeared out of thin air. Puff. Puff, suddenly, 7 or 8 bloody heads were thrown into the air. Here. The enemy is hiding here. In the distance, a strong Voodoo barbarian noticed this change. He suddenly let out a sharp roar with his eyes wide open. In an instant, shouts sounded from all directions. Strong practitioners of Spirit Awakening Realm rushed over here one by one, and all of them were full of killing intent. It's that little bastard. Ha ha ha, this time I'll pinch him to death with my own hands. In their field of vision, they saw Lin Sun's figure flying to the far distance with all his strength. Like a hunter who found his prey, they were ecstatic. Chase him. Stop him for this, daddy. Like a tide, Voodoo barbarian elites surrounded Lin Sun from all directions like a big net shrinking, trying to trap him in it. Whoosh, Lin Sun exerted ice dragon steps with all his strength, and his chi-ji ran to an unprecedented peak in an instant. He was incredibly fast like an illusory streamer. All the enemies in front of him were torn apart by the broken blade in an instant and burst into pieces like paper. He was like a sharp awl, tearing a bloody way in the enemy army and rushing with all his strength. Escape, Lin Sun even abandoned the 3 bags full of trophies and tried his best to escape. He had no choice. There were not only a large group of strong practitioners of Spirit Awakening Realm behind him, but also a half-step king. Even if Lin Sun was confident in his strength, he was not arrogant enough to fight against a half-step king. Ridiculous. I let you escape last time because my young master ordered me not to chase you. But today, if I let you escape again, how can I call myself a dark barbarian? Accompanied by a cold and dignified voice, Manjiu's figure was like a dark cloud, rumbling through the void as he rushed straight over. He was too fast. Manjiu was not only a half-step king, but also a dark barbarian with unparalleled speed and assassination skills. Now, as soon as he made a move, Lin Sun, who was fleeing in the distance, felt an unprecedented danger as if there was a sword on his back. Lin Sun's hair stood on end. Bang! Almost subconsciously, Lin Sun changed his saber into a bow, pulled the bowstring to the fullest, and shot an arrow without looking back. Huh? Manjiu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Caught off guard, even he was almost shot in the throat. Even so, the spirit arrow still grazed the skin on his neck, causing a string of blood to blossom. No wonder you can kill Shizhen and Yan Qiheng. This bow is really incredible. Manjiu looked indifferent, but his killing intent was getting stronger. He was a half-step king, caught off guard, he was almost killed by a human teenager, which made him furious. At the same time, he couldn't help but have a burning desire for the insignificant bow in Lin Sun's hand. Dark barbarians were born assassins. If he could have this bow, Manjiu was even confident that he could challenge the real barbarian king. This bow must be taken by me. Manjiu's eyes locked on Lin Sun from a distance. He took a deep breath and decided to use his real trump card to suppress Lin Sun in one fell swoop. Boom, his whole body was steaming with a black flame like a mist, rising straight to the sky. He was like a devil, and the terrible pressure was like a hurricane, covering the area within 100 miles in an instant. It could be clearly seen that on his fingertips, there was a gray flame, which seemed weak, but it was filled with an extremely dangerous aura of destruction. Just like the flame of hell, a single wisp of it could burn mountains and rivers. However, before Manjiu could attack, his whole body suddenly stiffened, and his heart palpitated uncontrollably. This, in Manjiu's field of vision, Lin Sun, who was fleeing in the distance, suddenly stopped, turned around, and then pulled the big white bone bow. However, this time, there was a simple and unadorned black arrow between his fingers. The blood-colored tip of the arrow was aimed at him from afar. At this moment, Manjiu's scalp was numb, as if he was stared at by the god of death, and his divine soul produced a strong tremor and fear. Could this be the ultimate saint weapon that was stolen by that little bastard? When the blue sky arrow and the insignificant bow were pulled to the fullest, all the power in Lin Sun's body poured into the bow and arrow like a whale swallowing water. Lin Sun had a feeling that his body was emptied in an instant. In the Tao Insight realm, he was strong enough to be the best in the world. He could even make grand cultivators in the reincarnation development realm feel ashamed of their inferiority. But now, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel shocked when he just pulled up an arrow and used up all its power. However, the arrow was already on the string. How could he not shoot? Lin Sun almost gritted his teeth and tried his best. Finally, at the moment when he was about to be unable to hold on, the insignificant bow was completely pulled. Bang! When the blue sky arrow was shot, a whistling sound almost like the sound of the Great Way resounded. Between heaven and earth, there was a terrible scene of the galaxy exploding and everything collapsing. Around the bow, the sun was sinking and the golden crow was crying blood. The scene was shocking and terrifying. The nearby earth, void, rocks, all fell into destruction in an instant, turning into violent turbulence, as if to drag everything into a kind of nothingness and annihilate it completely. The scene was too horrible. It was just one arrow. The world was seized by its momentum. Not good. Manjiu, who had already noticed that something was wrong, was so shocked that his scalp almost exploded. Out of instinct, his figure flashed like a shadow, fleeing frantically in the void. With a flash, he was already thousands of feet away. It was incredibly fast. If a real barbarian king saw this, he would probably be amazed that the speed of the dark barbarians was the fastest in the world. There was no doubt that Manjiu was trying his best to escape. As a half-step king, an old man who had gone through fire and water for countless years, it was the first time that Manjiu had felt such a deadly danger. It was too terrible. It made his soul tremble and his mind tremble. He almost couldn't believe that there was such a terrible power in the world. Even in the face of a real king, Manjiu had never had such a panic and fear experience. Escape. Before, he was still greedy for the insignificant bow and was determined to get it, but now, he just wanted to escape as far as he could. A bow and an arrow, one more terrible than the other. Are they a pair of treasures? This man must be killed, he must not be left alive. Especially the bow in his hand, we can't let it be controlled by the Empire's practitioners. Manjiu's thoughts raced. However, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His vision suddenly darkened, and at the same time, he heard a terrifying explosion. Puff, something seemed to have exploded, and his vision was filled with blood. Manjiu's many years of battle experience allowed him to immediately realize that this was the sound of his body exploding. However, what's wrong with the game? Suddenly, an indescribable sharp pain surged into his consciousness, and Manjiu finally realized that everything he'd sensed just now had occurred to him. His body had been killed and exploded into pieces. Manjiu suddenly felt an indescribable sense of confusion. How could this be? Why did death come so unexpectedly? This result was something that Manjiu never expected. From the beginning until the end, he didn't have the time to react, didn't have the time to sense anything. and didn't have the slightest bit of awareness before death arrived just like that. Is this the power of an ultimate holy weapon? Manjio's last trace of consciousness was when he saw an arrow. It was as black as the dark night, simple and unadorned. It disappeared in an instant, looking so mysterious and incredible, everything happened too fast. In the distance, a group of Spirit Awakening Realm powerhouses were chasing after Manjio aggressively, and their faces were full of excitement and killing intent. Around them, Voodoo Barbarian elites were encircling Manjio like a big net, with the same confidence to kill their prey. However, at the moment when Lin Sun shot out the blue sky arrow, all their movement stopped, and they were shocked by a terrifying roar. Then, an unforgettable scene appeared in their field of vision, an arrow pierced through the air, as if it was moving in the void. In an instant, Manjio, who was at the half-step king realm, was killed on the spot, just one arrow. At that moment, whether it was Feng Kuan, Jin Wu, other Spirit Awakening Realm powerhouses, or the nearby Voodoo Barbarian elites, they were all stunned, and their minds went blank. That was Manjio, a terrifying existence with 1 foot in the Barbarian King realm. He could be regarded as a top figure in the Voodoo Barbarian tribe. But he couldn't stop this arrow. He was directly killed on the spot, and his body burst into blood foam, which dyed the void red. It was so miserable that it made people desperate. How could this be? What a terrible arrow. No. For a long time, the oppressive and silent atmosphere was replaced by an uproar that resounded through the world. Every Voodoo Barbarian's face was full of horror, confusion, grief, and disbelief. Including those Spirit Awakening Realm powerhouses, their faces were gloomy, their hearts were trembling, and their bodies were trembling. A half-step King Realm powerhouse, or a top figure of the older generation of dark barbarians, was killed like this. This scene was too world-shocking, and no matter who saw it, that person's heart would probably go cold and their soul would leave their body. After all, who could imagine that the murderer was just a human teenager in Tao Insight Realm with a bow and an arrow? Fear, like an invisible tide, spread in the whole area. Everyone's eyes on Lin Sun had completely changed with deep fear. This youth had once, alone and holding a white bone bow, intimidated the warriors of Tiger Valley, and successfully saved the Xianxia of the empire. It was also this young man who suddenly returned to the Tiger Canyon and killed countless voodoo barbarians, leaving the ground in a mess and countless pools of blood. Now, he drew his bow and put an arrow on it, and killed Manjio, a half-step King Realm powerhouse, under the attention of thousands of people. Under such circumstances, who wouldn't be afraid? Wouldn't be frightened? In the hearts of these voodoo barbarians, Lin Sun was like a young demon in the human tribe at this moment, which made their hearts tremble. Don't panic. Suddenly, a deep shout sounded. It was Feng Kuan. He noticed that the fighting spirit of the people on their side was declining sharply, which was not a good thing. The arrow just made him lose all his strength. At this moment, he is just an arrow at the end of its flight, vulnerable to a single blow. Feng Kuan's voice resounded through the whole area like thunder. Don't you see? He has no strength to escape now. Suddenly, many voodoo barbarians woke up from the shock. Sure enough, they found that the young man in the distance was standing still with a pale face. If they looked carefully, they would find that his hands were trembling slightly. If he still had strength, how could he give up the best opportunity to escape at this moment? Realizing this, the fear in the hearts of these spiritual awakeners faded a lot. When they looked at Lin Sun again, there was a hint of killing intent in their eyes. This young man must not be left alive. If they didn't take this opportunity to kill him, perhaps only the real barbarian king could capture and kill him in the bloodthirsty battlefield in the future. The most important thing was that the bow and arrow were too powerful and horrible. If they didn't seize them, it would definitely be a disaster rather than a blessing for the voodoo barbarian tribe. The atmosphere changed. Lin Sun was keenly aware of this scene. He had already expected that the shot just now might be able to frighten all the enemies, but as long as they paid attention to him, they would inevitably find that he was on the verge of exhaustion. This was also the reason why Lin Sun stood where he was instead of choosing to escape. There was no other way. All the strength in his body had been drained by the arrow just now, and he had no ability to escape at all. It could be said that at this moment, his situation was extremely bad. But on the surface, Lin Sun still looked very calm at this moment. Facing the tentative, suspicious, and cold eyes around him, he slightly moved his lips and spat out only 2 words, arrow. The plain voice was like a decree that could not be disobeyed. With a clang, a black light suddenly came from a far place and floated above Lin's palm with a buzzing sound. It was the arrow of blue sky. Its color was as deep as the eternal night, and the tip of the arrow was dyed with dark red blood light. However, the pressure emanating from the arrow caused ripples to appear in the void. Suddenly, all the people present changed their expressions. Some spiritual awakeners who were eager to take action also narrowed their eyes at this moment, revealing deep fear and surprise. Could it be that Lin Sun still had the power to fight? All the people present became silent again. They were shocked. The power of the arrow of blue sky was obvious to all. Even a half-step king couldn't escape from it. Now, who dared to be the first to test it? The power of the arrow was vividly reflected at this moment. However, despite the fear, none of the strong barbarians present chose to retreat. Obviously, they were all waiting, or doubting whether Lin Sun could hold on any longer. What? Are you all cowards in voodoo barbarian tribe? You don't even have the courage to fight? Lin Sun sneered. His voice was not loud, but it made the faces of the strong barbarians present suddenly become very gloomy. Humph. If you have the power to fight, why don't you move? Feng Kuan snorted coldly, or, are you just pretending? In fact, you're almost unable to hold on? Lin Sun said casually, don't talk so much nonsense. You can have a try yourself. Feng Kuan narrowed his eyes and suddenly ordered some nearby barbarian guards, go and kill this man. He is pretending. Don't be nervous. Those barbarian guards all changed their expressions and complained in their hearts. They had long been frightened and didn't want to test Lin Sun at all, because the result would be unimaginable. But they dared not disobey, so they could only bite the bullet and rush towards Lin Sun in the distance. Puff. Puff, however, before they approached, a black light as thin as a cow's hair suddenly flashed from Lin Sun's fingertips, rushed out of those barbarian guards and disappeared. The next moment, they screamed and fell to the ground one by one. It could be clearly seen that their bodies were still alive, but their souls were gone. Spirit-eating insects, these strange ancient insects, which had been sealed in Lin Sun's sea of consciousness, finally came in handy at this moment. Hiss. The fierce power of the spirit-eating bugs made those barbarians hesitate and hesitate again, not daring to go forward and offend Lin. The scene was frozen for a while. This was power. Lin Sun broke into the Tiger Canyon twice in a row, causing blood to flow like a river, and voodoo barbarians suffered heavy casualties. Now, he killed a half-step king with one arrow. Under such circumstances, no one dared to be the first to test Lin Sun, even though they suspected that Lin Sun was just bluffing and pretending to be strong in appearance. Lin Sun was also anxious. Only he knew that he was really an arrow at the end of its flight. Even when Lin Sun seized the time to absorb the power of the high-grade spiritual crystal, a strange and mysterious heat flow suddenly came from the 4 acupoints of the heart vessel in his chest and spread all over his body. In an instant, the dried-up power in his body was nourished by the rain. In a twinkling of an eye, Lin Sun was refreshed and recovered part of his strength. This was the power of the spiritual vein. Lin Sun was also shocked. He could clearly feel that the white and holy spiritual vein was shining in his heart at this moment, flowing with mysterious power and heat flow, as if it had been awakened. This was something that had never happened before. Devouring abyss, happiness came from the extreme. Could it be that the power from the spiritual vein can only be awakened when I try my best? Lin Sun was enlightened. The heaven-devouring abyss was a rare innate attribute even in the ancient times. There were very few records of its fearsomeness and rumors. Because it was too rare, but there was no doubt that devouring abyss had unimaginable mysteries. Otherwise, how could Yun Qingbai, a peerless figure of the heaven-reaching sword sect, covet it and cruelly deprive Lin Sun of his spiritual vein when he was still a baby? Today, Yun Qingbai had already set foot on the legendary perfect road with the talent of devouring abyss. He was already the first sword practitioner in the ancient Desolation territory and was known to be invincible under the life-death realm. From this, it was enough to infer the horror of devouring abyss. But for Lin Sun, his understanding and comprehension of devouring abyss had been at the exploratory stage, and he still couldn't master the mystery of this inborn talent. That was why Lin Sun was so surprised and pleasantly surprised when he felt the change of the spiritual vein at this moment. No matter what, his body, which had been on the verge of death, was recovering his strength at an astonishing speed because of this strange change. Unfortunately, time was too tight. Lin Sun wished he could sit on the ground with his legs crossed and meditate on all the mysteries of this mutation. But in the face of a formidable enemy, he could only restrain himself. Moreover, he had to be alert to the battle that might break out at any time. Whoosh, in the stalemate atmosphere, a flying light suddenly flashed out. The cold light tore the void and pierced straight at Lin Sun's throat. It was a white-boned flying sword. Courting death. Lin Sun's eyes shone with cold light, and he suddenly pulled the insignificance bow to the fullest. The terrible pressure of the bow alone instantly crushed the white-boned flying sword into pieces and turned it into a rain of light with a bang. Bang! At the same time, a spirit arrow shot out at an incredible speed toward a powerhouse in the enemy army. He was a spiritual awakener. He couldn't help but use his flying sword to test Lin's strength. But he never expected that Lin Sun's counterattack would be so fierce and overbearing. Damn it! With a curse, he dodged to one side, but he was obviously a bit slower. His right arm was shattered by the spirit arrow, and his flesh and blood burst out, which made him roar like a wild beast. All the onlookers were shocked. Another spiritual awakener was injured in this test, which made the voodoo barbarians change their expressions again. Could it be that this young man is really confident and fearless? Lin Sun sighed in his heart. A part of the strength he had just recovered was exhausted with this arrow. The only fortunate thing was that the mysterious heat flow in the spiritual vein was constantly replenishing the exhausted power in his body. I don't believe that he is invincible. Let's go and kill him together. No matter what, we must kill him today. After a short struggle, Feng Kuan roared and decided to kill Lin Sun at the cost of his blood. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the field became more and more solemn. In fact, the stalemate lasted only for a moment. But only Lin Sun himself knew the danger and urgency of the stalemate. Now that the enemy finally decided to take action without hesitation and fear, Lin Sun sighed in his heart, gritted his teeth, and also decided to fight. Although the power provided by the spiritual vein couldn't make him recover immediately, as long as he continued to recover, it was enough for Lin Sun to have the power to fight. But this battle was destined to be dangerous. Rumble, however, before this fierce battle could erupt, a deafening rumble suddenly resounded in the distant sky. A pitch-black warship that was over 10,000 zhang long, resembling a continent floating in the void. It crushed through the clouds and whistled toward them. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief and murmured in his heart, "Finally, it's here. It's not in vain that I saved you this time." On the side of the voodoo barbarians, there was an uproar of shock and anger. It's the large mighty battleship of the human empire. God, the empire's army of practitioners has been dispatched. All the people present changed their expressions. Mighty battleship was a large battleship of the Xiao Empire. Once it was dispatched, it would definitely cause a great war. As the voodoo barbarians who had been fighting with the empire for thousands of years, how could they not know that the appearance of mighty battleship also indicated that the big shots of the empire were also dispatched? Damn it! Feng Kuan, Jin Wu, and other spiritual awakeners also looked gloomy. They didn't expect that the empire's reinforcements would come at this moment, and with such a great force. Fight! Feng Kuan was unwilling to give up. If he didn't kill Lin Sun today and take away his bow and arrows, there would definitely be endless troubles in the future. However, as soon as he finished his words, a cold snort suddenly resounded from the sky. Fight? I'd like to see what you're going to do. The voice was domineering and powerful, rumbling in all directions. Then, a horrible pressure swept across the whole field, making those voodoo barbarians stiff all over. In an instant, they felt like falling into an ice cave, and their souls were about to leave their bodies. Life-death realm. At this moment, even the big shots like Feng Kuan and Jin Wu felt cold in their hearts, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They all realized that the situation was hopeless. Retreat! Feng Kuan roared. In fact, there was no need for him to speak at all. When they saw a life-death realm king and a mighty battleship rushing towards them, those voodoo barbarians had already lost their fighting spirit and fled in panic. Lin Sun completely relaxed his tense nerves, and a feeling of weakness and exhaustion also came to his mind like a tide. This battle was absolutely filled with perils, and the slightest mistake would result in one's death. Fortunately, all of this was about to come to an end. I didn't expect that you were still alive. You're really tough. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky and appeared in front of Lin Sun. He was majestic and vigorous, and his hair was as black as ink. When he opened and closed his eyes, a terrifying domineering aura spread out. It was Zhang Sunlai, the general of Camp 7, however, to Lin Sun's surprise, Zhang Sunlai didn't chase after those fleeing voodoo barbarians after he appeared. What surprised Lin Sun more was that Zhang Sunlai stared at him with a livid face at the moment, with a posture of anger. Remember, don't make trouble for me in the bloodthirsty battlefield in the future. I can save you this time, but if you get into trouble again next time, no one will help you collect your bones, let alone save you. Regardless of Lin Sun's feelings, Zhang Sunlai scolded Lin Sun fiercely, and then turned around and left, regardless of whether Lin Sun listened or not. Lin Sun was stunned. This general was really bad-tempered. Child Lin, it's great that you are still alive. In the distance, Lu Wenting ran over with sweat all over his head. When he made sure that Lin Sun didn't lose his arms or legs, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Immediately, he complained, Child Lin, don't take risks next time. If something happens to you, it's hard to explain it to the general. Lin Sun said with a faint smile, I didn't expect so many voodoo barbarians to gather in the Tiger Canyon. It's you who should be blamed. You arranged this task for me. Lu Wenting was embarrassed at once. He felt embarrassed and said, it's normal to have emergencies in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Anyway, thank you, Lord Lu, Lin Sun cupped his hands and said. Lu Wenting sighed, alas, as long as you don't risk your life like today, I'll be satisfied. Lin Sun smiled and didn't express his opinion. In the distance, the Wei Yuan battleship landed on the ground, from which many practitioners of the Empire rushed out. When they arrived here, they were shocked. Along the way, they saw corpses of voodoo barbarians one after another. Some of them exploded, and some of them still had wreckage. Pools of blood could be seen everywhere, which was horrifying. In the Tiger Canyon, the hills were broken, the earth cracked, and almost collapsed. Corpses were piled up everywhere. Arrow marks were obvious, and rocks cut by saber chi were scattered everywhere. They almost couldn't believe that it was just a teenager who caused all this. My God! This is the blood of a half-step king. Was there a half-step king here? An experienced practitioner of reincarnation developing realm of the Empire exclaimed when he found the blood stains left by Manjiu. This sentence caused a sensation among all the practitioners of the Empire present. They were in an uproar and looked at Lin Sun with awe and disbelief in their eyes. So many trophies. Before long, even the 3 huge bags abandoned by Lin Sun at the entrance of the Tiger Canyon were found. Looking at the bags full of bloody trophies, those practitioners of the Empire were stunned. Wasn't this young man too ferocious? At this time, Lin Sun had already set foot on the Wei Yuan battleship. This place was meaningless to him, and he was in urgent need of time to restore his strength. He didn't want to stay here any longer. As for the trophies, with Lu Wenting, the old guy in charge of military supplies, no one would dare to touch them. In the 7th camp. After Lin Sun returned, he immediately returned to his room and began to practice. For one thing, he had consumed too much energy in this battle and needed to recuperate. But more importantly, he wanted to take this opportunity to carefully perceive and explore the mystery of the spiritual veins. While Lin Sun was practicing, the outside world was already in an uproar. When Great General Zhang Sunlai personally led a mighty warship and set out from the camp while seething with killing intent, it drew the attention of many people. They were all guessing who exactly had such great face to actually make Zhang Sunlai personally set out. When Wei Yuan battleship returned, Lin Sun suddenly became the focus of all the practitioners in the camp. It was a pity that Lin Sun hurried to practice as soon as he returned, so that the practitioners in the camp had no time to find out. However, when they saw one after another stuffed bags being carried out of the Wei Yuan battleship, the whole camp was boiling. When they learned that all the bloody military merits were killed by Lin Sun alone, all the practitioners in the camp were shocked and completely dumbfounded. A young man of Tao Insight Realm killed so many enemies in the bloodthirsty battlefield? Damn, most of them are senior magi, and there are even spiritual awakening level ones. God, did he kill all of them by himself? Someone was so shocked that he couldn't help but curse. Other practitioners in the camp also looked at each other and were shocked beyond words. Senior Magi, that was comparable to Tao Insight Realm, which was enough to make most of the practitioners in the Empire feel tricky. But now, at least most of the military merits in the bags came from the parts of the killed Senior Magi. As for spiritual awakening level, it was even more amazing. In the Voodoo Barbarian alien tribe, spiritual awakening level was a real big shot. Usually, to kill such a person, the real top practitioners of reincarnation developing level of the Empire must be dispatched. But now, at least 5 strong practitioners of spiritual awakening level were killed and became the military merits of the young man named Lin Sun. This was too inconceivable. Even the veterans who fought in the bloodthirsty battlefield all year round couldn't keep calm, because such a thing was too rare. Hu Tong, Abi, and others were also in the crowd and witnessed everything in front of them. When they learned that Lin Sun was rescued alive, they all breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more relaxed. After all, they were all deeply aware that Lin Sun's identity was too special and not simple. Otherwise, General Sun Lai wouldn't have been so anxious to rescue him in person. If Lin Sun died, all of them would be implicated as well. Fortunately, Lin Sun did not die. However, when they saw the luggage filled with military merits being carried out one by one, it still made Hu Tong and the others indescribably shocked. Previously, many of them regarded Lin Sun as a playboy, ignorant and contemptible, like a blood-sucking worm of the Empire who only knew how to snatch military merits, which was extremely abominable. Who would have thought that the one who saved their lives in the end would be such a profligate son? Furthermore, the military merits that he had obtained were enough to make any reincarnation development stage Grand Cultivator in Camp 7 feel so ashamed that they could not lift their heads. The people of the time don't recognize the cloud-soaring tree, and only when the cloud-soaring tree is high will the Tao begin. Hu Tong sighed with emotion. What? And a half-step barbarian king was also killed in the battle? Some practitioners of the Empire who went to rescue Lin Sun walked down from the Weiyuan battleship and told the news, which immediately caused an uproar, and their eyeballs almost fell out. It's impossible. He's just a teenager in Tao Insight Realm. How could he cross a big realm and kill a higher existence? This is even more ridiculous than a legend. Someone questioned. Yeah, could it be that General Sun killed that half-step barbarian himself? Someone also made an inference. Facing these doubts and inferences, those Imperial practitioners who returned from the rescue all showed disdain and didn't bother to explain. In fact, they were still in a state of confusion until now. They couldn't figure out how Lin Sun did it at that time, which was too horrifying and incredible. The only thing they could conclude was that a half-step barbarian did die in the battle in Tiger Canyon, and his blood and broken bones had been collected back. It was absolutely true. On this day, the Camp 7 was particularly lively. Until late at night, both the official army of the Empire and those rogue practitioners were talking about the same name, Lin Sun. This young man, who had just arrived at Camp 7 yesterday, had made a name for himself in Camp 7 in just one day with his bloody battle achievements. On that day, many practitioners even went to visit the place where Lin Sun lived. Unfortunately, it had been heavily guarded and no one could get close. This was naturally arranged by Lu Wenting. He didn't want Lin Sun to have any more accidents, so as soon as he returned, he dispatched an elite force to guard the door of Lin Sun's room. Lin Sun was the only one in the entire Camp 7 who enjoyed this special treatment. Lin Sun was practicing in seclusion, so he knew nothing about these things. Crack, crack, his room was quiet, except for the sound of high-rank spiritual crystals breaking from time to time. 3 days passed quickly. General, Lin Sun's military exploits in the battle in Tiger Canyon have been counted. Lu Wenting looked a little strange. How much? Zhang Sunlai raised his head from the desk and asked. Lu Wenting swallowed his saliva with difficulty before taking a deep breath and saying, 1 first-class military merit and 37 second-class military merits. Zhang Sunlai's pupils shrank. He patted the desk and scolded, nonsense. First-class military exploits? Did you deliberately take care of this boy? The so-called taking care of Lin Sun meant favoritism and fraud. Lu Wenting naturally understood it. He immediately complained and said, General, Bloodthirsty King has told me to treat this boy fairly. How dare I falsely report his military exploits? After a pause, he continued, "This military exploits are because a half-step king warrior was killed by Child Lin. Has it been confirmed that he killed the half-step king warrior?" Zhang Sunlai raised his thick eyebrows. He had heard of this, but he doubted whether it was Lin Sun who did it. After all, even he, a life-death realm king, had never heard of any practitioner of Tao Insight realm who could kill a half-step king warrior. This had never happened in the thousands of years of history of the empire. It was absolutely unprecedented. It's confirmed. Our spies got the exact news from the voodoo barbarian camp. The dead half-step king warrior was called Manjiu, a top senior figure of the dark barbarian bloodline. He had been serving Ying Ke, the descendant of the dark barbarian royal family. Lu Wenting hurriedly explained, according to the news from the voodoo barbarian camp, Manjiu was indeed killed by Child Lin, and, speaking of this, he was a little hesitant. And what? Zhang Sunlai frowned, a little dissatisfied. Lu Wenting braced himself and said, "And, according to the news, Manjiu was killed by Child Lin with one arrow." Hearing this, Zhang Sunlai slapped the desk in front of him and scolded, "Bullshit. Killing a half-step king warrior proficient in assassination with one arrow? Are you king kidding me?" Lu Wenting smiled bitterly, "I know you don't believe it, but it's the truth. Many people in the voodoo barbarian camp have seen this scene with their own eyes. It can't be fake." Zhang Sunlai fell into silence. After a long time, he rubbed his eyebrows and murmured, "Where did the old bastard bloodthirsty king find such a powerful little monster? Killing a half-step king warrior with one arrow? It's really freaking abnormal. It seems that the bloodthirsty king intends to use the bloodthirsty battlefield to hone this kid." Seeing this, Lu Wenting knew that the general had begun to re-evaluate Lin's ability, which might be a good thing. "General, there's one more thing," Lu Wenting said. "Go ahead." "The voodoo barbarian tribe has issued a new blood list for arrest today. There's no change in the ranking, but what? Child Lin's name also appears on it." Hearing this, a cold light suddenly bloomed in Zhang Sunlai's eyes. "What's the ranking?" 49th. Zhang Sunlai slapped the table, which suddenly burst into pieces and turned into flying iron scraps. He couldn't hide his killing intent. What a high ranking. The voodoo barbarian tribe wants to make Lin the target of public criticism. Lu Wenting also thought so. The blood list for barbarian tribe was the same as the bounty list of the empire, but the names listed on it were all the practitioners of the empire. Every one of them was a person that the voodoo barbarian tribe wanted to kill. The higher the ranking, the greater the threat to the voodoo barbarian tribe. Generally speaking, those who could be ranked in the top 100 of the blood list for arrest were almost the top figures in the reincarnation developing realm among the practitioners of the empire. But now, Lin Sun had just arrived in the bloodthirsty battlefield for a few days, and he was only in Tao Insight realm. But he was listed as the 49th on the blood list. The intention was self-evident. They had already regarded Lin Sun as an enemy who must be killed. It was no wonder that Zhang Sunlai was furious. Once the ranking was announced, Lin Sun would suffer many unexpected blows in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Lu Wenting smiled bitterly. "The most ridiculous thing is not only this. The bounty on Child Lin on the blood list for arrest is so high that it can be compared with that of the person who ranks 10th. Who ranks 10th now?" Zhang Sunlai asked. "It's Qin Wenzhong, the half-step king of camp number 2. Lu Wenting said quickly. "That's going too far." Zhang Sunlai scolded. "He ranks 49th, but his bounty is as high as that of a top half-step king. It's crazy." Perhaps all this is because Manjiu was killed by Child Lin with one arrow, which completely deterred those barbarian bastards and made them smell the danger and threat. That's why they made such an arrangement by hook or by crook. Lu Wenting analyzed. "Where is he now?" Zhang Sunlai asked. "Still in closed-door training. Order that he is forbidden to step out of the camp for a period of time." Zhang Sunlai gave the order without hesitation. Lu Wenting knew that this was to protect Lin Sun. After all, Lin Sun was too eye-catching now. His name and the bounty appeared on the blood list for arrest. Once he appeared, the enemies would inevitably target him like a tide, but, Lu Wenting sighed in his heart. He was not sure whether Lin Sun would obey the order. In the last chapter, a reader suggested that Lin Sun's name in the bloodthirsty battlefield should be Lin Shi. Thanks for the correction. However, there was no way to change it. Everyone knew that no one knew the identity of Lin Sun in the isolated bloodthirsty battlefield. So, they might as well wait and see. It was dark and dim in the room. Lin Sun sat cross-legged, with a thick layer of high-grade spiritual crystal powder piled up beside him. He had been meditating for 5 days. In his chest, a white spiritual vein was enshrouded in a dreamy holy halo. Vaguely, the scene of a big abyss emerged in the holy halo. The big abyss was like a void, empty and endless. Lin Sun was meditating and exploring. In a trance, he seemed to hear an ancient and obscure sound drifting out from the depths of the big abyss. The vital energy in his entire body circulated soundlessly, and his essence, energy, and spirit were full and ethereal. His mind was clear, devoid of thoughts, and he'd completely forgotten himself. A mysterious heat flow spread out from the 4 acupoints of the heart meridian and poured into his limbs and bones, nourishing his flesh and blood and activating his potential. On the other hand, within the abode within Xianxia's body, divine radiance surged while radiance seethed, and an ancient Tao platform emanated 3 glows that were like white jade. They revolved around the Tao platform and fluttered about, causing it to seem even more divine and magnificent. Lin Sun was unaware of all this. On the 7th day of meditation, a rustling sound came from Lin Sun, like the sound of a silkworm breaking out of a cocoon. Lin Sun's long hair fell down and then grew out at an incredible speed. It was thick and dark, shining with crystal luster, and hung down to his waist like a black waterfall. Then, Lin Sun's skin cracked and shed inch by inch, and then a new layer of skin grew out. It was crystal clear like the most perfect jade carving, and the texture of his skin was flowing with the luster of Tao. It looked soft and lustrous, but actually contained extremely terrible power. Later, a layer of holy halo appeared around Lin Sun, and the light rain flowed around him, making him look like an immortal who was about to ascend to heaven. Everything seemed to be reborn. It was nothing more than a rebirth, on the 10th day of seclusion. The changes of Lin Sun's body returned to silence, and his temperament became more and more ethereal. There was an indescribable sense of Tao around him. At this moment, his body was roaring like thunder. His internal organs, paradise, blood vessels, and bones were all resonating with a unique rhythm. The rhythm was profound, and the essence, energy, and spirit in his body were like a tsunami. They were at the peak of their power, and they were fermenting in his body. Dong, 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 even every time his heart beat, it was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens, and it carried a powerful and abundant vitality. The guards stationed outside Lin Sun's room all trembled at this moment. They felt that their souls were hit hard by the sound of the great way. They were so uncomfortable that they almost coughed up blood. And this was just caused by a trace of qi overflowing from Lin Sun's cultivation, on the 13th day of his seclusion. The changes in Lin Sun's body also quieted down, and everything became calm. Whoosh, at this time, Lin Sun opened his eyes. At that moment, there seemed to be a pair of dazzling lightning flashing in the room, tearing the dark environment apart. Looking closely, Lin Sun's black eyes were as deep as a deep abyss, with divine light surging in them. There was a kind of terrifying momentum that seemed to be able to swallow people's souls. Unexpectedly. I have broken through by accident. Things in this world are really unpredictable and full of inconceivable flavor. A strange curve appeared at the corner of Lin Sun's mouth. At the same time, the divine light in his eyes converged, and they became calm, deep and clear. He had broken through. Even Lin Sun didn't expect that in this seclusion, he would break through and step into the Tao Insight realm by accident. It was incredible. Previously, he was prepared to accumulate enough high-rank spirit crystals before attempting to break through to the next realm. However, it was obvious that the transformation brought about by his secluded cultivation had allowed him to achieve this step ahead of time. Moreover, he did not use any high-rank spirit crystals from the beginning to the end. It should be related to the power of the spiritual vein. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Before, he had been meditating and exploring the spiritual vein, trying to master the mystery contained in it. But when he really comprehended it, Lin Sun didn't find anything more than a kind of vast, ancient and obscure Tao sound. Only now did Lin Sun realize that this meditation was not in vain. At least, his cultivation had leaped into the Tao Insight realm without even being aware of it. Spiritual vein. Devouring abyss, Lin Sun took a deep breath and secretly decided that he must explore all the mysteries in the future. This kind of unparalleled talent was simply a hidden treasure in his body. If he couldn't fully excavate it, it would be a waste of God's gift. Next, Lin Sun began to feel the transformation after his promotion. My physical strength has improved by 1 step, and my qi and blood are abundant. I can regrow broken limbs. Even if I suffer a serious injury, I can recover quickly as long as I have enough time. With the breakthrough in cultivation and strength, if I go to kill a ruthless character like Xi, even without the help of the insignificant spiritual Bao, I can still kill him. It's a pity that my spiritual power is still stuck in the moon transformation realm. I don't know when I can cultivate the mystery of the third realm of glorious sun. Not bad, not bad. My Tao insight realm has also been refined, and the Tao of water has almost reached perfection. I only need an opportunity to reach the level of Tao insight. Carefully feeling the changes in his whole body, Lin Sun was also very happy. In this harsh and dangerous bloodthirsty battlefield, the stronger the power, the greater the chance of survival. Not long after, Lin Sun pushed the door open and immediately met a crowd of awe and fear. The guards stationed in front of Lin Sun's house were all old men in the bloodthirsty battlefield. They were all extremely fierce. But at this time, they seemed to be in awe in front of Lin Sun. "Child Lin, Lord Lu told us that when you come out, please come to the supply office for a talk," said a guard leader respectfully. "Sorry to trouble you." Lin Sun cupped his hands. During these days of closed-door cultivation, he had long noticed that these guards had been guarding his house for him. Until they saw Lin Sun off, those guards seemed to be relieved and sighed with emotion. This young man in Tao Insight realm was now famous in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Overnight, he became a new star known to both the enemy and the people. He killed a half-step king with 1 arrow. Alone, he killed many powerful voodoo barbarians in the Tiger Canyon and gained a lot of military merits. He became the only one in Tao Insight realm who was listed in the top 100 of the enemy's bloody wanted list. All of this was too shocking. Although it had been half a month since the incident, the heated discussion about Lin Sun was still echoing in the 8 camps of the empire. In the supply office. "Boy, you're in big trouble." As soon as he saw Lin Sun, Lu Wenting let out a sigh. "General has ordered that you should stay in the camp for a period of time from today." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. What on earth is going on? Lu Wenting immediately told Lin Sun what had happened these days, such as the Scarlet Wanted list and the impact of the battle in the Tiger Canyon on Lin Sun. Finally, Lu Wenting said, "Now in the bloodthirsty battlefield, the top figures of voodoo barbarians and alien tribes all threaten to kill you to avenge Manjiu, the half-step king. The situation is very unfavorable for you." Lin Sun couldn't help but frown when he learned all this. "It's just a Scarlet Wanted list. Why are you so nervous? If they want to kill me, just bring it on. I'm worried about how to earn more military merits." Lu Wenting turned pale with fright and shouted, "You must not. Child Lin, don't you understand the seriousness of the matter? As long as you appear on the battlefield, you may even attract the attention and attack of half-step king. So what? I've killed them before," Lin Sun said casually. Lu Wenting was speechless. Indeed, Manjiu, the top half-step king of dark barbarians, was killed by Lin Sun with 1 arrow. But if Lin Sun left the barracks and continued to adventure on the battlefield, it would attract too many unexpected dangers and accidents. Lu Wenting didn't want to be scared anymore. Similarly, he was also very sure that General Zhang Sunlai wouldn't agree. "Child Lin, please don't make things difficult for me." Lu Wenting begged Lin Sun with a look of crying but no tears. Lin Sun finally compromised under his coaxing and pestering, but he said that he must let him step on the battlefield again when there was a chance. This made Lu Wenting secretly relieved. As long as Lin Sun agreed, he was afraid that Lin Sun would be stubborn. "In addition, since I'm staying in the barracks, I can't do nothing." Lin Sun suddenly said, "I want to go to the ordnance department." "What?" Lu Wenting's entire body stiffened as the happiness that had just arisen in his heart instantly vanished without a trace, and his expression became indeterminate. Can't this young master know his place? Why did he want to harm the ordnance department? Lu Wenting suddenly had a headache. "Can't I do that?" Lin Sun frowned. "Okay." Lu Wenting gritted his teeth and finally agreed. At the same time, he was thinking quickly about what kind of job he should arrange for Lin's son, which could make him behave himself and not disturb the order of the Ordnance Department. On this day, when the news about Lin's son going to the Ordnance Department to work as an assistant to a spiritual tattooist came out, it immediately shocked everyone. All practitioners felt it absurd. How could a young talent who killed a half-step king realm suddenly become an assistant to a spiritual tattooist in the blink of an eye? It was not overkill, but it didn't match at all. Many practitioners didn't believe it and thought it was too absurd. Even a group of spiritual tattooists in the Ordnance Department was speechless when they heard the news. What on earth did Lu Wenting want to do, anyway? When Lin's son appeared in the Ordnance office, the news, which was regarded as absurd, was finally proved to be true. All of a sudden, many practitioners in the entire Camp 7 were stunned. It turned out to be true. Do you want this boy to be my assistant? Ho ho, that's impossible. When Lin's son came to the Ordnance office for registration for the first time, he was immediately opposed. The speaker was Master Ying, who was highly respected in Camp 7 and whose words carried enormous weight. All the spiritual tattooists in the Ordnance office followed Master Ying's lead. He was also the person in charge of the Ordnance office. At this moment, Master Ying was sitting behind the desk with his eyes slightly narrowed. He was reading the scroll in his hand without any expression. He didn't even raise his head and didn't care about Lin's son who was standing there. All the nearby spiritual tattooists were watching the fun with their arms crossed. They looked at Lin's son with a playful expression, as if they were joking. Outside the Ordnance Department, the practitioners who had heard the news were all extremely shocked. Grandmaster Ying did not give them any face at all. He did not even use any tactful words and directly rejected them. Child Lin was a young talent who could kill a half-step king with one arrow, but he was rejected by Master Ying, which was beyond everyone's expectation. But thinking about it carefully, these practitioners could understand that Master Ying was an experienced spiritual tattooist who was stationed in Camp 7 all year round. Over the years, he had helped repair the weapons and equipment of numerous practitioners, so he was extremely respected and supported. With Master Ying's identity and status, he really didn't need to give face to Lin's son. The atmosphere seemed to be very stiff for a moment. Lu Wenting, who came with Lin's son to report, looked very embarrassed at the moment. He didn't expect that Master Ying would refuse him so simply and rudely, which made him feel ashamed. Lu Wenting coughed and said, "Master Ying, it's just an assistant position. I guarantee that Child Lin is absolutely qualified for it and will never interfere with the normal operation of the Ordnance office." Humph. Master Ying snorted coldly and didn't even bother to raise his head. There were so many eyes on him, but he was ignored here. This made Lu Wenting a little embarrassed and angry. His face was burning. Lin's son, on the other hand, looked at the surroundings of the Ordnance office with great interest with his hands behind his back, as if everything had nothing to do with him. He looked calm and casual. But the atmosphere was very dull and stiff. Outside the Ordnance Department, more and more practitioners came after hearing the news. They were all curious about why a young talent like Lin's son would come to the Ordnance Department to work as an assistant of Master Eagle. It was undoubtedly absurd and also very interesting. However, when they saw that Lin's son was rejected as soon as he arrived, these practitioners all laughed. In the entire Camp 7, perhaps only a highly respected old man like Grandmaster Ying would dare to be so fearless. This was his confidence. He couldn't help but be impressed. Soaring Eagle. Lu Wenting seemed to be annoyed and called him by his name. This matter is of great importance and has been personally approved by General Zhang's son. Aren't you being a little obstinate by doing this? Grandmaster Ying slowly raised his head. His face was expressionless as he stared at Lu Wenting. I'm obstinate? You're asking a kid who hasn't even grown his hair to be my assistant. Isn't that just messing around? What do you mean by fooling around? Lu Wenting was a little flustered and exasperated. He felt that this old guy was as stubborn as a donkey. Grandmaster Ying said calmly, "Don't talk nonsense. If you want me to agree, just let him be his assistant and I'll leave the Ordnance Department." All the other spiritual tattooists present turned pale with fright. Without Grandmaster Ying, the Ordnance Department would lose its soul. Absolutely not. They all dissuaded Grandmaster Ying. Even the practitioners watching the fun outside the door were a little nervous. If Grandmaster Ying left, who would repair their weapons and equipment in the future? Now, even Lu Wenting hesitated. His face was cloudy. To be honest, he was extremely against Lin Sun's coming to work in the ordnance department. However, he had agreed but was rejected by Grandmaster Ying, which made him a little angry and embarrassed. That was why he tried so hard to fight for a chance for Lin Sun just now. However, when Grandmaster Ying showed such a resolute attitude, Lu Wenting also wanted to give up. If Lin Sun forced Grandmaster Ying to leave, the loss would outweigh the gain. How about, we change positions? Lu Wenting asked Lin Sun. But Lin Sun smiled, no. If I can't even be a spiritual tattooist's assistant, I will be too ashamed to go back to the Empire in the future. What a joke. He was the youngest Grandmaster of spiritual tattoos in the Empire, and he had refined real armors of spiritual tattoos. If it was known that he was even refused the position of spiritual tattooist's assistant, it would be a big joke. However, his words sounded arrogant and harsh to the ears of others. Many spiritual tattooists immediately snorted. Ho ho, do you really think that you can do whatever you want after killing a half-step king? Do you know what spiritual tattoos are? Young man, you may have amazing fighting power and superb talent, but you may not be qualified for this position. Please behave yourself. Don't be stubborn. Leave now. Some practitioners outside the ordnance department couldn't help saying, Child Lin, it's okay if you can't do it. You are best at fighting and killing enemies. You are really not suitable for this position. As for Grandmaster Ying, he squinted at the scroll in his hand with a leisurely look and didn't care about Lin Sun at all. Lin Sun had a strange and absurd feeling in his heart. If this scene was seen by those spiritual tattooists in the Forbidden City of the Empire, what would they think? If he left like this today, it would become a stain that couldn't be erased in the future when this matter was spread out. Abi, give me your weapon. Lin Sun glanced at Abi, who was standing outside the ordnance department, and waved his hand. Ah? Abi was a little confused. She didn't know what Lin Sun was going to do. But out of a kind of support for a friend, she stepped forward after being stunned for a while and handed over the dark steel heavy sword in her hand. Lin Sun was also stunned for a while. Then he remembered that the giant hammer that Abi originally owned had been destroyed in the battle in the Tiger Canyon. Fine, I'll help you refine this sword again. Lin Sun picked up the dark steel heavy sword and looked at it for a while. Then he had a plan in mind. What? You said you want to refine this sword again? A spiritual tattooist cried and almost thought he had heard it wrong. The others were also stunned. Refine the treasure again? This was an extremely difficult thing for a spiritual tattooist. After all, the treasure had been formed and the spiritual tattoo formation inside it had been completely stabilized. To refine it again, it would take a lot of effort and energy, which was even more difficult than refining a new treasure. This was the common sense in the spiritual tattooist circle. Therefore, when they heard Lin Sun's words, those spiritual tattooists were so shocked and almost thought Lin Sun was crazy. Child Lin, how can you show off in this kind of thing? I know you are not convinced, but, alas, forget it. Lu Wenting was shocked and hurriedly stopped Lin Sun. He thought Lin Sun was trying to show off because he was ashamed and angry. Once Lin Sun really did that, he would definitely be a laughingstock and have an adverse impact on his reputation. Hey, you want to do porcelain work without a diamond? You are really young and impetuous. You can't stand the provocation. A spiritual tattooist sneered. Lin Sun smiled and said calmly, to put it bluntly, even if a spiritual rune master wants to be my assistant, I still have to weigh his ability and see if he is qualified. But obviously, you guys won't believe me. Since this is the case, let's see whether I'm the one who doesn't know what's good for me or you guys are blind. These words were not sonorous or passionate, but very calm, but like a stone, it stirred up 1,000 ripples and caused an uproar. Arrogant, too arrogant. Among those present, only Master Ying was a senior spiritual tattooist, but this guy said he was not even qualified to be his assistant, which was too arrogant. Even Master Ying's face darkened at this moment. He couldn't keep his original calmness. He dropped the scroll in his hand and looked at Lin Sun coldly. Little guy, spiritual tattoos are completely different from martial arts. What you said is equal to provocation. Lin Sun, don't be impulsive. Lu Wenting was very anxious. If Master Ying was annoyed, even General Zhang Sun would not be able to help. This was the special feature of spiritual tattooists. With the refining methods they mastered, even the life-death realm had to be polite to them. What was more, in the bloodthirsty battlefield, spiritual tattooists were the scarcest group of people. Their status was extremely special and transcendent, and no one could blaspheme or offend them. Lin Sun smiled and didn't bother to explain. He walked to the area near the ordnance department, where there was a fiercely burning bronze stove. Beside it was a table, on which were inscribing pens, spiritual inks, and various spiritual materials. This was the refining place of a spiritual tattooist in the ordnance department. But now it was empty, so Lin Sun directly occupied it. Those spiritual tattooists all looked livid. They had given Lin Sun enough face, but this guy was stubborn and insisted on doing this, which made them a little annoyed. What did it mean to be ungrateful? This was it. Don't stop him. I'd like to see what tricks you want to play. Even a spiritual tattooist is not qualified to be your assistant? Hee, this is definitely the most ridiculous joke I've heard this year. Master Ying also opened his mouth with a sneer. Obviously, he thought Lin Sun was overestimating himself and wanted to see how Lin Sun would make a fool of himself in front of so many people. Alas! Lu Wenting sighed in his heart. Now it was over. It was hard to clean up the mess. General Zhang Sun would probably get angry again. Why was this guy so restless? Whether going to the battlefield or coming to the ordnance department, he would not be satisfied until he made some trouble. Lu Wenting felt a headache coming on. The practitioners nearby also looked at each other. Did Child Lin really intend to be stubborn to the end? Wasn't he afraid of making a big joke and becoming a laughingstock in the end? When Lin Sun started to take action, the annoyed and disdainful spiritual tattooists were slightly stunned. They suddenly found that when Lin was refining the dark steel heavy sword again, his technique was extremely skillful and smooth, as natural as floating clouds and flowing water. There was an indescribable sense of beauty, which attracted people involuntarily. The spiritual tattooists looked at each other in dismay. They all felt strange and couldn't help holding their breath and continuing to watch. Lin Sun didn't show any profound and obscure skills. He just refined a heaven-rank low-grade heavy sword again, which didn't require much effort for him. His movements were skillful. His 10 fingers were as agile as butterflies, and there was a sense of calmness between his eyebrows. In his hand, a dark steel heavy sword was thrown into the furnace to be smelted, and then it was re-inscribed with a spiritual tattoo formation. The whole process was smooth and steady. Not only those spiritual tattooists, but also those onlookers opened their eyes wide and were firmly attracted by Lin Sun's movements. Even if they didn't understand spiritual tattoos, they could see that the skills Lin Sun showed at this moment had a unique rhythm, which couldn't be matched by ordinary spiritual tattooists at all. Is he also a spiritual tattooist? Many people were shocked. Originally, they subconsciously thought that Lin Sun might have an unattainable talent in cultivation at such a young age, but it never occurred to them that he might also be a spiritual tattooist. Therefore, when they learned that Lin Sun suddenly came to the ordnance office to work as Master Ying's assistant, it caused so much uproar and curiosity. But now, Lin Sun's actions seemed to prove that he was not as simple as a young talent in Tao Insight realm. Gee. Lu Wenting was thinking about how to clean up this farce with a sad face. But when he caught a glimpse of people nearby looking at Lin Sun in astonishment, he couldn't help being stunned. What was going on? Lu Wenting couldn't help looking up and saw Lin Sun holding an inscribing pen and dipping it in spiritual ink to inscribe spiritual tattoos on the newly refined dark steel heavy sword. His back was perfectly straight, and the tip of his brush was like a gurgling spring, painting a dense and mysterious spiritual tattoo pattern. Merely looking at it was pleasing to the eye, and it gave birth to an indescribable feeling of shock and amazement. That sort of unique bearing was like the bearing of a grandmaster. Lu Wenting was also dumbfounded. He felt that his brain was not enough to process everything. Previously, he was extremely opposed to Lin Sun coming to the ordnance department. He was worried that Lin Sun would make trouble here and interfere with the normal operation of the department. But who would have thought that Lin Sun, who was looked down upon by everyone, would slap all of them in the face with his actions? How could someone who knew nothing about spiritual runes have such attainments in refining weapons? Even a spiritual tattoo master couldn't do it as easily as he did. Master Ying was looking down and reading the book in his hand. Lin Sun's stubbornness made him disdainful and annoyed. He had already thought of an excuse to drive Lin Sun away the moment he made a fool of himself. He didn't hate or target Lin Sun, but he didn't want to see an ignorant teenager come to the ordnance department to make trouble. Master Ying, you'd better have a look. A spiritual tattooist next to him swallowed hard and reminded him in a low voice. Oh, he's retreating in the face of difficulties. He's smart. Hee, let me see his expression now. While speaking, Master Ying raised his head and looked at Lin Sun in the distance. With just a glance, he was stunned and his face suddenly changed. This, Master Ying, have you also seen it? There's something wrong with it, the spiritual tattooist next to him said bitterly. It was more than a little wrong. It was simply too wrong. Master Ying seemed to lose his composure at this moment. He suddenly stood up with his eyes full of shock and murmured, this technique. He seemed to be so shocked that he couldn't say a word. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the nearby spiritual tattooists and practitioners. They all looked sideways with bewilderment and shock. Even Master Ying lost his composure like this. Could it be? At this moment, Master Ying seemed to have held back for a long time and finally spat out a sentence with difficulty. This is the attainment of a guru. A single sentence seemed to have drained all the strength in his body, causing the blood to drain from his face, causing it to turn pale, and his body to be on the verge of collapse. Did he just refuse and exclude a guru in front of him? At the thought of this, Master Ying's heart trembled and he wanted to slap himself. He felt extremely remorseful. If he had been more polite and asked more patiently just now, would such a thing have happened? Master Ying's eyes were absent-minded, as if he had lost his soul. In the spiritual tattooist circle, there had always been a universally recognized iron rule, that was, a guru should not be insulted, because such a person was too transcendent and lofty, like a divine dragon in the sky, and had long set foot on the unprecedented peak of spiritual tattoos. How could such a person be slandered and blasphemed by any random spiritual tattooist? If this matter was spread out, Xianxia would even be despised and hostile by all the spiritual tattooists in the empire. Clang, a clear sound surrounded by killing intent rang out, shocking all the people present. They woke up from all kinds of thoughts and fixed their eyes on Lin Sun's hand. A dark steel heavy sword floated in the void. The sword was as black as ink, releasing a dazzling luster like a cold star. It floated there, but there was a faint killing intent spreading, which made many practitioners feel stinging in their eyes and chilling their skin. All of a sudden, all the people present were shocked. The dark steel heavy sword was just a low-grade heaven rank, which was not very precious. But in just 10 minutes, after Lin Sun refined it, the sword seemed to have been reborn and glowed with a brand new appearance. The top-grade heaven rank. A spiritual tattooist cried out in shock. All the people present were silent. A low-grade heaven rank spiritual sword suddenly transformed into the top-grade heaven rank, which meant that its power had been improved by more than one level. All this happened in 10 minutes, which made all the people present absent-minded. It was no different from turning something rotten into something magical. Was this young man really a spiritual tattooist? Little Eagle Xianxia, please forgive me for offending Grandmaster Lin so rudely. Amidst this silence, Grandmaster Ying suddenly took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed respectfully. His face was filled with shame and fear. All of a sudden, all the people present became more and more silent, and the way they looked at Lin Sun changed. A guru. He was really a guru, but such a young man had already stepped into the realm of guru in the field of spiritual tattoos. This fact was too shocking. Greetings, Master Lin. Other spiritual tattooists nearby hurried to bow to Lin Sun. They looked ashamed and uneasy. They had rebuked and attacked Lin Sun several times before, which made them feel regretful and scared at the moment. The practitioners who came to watch were completely dumbfounded. Today, they had come to watch the fun. They had never thought that things would take such a big turn. The young man who had killed a half-step king with an arrow turned out to be a grand master of spiritual tattoos. They didn't expect such a result. I found a treasure. Damn it, an unintentional willow grows into a shade. Lu Wenting shouted in his heart, trembling with excitement. If a young spiritual tattooist was in charge of the ordnance office of Camp Number 7, the benefits would be absolutely immeasurable. However, when Lu Wenting thought that he strongly opposed Lin Sun to work in the ordnance office, he wanted to slap himself. He was really blind. I once said that I would help you refine the treasure again. Have a look and see if you are satisfied with the sword now. Lin Sun handed the dark steel heavy sword back to Abi and said with a smile. Ah? Abi woke up from her stupor. Looking at the brand new dark steel heavy sword in her hand, she was stunned with an indescribable excitement and surprise in her heart. The other cultivators nearby all looked at Abi with envious eyes. This chick was really lucky. From this day on, Lin Sun was in charge of the ordnance office. His days were very busy and fulfilling. Since his identity as a spiritual tattoo grandmaster was spread out, many practitioners would come every day because of his fame. Some wanted to make friends with Lin Sun, and some hoped that Lin Sun could refine the treasure for them. Therefore, the ordnance office became more and more lively. Early in the morning every day, there were many practitioners waiting in line, hoping to get the opportunity to refine the weapon by Lin Sun himself. At first, Lin Sun didn't refuse anyone, but soon he couldn't bear it. There were too many practitioners coming to ask for help, which made him unable to take care of them all. In the end, he set the rule that he would only accept 3 refining tasks a day, and only solve the refining tasks that other spiritual tattooists couldn't solve. In this way, Lin Sun was much more relaxed. He went to the ordnance office to refine weapons during the day, and took time to practice and study martial arts at night. Occasionally, when he was free, he would find some acquaintances to drink and chat with and learn about various news in the bloodthirsty battlefield. It was worth mentioning that when General Sun Lai learned that Lin Sun was a spiritual tattooist, he was shocked at first and smashed a table with a slap. Then his expression began to change. He angrily cursed the bloodthirsty king as an old bastard who didn't even tell him such important news. Then he couldn't help but grin. His laughter, like a landslide and a tsunami, resounded through the whole Camp 7, making all the practitioners surprised and confused. They almost thought that General Sun Lai was possessed by the devil, that night. In front of Lin Sun's house, under the dark night sky, a banquet had just ended. Huang, the chief guard of the camp, was drunk again and babbled something that even he himself couldn't understand. Abi's pretty face was red and hot, and her eyes were blurred. She shouted to compete with Lin Sun in drinking, and finally fell into Lin Sun's arms. Lu Wenting was humming a tune, which was about the general dying in battle and the warrior returning after 3 years. The tune was sad and low. In the end, everyone dispersed because there were still many things to do tomorrow. In the bloodthirsty battlefield, as long as the enemy didn't die, the killing would never stop. As practitioners of the Empire, what they had to do every day was almost related to killing the enemy. Lu Wen wasn't able to return to the campsite before nightfall today, so he probably won't be able to return anymore. Before leaving, Hu Tong left behind these words. It couldn't be said to be sentimental, and he seemed to be very calm. Death and life were the eternal topics in the bloodthirsty battlefield. These days, although Lin Sun stayed in the ordnance office every day and never went out, he also learned that many practitioners of the Empire died on the battlefield every day and never came back, like Lu Wen. This young overmatch who had repeatedly provoked, rejected and despised Lin Sun might never show up again in the future. Was he going to die like this? Lin Sun was a little upset. He was a little annoyed with this person, but when he learned that this person might disappear from the world like this, Lin Sun felt a little empty in his heart. Another few days passed. At the party and drinking in the evening, Hu Tong brought some new faces, while several old faces of the Starfrost Mercenary Regiment disappeared. Come on, drink. Let me introduce you to my new members. Hu Tong didn't explain anything. Abi was very silent, with red and swollen eyes and a very low mood. She kept drinking wildly. Lin Sun knew that those old members of the Starfrost Mercenary Regiment would never come back. This was the bloodthirsty battlefield. Every day, there would be familiar faces disappearing. Perhaps they would never appear again. Their final destination was the battlefield. Perhaps even their corpses wouldn't be able to survive, let alone leave behind a grave. When you get used to death, you will understand the importance of living. This was what Lu Wenting said after drinking. Lin Sun was thinking that if he wanted to end all this, there might be only one way, to eradicate all the enemies, but for now, this idea seemed to be very unrealistic. The Empire and the Voodoo barbarians had been fighting for thousands of years, but so far they hadn't achieved this. Did they not want to? No, they couldn't do it. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. The prosperity and stability of the Empire today were also exchanged with the lives and blood of these practitioners fighting in the front line. I'm willing to exchange this for a treasure. I only ask Grandmaster Lin to refine a treasure for me. On this day, Lin Sun had just finished his third refining task in the ordnance office. When he was about to leave, a practitioner suddenly came to visit him. This man was a thin middle-aged man with a sharp face, cold and resolute. There was an unconcealable bloody murderous aura all over him. His name was Yan Feng, and he was an extremely famous loner in Camp 7. He was at the peak of the reincarnation development realm, and he was ranked 77th on the enemy's blood list wanted list. Although Yan Feng's ranking was much lower than Lin Sun's, it was different. Yan Feng was famous for his military exploits and was regarded as an extremely dangerous person by his enemies. On the other hand, Lin Sun had become famous for killing a half-step king with one arrow. This was the difference between the two. Yan Feng held a gray stone in his hand. It was about the size of a fist. Upon closer inspection, there were faint golden patterns on the surface of the stone, making it look very mysterious. Is this a golden-patterned magical jade? A spiritual tattooist came over and asked in surprise. This was a good treasure, a rare spiritual material for forging armors with spiritual tattoos. Its value was immeasurable and extremely rare. Yan Feng ignored him and stared at Lin Sun. I've already completed my task for today. You can come back another day, Lin Sun said casually. He had already made an appointment with Lu Wenting, Hu Tong, and the others to have a drinking party tonight. However, Yan Feng blocked his way and said with a serious expression, Grandmaster Lin, I'm in urgent need of it. Please help me this time. I'll repay this favor. Lin Sun frowned. He could tell that if he didn't agree today, Yan Feng would definitely not give up. Humph. Countless practitioners come to Grandmaster Lin for help like you every day. Do you think that Grandmaster Lin can make an exception for you with a golden-patterned magical jade? Leave now and don't disturb Grandmaster Lin. Otherwise, if General Xianxia finds out, you'll suffer a lot. The spiritual tattooist at the side stood out and scolded Yan Feng. Although Yan Feng's reputation was extremely prominent, these spiritual tattooists weren't afraid of him. Yan Feng instantly fell silent. A hint of gloom and disappointment flashed across his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, Fine, I'll leave now and not disturb you anymore. But, speaking of this, he pondered for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and passed the golden-patterned magical jade to Lin Sun. This item is useless to me. I'll give it to Grandmaster Lin. After saying that, he turned around and left. Lin Sun was stunned and asked, Where are you going? The battlefield. It's going to be dark soon. I have to go. My brother is still waiting for me to rescue him. He has a wife and children to take care of at home. He can't die. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and said, Show me your treasure. Yan Feng froze in the distance and seemed to be in disbelief. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and don't waste time. This is the first time that Grandmaster Lin has made an exception for you. The spiritual tattooist at the side reminded him loudly. Thanks a lot. Yan Feng turned around and bowed to Lin Sun. There was an unconcealable excitement and gratitude in his expression. The treasure that Yan Feng wanted to repair was an iron spear. It was a heaven-grade treasure that had been severely damaged. It was hard to believe that such a top figure in the reincarnation developing realm and a ruthless figure in the top 100 of the blood list wanted list would have such a shabby weapon. Without hesitation, Lin Sun took action after a short glance. Moreover, Lin Sun seemed to be very serious this time. His speed was also much faster than before. The spiritual tattooists nearby were dazzled and shocked. In less than a quarter of an hour, the iron spear looked brand new. Not only was it completely repaired, but its grade was also greatly improved. This moved Yan Feng. He was overjoyed and grateful to Lin Sun. It's more important to save him, Lin Sun said casually. What's more, I've received an incredible treasure from you. It's worth it to refine this spear for you. It's just a piece of golden veined jade, Yan Feng said. No, it's not that simple, Lin Sun's eyes were deep. As soon as he said that, the spiritual tattooists nearby became curious. Was there something special about this item? Crack, Lin Sun pinched it casually, and the golden patterned jade suddenly broke into pieces. The stone chips fell down, and at the same time a glimmer of silver star-like luster flowed out. This is... The spiritual tattooists widened their eyes when they saw a pigeon egg-sized jade in Lin Sun's palm. It was silver and dazzling like a star. Even Yan Feng was stunned. How could he have imagined that there would be such a mysterious gem hidden within the golden vein mysterious jade? Crack! To everyone's surprise, Lin Sun exerted strength in his hand and crushed the silver gem. In the rain of light, a green leaf that was as slender as a grass stalk came into everyone's sight. The leaf was like a copper coin and was only the size of a melon seed shell. However, it flowed with a green glow that dyed the void green. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. At the same time, a strand of copious and pure vitality effused out, causing the spirits of everyone in the surroundings to be refreshed and feel refreshed. In an instant, they felt as if they were floating in the air. This? The spiritual tattooists were completely dumbfounded. A piece of golden veined jade was so mysterious. No one could imagine that there was such a green leaf full of vitality in its core. There's a treasure among treasures. This item is destined to be extraordinary. Even Yan Feng was surprised and realized that this item wasn't simple. If you regret it, I can return it to you. Lin Sun looked at Yan Feng. Yan Feng waved his hand and said, this treasure was discovered by Grandmaster Lin. It has nothing to do with me. Can you tell me where did you get it from? Lin Sun asked. Mulberry Forest. After saying that, Yan Feng cupped his hands and bade farewell. He wanted to sneak into the battlefield again before night fell to complete a dangerous and arduous task. He might die. But he didn't regret it. That's how the cultivators of the empire should be. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. Even though he knew he couldn't do it, he still did it. After returning to his room, Lin Sun took out the green leaf that flowed with a brilliant green glow. In an instant, the dark room was lit up. What a strong vitality! Lin Sun sensed it and couldn't help but be moved. There was actually the power of great Wei flowing in the vitality. It was extremely mysterious and unpredictable. How could such a strong and mysterious vitality be born in the bloodthirsty battlefield where the spiritual energy was exhausted and it was almost like an abandoned land? Clang, Lin Sun took out the broken blade. The surface of the broken blade trembled slightly and let out a low and clear cry that sounded like it was eager. Before discovering the mysterious leaf hidden in the golden-patterned magical jade, Lin Sun realized the extraordinariness of the golden-patterned magical jade because of the movement of the broken blade. Sure enough, the trembling and longing of the broken sword at the moment made Lin Sun sure of this. What is this? How can it have the power of great Wei and have such strong vitality? The leaf was only the size of a melon seed shell, but the vitality was so abundant that Lin Sun was shocked. Clatter in the end, Lin Sun tentatively put the leaf in front of the broken blade. The broken blade emitted an obscure wave and drowned the leaf in an instant, absorbing its vitality crazily. Lin Sun also noticed that the extremely vague Taoist patterns on the surface of the broken blade began to become clear little by little. Although it was only a rough outline, as long as this situation continued, these mysterious Taoist patterns would be completely revealed sooner or later. The broken blade was originally incomplete. Could it be that the reason why it has been silent is that it lacks this vitality to repair itself? An idea occurred to Lin Sun. Unfortunately, the Taoist patterns on the surface of the broken blade did not completely appear until the vitality contained in the leaf was absorbed. They were just a little clearer than before, but still could not be completely seen through and understood. It seems that I have to go to the mulberry forest. Maybe I can take this opportunity to make the broken blade transform completely. Lin Sun took a deep breath and made a decision. This was a rare opportunity. It would be a pity to miss it. He had been in the ordnance department for nearly a month. Although he was busy every day, he had long felt that this kind of life was too monotonous and boring. The next morning. What? You want to go to the damn mulberry forest? Do you know how dangerous it is? It is enough to make life-death realm kings change their expressions. No, I can't promise you this. When Lu Wenting heard that Lin Sun wanted to go to the mulberry forest, he was immediately strongly opposed and even frightened. The mulberry forest was a place of great danger in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Sounds of nature too. Neither the Empire nor the voodoo barbarians dared to approach that area, even if they fought fiercely. It was called the Devil Land, stained with God's blood, mysterious and terrible. For thousands of years, many big shots had died there and could never return. Knowing this, Lin understood why Lu Wenting strongly opposed him to go there. I want to have a look. If it doesn't work, I won't enter rashly. After thinking for a while, Lin decided to have a look. Lu Wenting frowned and tried his best to persuade Lin, but failed. Finally, he had to ask Xianxia for instructions. Did he also hear something? Xianxia was surprised at first when he learned about it. According to what he knew, there was news recently that there was a phenomenon in the mulberry forest. It was very likely that a great treasure would appear. It could be a sacred object left behind from ancient times, or it could be some rare precious medicine that was about to appear. Now, some top big shots in the 8 camps of the Empire were ready to make a move and pay attention to all this. Even on the side of voodoo barbarians, many big shots had already moved to the mulberry forest after hearing the news. General, what do you think? Lu Wenting couldn't help asking. Even I dare not go there rashly. He's just a young man in Tao Insight realm. Why should he go there? Is he tired of living? Xianxia flatly refused. Nowadays, the mulberry forest had become the eye of the storm in the bloodthirsty battlefield, attracting many old monsters. If Lin showed up, it was absolutely no different from courting death. Report. At this moment, a subordinate came to report with sweat all over his head. General, bad news. Child Lin just exchanged all his military merits for high-rank spiritual crystals in the supply office and then left the camp directly. What? Lu Wenting was stiff all over. How audacious. Xianxia was also seething with anger. Why didn't you stop him? Lu Wenting roared with blue veins bulging on his forehead. We dare not. The subordinate looked aggrieved. Now, Lin was not only a young talent who killed a half-step king practitioner, but also a spiritual tattoo grandmaster, who had an extremely high status in the Camp 7. Who dared to stop him at this time? This boy is just making trouble for me. Xianxia stamped his feet angrily and shouted, Hurry up! Send someone to chase after him. You must stop him for me. Just a quarter of an hour later, a subordinate came to report that the dispatched team searched for Lin Sun several times, but they couldn't find any trace of Lin Sun and finally returned without any success. This caused Xianxia and Lu Wenting to feel extremely troubled. This guy is too bold. I'm afraid that he doesn't know that because of his identity as a spiritual tattoo guru, the voodoo barbarian bastards have already raised his ranking on the blood list from the 49th to the 18th. Moreover, the bounty is so high that it can be compared to the top 5 characters. Running to the mulberry forest at this time, isn't that courting death? Xianxia had a terrible headache. Lu Wenting was also exasperated. But there was nothing they could do in the end. Lin Sun had left, and it was impossible to stop him. The mulberry forest was located thousands of miles away from Camp 7. Lin Sun went out in the early morning and rushed all the way. On the way, he was besieged by strong voodoo barbarians and killed all of them. He even didn't bother to collect the trophies. Storage treasures couldn't be used in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Carrying the trophies in the luggage was not enough and space was limited, which would affect the next action. Even so, Lin Sun's luggage was still full with nearly 4,000 high-grade spiritual crystals, which he exchanged with the military merit points he had accumulated these days. Moreover, it was only a part of it. Most of it was hidden in the camp. This time, Lin Sun had planned to fight on the battlefield for many days. Even if the bloodthirsty battlefield at night was extremely terrible, he had to do so in order to explore the mystery of the mulberry forest. The reason was that the mulberry forest was located in a remote area. Even if everything went well, it was impossible for him to return to the camp when the night came. 8 hours later. The world was gloomy, and the sky was covered by a haze. The smell of blood and decay in the air became extremely strong, even a little choking and nauseating. On the distant horizon, blood was faintly steaming, dyeing the world dark red. Whoosh, Lin Sun moved like lightning. He carried the luggage on his back, carried the broken sword on his waist, and held the insignificant bow and the blue sky arrow in his hands. He was alert and cautious. On the way before, when he passed by a dry riverbed, a huge black hole suddenly appeared on the ground, spitting out a horrible devouring power. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been involved in it. This made Lin Sun break out in a cold sweat. The more he realized the horror of the bloodthirsty battlefield, the more vigilant and careful he was along the way. What? Suddenly, Lin Sun stopped. There was a fierce sound of fighting in the far distance. Obviously, there was a battle going on. Yanfeng? When Lin Sun approached quietly, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He was surprised to find that among the practitioners of the Empire who were fighting, one was Yanfeng, the top practitioner of reincarnation developing realm in Camp 7. It was a piece of golden jade given by Yanfeng that let Lin Sun find the mysterious leaf full of vitality, so he decided to explore the mulberry forest. Yanfeng was not in a good situation at this time. He was besieged by 3 voodoo barbarians with the strength of spiritual awakening realm. Moreover, he was carrying a practitioner on his back, which put him in a dangerous situation where he was completely suppressed. There were many wounds on his body, and blood was gurgling. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, Lin Sun pulled the insignificant bow to the fullest, and 3 invisible spiritual arrows shot out almost in an instant. Although Lin Sun didn't use the blue sky arrow, the power of the insignificant bow should not be underestimated. Otherwise, Lin Sun would not have been so powerful in the Tiger Canyon. Puff! Without any accident, under the sudden attack, a strong spiritual awakening practitioner on the battlefield was caught off guard. His chest was immediately pierced with a string of scarlet blood. Half of his body was blown up, and he screamed miserably. He was nailed to the ground in the distance by the terrible penetrating force. Almost at the same time, the other 2 strong spiritual awakening practitioners' shoulder blades were broken, and the other's thigh was pierced. They all screamed in horror and anger. This series of actions happened too fast. Who could imagine that there would be 3 almost invisible spiritual arrows suddenly falling from the sky? Who could have imagined that the might of the spiritual arrow would be so terrifying? At this moment, Yanfeng's combat effectiveness and decisiveness showed. In the face of such an accident, he just narrowed his eyes and rushed forward without hesitation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stabbed the iron spear in his hand continuously. His movements were clean, fast and accurate. Puff! Puff! The 3 spiritual awakening practitioners who had been seriously injured were killed on the spot before they could struggle. Their blood stained the ground. Only when he saw Lin Sun lend a hand did Yanfeng reveal a wisp of surprise, and he was slightly stunned. The rumor was true, it was not impossible for him to kill a half-step king with this kind of archery. What? Grandmaster Lin is going to the mulberry forest? After expressing his gratitude to Lin Sun, Yanfeng's face suddenly changed when he learned that Lin Sun was going to the mulberry forest. He hurriedly stopped Lin Sun. Absolutely not. Why? Lin Sun wanted to hear Yanfeng's opinion. Yanfeng obtained that golden jade from the mulberry forest. Naturally, Yanfeng must have some understanding of that place of great danger. In the past, we might be able to take the risk and enter. But recently, the mulberry forest has become a storm of bloody conflicts. Rumor has it that a great opportunity is about to appear, attracting many old monsters to come here. Not only the empires, but also the voodoo barbarians and foreign tribes. They are determined to get this great opportunity. Yanfeng's expression was solemn as he told Lin Sun that the mulberry forest was already extremely dangerous. Now that many old monsters were involved, it made the mulberry forest extremely grim and terrifying. Opportunity? Lin Sun frowned. This was really troublesome. He had already experienced the battle for opportunities in the demonic Saint Secret Land. It could be said to be a disaster of slaughter, and blood flowed like a river. According to Yanfeng, even life-death realm kings might encounter unpredictable dangers in the mulberry forest. Moreover, in order to seize the opportunity, the practitioners of the Celestial Empire and the voodoo barbarians had numerous bloody conflicts. Corpses were piled up everywhere, the earth was dyed red, and the killing intent was soaring. Lin Sun listened carefully and understood all this. He had never expected such a situation before he went out. However, since he was here, he couldn't go back halfway. He had to go and have a look. As far as I know, the voodoo barbarians have the upper hand. They have sent 3 barbarian kings who have been famous for many years. They are the fire barbarian Xianxia king, the gold barbarian Gold Pa king, and the thunder barbarian Thunder Sky king. Other than them, there are also many half-step kings and spirit awakening realm old monsters who have arrived. Meanwhile, on our empire's side, we only have General Xianxia from the 4th camp and General Xiaxian from the 6th camp. There are also many top half-step king warriors and reincarnation developing realm warriors, but in terms of power, we are obviously at a disadvantage. Seeing that Lin Sun was determined to go, Yan Feng couldn't dissuade him. He could only tell Lin Sun everything he knew. According to what Yan Feng said, the battle had become more and more intense recently. There were even many half-step kings who were severely injured, and the number of cultivators who had died was uncountable. Moreover, in the next few days, there would be a peerless battle. General Xianxia of the empire would fight with fire barbarian King Yanqiang. Before this, these kings had already fought each other many times, yet a victor had never been determined. However, along with the appearance of the enormous fortune that was about to descend into the world within the mulberry forest, the curtains to the true battle between kings would definitely be drawn. What is this opportunity? Why are the kings willing to fight a bloody battle? Lin Sun became more curious. It is said that this opportunity hides a big secret about the divine path. It is also said that when this opportunity comes, many incredible treasures and opportunities will be unearthed in the mulberry forest. Yan Feng told him the details. The mulberry forest was located in an abyss. No one knew how big it was or how deep it was. For thousands of years, countless powerhouses from the empire, the voodoo barbarians, and the alien tribes had explored it, but none of them could see the whole picture of the mulberry forest. Sounds of nature too, it was so big and unfathomable that people even suspected that the end of it might lead to another world. Now, with the frequent abnormal phenomena in the mulberry forest, it was regarded as a sign that a great chance was about to appear. It might be related to the secret of the divine way, and many incredible treasures and opportunities might be unearthed. Knowing this, Lin Sun finally understood why there was such a fierce and bloody conflict. Everything was for the chance. It's very scary there. There are even legendary demonic spirits. The deeper you go, the more mysterious and dangerous it is. Yan Feng looked solemn. A few days ago, there was news that King Yanqiang of the fire barbarians found a remnant of the fallen sun in there. There's still a trace of fire essence of sun left in it with an amazing aura. Our empire's great general Xiaxian had also speculated that there was an ancient palace standing tall in the depths of the mulberry forest. Unfortunately, he was unable to accurately sense its location because it was too vast and boundless, covered in dense fog. Even, speaking of this, Yan Feng wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Even what? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and asked. Some practitioners even swore that they saw a white cicada in the mulberry forest. It was only the size of a baby's palm, but it was surrounded by the light of ascension. The cicada shrieked and destroyed everything within 100 square kilometers. Yan Feng's expression was indescribably weird. General Xianxia thinks that if this is true, then the white cicada has probably become a sage. What? Lin Sun was also shocked. This was too incredible. A white cicada, about the size of a baby's palm, had become a sage? Anyone who heard this would feel that it was absurd and horrified. However, these are all rumors. No one can be sure whether they are true or false. Yan Feng continued, but what is certain is that there will be a great chance in the mulberry forest. The reason why there are so many fierce battles these days is that many powerhouses have dug out some good treasures in the mulberry forest. Mysterious ore stained with devil blood, black and white flowers growing from the same stalk, broken pieces of bronze engraved with mysterious patterns. Of course, there are also many treasures similar to the golden vein magical jade. Hearing this, Lin Sun's spirit was refreshed and his heart was burning. The reason he came to the mulberry forest this time was to look for more golden-patterned magical jade. There was a mysterious dark green leaf that contained abundant vitality hidden within it, and it could allow the broken blade to repair and transform. It was extremely miraculous. After bidding farewell to Yan Feng, Lin Sun continued his journey. Through Yan Feng's words, Lin Sun was more certain that the mulberry forest wasn't simple. It was even more amazing than the Demon Saint's secret land. 2 hours later, a strand of extremely dazzling blood-red light suddenly charged out from the distant horizon, and it charged into the sky and dyed the sky a strange and terrifying blood-red color. At the same time, the air here was suffused with a bone-piercing and bloody aura of slaughter, and it was dense to the point it caused one's heart to tremble. It seemed as if this was an expanse of devilish territory that contained boundless danger. Mulberry Forest, Lin Sun stopped immediately. There was a big abyss in the place where the bloody light soared into the sky, which led to the mulberry forest known as the Devil's Soil stained with God's blood. Whoosh! Lin Sun took a deep breath and didn't rush to approach. Instead, he chose a place nearby, ran by Xianxia to hide, and began to restore his strength silently. Although Lin Sun didn't consume much physical strength along the way, he was going to the mulberry forest this time. There were so many killings and rivers of blood there that he dared not to be careless. It wasn't until dusk fell that Lin Sun adjusted his qi to an unprecedented peak state, and his spirit was full and boiling. He had hidden a part of the high-level spiritual crystals in his luggage, and only left a part on his back. This was also to leave a way out for himself. In case of any accident, he could have a chance to replenish his supplies when he escaped from the mulberry forest. However, when Lin Sun was about to take action, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and immediately hid again. Soon, a huge golden bat flapped its wings and flew towards him from afar. On the back of the golden bat, there were several strong voodoo barbarians. Obviously, they were also going to the mulberry forest in the distance. Are you sure about the news? Is the teenager named Lin Sure really so bold that he dares to come to the mulberry forest alone? A surprised voice rang out. This made Lin Sun, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly narrow his eyes. He just came out of the Camp 7 today and arrived in this area. How could the voodoo barbarians already know the news? What surprised Lin Sun most was that he was a little familiar with this voice. After thinking about it carefully, he found it was Xianxia, the young master of the royal family of dark barbarians. On the first day he came to the bloodthirsty battlefield, Lin Sun almost killed this guy. How could he not remember this guy's voice? Young master, the news is confirmed. It is said that Lin Sure left the Camp 7 without permission, and even Zhang Sunlai failed to stop him in time. A respectful voice sounded. Hearing this, Lin Sun's face changed slightly even though he was always calm. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, and his black eyes were extremely fierce. This voice, he was also very familiar with it. Because the owner of this voice was Lu Wen. It turns out that this guy didn't die, but betrayed the empire and turned to Xianxia, the descendant of the royal family of dark barbarians. When Lin Sun thought of the news of Lu Wen's death, he sighed with emotion. Who would have thought that this guy was still alive and had betrayed the empire? No matter what the reason was, betrayal was unforgivable after all. Oh, it seems that you are very concerned about the news of Lin Sure. Good, good. If you follow my dark barbarians, I promise that you will live a more comfortable life than staying in the human empire. Xianxia chuckled. Young master, you flatter me. I just do some things that I should do. Besides, I also hate Lin Sure to the core. If I can make him die in your hands, it will definitely be something worth celebrating. Lu Wen appeared to be very humble and fawning. Well, when we arrive at the mulberry forest, spread the news. Tell all the experts of the voodoo barbarian tribe that whoever can provide clues about Lin Sure will be rewarded handsomely. And if anyone can capture him alive, I can guarantee that he will be rewarded beyond imagination. Xianxia's voice suddenly became decisive and murderous. While talking, the huge golden bat they rode had already gone far away. If Lin Sun's spiritual power was not strong enough, he could not catch their conversation. You betrayed the empire and wanted to kill me through the hands of the enemy. Lu Wen, I really underestimated your despicableness and shamelessness. Until they disappeared, Lin Sun came out of his hiding place, with his dark eyes deep and cold. Without delay, he rushed to the distance. The scarlet light rose to the sky and made people's heart palpitate. The place where the blood light appeared was a huge abyss, like a bloody mouth on the earth, which seemed to be able to swallow everything. Approaching here, people couldn't help but feel extremely small and insignificant. At the same time, it also made people feel extremely depressed and frightened. The atmosphere here was too terrible, boundless, bloody, and murderous as if from ancient times to the present. Lin Sun moved quickly. He carried his luggage, the broken sword, the insignificant bow and the arrow of blue sky, and walked to the depths of the abyss with ice dragon steps. Diving into it was like entering a bloody world, vast and vast. The deeper he went, the wider his vision was. On the way, Lin Sun found many traces left by battles, such as blood-stained rocks, broken corpses, and broken and destroyed treasures, which could be seen everywhere. There was no need to pay attention to them at all. There were imperial practitioners, voodoo barbarians, and alien strongmen who had all arrived here, but they died just at the edge of the mulberry forest. There were too many of them, and they could be seen everywhere. They were densely packed together, and the air was still suffused with the smell of blood and gunpowder. It could be inferred from this that intense and bloody conflicts had erupted in just this area in the past few days. This made Lin Sun more vigilant. He didn't stay and continued to move forward. Before long, Lin Sun was shocked. He suddenly saw the mutilated body of an imperial practitioner lying in the distance. The residual breath showed that he was a half-step king, but now, he was abandoned here with only the remains. He couldn't see immortality when he was alive, and there was no grave to bury his bones when he died. Lin Sun raised his head and looked around. The wilderness was vast and bloody. The abyss was endless, just like a blood-stained demonic world. This is cultivation. The road of cultivation is difficult. Who dares to say that this life is immortal? Lin Sun took a deep breath and continued to move forward. To his surprise, he didn't encounter any danger along the way. Before long, he met a team of imperial practitioners. They were all very surprised. After all, this was the mulberry forest, which was extremely dangerous. Those who dared to act alone were all fierce people. But Lin Sun, a young man of Tao Insight realm, walked here alone, which naturally attracted attention. After a little greeting, a practitioner told him that in order to compete for opportunities, both the imperial side and the voodoo barbarian side had rushed to the depths of the mulberry forest. Unless they encountered some kind of opportunity, no one would delay on the way, which was too wasteful. Lin Sun understood this. After saying goodbye to those practitioners, he continued to move forward. This young man. Is he Lin Shi, who has become famous recently? Some practitioners were confused. It should be him. Didn't you see him? He is carrying a white bone bow and arrows. His dress is exactly the same as the legendary young talent Lin Shi, who killed a half-step king with one arrow. No wonder he dares to act alone. Those practitioners were all amazed and roughly guessed Lin Sun's identity. But this is the mulberry forest after all. He came here alone. Doesn't he worry that he will be killed by the top voodoo barbarian bastards? Some practitioners were worried about Lin Sun. Along the way, Lin Sun met many figures, including imperial practitioners and voodoo barbarians. Even the top figures of reincarnation developing realm almost went out in groups. It was rare to meet a single person exploring here. Along the way, Lin Sun didn't stay. Whenever he noticed someone, he would avoid in advance and take a detour. He didn't want to fight. Boom! Before long, Lin Sun once again noticed that there was an enemy in front of him in advance. He was about to avoid it. Unexpectedly, a blood-red thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky. In an instant, a group of strong voodoo barbarians thousands of meters away were instantly smashed. Their bodies disintegrated and disappeared in the blood-red thunderbolt, leaving no bones behind. That scene was so abrupt that Lin Sun couldn't help but take a breath. He looked up, only to find that the void was so vast that he couldn't find the source of the blood-red thunderbolt. This was the horror of Mulberry Forest. There were unpredictable natural disasters and anomalies. Even if you were very careful, you might encounter various accidents and eventually die suddenly. Lin Sun pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and continued to move forward. This ominous and strange danger was undoubtedly a test of courage and fighting spirit. If it were an ordinary practitioner, he would have been frightened and turned back halfway. Lin Sun continued to move forward. Before long, wisps of clouds began to appear between heaven and earth, which were as red as blood with dazzling evil. Spirits. This kind of blood fog was very strange. It blocked the perception of the spirit. If it wasn't prevented and resolved, it would invade the practitioner's body and corrode his spirit. Whoosh, Lin Sun pulled the insignificance bow to the fullest. After arriving here, the power of his spirit was blocked, and he could no longer perceive the danger. He could only rely on his fighting instinct to seek luck and avoid danger. However, the wonderful effect of insignificance bow was also reflected at this time. It had the power of true insight, which could see through the illusion. Sure enough, in an instant, Lin Sun's vision became open, no longer blocked by the blood fog, and he could see the situation thousands of meters away. A moment later, the broken sword hanging at his waist suddenly trembled, which made Lin Sun's black eyes brighten. He calmed down and perceived. Soon, he came to a gray-brown mound, which was sparse and unremarkable. But when he arrived here, the broken sword trembled more and more violently. Lin Sun stopped, squatted down, and dug the ground directly with the broken sword. The soil flew, and soon a hole was dug in front of the mound. Ding! When Lin Sun dug 5 feet deep, the broken blade was blocked, making a sound like metal clashing. At the same time, a soft silver-white light came into Lin Sun's sight. A piece of silver pattern rare jadestone? Lin Sun felt refreshed and took it out. This thing was as big as an alms bowl. It was silver all over and glowed like water. Kacha! Kacha! Lin Sun exerted strength in his fingers and crushed it, revealing a small verdant branch in the shape of a deer's antler. It was suffused with a green glow and emitted a strong vitality that made Lin Sun feel relaxed and happy. It was a leaf the last time, and it's a branch this time. However, both of them contain an indescribable aura of the grand Tao and vitality. Could it be that there was a divine tree that disintegrated in the past, yet its trunk and leaves didn't vanish, and they were instead sealed by these strange jades and buried beneath the ground after experiencing the passage of countless years? Mulberry forest. Mulberry forest. Perhaps, whether it's the leaves from last time or the branches this time, they all came from a mulberry tree that possesses inconceivable power? Lin Sun made a bold assumption. While thinking, he didn't hesitate to use the broken blade to absorb the vitality of this branch. In just a moment, the broken blade glowed with vitality, and the branch turned into powder. Lin Sun calmed down and perceived the broken blade. Although it was not obvious, it was a kind of improvement after all. Especially on the surface of the broken blade, the mysterious traces of Tao were looming like the moon in the water. Although they were still hazy and blurred, they had begun to become clear. Lin Sun's black eyes were bright. The power of the broken blade was terrible, and it could be called a fierce blade. If it could be further repaired and transformed, Lin Sun's combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be improved. In the following time, Lin Sun didn't rush forward. He wandered around and sensed the surroundings. As long as the broken blade trembled and buzzed, it meant that there must be some kind of treasure in the nearby area. This saved Lin Sun a lot of effort. He only needed to search according to the sensing of the broken blade, and he could get something. Several hours passed unconsciously. At this time, Lin Sun had collected 4 silver-patterned jades and 2 golden-patterned jades. There were leaves and branches hidden in them. Although they were all extremely small, they contained abundant mysterious vitality. These were all refined by the broken blade. By this time, Lin Sun had roughly inferred that if he wanted to further transform the broken blade, these were just like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood, which couldn't satisfy him at all. However, Lin Sun was very patient. He didn't come to the mulberry forest for an unprecedented opportunity, nor did he want to participate in the treasure-snatching action that could make a king fight fiercely. Lin Sun was satisfied that the broken blade could be repaired and transformed once on this trip. Night fell. Even in the mulberry forest, it could still be clearly felt that the night was going to drown this place like a tide. Lin Sun trembled inexplicably all over, feeling a kind of unspeakable oppression, as if something terrible would happen when the night came. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling lightning cut through the void, illuminating the world. At the same time, a terrible breath rushed out from the far distance. Even though it was extremely far away, Lin Sun could still see that it was a figure bathed in divine flame, appearing in the air, looking down at the shore, and fighting fiercely. King Xianxia of the Fire Barbarian Branch. Although Lin Sun had never seen this barbarian king, he could judge it at once. It was too conspicuous. His figure seemed to be bathed in divine flame, and his breath was terrifying and matchless. Only King Yanqiong could have such spirit. However, what really moved Lin Sun was King Yanqiong's opponent. It was a broken bronze spear, the spear's shadow rotated, and there was a terrible sign of collapse in the void. With a slight sweep, the sky and the earth collapsed. It fought with King Yanqiong in the void, making the heaven and earth there seem to be torn apart, and it was dazzling. Lin Sun was about to see what was going on. Unfortunately, this battle broke out quickly and ended quickly. It was over in a few breaths. King Yanqiong seemed to be defeated and retreated angrily. Before leaving, he roared, "It's just a broken holy weapon. I will surrender to you sooner or later." It was also these words that made Lin Sun's heart tremble inexplicably. A broken holy weapon, like a peerless master, made King Yanqiong retreat. This night was not peaceful. As soon as this peerless battle ended, many terrifying breaths emerged and were distributed in different areas. Vaguely, there were roars of gods and demons, wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, echoing in the dark night, making people's scalp numb. The strongmen distributed in various areas of the mulberry forest, whether they came from the empire or from the voodoo barbarian tribe, all stopped their actions at this moment and hid. When night fell, the bloodthirsty battlefield would be hundreds or thousands of times more terrifying than during the day, and it was even more dangerous in the mulberry forest. At this time, no one dared to act rashly. They hid in place and took the time to rest and recuperate. Seeing this, Lin Sun also hurriedly ran by Chi, hid and began to meditate quietly. The mulberry forest at night was too terrifying. If one was not careful, he would definitely die in an instant. This night seemed to be very difficult to bear. Terrifying breaths appeared everywhere, stirring up the wind and clouds and spreading in all directions. Vaguely, the sound of gods weeping blood and ghosts howling echoed. Those who were not strong-willed might have already been frightened and possessed by the devil. Even Lin Sun had to run meditating magic to guard his mind. But even so, this night, he always felt that there were many cold thoughts sweeping over him, which scared him so much that he felt a chill down his spine. Only when dawn arrived and the veil of night gradually faded did all of this terrifying and unfathomable scene return to calm. The arrival of day caused all the experts that were distributed throughout the forest to heave a sigh of relief in their hearts. But all of them were clearly aware that many experts had probably already suffered calamity and were killed by the terrifying dangers that befell them during this night. Lin Sun also got up and started to take action. Daytime was the best time to explore the mulberry forest, and he didn't want to waste any time. However, in the next few days, he found nothing. Instead, he met many strong voodoo barbarians, many of whom were in the half-step king realm. If he hadn't sensed them with true insight in advance and avoided them in advance, a fierce battle was inevitable. Although he found nothing, after several days of exploration, Lin Sun had gradually adapted to the dangerous environment in the mulberry forest. Besides, he had preliminarily confirmed that he was close to the depths of the mulberry forest, and the strongmen he met on the way were more powerful and terrible than the other. Almost all of them were at the top of the reincarnation developing realm, and old monsters in the half-step king realm were not uncommon. However, the mulberry forest was so vast that it was almost a mysterious and dangerous world of devil soil, so Lin Sun couldn't determine whether he could reach the end of the mulberry forest if he continued to explore. On this day, Lin Sun came to a barren stone forest area, where the bloody mist covered the sky and the earth, which was extremely abnormal. Just as he was about to avoid it, the broken sword suddenly trembled more intensely than before, and even let out a clear sound, showing a wave of extreme desire. Lin Sun hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and rushed into the stone forest filled with bloody mist. In just a moment, he found something, a broken altar. Although it looked gray and broken, it gave out an ancient and boundless spirit, which was extremely extraordinary. An altar? How could there be such a thing in the mulberry forest? Lin Sun stopped and went forward to have a look. He found that the broken altar had long been blurred and repaired. It should have been covered with mysterious patterns, but they had long been worn away, and only some mottled traces could be seen. At this time, the broken sword kept trembling, and the sharp blade gave out a strong wave, as if it was extremely eager for the thing hidden in the broken altar. Lin Sun took a deep breath and went forward carefully. After making sure there was no danger, he began to dig. Crack, crack, the broken altar was easily destroyed in the excavation, and the ancient stone chips fell down. Just a moment later, Lin Sun was shocked, and his heart was in turmoil. Below the altar, there was a gorgeous glow, flowing and shining, spewing out rays of divine light, like a dreamy rainbow. Shockingly, it was emitted by a pile of mysterious jade stones. There were golden patterns, silver patterns, black patterns, fire patterns, and water patterns, densely packed, fist-sized jades were piled up there, overflowing with dazzling treasure light, as if it were real. Lin Sun was so excited that he almost shouted. He had found nothing for many days, but today there were so many of them. Clang, without any hesitation, Lin Sun inserted the broken sword into the pile of glowing jades. The broken sword buzzed as if it was cheering. The blade was filled with obscure breath and began to absorb the vitality in it crazily. Lin Sun couldn't help but be delighted and expectant. He had a hunch that even if the broken sword couldn't be completely transformed this time, its power would at least be improved a lot. At the same time, Lin Sun also picked up a piece of strange jade and crushed it. Sure enough, there was a green leaf hidden in it. It was shaped like a copper coin and seemed to be carved out of jade, full of vitality. Lin Sun tried to absorb it. Suddenly, a warm and mellow vitality turned into a rolling heat flow and poured into his whole body, making every inch of his pores open and his spirit flow lively. In an instant, he seemed to become an immortal. The physical strength consumed by the previous journey also recovered at this moment, reaching an unprecedented peak state. What moved Lin Sun was that his spiritual power had been nourished and became more condensed and refined. What a mysterious life force. It has an unfathomably pure aura. Lin Sun felt it carefully. The benefits were not limited to these. Even his flesh and bones were nourished. Although it was extremely subtle, it was wonderful. Suddenly, a wisp of killing intent appeared and stabbed Lin Sun. Lin Sun's figure flashed and disappeared in place with ice dragon steps. Boom, a bone spear passed by and nailed to the ground in the distance, piercing a deep hole and raising dust all over the sky. If Lin Sun had been a little slower, his head would have been penetrated. Lin Sun's black eyes became cold and frightening. He had already pulled the insignificant bow in his hand and pointed it in one direction. There appeared a strong voodoo barbarian, like a shadow. It was almost impossible to be noticed in the bloody mist of the stone forest. A strong spiritual awakener of the dark barbarian. Get out of here if you don't want to die. This place is occupied by our voodoo barbarian tribe. The strong barbarian looked extremely domineering, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the place where the broken sword was inserted. There was a dense pile of strange jade stones that flowed with brilliant and resplendent colors. They were extremely eye-catching and couldn't be concealed at all. I think you are tired of living. Lin Sun shot an arrow without hesitation as he spoke. Bang, the bowstring, which was as red as blood, let out a clear cry. Around the bowed body made of white bones, there was a mysterious roar and the sound of wind and thunder. The awakened dark barbarian's pupils shrank as if he recognized Lin Sun. His face suddenly changed, and he screamed and dodged to one side. Puff, but he was already a step too late. The spirit arrow pierced through the left side of his chest, and he felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He was fiercely smashed into the ground far away, and blood sprayed everywhere. A piece of trash like you dares to fight for territory like others? Crack, Lin Sun's figure flashed, and then he stomped down and crushed the chest of the dark barbarian spiritualist. It's you. Lin, the dark barbarian spiritualist died before he could finish his words. He was originally a top figure, but it was a pity that he met Lin Sun. He deserved to be unlucky. When Lin Sun was searching for trophies, he accidentally found that there were a lot of different kinds of strange jades in this guy's bag. There were more than 10 of them. This made Lin Sun realize that he was not the only one who had discovered the secret. Other strong practitioners might have known it by now. The broken sword was still absorbing power, and its edge was enshrouded in obscure halo. According to Lin Sun's estimation, it would take at least 10 minutes to refine all the vitality in these strange jades. But soon, Lin Sun frowned. In the distant mist, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and someone was coming here. Come on, over there. Ying Tong must have encountered some danger. I heard his scream. I'd like to see which human bastard dares to be so bold. In the stone forest filled with blood mist, a group of strong voodoo barbarians were full of killing intent. They were all awakened dark barbarians in groups, and there were more than 10 of them, which was shocking. Such a force could be regarded as a top force in the bloodthirsty battlefield, and they could launch a small-scale war. After all, awakened dark barbarians were rare. It was even rarer to see more than 10 dark barbarians in the bloodthirsty battlefield together. Generally, in the battles in the bloodthirsty battlefield, a powerful awakened dark barbarian could serve as a commander, and his status and power could be regarded as the top. However, similar scenes were very common in the mulberry forest. After all, this place was so horrible that even the kings of life and death realm had to be careful, not to mention the dark barbarians in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Have you heard that the young heavenly son of the empire, Xianxia, has also entered the mulberry forest? Now, a group of tough and experienced voodoo barbarians are looking for him and want to kill him. Yes, the news has been spread many days ago. I also heard that Thunder Sky King has issued a decree to kill Xianxia in the mulberry forest. One is to avenge Xianxia, and the other is to seize the mysterious bow in his hand. While moving forward carefully, these voodoo barbarians talked. Ho ho, this guy is really audacious. He dares to come to the mulberry forest alone. If he hid in the camp of the empire, we might not be able to do anything to him. But now. Hey, if he doesn't die, I will kill myself immediately. An earth barbarian awakened dark barbarian sneered with disdain. In this action in the mulberry forest, the voodoo barbarians had gained the upper hand, and there were 3 real kings in the barbarian camp. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if they couldn't kill Xianxia. Puff, however, as soon as he finished his words, a bloody hole was pierced through his neck. Because the penetrating force was so horrible, his whole head was blown off. Suddenly, other barbarians nearby were so shocked that they became stiff and dodged subconsciously. Clatter, blood sprayed out. The earth barbarian just vowed that he would kill himself if he couldn't kill Lin's son, but his neck was immediately broken, and his headless body fell to the ground. Retribution, the other barbarians were covered in cold sweat. Their faces suddenly turned livid and ugly, and they roared. Be careful, everyone. That damn Xianxia must be nearby. He was killed in one blow. The rumor is true. The big bow in the little bastard's hand is too horrible. In the roar, they each took out their treasures and were extremely vigilant. Like frightened hedgehogs, they scattered. It was no wonder that they were so panicked. The rumor about Lin's son had already spread throughout the barbarian army, and the fact that he killed Manjio, a half-step king, was even more heated. Now, all the barbarians knew that the reason why Xianxia was so powerful was that he relied on the mysterious white bone bow in his hand and the black arrow obtained from the depths of the mine in Tiger Canyon. At this time, when they saw their companion die in front of them in the blink of an eye, and they didn't notice it at all, how could they not panic? It was too horrible. Such an arrow was so silent that even a spiritual awakened dark barbarian could not avoid it. Combined with the various rumors about Xianxia, even a half-step king would be frightened. Shit. It's impossible to track the little bastard in the blood mist. A roar came out. Puff, but before the voice died away, the barbarian awakened dark barbarian who had just roared was shot to death on the spot. His death was even more tragic. An invisible spiritual arrow directly pierced through his mouth and pierced through his head. Another spiritual awakened dark barbarian was killed so abruptly that he didn't even notice the enemy's trace. All of a sudden, the other spiritual awakened dark barbarians felt their blood run cold. This scene was undoubtedly the most horrifying. The enemy seemed to be invisible, but he was everywhere, as if he could give them a fatal blow at any time. What was worse, in the stone forest filled with blood mist, they couldn't track the enemy at all. The scene became dead silent. No one dared to make a sound. They subconsciously thought that Xianxia was using the sound to determine their location, but just a moment later, the cruel reality shattered their judgment. Another spiritual awakened dark barbarian was killed. A spiritual arrow pierced through his skull, causing blood and white brain matter to splash out. The scene was so bloody that it was almost disgusting. Run! All of a sudden, the rest of the spiritual awakened dark barbarians broke down and lost their will to fight. They couldn't even find the enemy, but the enemy seemed to be keenly aware of everything about them. How could they fight? They began to flee in panic like stray dogs. In the process, another spiritual awakened dark barbarian was killed. His buttocks were pierced through. He lay on the ground and screamed for a while before he breathed his last. Peace was restored in the area soon. It didn't take long for Lin Sun's figure to appear in the bloody mist. His dark eyes were deep. He pulled the insignificant's bow and glanced around. After making sure that all the enemies had escaped without hiding, he turned around and left. But when he returned, Lin Sun had 4 more bags in his hand, which were his trophies, containing some strange items. There were all kinds of strange jade stones, as well as some blood-stained pieces of iron, broken pieces of bronze, and some other unknown things. Obviously, these were the treasures collected by the barbarians from the mulberry forest, so they must be extraordinary. Lin Sun didn't look at them carefully. After he returned, the strange jades on the ground had been completely refined by Duanren. Clang, Lin Sun pulled out Duanren. The original dark color of Duanren had now become almost transparent, and the blade was filled with misty starlight. At the same time, some clear Taoist patterns finally appeared on the surface of Duanren. Unfortunately, even if it could be seen, it was only a small part of it, so it was impossible to see its mystery. However, Lin Sun was still keenly aware that the Duanren had changed. It was as light as a feather in his hand, but its power and momentum were obviously much higher than before. Lin Sun resisted the urge to test the power of Duanren, took a deep breath, and turned away. He couldn't stay here any longer. He had to leave as soon as possible. Whoosh, not long after Lin Sun left, one figure after another came roaring in with terrible breath. Just the invisible power emitted from them shattered all the nearby blood mist and spread around, making the scene here very clear. This guy has just escaped. There is still a trace of his breath here. A middle-aged man with black and cyan skin said. His eyes were like a pair of cyan scorching suns, which could capture people's souls. His name was Mu Lingfeng, a half-step king of the Voodoo barbarian branch, ranked 47th on the king-level bounty list of the empire. His strength was even more terrible than that of Manjiu, who was killed by Lin. Thundercloud King has ordered that this guy must be killed this time. Otherwise, he will become an inestimable horrible figure in the human empire in the future. A powerful old man with golden hair and beard and copper-like skin said in a deep voice. He was a half-step king of the gold barbarian branch, named Jin Duzhen. It's not easy to kill him. Don't forget that he has a pair of bows that can kill a half-step king. Kanglin Shui, a half-step king of the water barbarian branch, said. She was a beautiful woman with snow-white hair. She was mysterious and charming, covered by mist. Don't be nervous. According to the analysis of our king, this guy can't fully exert the power of this pair of bows with his cultivation of Tao Insight Realm. The leader of the group, Mu Lingfeng, had a calm expression as he said calmly, moreover, his strength can only support him for 1 arrow at most. This is our chance to kill him. As long as we avoid his arrow, the rest will be simple. Ing Ke, the young master of the dark barbarian tribe, wants to capture this guy alive. Shall we do it? Jin Duzhen frowned and asked. If there is a chance, we can. If not, we'll kill him directly. Mu Lingfeng took a deep breath, and a terrible killing intent burst out of his cyan pupils. This time, we can't let this guy escape. Jin Duzhen and Kanglin Shui also nodded. Lin Shire, a human practitioner who set foot on the most powerful path of cultivation as a young man, was a monster who had killed a half-step king. At the same time, he was a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos. No matter what kind of identity he had, there was enough reason for them to kill him at all costs. Otherwise, once such a monster rose, it would be an immeasurable disaster for the Voodoo barbarian tribe. Let's go. Wood Spirit Peak began to move. This time, they had dispatched a total of 3 half-step kings after hearing the news. It could be said that they were fully prepared. From this, it could be seen how much importance they attached to Lin Sun. They had already treated him as their #1 enemy. If this scene were to spread to the outside world, it would probably cause a huge uproar. After all, who had ever seen 3 half-step kings attacking at the same time to deal with a mere Paradise Realm youngster? This was something that had never happened before. This is troublesome, Lin Sun frowned. He was running away, his figure flickering endlessly. This area was filled with endless blood mist, but Lin Sun knew that there was an enemy chasing after him all the way. What made Lin Sun most awe-inspiring was that he had tried to get rid of his opponent many times, but failed every time. It seems like a half-step king-level old monster has made his move. Only they would dare to chase after me without any fear. They don't have the slightest intention of concealing their strength. Lin Sun looked dignified. He could perceive this kind of pursuit, not because of how strong his perception was, but because the other side didn't hide their killing intent and hostility at all. Half-step kings. Although Lin Sun had killed Manjiu, it was with the power of insignificant spiritual bow and sky arrow. After shooting that arrow, almost all the strength in his body was drained. Now he had broken through to the Tao Insight realm and the power in his body was more than twice as strong as before. But if he really used the insignificant spiritual bow desperately, even Lin Sun himself couldn't guarantee that he could shoot the second arrow. When dusk came, Lin Sun, who had been running away, looked more and more dignified. He could perceive that the enemy behind him was getting closer and closer. Whoosh, his figure flashed, and he took a deep breath, ran Huai Qi, and hid in a rock gully thousands of meters away. The breath of this boy suddenly disappeared here. Shortly after Lin Sun hid, 3 half-step kings, Wood Spirit Peak, Jing Duzhen and Kanglin Shui, arrived. They didn't hide their breath. The terrifying power swept out like a storm, dispelling all the blood mist nearby. Do you remember the news of the battle in Tiger Canyon last time? At that time, this boy also hid with a means of concealment. Jing Duzhen said leisurely. His eyes were like a pair of golden suns, shooting out 2 beams of light, scanning the nearby world. So, he is just repeating the same trick. If there is no accident, he should be hiding nearby. Before Jing Duzhen finished his words, he waved his sleeve, and a terrifying golden ripple spread around with his body as the center. Boom, in an instant, the void collapsed inch by inch, the earth cracked, and the crack spread around. The rocks along the way were all crushed like paper. In an instant, the world seemed to explode, and the terrifying power made the world change color. This was the power of a half-step king. Although he was not a real king, he had 1 foot in the king's realm, beyond the spirit awakening realm. His means were extremely terrifying. How cruel! Lin Sun, who was hiding in the dark, was more aware of the power of a half-step king. If he confronted him head-on, he had absolutely no chance of winning. Whoosh, without hesitation, Lin Sun subconsciously ran ice steps with all his strength, jumped out, and fled to the extreme distance. Haha, is that all you can do? You are just fighting like a trapped beast. With a sneer, Jing Duzhen launched an attack. Golden light flowed around his body, dazzling, and the terrifying power made the world wail. Boom, a golden bone sword flew out, emitting a dazzling light, and chopped at Lin Sun who was far away. Boom, the 3,000-meter-long golden sword chi was so dazzling that it seemed to split the world in half. The scene was too horrible. Lin Sun couldn't dodge at all. Since he had been locked, it was useless to dodge. At this critical moment, he pulled out the broken blade without hesitation and faced the sword chi head-on. Clang, a deafening sound of collision resounded. Amidst the eruption of golden light, a scene that shocked everyone happened. That thick golden sword aura was actually cut in half by the broken blade. It was the power of a half-step king, which was branded with the understanding and truth of the great Tao of a king. How could it be ordinary? But now, it was cut in half just like that. All of a sudden, Jing Duzhen's pupils shrank, and he was a little surprised. The broken blade in his hand is mysterious. It should be an incredible treasure as well. On the other side, Mu Lingfeng said, with blazing light bursting out of his eyes. He suddenly found that if he could kill this young man, he might get a lot of great treasures. It should be so. Kanglin Shui also nodded, and her eyes flickered. She was also tempted. At the same time, Lin Sun's body was shaken back, and his qi and blood were surging. He was so upset that he almost coughed up blood. But he forced himself to hold back and kept running. The broken blade has indeed transformed. It is so sharp that it can cut the sword chi of a half-step king. I'm afraid that even the armor with spiritual tattoos can't do that. Unfortunately, these old bastards are too hard to deal with. Otherwise, I would definitely feed the broken blade with their blood. Lin Sun gritted his teeth with hatred. He tightened his body and fully activated ice steps. His whole body was like a flash of lightning, escaping in the bloody mist. At this moment, he forgot the direction and just wanted to escape. Being chased by 3 half-step kings was really a desperate feeling. If the vast universe arc was still there, Lin Sun would not be so embarrassed. Unfortunately, the space law in the bloodthirsty battlefield was too extreme. Any treasure with the essence of Sumeru in a mustard seed could not be brought here. Run, it was the first time for Lin Sun to run the ice dragon steps with all his might. Vaguely, there seemed to be shadows of ice dragons flashing in the void around him, taking him to travel in the void and shuttling forward, which was mysterious and amazing. This allowed his speed to increase by a large margin compared to before. Even Mu Lingfeng and others who were chasing behind him were a little surprised. Lin Sun's speed was even faster than that of the top figures of the Dark Barbarian clan. They also didn't hold back and chased more and more fiercely. If Lin Sun escaped this time, they would be really disgraced. Crack! Crack! In Lin Sun's palm, the strange jade stones burst into pieces, and the abundant vitality contained in them was absorbed by Lin Sun without hesitation. Compared with high-grade spiritual crystals, these strange jade stones containing mysterious vitality had an extremely incredible effect on replenishing physical strength. Sure enough, in just a moment, Lin Sun's consumed physical strength was restored, and he reached an unprecedented peak state. Moreover, as he continued to absorb the mysterious vitality, this state continued all the time, even making Lin Sun feel full. Little guy, this is the mulberry forest. The deeper you go, the more horrible it is. If you wander around, I'm afraid you may be killed before we catch up with you. Why don't you stay here and have a good talk with us? Maybe, if you cooperate well, we will leave you a whole body, so that you won't die too miserably. Behind him came the calm and indifferent voice of Mu Lingfeng. Leave your mother's body intact. Lin Sun in front of him suddenly turned around, and the insignificant spiritual bow in his hand was fully drawn. At this moment, a pitch-black sky arrow suddenly burst out. Boom, the void burst into pieces, and a wisp of the great Tao resounded between heaven and earth, which was magnificent and sacred. Strange scenes appeared one after another, including the explosion of stars and the collapse of all things. There were also horrible scenes of suns sinking and golden crows crying blood. As the sky arrow was shot out, the earth and void along the way were instantly destroyed, turning into violent turbulence, sweeping and crushing all the way. Heaven and earth trembled at this moment. Mu Lingfeng's eyes almost popped out, and he couldn't calm down. How could he expect that Lin Sun, who was running away, would react so fiercely? Just a few words stimulated him to shoot the arrow desperately. Howl! Mu Lingfeng let out a scream, like a frightened old rabbit, and quickly dodged to one side. Puff, although he had tried his best to dodge, Wu Lingfeng had been seriously injured. His ribs were pierced by the sky arrow, leaving a bloody hole. Heavenly sounds too, the terrible destructive power almost tore his body apart. He couldn't help but let out a shrill scream, shaking the 9 heavens. This was the power of the sky arrow. The only pity was that Wu Lingfeng had been prepared this time, so he was lucky not to follow in the footsteps of Manjiu. His Jin Duzhen on one side gasped, and his expression changed slightly. This kind of arrow made him tremble. It was too terrible and unbelievable. Tut! Kanglin Shui was waiting for an opportunity at this moment. Her figure flashed, and she took out an animal bone bowl. It was full of water light, pouring down like a great river. The animal bone bowl was holy and full of water light. This was a secret treasure called Overturned Water Bowl, which could store treasures. Voila! In the blink of an eye, the blue sky arrow was enveloped by the rippling light of the water. Collect! She let out a clear rebuke, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. But in the next moment, her face suddenly changed and she screamed. An enormous bang resounded as the sky arrow of sky emanated its invisible divine might and suddenly struggled free of its restraints. The dark red tip of the arrow flashed, and it pierced through the overturned bowl with a bang. Hula! The fragments of the overturned water bowl fluttered, making Kanglin Shui scream in pain. This was a treasure in her hand. Who would have thought that it would be destroyed so easily? This was really called going for wool and coming home shorn. The sky arrow had already returned to Lin Sun's hand. This was not because of Lin Sun's strength, but because there was a resonance between the sky arrow and the insignificant longbow. Whoosh, at this time, Lin Sun continued to escape. In the rear, Wu Lingfeng, Kanglin Shui, and Jin Duzhen looked extremely bad. They were livid and gloomy, and they were almost crazy with anger. The arrow just now made them look very embarrassed. What made them lose face most was that they, 3 half-step kings, couldn't stop Lin Sun in such a situation. Chase! Wu Lingfeng roared like an injured and angry ancient beast. I'm going to kill this boy and eat his flesh and blood. Kanglin Shui screamed. He has already shot 1 arrow, so he is destined to not have the ability to shoot a second arrow. His time of death has come. Jin Duzhen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom, escape lights tore through the skies. Their killing intent surged, not hiding anything as they continued to chase after him. Kacha! Kacha, 1 stone after another exploded in Lin Sun's hand, and the mysterious vitality in them poured into Lin Sun's body, replenishing his physical strength. After shooting the blue sky arrow just now, he still had a portion of his strength left and hadn't used up all of it. The reason was that he was now in the Heavenly Passage realm, which was completely different from when he killed Manjiu. Even so, it was impossible for Lin Sun to shoot the second arrow with the remaining power. However, with the help of the Jade Stone, Lin Sun didn't have to worry about the recovery of his strength. Just now, what a terrifying power! Isn't that Lin Shire, the spiritual tattooist grandmaster in the number 7 camp of the Empire? Not long after Lin Sun and Mu Lingfeng left, a group of Imperial practitioners appeared in this area. They had noticed the shocking movement here from a distance, and even saw the horrible vision when Lin Sun shot the arrow. It must be him. Didn't you hear that Mu Lingfeng, the half-step king of the Wood Barbarians, was seriously injured? His scream shook the world. The expressions of these cultivators changed, and they were all extremely shocked. God, Lin Shire was chased by 3 half-step kings. It seems that the news is true. The voodoo barbarian bastard is determined to kill Lin Shire this time. Come on, spread the news and let all the practitioners in other areas of the mulberry forest know that Lin Shire is a talented young man who can't be killed by the voodoo barbarian bastard. After the initial shock, these practitioners all moved on their own. As Imperial practitioners, they didn't have to choose at all. They would choose to stand on Lin Sun's side. Now that they saw that he was killed, who could remain indifferent? On this day, a big news spread in all the major areas of the mulberry forest. Lin Sun, who was known as a talented young man, was chased by 3 half-step kings of the voodoo barbarians and was in a precarious situation. Suddenly, a great uproar was caused. Haha, the young devil is finally going to die. I knew he would be killed this time. Does he really think he can be invincible with a mysterious big bow? Ridiculous. How dare he? Now he is finally going to be wiped out. This is the result of offending the voodoo barbarian tribe. No matter how talented you are and how powerful your treasures are, you are doomed to be strangled. Many voodoo barbarians were excited and kept talking about it. The rumors about Lin Sun had already shocked and scared them. After all, it was too shocking that a young man in the Tao Insight realm could kill a half-step king. Now, knowing that Lin Sun was about to be killed, these voodoo barbarians secretly breathed a sigh of relief and gloated. This news also caused a great disturbance among the practitioners of the Empire. Lin Sun was not only famous in the voodoo barbarian tribe, but also in the 8 camps of the Empire. It was hard not to attract attention when knowing that he was in danger. Oh, no. Is Lin Shire really unable to escape this time? The situation is very bad. Being chased by 3 half-step kings, even a real half-step king would be in trouble, let alone a young man in the Tao Insight realm. Many practitioners of the Empire were worried. What are you afraid of? Don't forget that Lin Shire killed a half-step king with 1 arrow in the last battle of Tiger Canyon. Since he dares to come to the mulberry forest alone, he must be well prepared. It is impossible for him to be killed so easily. Alas, anyway, hurry to find Lin Shire's whereabouts. We can't watch him being killed by voodoo barbarians. When hearing the news, Ing Ke, the young master of the dark barbarian tribe, immediately said, Lin Shire is doomed to die this time. You humans don't even have a chance to collect his body, let alone rescue him. Even if you send out your kings, it will be of no help. When these words came out, many practitioners of the Empire became gloomy and realized that the situation was not good. Even some top bigwigs temporarily stopped looking for opportunities and began to pay attention to this matter. I believe that Xianxia will be safe. At the same time, I will pay attention to this battle. If Xianxia is killed, I will kill all the voodoo barbarians in the mulberry forest. Before long, General Xiaojia's murderous voice made the practitioners of the empire boil. Haha, Xiaojia, your time of death is coming. How dare you talk nonsense here? Wash your neck and wait for me. I'm going to take your head off very soon. Soon, Flame King on the side of voodoo barbarians made a cold and disdainful threat, which also caused a great sensation. For a moment, the atmosphere in the mulberry forest changed. When all kinds of rumors were spreading, Lin Sun had been running away. Buzz, before long, the insignificant longbow was fully drawn, and the sky arrow was ready. However, before Lin Sun shot out the arrow, the three half-step kings, including Wu Lingfeng, who had been chasing behind him, had been vigilant and avoided the arrow. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. He had to put away the insignificant longbow and continue to escape. This scene had happened many times. Since Wu Lingfeng was hurt, the three half-step kings had been on alert all the way, leaving no chance for Lin Sun to shoot the sky arrow. This made Lin Sun feel a little gloomy. There were few rare jade stones left in his hand. Although they had not caught up with him all the way, the constant consumption of physical strength would become a fatal problem. Fortunately, the night is coming, Lin Sun took a deep breath. While escaping, he could clearly perceive that the sky was getting dark. Damn little bastard. Why is he so fast? In the rear, Wu Lingfeng and the other half-step kings were more depressed than Lin Sun. They chased all the way but failed to catch up with Lin Sun, which made them almost cough up blood. They were half-step kings, now, they couldn't even catch up with a young man in Tao Insight Realm, which was a great shame. If this news spread out, they would be ashamed to raise their heads. No. The night is coming. Suddenly, Kang Linshui's beautiful face changed unpredictably. All of a sudden, Wu Lingfeng and Jin Duzhen's faces became gloomy. When the night came, the bloodthirsty battlefield would become 100 times more horrible than during the day, especially in the mysterious and dangerous mulberry woods. Even half-step kings like them could only lie low when the night came, and dared not to rush in recklessly. The night came quickly. The world was shrouded in an oppressive and frightening atmosphere, which made people's hair stand on end. It's okay. If he doesn't want to die in an accident, he won't dare to continue. Let's stop. I've locked on to his breath. Even if he hides, it's useless. Finally, Wu Lingfeng made the decision. The night made him feel uneasy all over, and he felt a kind of potential danger. That's the only way. Kang Linshui and Jin Duzhen were reluctant, but they had to agree for safety. However, to their surprise, Lin Sun in front of them had no intention of stopping at all. In the vast night, he disappeared in a flash. This? Wu Lingfeng was dumbfounded. Does this little bastard want to die? Obviously, he realized that the arrival of night would be his only chance to avoid our pursuit. Kang Linshui gnashed her teeth. What should we do? Should we chase him or not? Jin Duzhen hesitated, thinking about the pros and cons. Old bastards, why don't you chase him? Come and fight me if you dare. At this moment, Lin Sun's roar suddenly sounded in the distant night. His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when the Jadefall arrow carried a terrifying and monstrous might as it rumbled and crushed through space as it shot over explosively. At this moment, Wu Lingfeng and Kang Linshui were so angry that they almost jumped up. How dare this bastard provoke and fight back when he was at the end of the road? Although they were enraged, the Wood Spirit Peak disciples were still frightened by the blue sky arrow, causing them to use all their strength to evade. Heaven small boom, small near them, a bottomless pit had been dug open in the ground. Shattered rocks shot out and dust filled the air, causing their faces to be covered in dirt. Damn it! Wood Spirit Peak was so angry that their lungs almost exploded. They were the dignified half-step king tiers. When had they ever been so embarrassed? Old bastards, if you're not afraid of death, catch up. Lin Sun's provocative voice sounded in the distance. This almost drove Wood Spirit Peak crazy. Did he really think they wouldn't dare to kill him? Should we go after him? Jin Duzhen's face was livid, and his eyes were steaming with terrible anger. Wood Spirit Peak was a little hesitant. Under the cover of the night, they had come to the depths of the mulberry forest. Everything seemed unknown and dangerous. This guy is so provocative. If we don't take this opportunity to kill him, how can we face our clansmen? Xianxia was also trembling with anger. Not only did she fail to catch up with Lin Sun, but she also destroyed her treasure, the bowl of overturned water. Now, she was provoked by Lin Sun again and again. How could she tolerate this? Suddenly, Wood Spirit Peak's face changed slightly. Oh no, there's a terrifying aura in the distance. It's approaching us. Almost at the same time, Jin Duzhen and Xianxia also noticed that the aura was not concealed. It soared into the sky in the night. It was terrifying and eerie, with a murderous aura. Obviously, Lin Sun's arrow was too loud and attracted the attention of a terrifying existence. The purpose of this brat's arrow just now, could it be that he wants to borrow a knife to kill someone? Wood Spirit Peak and the others had the same thought at the same time. Go after him. Staying here is bound to be dangerous. It's better to go all out and kill that damn bastard. Wood Spirit Peak gritted his teeth and made a decision. Swish. Swish, swish. Their figures flashed and continued to chase in the night. Although they were furious, they became extremely vigilant and careful. It couldn't be helped, the mulberry forest at night was too terrifying. Not long after they left, a blood-colored moth flapped its wings and floated over the area. Its entire body seemed as if it was carved from the purest blood-colored jade, and it was only the size of a palm. It was scarlet red and beautiful, and it was coiled with a bloody glow. Its bearing was light and agile, but when it flapped its wings, the nearby space would imperceptibly collapse and sink as if it was swallowed by a black hole. The terrifying baleful aura that soared into the heavens came from his body. Although its figure was small, its aura was not simple at all. It floated there like a ruler of the world, looking down on everything in the world. By Luo, it murmured softly, so it wasn't destroyed. It's a pity that its aura is too weak. Back then, it could even kill. Looks like it should have suffered some sort of heavy injury, or perhaps its power has already been worn away by the passage of time. Finally, after a moment of silence, it flapped its wings and chased after Lin Sun and the others. Lin Sun, who was running away, felt an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. He stopped immediately and found that he had broken into a strange area. It was too quiet here. The bloody mist was steaming, and the night was shrouded in darkness. It was so quiet that there was not even a trace of wind. In other areas, all kinds of earth-shaking roars came from afar, like the roars of gods and demons, and also like the roars of fierce beasts, which made people's scalp numb. But only in this area, there was no sound at all, which seemed very abnormal. Lin Sun suddenly became unprecedentedly vigilant. His scalp was a little numb, and he realized that there must be some unknown great horror hidden in this area. When Lin Sun was hesitating whether to continue moving forward, he faintly heard a sound of breaking through the air in the area behind him. These old beasts have really caught up with us? Lin Sun was a little surprised. His previous provocation was originally a kind of test to see whether those half-step kings really dared to continue to act in the night. Unexpectedly, they really caught up with him. Then let's have a fight to see which of us has a tougher life. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and rushed to the deeper part of this strange area, regardless of anything else. He already had a plan in mind, and he was ready to go all out. If he really encountered a great danger, the worst result was nothing more than a mutual destruction, and everyone would be killed. At least it was better than dying in the hands of the enemy and letting the enemy leave alive. Swish, Lin Sun moved extremely fast in the bloody mist. However, the uneasiness in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, and he was even a little frightened and cold. In this strange and silent area, there seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes watching him all the time, which made Lin Sun's heart show a sign of collapse. This was an unprecedented horror, more terrifying than facing a life-death realm king. But Lin Sun had no time to care about this. What? Suddenly, in Lin Sun's vision, there was a touch of ice and snow crystal light, which was flashing in the bloody mist in the distance, with an indescribable sense of sacredness. This is... Lin Sun approached carefully, and immediately saw an unforgettable picture. In the bloody mist, a big tree, which seemed to be carved out of ice and snow, stood there. Its leaves were like cattail leaf fans, glittering like ice and snow, luxuriant and vigorous, with holy light falling down. The stem of the big tree was even more amazing. Its old skin was cracked like dragon scales, and it was also crystal clear, reaching straight to the sky. Its height was immeasurable. A big tree, sacred and brilliant, as pure as ice and snow, stood there, with a kind of majestic and solemn atmosphere that made people want to worship it. Thousands of snow-white divine light fell from its branches, like a waterfall of light rain, flowing and dancing, which was particularly eye-catching and shocking in the night filled with bloody mist. Lin Sun was stunned. He felt a kind of incomparable sacred vitality spreading from the ancient ice and snow tree. Under the influence of the vast and mighty breath, Lin Sun's qi also boiled and became unprecedentedly lively. At that moment, Lin Sun had a feeling of enlightenment and ascension. This, Lin Sun was shocked, could it be a legendary holy tree? But at the same time, Lin Sun felt more and more uneasy. His hair stood on end, and the fatal breath of danger was beating every inch of his skin like a tide, making him almost want to leave this place. The strangeness and silence of this place are related to this tree. Lin Sun made a judgment. He thought for a moment, and finally, he gritted his teeth and approached step by step. When he was only 30 meters away from the holy ice tree, he almost couldn't bear the terrible breath. In the end, he utilized the Bian Qi to conceal himself. Even though this place was extremely dangerous, it was also capable of deterring the Wood Spirit Peak's members. Lin Sun wanted to see if they dared to fight here. Something's wrong. There's a great danger here. Soon, the figures of Wood Spiritual Peak and the others appeared in the vicinity of this strange area. In an instant, their faces changed. As a half-step king, they could sense more danger, and realized that there was a danger in this area that could threaten their lives. Should we go after them? Jean Duzhen swallowed his saliva with difficulty, feeling a little cold. There was a breath in this area that made him feel suffocated. If this guy dares to go in, why can't we? Moreover, from the breath he left behind, he obviously hasn't been killed. We've already chased him here. If we go back now, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Kanglin Shui said, gritting her teeth. Although she said that, she was actually a little uneasy. Then, go after them. Would Spiritual Peak gritted his teeth, but if there's a trace of something wrong, we'll leave immediately. We can't hesitate. Jean Duzhen and Kanglin Shui nodded. This was undoubtedly the safest way. Not long after they advanced in fear, the Wood Spirit Peaks group also discovered the snow-white sacred tree. Their eyes immediately widened as they stood there in shock. The breath of the divine path. This ancient tree has the breath of the divine path. Could it be that the rumors are true? Wood Spiritual Peak and the others were so excited that they almost shouted. Legend has it that in the original mulberry forest, there was a great secret to becoming a sage. A mulberry tree obtained this secret by chance and finally became a sage, commanding the heavens. Jean Duzhen murmured, his expression full of desire. Originally, I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but now it seems that they are all true. Look. There's an ice flower at the top of the holy tree, and on the flower bud, there's a fruit. It's so bright, like an icy sun. Kanglin Shui realized something and exclaimed in excitement, that can't be a sage fruit, right? Wood Spiritual Peak and Jean Duzhen looked over, and indeed, on the top of the holy tree, there was an ice flower the size of a millstone. The petals were crystal clear, and they were in full bloom, emitting a myriad of divine lights. And on top of the ice flower, there was a fruit. Although it was only the size of a fist, it was so bright that one couldn't look at it directly, like a small icy sun, extremely dazzling. This is the great creation that our king is looking for. I didn't expect that under a strange combination of circumstances, we found it first. Wood Spiritual Peak took a deep breath and said. At this moment, he even forgot to chase after Lin Sun. The opportunity in front of him was so amazing and tempting that his mind was firmly attracted. You protect me. I'm willing to take a risk for this opportunity. Finally, Wood Spiritual Peak gritted his teeth and decided to pick the mysterious fruit hanging on the top of the holy tree. Okay. Jean Duzhen and Kanglin Shui also decided to fight. Even if they felt great uneasiness and danger at the moment, they would not hesitate to risk it for this opportunity. Wealth was sought in danger, not to mention such an unparalleled opportunity. It was enough for them to fight for it at all costs. At this time, Lin Sun, who was hiding not far away, was speechless. He was the first to come here, but because of shock and vigilance, he didn't find that there was such a great opportunity hidden on the top of the holy tree. What should he do? Should he just watch this great opportunity being taken away by them? Lin Sun was a little unwilling, but soon he calmed down. If it was so easy to get such an opportunity, it would have been taken away long ago. How could it survive until now? There must be a mystery in it. Could it be that Wood Spirit Peak and the others couldn't see this? Obviously not. Boom, Wood Spirit Phone began to move. At this moment, he was extremely careful and calm. He circulated his strength to the limit and even took out his trump card. Heavenly Sound Novel. There was a beast bone necklace, a mysterious inner armor, a cloak with totem barbarian markings, and an ancient green spear in his hand. He seemed to be armed to the teeth. His entire body shone with dazzling light. Even Lin Sun, who was in the dark, was stunned. Only now did he realize that a half-step king's foundation was indeed extraordinary. At the same time, Jin Duzhen and Kanglin Shui were also on guard. They took out their secret treasures and guarded Wood Spirit Feng. Everything was ready. Wood Spirit Feng suddenly raised his head. His eyes instantly locked onto the peak of the holy tree. Then, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. Rumble, his aura skyrocketed and climbed to the peak in an instant. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He was very clear that if he were to face this old guy head-on, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single move. Swoosh, he stepped on the void and ascended. His speed was not fast, and he seemed very vigilant and careful. Soon, he was close to the peak of the holy tree. At this moment, even Wood Spirit Feng felt his mouth go dry and his heart beat violently. If he could seize this unparalleled opportunity, then, would he be able to step into the true king realm? Calm down. Calm down. At this moment, Wood Spirit Feng displayed the calmness of a half-step king. He was completely alert and careful. Close, he could even clearly see that mysterious picture scrolls appeared around the crystal fruit. There was an ancient and boundless sound of the Tao drifting in the air. It was sacred and boundless. A rain of light swirled around. A clear and holy fragrance that seeped into the depths of his bones drifted in the air. It made Wood Spirit Feng feel so comfortable that his soul almost left his body. Wood Spirit Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore. He moved as fast as lightning and grabbed towards the fruit. But almost at the same time, a cicada's cry suddenly rang out. It was faint like the strings of a zither. It was indescribably clear and ethereal. But when it fell into Wood Spirit Feng's ears, his soul was instantly imprisoned. His blood froze and a terrifying tearing force spread out from his body. This? Wood Lingfeng's pupils dilated, and within his field of vision, he saw a snow-white cicada. It was only the size of an infant's palm, and it was quietly lying on the snow flower below the fruit. Its eyes were cold and indifferent, and carried a trace of deep disdain. It was as if a god in the sky was looking down on ants on the ground. White cicada, it's. Wood Spirit Peak's face instantly turned deathly pale as he recalled a widely circulated legend in the mulberry forest. There was once a practitioner who swore that he saw a white cicada in the depths of the mulberry forest. The cicada was as big as a baby's palm, and its body was surrounded by the light of ascension. With a soft chirp, it destroyed everything within 100 miles. The empire's general Shah Hojia deduced that if the rumors were true, then it was highly likely that this white cicada had already stepped into the divine path. As soon as he thought of this, the Wood Spirit Peak indeed appeared. The white cicada's body was surrounded by a dense and dreamlike rain of light, like the glow of an ascended immortal. Then, he completely lost consciousness. Below the holy tree, Jin Duzhen and Kanglin Shui, who had been constantly on guard, couldn't help but clench their fists tightly when they saw Wood Spirit Peak approaching the holy fruit. Their hearts were filled with excitement and anticipation. However, they quickly noticed that something was wrong. Wood Spirit Peak had clearly made his move, but his movements were stiff as if he was imprisoned. He maintained an extremely strange posture and didn't move at all. Could it be that he's met with misfortune? Both of them were shocked, but what puzzled them was that from the beginning until the end, they didn't sense any killing intent or danger approaching. Pooh. Pooh, pooh. Then, their pupils suddenly dilated. In their field of vision, the motionless wood spirit peak's body suddenly collapsed soundlessly, transforming into countless pieces of flesh and blood that rained down. From the beginning until the end, not a single sound was made. There wasn't even a shrill cry or a sound of begging for mercy. Silently, a half-step king had exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. Jing Duzhen and Kanglin Shui were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. They felt as if they had fallen into an icy pit, and they almost cried out involuntarily. How could this be? This scene was too strange and terrifying, causing the two of them to instinctively choose to flee at the first possible moment. At this moment, even if the secret of immortality was right in front of them, they would never look back, not to mention the unparalleled opportunity. It was too terrible. At this time, Lin Sun also had a layer of goosebumps all over his body, and his heart was in turmoil. He had already seen the power of Wood Spirit Peak, but now, he had died soundlessly. This was a half-step king, who had long stood among the top powerhouses in the world. How could he just die like this? This made Lin Sun have an impulse to turn around and run away. This ice-holy tree was tempting, but the killing intent hidden in it was also boundlessly horrifying. Then, a scene that made Lin Sun's heart even more chilled appeared. Not far away, Jing Duzhen and Kanglin Shui, who were fleeing, actually collapsed inch by inch in the process of escaping, turning into flesh and blood that rained down along the way. Lin Sun was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This was the first time he had seen such a way of death. It was too horrifying. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know who did it. Originally, Lin Sun should have been glad and happy to see Wood Spirit Peak and the others die together. But at this moment, he couldn't feel happy at all. At present, he was hiding beside the ice-holy tree. Although he had concealed his breath with miasma chi, he knew clearly that from the moment he appeared here, he had already been targeted. Clatter suddenly, a strange phenomenon sounded in the distant area, which seemed very harsh in this deathly silent atmosphere. A blood-colored moth suddenly appeared. Its tiny body seemed to be carved out of the most perfect blood jade in the world. It was bright red and sacred. It was light and agile, and when it flapped its wings, the void silently collapsed and sank like a black hole. Its breath soared to the sky, like a ruler descending to the world. It made Lin Sun's eyes sting, and his heart trembled. His face changed dramatically again. This breath was even more terrible than that of a life-death realm king. Lin Sun suddenly thought of the old ape who had stepped into the divine path in the demon saint secret realm. There was no doubt that this blood-red moth was also a terrible existence at the same level. Whoosh, however, before he could react, Lin Sun noticed that an indifferent and cold gaze fell on him. At that moment, it was like a sharp knife to his throat, but soon, this gaze disappeared. Then, Lin Sun, who had been in a cold sweat, saw a white cicada in his field of vision. It flew from the top of the holy tree. Its body was as holy as ice and snow, sprinkling a rain of light like a dream. In a flash, it had come to the void in the distance. Immediately, the cicada's cry sounded, faint like the sound of a zither, ethereal and clear, stirring the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A holy aura suddenly appeared on the white cicada's body. It shot into the sky, causing the space in the area to rumble and violently ripple. You've crossed the boundary. The white cicada said in a cold voice, the catastrophe of the Tao hasn't come yet, and you want to take action? I learned the Tao in ancient times and awakened in the present. I can't remember many things, but I can't forget some things about my old friends. In the distance, the blood-red moth fluttered, shining brightly. In terms of momentum, it was not weaker than the white cicada. These were two terrifying divine creatures. Lin Sun took a deep breath and roughly guessed that perhaps it was because of the appearance of the blood-colored moth that the white cicada had no time to deal with him, so he was lucky to escape. Otherwise, he would probably suffer the exact same fate as those 3 from the Wood Spirit Peak. No matter what, crossing the boundary is a form of provocation. The white cicada's voice was ice-cold, and it had a unique rhythm to it. It was like the sound of the Tao was reverberating, and the world was filled with a divine and boundless aura. Oh, in that case, why don't we fight? The blood-colored moth seemed to be too lazy to explain. Its voice was light, and it seemed to be free and conceited. As you wish. Boom, the white cicada rushed up and suddenly arrived above the 9th heaven. At the same time, the blood-red moth flapped its wings and charged into the sky like a scarlet storm. You dare to stop me from killing this kid? Suddenly, the white cicada's voice became even colder, as if it had been infuriated. Lin Sun was stunned, and then he realized that the white cicada was about to kill him just now, but for some reason, it was blocked by the bloody moth. What's wrong? Are you exasperated? The bloody moth let out a faint laugh. Boom! Above the sky, the battle broke out. The divine saber light seemed to explode the night sky, and the sky was full of shocking and terrible scenes. At this moment, the strong practitioners in various areas of the mulberry forest, whether they were imperial practitioners or voodoo barbarians, no matter their cultivation level, all felt fear at the same time. They all looked up at the night sky. There were two sacred and boundless auras colliding. They were bright and blazing, illuminating the sky and tearing the night sky apart. Vaguely, there were visions of the Great Way collapsing and the gods and demons weeping blood. Saint Confrontation. General Xiahou Jia, Xiaxian, Voodoo Barbarian Yan Qiong King, Thunder Heaven King, and Gold Pearl King were all frightened. Saint Tao, how many years had it been since such a level of power appeared in the world? Now, it reappeared in the mulberry forest, which was too amazing. If it was spread out, it was bound to cause a shock in the world. In front of the ice and snow tree, Lin Sun narrowly escaped death. His clothes were soaked in cold sweat, and he still had a lingering fear. Tonight was too dangerous. It was like walking through the gate of hell. Run! Without any hesitation, Lin Sun wanted to leave immediately. If he didn't take this opportunity to escape, he would really be in trouble if the white cicada returned. As for the fruit on the ice-snow holy tree, Lin Sun didn't dare to covet it at all. He was even sure that if he dared to approach it rashly, the white cicada in the middle of battle would absolutely kill him at all costs. Friend, since you are here, why leave? The battle is about to start, and it's impossible to tell the outcome in a short time. I just woke up from the endless silence, and you came here to take refuge by accident. It can be said that we are destined to meet. Why don't we take this opportunity to have a chat? But just as Lin Sun was about to leave, a clear and gentle voice came from the ice and snow tree, inviting Lin Sun with kindness. Lin Sun felt strange and his hair stood on end. God, novel! It was incredible that a guy with unknown origin sitting on the mysterious holy tree invited Lin Sun and said he was destined to meet him. Alas, the years are long and lonely. It's not easy to meet you. Why do you want to leave? I just want to have a chat with you. The clear and gentle voice sighed with emotion. Then, Lin Sun was horrified to find that an invisible force enveloped him and took him to the holy tree in an instant. An ice flower bloomed, and thousands of divine lights fell like a dream. Lin Sun helplessly watched himself sitting on the crystal-clear trunk beside the ice flower. From beginning to end, he couldn't control or resist. My friend, you are forcing me. How can this be called fate? Lin Sun swallowed hard. His scalp was numb. The only thing he felt lucky was that he didn't sense any danger at the moment. In fact, sitting on the holy tree, his body was bathed in strands of holy, icy light, making him feel lazy and comfortable. Fate is like an illusion, it's empty. It's fine to just follow one's heart's desires. If one is blindly obsessed, then one will instead fall into a disadvantageous position and clash with my Tao. When the clear and gentle voice sounded, Lin Sun saw a futon made of ice jade and a blooming ice flower next to him. A golden cicada was lying on it in a serene and calm manner. The golden cicada was only the size of a baby's palm. Its whole body was glowing with soft golden light. Its eyes were clear and translucent, as if they could reflect the secrets of people's hearts. It was very holy and radiated a light of wisdom. It was just a cicada, but it gave Lin Sun a sense of solemnity and freedom. All of a sudden, Lin Sun's eyes widened. He never expected that there was a golden cicada on the holy tree besides a white cicada. Could it be? Was this also a horrible creature that had stepped into the divine Tao? Lin Sun's heart trembled. Is the divine Tao terrible? I don't think so. It's just a door on the road of Tao. You can't see through the mystery outside the door, so you are afraid. When you push the door open one day, you will find that it's just SOSO. Suddenly, the golden cicada spoke again, as if it had seen through Lin Sun's thoughts. Its voice had a calming power. Just SOSO? Lin Sun had a ridiculous feeling. Since ancient times, countless practitioners had no chance to set foot in the divine path and could only look up to it. However, when it came from the mouth of the golden cicada, it seemed to be very casual and ordinary. "Yes, that's all," Golden Cicada said. "I've had a vision since a long time ago. One day, all living beings in this world will be able to become saints, and all of them will be free from the suffering of birth, old age, sickness, and death." Linson was shocked. How arrogant this guy was. All living things can become saints, since ancient times. Who would dare to lie like this? Did I scare you? It doesn't matter. Whether I believe it or not is ultimately my business. Golden Cicada appeared very gentle. Linson calmed down a little and asked, "Really just a chat?" "Yes, chatting." Golden Cicada said, "Do you know that before the primordial age, when the living beings of the world began to awaken their roots of wisdom and first came to know the world, what were they doing?" "Do what?" Linson couldn't help but ask. He had never thought of such a question before. "Chatting." Golden Cicada gave an answer that almost made Linson speechless. But soon, Golden Cicada gave an elaboration and explanation. Chatting is naturally about the heaven. At that time, the world was like the beginning of chaos, and everything showed an ancient and primitive appearance. The existence of the heaven was like the incarnation of the Great Way, high and untouchable, far and unreachable. If you want to embark on the road of cultivation, you must understand and explore it. At that time, the first thing practitioners did when they got together was to chat, talk about their knowledge and perception of the heaven, and exchange their experiences with each other. So, after a long time, the road of cultivation was explored step by step. It turns out to be this kind of chat. Linson was lost in thought. Hearing the description of chat, he felt refreshed. When you set foot on the divine path, you should learn to chat. Golden Cicada suddenly said, "But at that time, the object of your chat is all living beings, imparting knowledge or educating. It's all about the divine path you pursue. Is it so particular to become a divine path?" Linson was surprised and unconsciously attracted. Even the life-death realm couldn't see through the mystery of the divine path, because this realm was too lofty. It was said that one could live as long as the ages and shine as the sun and the moon. It was extremely incredible. Now, it was undoubtedly a rare learning opportunity for Linson to learn something about the divine path from the mouth of this mysterious golden cicada. It's not difficult to become a divine path, but it's not easy either. There are great mysteries hidden in it. You only need to know that there are many so-called saints in the world, but they are just superficial. They still follow the old path of the past, and their achievements are doomed to be limited. At best, they are pseudo-saints. A true saint must carve out an unprecedented path of the Tao on his own. Golden Cicada's words made Linson shudder. Was there a difference between true and false Tao in the divine path? The saint without saint is the true saint, and the Tao without Tao is the great way. It's better to forget about things and myself. Golden Cicada suddenly murmured as if it remembered something. Linson was also stunned. The divine path was too far away for him. Even though he had heard some secrets about the divine path, it didn't affect him much. At the moment, Linson just thought that today's chat was really special, even absurd and bizarre. In the vast and dangerous mulberry forest, blood mist pervaded the air. In the sky, two horrible creatures who had stepped into the divine path were fighting fiercely. It was earth-shattering. On the ground, he was sitting on the top of the ice and snow-holy tree, chatting with a golden cicada lying on an ice cushion. The atmosphere was really weird. By the way, there was also the holy fruit close at hand. Linson suddenly realized that the holy fruit, which was as bright as the ice and snow sun, was not far from his head. It was only the size of a fist, as if it was carved out of white ice and snow. It was filled with bright and unparalleled holy light, and thousands of dreamy divine lights fell from it. The fragrance was clear and cold, and it seemed to be able to penetrate into the depths of the soul, making people feel as if they were walking on clouds. Numerous mysterious phenomena were faintly flickering in the surroundings of the fruit, and they were faintly visible while strands of the tune of the Tao that seemed like the sound of nature reverberated through the surroundings. In a trance, Linson felt that his whole body was bathed in the warm light of Tao. His mind was empty, and there was no more thought. Whoosh the qi, blood, spiritual power, and spirit in his body started to circulate on their own, lively and smooth. The cave in his body rumbled, and divine light gushed out. At this moment, Lin Sun forgot everything. He forgot the matchless battle in the sky, forgot the mysterious golden cicada beside him, and forgot to be vigilant and on guard. He was in a very strange state at the moment. It was as if he was comprehending the great Tao, but also as if he had entered a trance state without any thoughts. His mind was empty both inside and outside. Unknowingly, the battle in the night sky came to an end, and peace was restored. Even so, the experts hiding in various areas of the mulberry forest still had a lingering fear. This battle of the divine path was too terrifying, and even the life and death kings were terrified. Who won and who lost, no one knew. Who were the two saints fighting? Similarly, no one could see clearly. It was precisely because of this that this battle caused this boundless mulberry forest to seem even more mysterious and dangerous. Why don't you kill him? White cicada appeared on the holy ice tree and saw Lin Sun sitting in the holy glory. A killing intent flashed through its eyes. Golden cicada looked at Lin Sun with his clear eyes and said leisurely, "It's my fate to meet such an interesting young man when I finally wake up. I have no killing intent in my heart. How can I take his life?" Interesting? White cicada said disdainfully, "He is just a young man of Tao insight realm. Since ancient times, he is not the only one who has embarked on the path of Tao. Although the insignificant bow and the blue sky arrow were obtained by this young man, these two treasures have long lost their original power. Is this interesting? You don't understand." Golden cicada shook its head. "What you see is just the surface. There is something more interesting about him." "Oh? Why don't I kill him, break open his body, and find out the truth?" The white cicada sneered. Golden cicada said unhurriedly, "If you do that, then I will use this sacred origin fruit to reconstruct his body." "How dare you?" White cicada's voice suddenly became cold. "Do you think there is anything in this world that I dare not do? Don't forget, the reason why I chose to remain silent back then was because I wanted to wait for an opportunity to prove a thought in my heart. As for this Saint Yuan fruit, it is merely something that I can do without. Only you would care so much about it." Golden cicada's voice was still gentle and calm. But white cicada was silent for a long time and then said, "What on earth do you want to do?" "I want to see what the holy path of this young man is." Golden cicada answered casually, "It's like planting a seed. I just want to see what kind of flower it will bear." "In the end, you still believe in the so-called hope. Let me tell you, there is no such thing as the Tao you imagined in this world." White cicada laughed coldly, "If you don't believe it, wait and see." "Then wait and see." Golden cicada was as quiet as ever. When the night faded, Lin Sun woke up. He was stunned at first, and then he was shocked. The holy ice tree was gone. At this moment, he was sitting on a stone, surrounded by blood mist, as if everything he experienced last night was just a dream. Lin Sun suddenly got up and glanced around. Indeed, it was gone. Even the golden cicada had disappeared, as if it had never existed. No, this is not a dream. Lin Sun soon found that his whole body seemed to have been reborn. Every inch of his skin was full of a magnificent vitality, and the spiritual energy in his body was like a boiling ocean, strong and abundant. The rich power dyed the internal cave with a layer of sacred atmosphere. And his cultivation had reached the mastery of the Tao insight realm. It must be the effect of that holy fruit. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun made a judgment, which shocked him. Sounds of nature novels last night, he only sat there quietly and bathed in the divine brilliance emitted by the holy fruit, but it allowed his cultivation to reach the consummation of the Tao insight realm overnight. This was too shocking. If I were to consume that holy fruit, what kind of miraculous effect would it have? Soon, Lin Sun took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Everything that happened last night seemed absurd and unreal, like a dream, but after all, it helped him avoid a disaster. Wood Spiritual Peak was dead, Jin Duzhen and Kanglin Shui were also dead, and he had profited from the disaster. Not only did he hear some secrets about the divine Tao, but his cultivation had also undergone a transformation due to a freak combination of factors. What is the origin of the golden cicada? Why does it hibernate in the mulberry forest? And the blood-colored moth and the white cicada are also in the divine realm. Why do they also hibernate here? Lin Sun didn't know, but he was sure that maybe when a certain time came, these dormant divine path creatures would inevitably come out. Not long after, Lin Sun's figure flickered and left the area. Along the way, as before, he carefully searched the area along the way, hoping to dig up more strange jade stones. As for the rare opportunity, he had completely forgotten about it. In this mulberry forest, there were not only kings, but also horrible divine path creatures. Even if there was a great opportunity, it was not something he could think about at all. Damn voodoo barbarian bastards, they are getting more and more arrogant. Do they really think they have the upper hand in the mulberry forest? Alas, the situation of our imperial practitioners is not very optimistic. Fortunately, we escaped quickly this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will be caught as cannon fodder and forced to work for those voodoo barbarian bastards to dig up treasures. Damn it. If there are more ruthless people like Xianxia in our imperial practitioners, we won't be so aggrieved. Suddenly, a cursing voice came from the bloody mist in the distance, which attracted Lin Sun's attention. Guys, what happened in front of us? Lin Sun approached and saw 5 or 6 practitioners of the Empire running away with a sullen, angry, and unwilling look. He couldn't help asking. What else can it be? The brilliance of treasures is spreading out from a natural cave up ahead, but it has been occupied by the scumbags of the sorcerer barbarians. Also, they are capturing the practitioners of the Imperium as cannon fodder to explore and excavate treasures for them. This is outrageous. A middle-aged man said indignantly. Young man, hurry up and run away. Don't get close to that place. It has been controlled by the voodoo barbarian bastards, and there is even a half-step king warrior among them. You will die if you go there. Other practitioners also warned Lin Sun. Oh, I see. Thank you. Lin Sun nodded and flashed away. He had been chased by people of Wood Spirit Peak and was almost killed. His heart had been full of anger for a long time. At this time, hearing such a thing, Lin Sun suddenly found a way to vent his anger. He actually didn't listen to my advice? Aren't you afraid of death? Those practitioners were all stunned. The direction Lin Sun was heading towards was the area they had escaped from before. No. Didn't you notice that the young man seems to be very similar to the legendary Xianxia? Someone seemed to realize something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. What? He is not dead? Gosh, this is big news. He was chased by 3 half-step king warriors and still survived. He is so powerful. Those practitioners were all in an uproar and excited. When they thought about it carefully, they felt that the young man they just saw was Xianxia, because the young man was holding an extremely rough and ferocious white bone bow, which had long become the unique symbol of Xianxia and left a deep impression on them. Should we follow him and have a look? Someone suggested, which immediately made the other practitioners excited. Let's go. Immediately, someone took the lead and went back the way they came. The other practitioners hurried to follow. The area ahead was filled with a strong and pungent smell of blood. There were broken bodies on the ground, all of which belonged to the practitioners of the Imperium. It was a shocking scene. A mighty old man who looked like he was made of stone stood there. His eyes were cold and murderous, and he was monitoring this area. He came from the Earth Barbarian branch, and his name was Xianxia. He had killed many practitioners of the Imperium and captured some of them. At this time, he was driving these practitioners of the Imperium to help him dig a natural cave nearby. There was treasure light in it, but also unpredictable killing intent. Nearby, some strong voodoo barbarians were watching. What? Another fish fell into the net. Xianxia's lips curled up. Little guy, you are brave. You still dare to approach after seeing this scene. The strong voodoo barbarians nearby also laughed with a playful look. Did you kill all the people on the ground? Lin Sun's eyes swept over the broken bodies on the ground, and he looked very calm. Many enslaved practitioners of the Imperium nearby were alarmed and looked over. What are you looking at? Do you want to die? Keep digging. Xianxia shouted coldly, and his killing intent lingered. Those practitioners of the Imperium looked pale and blue. Finally, they could only swallow their grievances, lower their heads, and continue to dig near the underground cave. Little guy, I killed them, so what? Don't just stand there. If you don't want to die, get over here and work with them. Ting Hai showed a scornful look. Gee, something's wrong. Elder, this boy seems to be. A strong voodoo barbarian next to Ting Hai seemed to find something. His face suddenly changed, and he reminded Ting Hai in a low voice. Bang! Before he finished, Lin Sun had already pulled the insignificance bow to the fullest, and the arrow of blue sky burst out. With a loud explosion and various strange phenomena, the horrible breath of destruction instantly shrouded the whole area. It's him. Ting Hai's eyes almost popped out. He recognized Lin Sun, and his face suddenly became uneasy. Then he roared and rushed to the sky. As a half-step king, Ting Hai's reaction was not slow. But after all, he was caught off guard, and it was too late for him to dodge. Puff, in the distance, those practitioners who had met Lin Sun before had arrived. They happened to see a black arrow rushing to the sky and penetrating Ting Hai's body, bringing a string of scarlet blood. Like firecrackers flying in the air, a bloody firework exploded in the void, which was sad, beautiful, and frightening. A half-step king died in front of them. The shock made all the people present speechless. The power of one arrow was as terrible as the rumor said. Those imperial practitioners all thought of the same name, Lin Shi, only he had such a heaven-defying archery. As for those strong voodoo barbarians in the field, they were completely scared. How could they expect that a teenager suddenly appeared and killed their half-step king with one arrow? It was too fast. This kind of battle of life and death decided by one arrow was so shocking that the minds of those strong voodoo barbarians went blank. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun pulled out the broken sword without hesitation and began to kill. Screams rang out, waking up the imperial practitioners who were still in shock. As if awakened from a dream, they shouted and rushed forward to fight side by side with Lin Sun. Kill! Kill these King voodoo barbarian bastards! These imperial practitioners had been captured and enslaved, so they were about to go crazy. Now, they vented their anger on these strong voodoo barbarians. In just a moment, more than a dozen strong voodoo barbarians in the field were slaughtered, and their blood sprinkled on the spot. All the imperial practitioners were very excited. They came forward to thank Lin Sun with undisguised admiration and respect in their eyes. Lin Shi of the Empire deserved his reputation. More importantly, they were saved by Lin Shi today, and witnessed the power of him killing a half-step king with one arrow. Lin Sun couldn't bear the enthusiasm of these people. He told them to hurry up and clean up the trophies, and then he came to the natural cave. The cave was only 3 feet wide and led to the underground. It looked like a beast cave, but inside it was glittering and filled with green brilliance. There was no doubt that there must be some treasures hidden in the depths, but at the same time, Lin Sun also noticed that there was a dangerous breath in the cave. It was so cold that Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. What's inside? Lin Sun called a practitioner and asked. The practitioner hurriedly said, I don't know, but according to the analysis of the half-step king of voodoo barbarian tribe, the treasure inside contains extremely amazing vitality. Maybe it's a peerless medicine that has just awakened from silence. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Peerless medicine, but why did he always have a feeling of horror? When he looked down the cave, he seemed to be looking at an eye. Lin Sun took a deep breath and ordered, You leave here first, and I'll have a try. Remember, the farther you go, the better. Hearing this, the practitioners of the Empire were all awestruck. They didn't dare to neglect and avoided the area in the distance. Lin Sun picked up the broken sword, gritted his teeth, and was about to cut the cave with all his strength. Suddenly, a green light rushed up. At that instant, Lin Sun clearly saw a pair of eyes open in the depths of the cave. It was icy cold, indifferent, and flowed with a terrifying jade-green glow. Its pupils were deep like the universe, and it revealed the terrifying phenomena of the sun and moon intersecting, the passage of time, and so on and so forth. Whoosh! Lin Sun felt uneasy and dared not to hesitate. He exerted ice drake steps with all his strength and disappeared in an instant. Until he fled nearly 50 kilometers away, Lin Sun's heart was still beating violently, and he still had a lingering fear. It was so terrible, that must be a horrible creature lying dormant under the earth, and it was very likely that it had set foot on the divine path like the bloody moth, white cicada, and golden cicada. Shit, peerless medicine. Lin Sun scolded in his heart and was covered with cold sweat. The mulberry forest was so strange that unpredictable killing intent was hidden everywhere. Before long, those imperial practitioners also arrived. Seeing that Lin Sun was fine, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They had also felt the incomparably terrifying aura before, which made them tremble with fear even though they were far away from each other. Next, these practitioners distributed more than half of the spoils to Lin Sun, including many exotic jades, other rare spiritual materials and fifth-grade ones. Lin Sun was in need of exotic jades now, so he naturally wouldn't refuse them. This even made Lin Sun have an idea. Before leaving, these practitioners of the Empire told Lin Sun that there were many bad rumors about him in recent days, which made almost all the practitioners of the Empire worried about him. Sounds of Nature small voodoo barbarians, on the other hand, swore that Lin Sun was doomed to die as he was chased by 3 half-step king practitioners. In fact, it was true. From yesterday to now, Lin Sun's life and death had affected the hearts of every practitioner of the Empire. As there was no news about Lin Sun for a long time, the practitioners of the Empire became more and more worried. Under such circumstances, the voodoo barbarians were extremely active. What Lin Shu'er? When his head falls to the ground, it will be in vain. Many strong voodoo barbarians said. What was most shocking was that Xianxia, the young master of the royal family of the dark barbarians, gathered many strong voodoo barbarians and secretly added fuel to the fire by declaring everywhere that Lin Sun had been killed. He used this despicable means to undermine the morale of the practitioners of the Empire. Although this means was a little shameless, it was very effective. It made the practitioners of the Empire angry and sad, and their morale was dampened. That is to say, now both the voodoo barbarians and the Empire think I am dead? Lin Sun's black eyes were surging with inexplicable luster. Those practitioners nodded. Xianxia, thinking of this person, Lin Sun thought of Lu Wen who betrayed the Empire. With a flash of killing intent in his heart, he said, "Can you do me a favor?" "Child Lin, go ahead." Those practitioners said one after another. "Spread the news for me." In one word, let those half-step king practitioners among the voodoo barbarians wash their necks and wait for me. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as their hearts trembled. In an area of a mulberry forest. I haven't heard from Lin Shu'er for a day. He must be dead. It's really a pity. I wanted to learn the mystery of the peerless Tao from him, but now I have to give up. Xianxia sighed. Immediately, he smiled and said, "But it doesn't matter. There are immeasurable opportunities hidden everywhere in the mulberry forest. As long as I explore slowly, I will find such opportunities sooner or later." Speaking of this, he suddenly stood up with his bright eyes and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the influence of Lin Shu'er's death is absolutely beyond our imagination. He is not only a young talent who set foot on the peerless Tao, but also a spiritual tattooist of the human empire. His death is fated to be a heavy blow to the Xianxia of the empire." Voodoo barbarians nearby all nodded in agreement. Since the rise of Lin Shu'er in the bloodthirsty battlefield, he had killed a half-step king warrior and many top figures of the spirit awakening realm, which caused a sensation and even cast a shadow over the entire voodoo barbarian camp, making them frightened. This person had become an extremely dazzling new star in the Empire's camp. He was like a heaven-defying monster, and his name resounded throughout the bloodthirsty battlefield. If such a young man who was in the limelight were to die, it would be an unbearable loss to the Empire. "What does young master plan to do?" Lu Wen hurriedly asked, appearing very enthusiastic. His flattery made the nearby voodoo barbarians disgusted and felt this guy was too shameless. But Lu Wen didn't care. He only knew that if he wanted to stand firm in the voodoo barbarian camp in the future, he must flatter Xianxia, the young master of the dark barbarian royal family. Continue to build momentum. Use all means to spread the news of Lin Shu'er's death throughout the mulberry forest. The more exaggerated it is, the greater the blow to the human empire. Xianxia was complacent and didn't hide his thoughts. Although the means seemed a little disgraceful, this was the war between the two camps. As long as the morale of the human tribe in the empire could be defeated, it didn't matter if it was glorious or not. "Let's do it." The nearby voodoo barbarians all agreed. They acted decisively and quickly. Soon, they dispersed, contacted the voodoo barbarians scattered in the mulberry forest, and spread the news everywhere. The reason why they were so active was that the existence of Lin Sun had brought a lot of shadows and blows to the voodoo barbarian tribe before, which made them all resentful and full of anger. A young man in the Tao Insight realm, with only a mysterious big bow, made the half-step king warrior on their side have to be afraid of him, which made them feel terrible. Now, Lin Sun was chased by 3 half-step king warriors, and there was no news about him, which made them completely conclude that Lin Sun had been killed, so they spread the news so widely. Lin Shu'er is dead. Is that all your empire can do? It's really sad that you can't even protect a young talent. Haha, what bullshit talent. In the eyes of our voodoo barbarians, he's just a chicken and a dog, not worth mentioning. Now that Lin Shu'er is dead, what can you do? Similar news, like a storm, began to sweep across the mulberry forest. Those strong voodoo barbarians were all in high spirits and exalted. For them, this news was great news, which was enough to make them clap their hands and shout for joy. Hee hee, this is the talent of your empire? Just SOSO. Get out of here. Otherwise, not only Lin Shu'er, but all the bastards of your empire will be killed. Some more unbearable words came out of the voodoo barbarians' mouths. They seemed to be unscrupulous and extremely proud. They had been holding it in for a long time, and now they finally vented their anger, which made them feel very happy. Meanwhile, the practitioners of the empire were in turmoil. They were all angry, sad, and helpless. Such news of Lin Shu'er's death was really a big blow to them. You've gone too far. When learning the news, General Xianxia roared with anger. His voice shook the sky and made people's hearts tremble. But this made the voodoo barbarians even more happy. King Yanqiong said disdainfully, "You're only noisy and incompetent." Just as the wind was surging and the clouds were surging, a shocking piece of news came out. Young Master Lin is not dead. Today, he showed up in person and killed Tinghai, the half-step king of Earth barbarian clan, with 1 arrow. All of a sudden, the noisy discussion stopped abruptly. Those complacent, flamboyant voodoo barbarians who were cursing happily were all dumbfounded. They fell into dead silence and were dumbfounded. The slap in the face came as fast as a tornado. They were caught off guard, even the practitioners of the empire were a little confused. Lin Shu'er was not dead? And he killed Tinghai, the half-step king of Earth barbarians? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This time, we sent 3 half-step king of Earth barbarians. How could he still be alive? Among the strong voodoo barbarians, some big shots roared. They were trying their best to investigate the authenticity of this news. Even Winning Sparrow, who was adding fuel to the fire in the dark, looked uncertain. How could this be? Was that guy so tough? Soon, the news was confirmed. Tinghai was indeed killed. His body was penetrated by an arrow and exploded like fireworks. He died miserably. Suddenly, there seemed to be a big earthquake in the mulberry forest. All the strong voodoo barbarians who didn't want to believe the news were completely petrified and almost collapsed. How could this be? All the strong voodoo barbarians who learned the news were so angry that their faces turned green. They looked as if they were mourning the death of their parents and were about to vomit blood. This was a great blow. Just a moment ago, they were still announcing the death of Lin Sun and ridiculing the practitioners of the empire. They wanted to take this opportunity to severely damage the morale of the practitioners of the empire. But they didn't expect that the slap in the face would come soon. It was indeed like being slapped hard in the face by an invisible slap, burning with pain. On the side of the empire, they were all shocked and ecstatic. He was not dead. Sure enough, Lin Shu'er was not dead. Not long ago, they were depressed, resentful, and helpless because of the blow. How could they expect that in the end, there was a reversal? Ha ha ha, Child Lin is so amazing. Well done. Those voodoo barbarians are blind. How dare they say that Grandmaster Lin was killed? It's ridiculous. Hey, I'm curious. Those voodoo barbarians were arrogant and complacent before. What will their expressions be now? On the side of the empire, there was a complete uproar. They cheered excitedly and their morale was greatly boosted. Have you noticed that Child Lin showed up alive and killed a half-step king warrior? But there has been no news from the 3 half-step king warriors who chased after Child Lin before. Does this mean that they have all been killed by Child Lin? When this speculation came into being, it caused another round of sensation. Some top figures of the empire were shocked and moved. As for the voodoo barbarians, they were all numb and cold. Yes, if Xianxia was alive, wouldn't the three half-step king warriors, with Spirit Peak, Jean Duzhen, and Kanglin Snowbee, they didn't dare to think about it anymore. Who could imagine that Xianxia didn't die in the end? Instead, he killed Tinghai, a half-step king warrior, and even Wood Spirit Peak might be killed by him. If they counted carefully, there were as many as 5 half-step king warriors of the voodoo barbarian tribe who had been killed by Xianxia. This was absolutely a terrifying number. After all, half-step king warriors were not cabbages. Even in the voodoo barbarian camp, they were a top-level deterrent force. Their number was extremely small, second only to the real king warriors. But now, 5 half-step king warriors had been killed by a young man at the Tao Insight realm. This was a serious blow to the voodoo barbarian tribe. For a while, the discussions and uproars were like landslides and tsunamis. On the side of the empire, even General Xiahou was not stingy with his praise and laughed. And King Flame Qiong, who was extremely arrogant and disdainful before, fell into a rare silence. This result also caught him off guard. Ing Ke and other strong voodoo barbarians were all dumbfounded and couldn't speak for a long time. Originally, all of this was secretly added fuel to the fire by wantonly publicizing and constantly building momentum. They never thought that when the morale of the strong voodoo barbarians was at its highest, there would be such a shocking turn. It was like being pushed from heaven to hell. The contrast was so great that they were so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. The momentum they had built up had made them embarrassed and aggrieved. Who could bear such a blow? It would be an understatement to say that they had lifted a stone only to drop it on their own feet. This was purely asking to be slapped and humiliated. This matter was indeed very sad. A series of promotion and contrast, in the end, showed Lin Sun's divine power and brilliant achievements, which almost drove Ing Ke crazy. Some strong voodoo barbarians nearby also looked terrible. They were so angry that they had nowhere to vent their anger. They even looked at Lu Wen with a touch of resentment. There was nothing he could do about it. He was the only human here. Lu Wen's face was livid. He felt uncomfortable all over as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He was also extremely aggrieved. He hated Lin Sun for a long time and wished that Lin Sun could be killed as soon as possible, but the reality was so cruel. What annoyed him most was that these voodoo barbarians hated him for no reason. Was it true that those who were not of the same tribe must have different intentions? Anyway, this time Lin Sun appeared alive and reversed the situation with his brilliant achievements. In the end, the voodoo barbarian tribe's morale was hit hard. Many strong voodoo barbarians were anxious. Xianxia was still alive. This was not only a blow to the morale, but also a similar tragic thing might happen in the future. Sure enough, their worries came true. On the same day, an imperial practitioner spoke on behalf of Lin Sun. Child Lin said, "Let the half-step king barbarians among you barbarians wash your necks and wait." A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Those strong voodoo barbarians were all stunned. This guy still wanted to continue killing, and those half-step king barbarians were even more shocked and angry. Lin Sun was threatening them. He was absolutely lawless, but they had no choice but to be afraid. Too many half-step king barbarians had died in Lin Sun's hands. It might be a fluke if it happened once, but if it happened many times, there would be no fluke at all. Even the 3 barbarian kings, King Yanqiong, King Jinpa, and King Lei Xiao, were so angry and livid when they heard the news. A young man of Tao Insight realm dared to be so arrogant in the mulberry forest. Did he really think these old guys were just decorations? Child Lin, good job. What do you mean by swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger? That's it. God has eyes. It's absolutely a blessing for our empire to have such a talent like Child Lin. The imperial practitioners were completely stirred, and their admiration for Lin Sun had reached an unprecedented level. A young man of Tao Insight realm killed half-step king barbarians as if he was drinking tea. Who could not be convinced, amazed, and admired him? On the same day, even Lin Sun, who was searching for strange jades in the mulberry forest, heard the news. But he didn't expect that it would be so noisy, which was totally beyond his expectation and imagination. Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry on the way. Some strong voodoo barbarians he met on the way fled in panic with pale faces like frightened birds before Lin Sun could take action. Some practitioners of the empire he met stepped forward to greet him warmly. Their eyes lit up, which made Lin uncomfortable. When they learned that Lin Sun was looking for some strange jades, these practitioners were even more generous and gave some of the strange jades they had collected these days to Lin Sun. How could Lin Sun accept a reward without doing anything? But he couldn't stand the enthusiasm of the other party, who seemed to look down on him if he didn't accept it. In the end, Lin Sun could only accept this kindness. In just 2 days, Lin Sun had unknowingly obtained a full bag of strange jades, at least 500 or 600 of them. Lin Sun couldn't help but click his tongue. This speed was much faster than exploring by himself. Originally, Lin Sun was still a little vigilant and alert. After all, he made too much noise this time. Although the 3 half-step king barbarians of Wood Spirit Peak didn't die in his hands, no one would believe that he didn't do it even if he explained it now. In addition, he had said that he would continue to kill the half-step king barbarians of Voodoo Barbarian tribe, so he had already become the focus of attention. At this time, Lin Sun didn't doubt that Voodoo Barbarian tribe could bear such a big loss. In other words, the enemy would never give up, therefore, in the next action, Lin Sun had been highly vigilant. He even speculated that the king of Voodoo Barbarian tribe might not be able to bear it and attack him. But soon, something happened suddenly, which helped Lin Sun resolve all the potential threats. On this day, in a ruin in the depths of the mulberry forest, there suddenly appeared a shocking phenomenon. Mysterious cyan clouds condensed into flowers and fell from the sky. That scene was no different from the legendary heavenly flower shower. At the same time, a mysterious Taoist palace appeared in that area. Just the stairs alone had 9,999 steps. It was like a stairway to heaven. The Taoist palace was towering and majestic, standing between heaven and earth, exuding a magnificent and boundless sacred aura, which dyed the world with a layer of magnificent and brilliant aura. This was undoubtedly the descent of a great fortuitous encounter. All of a sudden, both the Empire and the Voodoo Barbarian tribe were stirred. All the top figures were alarmed and rushed over there with all their strength. At this time, it was impossible for those big figures to pay attention to Lin Sun anymore. But in this way, Lin Sun was much more relaxed. After thinking about it, he finally decided to leave this mulberry forest. He had collected enough strange jades and accomplished the purpose of this trip. He was sure that the broken blade could undergo a transformation. As for the mysterious Taoist palace that suddenly appeared, although Lin Sun was curious, he was very calm. He knew that it was no different from courting death to go there with his own ability. Perhaps he could kill a half-step king, but he could only rely on the power of insignificant bow and blue sky arrow, which could only be used once at most. It was impossible for him to fight for a long time. At a time like this, competing for the fortuitous encounters with those true kings would definitely be courting death. Moreover, Lin Sun had a hunch that those horrible creatures lurking in various areas of the mulberry forest would certainly not be willing to be lonely. Sure enough, on the way Lin Sun retreated, he heard a cicada chirping. Then, a horrible sacred aura swept out and rushed to the depths of the mulberry forest. At the same time, a bloody light appeared in another area. A bloody moth wrapped in a void storm, like a black hole that swallowed everything, also started to move. Boom! What made Lin Sun's scalp numb was that in the area where he killed Ting Hai, the half-step king of Qi, a huge green dragon with a length of thousands of meters rushed out of the air. It was suffused with sacred breath and roared, breaking the void and leaving. Obviously, the cyan dragon was the horrible creature lurking in the depths of the underground cave. Even the horrible creatures who have stepped into the divine path have come out. What kind of shocking secret is hidden in the Taoist palace? Lin Sun was shocked. But all this also strengthened his mind to leave the mulberry forest. An unpredictable bloody storm was bound to take place near the Taoist palace. Even the kings of the empire and the Voodoo Barbarian tribe would face the danger of death. Lin Sun didn't want to stay in this damn place any longer. Although the opportunity was great, if he didn't have the ability to seize it, he would only be cannon fodder. One day later, Lin Sun returned to the edge of the entrance of the mulberry forest without any danger. When he arrived here, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous along the way. Many horrible creatures appeared along the way. Although there was no existence at the divine level, there was no lack of monsters at the king level. Like a broken bronze spear, it seemed to have intelligence and released a dim sacred aura. Obviously, it was a broken divine weapon, but its power was more fierce than that of a real king. There was also a strange golden flower. As the petals fluttered, golden lights flew like sword rain, tearing the void. Obviously, it was also a king realm existence. In addition, there were many strange and unknown creatures, which seemed to wake up from silence and rushed to the depths of the mulberry forest. Lin Sun had seen with his own eyes that almost all the escaping strongmen, whether they were from the Empire or the Voodoo barbarian tribe, were killed by these horrible creatures simply and rudely. This was the mulberry forest with the title of Devil Soil stained with divine blood. It was at this time that Lin Sun finally realized the horror here. Compared with places such as Burial of Tao Sea and Ultimate in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, it was not inferior at all. Fortunately, I didn't go to the mysterious Taoist palace this time, otherwise. Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart just thinking about it. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the mulberry forest. On the way, there were also many imperial practitioners and voodoo barbarians fleeing. Like Lin Sun, they sensed the danger and didn't dare to stay any longer in order to save their lives. What? Soon after he left the mulberry forest, Lin Sun sensed a familiar figure in his soul. Lu Wen, this guy was fleeing with a group of strong voodoo barbarians in a hurry. Immediately, Lin Sun noticed Ing Ke, the young master of the dark barbarian tribe among the group of strong voodoo barbarians. Ho ho, it's a small world. Lin Sun's lips curled into a cold arc, and he followed up without a trace. I don't want to give up. This time, we not only failed to kill Lin Shi, but also didn't have a chance to intervene when the opportunity appeared. With a gloomy face, Ing Ke and his group were flying forward. At this time, both the imperial practitioners and the voodoo barbarians were fleeing. No one was in the mood to fight with them, which made them less fetters and obstacles. Young lord, don't be discouraged. Where there's life, there's hope. With your current foundation, sooner or later, you can set foot on the path of Taoism. Lu Wen hurriedly comforted him. What I hate is that not only did this operation come to nothing, but it also made Lin Shi famous again. That damned little bastard, if he did not have the help of that mysterious bow, how could he possibly possess such heaven-defying strength? At the mention of Lin Sun, Ing Ke was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and his eyes almost popped out. Lu Wen also cursed with resentment. Young lord, people like Lin Shi are destined to suffer. He shows off too much. As the saying goes, the taller the tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The more dazzling he is now, the more miserable he will die when he suffers the disaster. Really? At this moment, an indifferent and low voice suddenly sounded, which made Lu Wen stiff all over and almost scared out of his wits. This voice, he was so familiar with it, Lin Shi. Lu Wen was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. He didn't expect that he would suddenly meet Lin Sun when he just escaped from Mulberry Woods. Young lord, be careful. Lu Wen roared. At this time, his first reaction was to warn Quebec. He had to admit that this guy did have the potential to be a traitor. Puff, but when Lu Wen's voice sounded, he saw a bloody hole suddenly appeared in the throat of Ing Ke beside him. Ing Ke was obviously not prepared at all. He still looked shocked. It was hard for him to imagine that he would be killed so abruptly even at the moment of his death. He was the young lord of the dark barbarian tribe. He was a born assassin who walked in the shadows and made all the practitioners of the empire change their faces. But now, he had been killed without even noticing it at all. Clatter, a stream of scarlet blood burst out from Ing Ke's throat and sprinkled on Lu Wen's face. He was so shocked that he couldn't help screaming and his soul almost left his body. Dead, Lu Wen didn't feel good at all. His heart was overwhelmed by fear. Ing Ke, the young lord of the dark barbarian tribe, was a top figure in the young generation of the voodoo barbarian camp. Many old monsters thought highly of him and thought that he was very likely to become a barbarian emperor who set foot on the path of cultivation in the future, but now, Ing Ke was dead. Lu Wen was not mourning for him, but he had pinned all his hopes on Ing Ke and hoped to stand firm in the voodoo barbarian tribe with Ing Ke's appreciation in the future. But now, all his hopes were shattered. Lu Wen felt that the sky had collapsed. He was stunned because of panic and confusion. Fierce fighting sounds, shrill screams, and terrible collisions came to his ears, but Lu Wen looked dull and lost. his hope was gone. As a traitor, he could no longer return to the camp of the Empire. With Inkei's death, there was no place for him in the voodoo barbarian tribe. Lu Wen felt an indescribable despair. Do you want to kill yourself, or let me do it? Lin Sun's voice rang in Lu Wen's ears like a thunderclap, waking him up from the endless despair. He looked around and saw corpses of voodoo barbarians on the ground. Lin Sun was standing there, looking at him quietly. In the distance, some imperial practitioners were watching and whispering to each other. Their faces were filled with disdain and loathing. It's over, the last string in Lu Wen's heart snapped, and his mind went blank. I hate him so much. If it weren't for you, how could I have betrayed the Empire? How could I have fallen to such a state today? Lu Wen seemed to have completely gone mad. His expression was distorted as he roared. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at Lin Sun fiercely as if he wanted to eat him alive. It's all your fault. It's your fault. As he roared, he charged forward with a saber in hand. Puff, before it could even approach, Lu Wen's neck was severed by the broken blade, and a bloody head flew into the air. Even at the moment of his death, he still had a sinister and resentful expression. Lin Sun turned around and left without looking back. Lu Wen didn't feel any remorse even when he died. Instead, he blamed all the mistakes on Lin Sun. His death was not worth pitying. Before leaving, Lin Sun looked back at the mulberry forest behind him, which was shrouded in blood mist, mysterious and unknown. But Lin Sun knew clearly that in the depths of the mulberry forest, a bloody storm was unfolding around a mysterious Taoist palace that had emerged. There are saints lurking here with too many secrets. Maybe one day, I can come back and explore it. Inexplicably, Lin Sun thought of the solemn golden cicada and its almost absurd wish. He hoped that one day, all the creatures in the world could become saints. In the evening, before the night fell, Lin Sun finally returned to Camp 7. You didn't die? Hearing the news, Lu Wenting jumped out like an old rabbit with excitement on his face. These days, he almost spent in fear and trepidation, fearing that some bad news about Lin Sun would come. Now, seeing Lin Sun return safely, he undoubtedly let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately after, Lu Wenting started to grumble and complain, "You're too willful, leaving just like that. Don't you know how dangerous it is? Do you know how serious the consequences will be if something happens to you? Do you know?" Lin Sun felt a headache. When he was about to find a chance to return to his room, a thunderous roar sounded, "How dare you come back?" General Sun Lai also came after hearing the news. With a face full of anger, he scolded Lin Sun in a voice so loud that the whole camp could hear him. Lin Sun also knew that his action made them very worried. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he could only stand there obediently and accept the scolding. If the top figures in the mulberry forest saw this, their jaws would drop. Who could imagine that Lin Shi, who was as strong as a young devil, could be so obedient and docile? Zhang Sun Lai let Lin Sun go after venting his anger. But before leaving, he warned Lin Sun that if Lin Sun dared to act alone again, he would never spare him. It was not until the night fell that Lin finally returned to his room. Clang, Lin Sun opened his luggage. All kinds of ores and spiritual materials poured out like running water, piling up on the ground. Except for some high-rank spiritual crystals that originally belonged to him, the rest were all trophies obtained in the mulberry forest. Among them, there were rare spiritual materials, mysterious ores of unknown use, broken iron pieces, blood-stained fur, and so on. The largest number was the mysterious jade, with 500 or 600 pieces. Lin Sun sorted out the 5th-grade treasures and stored them in different categories. Although some of them could not be used for the time being, their value was immeasurable. There would be a time when they could be of use in the future. Finally, he took out the broken blade and inserted it into the pile of mysterious jade. It should be enough for the broken blade to be completely repaired and transformed. Staring at the broken blade that began to absorb the mysterious vitality, Lin Sun couldn't help showing a touch of expectation in his eyes. Whoosh! Before long, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate. This time in the mulberry forest, it was a blessing in disguise. After meditating on the ice tree for a whole night, his cultivation also leaped into the mastery of Tao Insight realm. Moreover, this sort of breakthrough wasn't just reflected in one's cultivation, even the strength of one's soul had undergone a tremendous change. Now, Lin Sun had the time to experience this change. In the sea of his consciousness, meditating magic was running. In an instant, an ice moon emerged, and thousands of spiritual stars were also lit up, surrounding the full moon, sprinkling clear divine light. Different from the past, all these visions were soon submerged by a blazing light. It was a dazzling sun, rising slowly over the sea of his consciousness, shining brilliantly and becoming the only master in the sea of his consciousness. Boom, Lin Sun's soul suddenly trembled violently. Then, as if a layer of shackles covering his soul had been broken, he had a feeling that he was about to fly away from his shell. In a trance, Lin Sun seemed to come to the sky, flying higher and higher. The whole Camp 7 was reflected in his mind. The guards guarding the camp, the practitioners drinking and having fun in the tavern, Lu Wenting who was busy in the munitions office, and the clanking sounds of the ordnance office. All kinds of pictures and sounds emerged in Lin Sun's mind like a huge tide. The gray haze in the sky, the bloody airflow in the void, and the slightest change of each practitioner's expression were also seen by Lin Sun. What? When Lin Sun looked at the place where Xianxia Lai lived in the distance, he only saw a beam of divine light rising straight to the sky, vigorous and chilling, like billowing smoke, terrifying and boundless. Everything there could not be perceived at all, and it also made Lin Sun feel a kind of unprecedented oppression and fear. Was this the power of the life-death realm? He couldn't be detected or spied on. Whoosh, the next moment, Lin Sun withdrew his spiritual power and returned to his body. Almost at the same time, in Xianxia Lai's room in the distance, there was a slight sound of surprise. That boy's spiritual power is so strong. Has he condensed his primordial spirit? He suddenly got up, with an unpredictable luster surging in his eyes. It's true. This little monster has done it one step ahead of time. It's really against the natural order. Sun Glory, the third realm of meditating magic. In the room, Lin Sun was enlightened. Moreover, his spiritual power has condensed a primordial spirit. What I just saw is the magical effect of the consciousness of the primordial spirit. This is the spiritual awareness. Only practitioners who have condensed a primordial spirit can possess such power. At this stage, they can already use their divine sense to fight. As long as the primordial spirit is not destroyed, it will not be killed. But, thinking of this, Lin Sun was in a trance. Only practitioners in the reincarnation developing realm could master the power of primordial spirit and spiritual awareness, but now he had mastered them in advance. Spiritual power, related to a practitioner's understanding and wisdom, was the most amazing and incredible. The stronger the spiritual power, the greater the benefits in cultivation. This was a well-known fact in the cultivation world. Once a practitioner had the primordial spirit, he could have the mysterious means of multitasking, commanding the spirit to kill the enemy, deducing good or bad luck and so on. The full mastery of Tao Insight Realm, the spiritual power condensed the primordial spirit, and the cultivation of martial arts and enlightenment. Lin Sun meditated while meditating. What he pursued was the most powerful and complete Tao. Therefore, when his cultivation reached the full mastery of Tao Insight Realm, he had to start to consider the preparation for breaking through to the reincarnation developing realm. Breaking through the realm might not be too troublesome for Lin Sun, but if he wanted to continue on his peerless path, he must temper all his strength to the full mastery before breaking through the realm. At that time, it was the real full mastery. The next morning, Lin Sun, who was meditating, was awakened by a sudden sound of saber. He looked up and couldn't help showing a touch of surprise in his eyes. As early as a few days ago, but the news that came back this morning seemed to be very unusual. The 12th child Lin killed 4 half-step king beings with his bow and shocked the enemies. He showed the power of our empire. Ying Ke, the young master of the dark barbarian royal family, was killed by the 12th child Lin, and the traitor Lu Wen was executed. In the Battle of the Mulberry Forest, child Lin rose strongly in the killing. He carried out bloody killings with the means of a demon, which made the strong barbarians tremble with fear. News after news about Lin Sun's military exploits fell in Camp 7 like snowflakes, which immediately caused a sensation among all practitioners. Child Lin is really a god. Huang, the guard leader stationed in the camp, patted his thigh excitedly, and his face lit up. This boy. I was worried about him. Who would have thought that he was so fierce? In the quartermaster office, Lu Wenting, who was dealing with official business, was so shocked that he almost jumped up, and then he was overjoyed and in a good mood. Today, practitioners who came to the quartermaster office to exchange military exploits were surprised to find that Lu Wenting, who had always been serious, was extremely enthusiastic and kind. Every time he saw a practitioner, he smiled and said, "Oh, I must go to have a drink with Child Lin tonight. As a friend, I have to celebrate for him." Often at this time, he would attract a burst of envious eyes. It was an honor to have a drink with Lin Sun, not to mention to be friends with the 12th child Lin. Not only does Master Lin have great attainments in spiritual tattoos, but he is also a peerless talent in martial arts cultivation. In the ordnance office, a group of spiritual tattooists were in high spirits, excited and proud. Even Master Ing nodded frequently, stroking his beard. Lu Wen became a traitor. Hu Tong, the head of Star Frost mercenary group, had mixed feelings. He never thought that Lu Wen, who was confirmed dead by him, was not only alive, but also betrayed the empire and turned to the barbarian bastards. Such a person should be cut into pieces and die miserably. A Bai next to him said with hatred and disgust, "I can only say that Child Lin killed him well." In the end, she thought of Lin Sun's brilliant military exploits in the mulberry forest today, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. This young man, whom she had once regarded as a pretty boy, was actually a heaven-defying heaven's favorite. To think that she had even declared that she would protect him. In the tavern, on the street, and among the practitioners in groups of 3 or 5, they were all talking about Lin Sun's dazzling performance this time, which made them admire and marvel. After all, a Grotto Heaven Realm youngster was able to kill so many half-step kings in succession after appearing in the bloodthirsty battlefield. This was simply too inconceivable. Boom, the table in front of Zhang Sunlai was once again smashed into pieces. At this moment, he had a strange expression on his face as he muttered, "Where did that old bastard bloodthirsty king find such a monster? He's simply amazing. I've seen all sorts of geniuses in my life, but I've never seen anyone as heaven-defying as this kid." Outside the door, the corner of the guard's mouth twitched fiercely when he heard the sound of the table shattering. He felt a headache. Recently, because of Lin Shi, the general had smashed several tables. Now, he had to replace them with new ones. It seems that it's time to prepare more tables for future use. The guard decided to prepare for a rainy day, because he felt that as long as Lin Sun was still in Camp 7, similar things would definitely continue to happen. It was absolutely right to prepare more tables. Not only in Camp 7, but also in other camps of the Empire. When the news about Lin Sun came out, it set off countless uproars and discussions like a bombshell. Young child Lin Shi is a peerless talent. This was the unanimous evaluation of most practitioners. In the room, Lin Sun's eyes were firmly attracted. The broken blade was floating in the air in the light, and the ground was piled up with broken jade powder. The broken blade had metamorphosed. Its pitch-black blade became as white as snow, almost transparent, as if it was made of mutton-fat jade. Strands of dazzling starlight coiled around it like a dream, and it caused the broken blade to emanate an unprecedented imposing aura. It was no longer as fierce and frightening as before. Instead, it had a kind of holy aura, shining with mysterious and obscure fluctuations. Lin Sun was amazed at this moment. It was too illusory and brilliant, like a masterpiece of God. Clang, Lin Sun held it in his hand like picking up a feather. It was as light as a feather. The blade shed starlight like rain, illuminating the dark room and giving it a holy aura. Lin Sun's eyes fell on the surface of the blade, where there were dense and clear Taoist lines emerging inside the nearly transparent broken blade. Just a glance at it made Lin Sun's mind tremble. He felt a kind of vast, mysterious, and boundless aura. This was a change that had never happened before. Lin Sun couldn't help but send out a wisp of his spiritual awareness to perceive the mysterious Taoist lines. Whoosh, something strange happened suddenly. The broken blade disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, Lin Sun's sea of consciousness shook and turned upside down as if something strange had been stuffed into it. Suddenly, Lin Sun was shocked to find that the broken blade had appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was as white as snow and almost transparent, sprinkling wisps of starlight like a dream. When Lin Sun ran the power of his spirit, in an instant, there was a wonderful echo with the broken blade in his sea of consciousness. It seemed that the broken blade had turned into a part of his body and become the guardian of his spirit. It felt like blood melted into water. Moreover, the broken blade imperceptibly received a type of nourishment from the primordial spirit. It let out a joyful cry and danced around the primordial spirit endlessly. Whoosh, Lin Sun's mind moved, and the broken blade suddenly swept out. At that moment, it was like a dazzling white lightning tearing the void. The sound of the blade was so impassioned that all the furnishings in the room were smashed into powder. Lin Sun took a breath of cold air. What a strong power, whoosh, the next moment, the broken blade flew in the void according to Lin Sun's mind. Like a nimble fish, it flashed and danced in the narrow room with wisps of starlight like its tail. Clatter. The power released by the broken blade made the void fluctuate violently like a tide, making a deafening sound. The entire house began to shake violently. Seeing this, Lin Sun was shocked. With a thought, the broken blade suddenly turned into a wisp of white light and disappeared in his sea of consciousness. The room became quiet. But Lin Sun couldn't calm down for a long time. He was quite excited. Only now did he suddenly realize that he had used the broken blade wrongly in the past. This treasure could completely be called a true divine weapon. What was a magic weapon? It was a treasure controlled by spirit, just like the legendary sword god in ancient times. A flying sword could kill ghosts and gods, break the universe, and disturb yin and yang. In short, it was a treasure that could be controlled by spiritual awareness. It could be called a magic weapon. This spirit was the name of the spirit. Such a treasure was extremely rare in the current world. It was too rare. Even the old monsters of the life and death realm might not possess it. As a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos, Lin Sun knew that the reason why the magic weapon was rare was that the spiritual materials needed to refine it were so rare that they could only be found by chance. Although Lin Sun had obtained all kinds of strange and precious spiritual materials since he started his cultivation, he had never encountered a spiritual material that could be used to refine a magic weapon. This kind of spiritual material was often called magic material by spiritual tattooists. Whoosh. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun suppressed his excitement and began to meditate quietly, visualizing the broken blade floating in his sea of consciousness. After the transformation of the broken blade, the vague Tao lines on its surface became clear, which looked very magical. Boom! As soon as Lin Sun sensed the mysterious Tao lines with his spiritual awareness, his whole soul seemed to suffer a terrible impact and felt torn. He couldn't help groaning and his spirit throbbed. Sunshine! Lin Sun ran the meditating magic without hesitation. In his sea of consciousness, a great sun rose up and shone brightly, brilliant and magnificent. Suddenly, the throbbing spirit stabilized again, which made Lin Sun feel a lingering fear. Even the top practitioners of reincarnation developing realm might not be able to bear the impact just now. If it weren't for the magical effect of the meditating magic, Lin Sun suspected that his spirit would collapse completely. Immediately, Lin Sun had no time to think about it. His mind was attracted by a simple formation map. It was the formation map reflected by the mysterious Tao lines on the surface of the broken blade. It was ancient and vast, and outlined a word Yuan. Every stroke was like the trace of the Great Way, branded with the mysterious breath of the Great Way, with a kind of unpredictable power that made people's souls want to sink into it. Boom! When Lin Sun tried to perceive it, a stream of inheritance power, like a vast ocean, rumbled into Lin Sun's spirit. This was a kind of inheritance from the mysterious Tao lines on the broken blade. In an instant, Lin Sun had a lot of incredible insights, which were clearly imprinted in his mind as if he had been enlightened. It turns out that the inheritance left by the Tao lines is about the method of using the broken blade. After a long time, Lin Sun was completely enlightened, and his heart was suddenly enlightened. This caused him to be visibly moved. The broken blade actually had a secret technique that complemented it. This was simply too inconceivable. Lin Sun knew that it was too difficult to get this inheritance. If it hadn't been for the transformation of the broken blade, he would not have had the opportunity to unveil the mysterious veil of the broken blade. Similarly, if it hadn't been for his powerful soul power, condensing the spirit, and the meditating magic, he would not have been able to get this inheritance. After a long time, Lin Sun calmed down completely. Suddenly, he noticed that there were 3 mysterious formation maps near the Yuan Tao lines. However, they were too vague and almost invisible. They could only be noticed, but the mystery in them could not be sensed at all. It seems that the inheritance of the broken blade is divided into 4 parts. Now I have only mastered the first secret method of using the broken blade. If I want to get the second secret method, I have to wait until the broken blade transforms for the second time. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Bloody storm and rumors of a bloody storm. Next chapter. In the evening, in an area dozens of miles away from Camp 7. Swish, a bright light swept out, dragging a bright tail of starlight, and suddenly cut on a mountain not far away. Boom, like a knife cutting tofu, the mountain was easily cut in half, and the cut was smooth. That wasn't the end of it. The snow-white, translucent, and almost transparent broken blade flickered incessantly, slashing, slicing, and stabbing. Everywhere it passed, it tore open a series of terrifying cracks in space. Then, there was a loud rumbling sound. The mountain peak, which was dozens of feet high, was cut into neat and tidy chunks of boulders, and then rolled down. Swish, at this time, the broken blade had already flown back and floated in front of Lin Sun. It was as bright as jade, crystal clear, overflowing with holy starlight, without a trace of damage. Lin Sun stood there and pondered quietly. The so-called spirit control skill was not complicated. It was a way to use the divine awareness as a means to control the magic weapon. Spirit, one's own cultivation, and the magic weapon formed a complementary relationship. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more terrifying the power of the magic weapon would be. The stronger the power of the spirit, the more delicate and handy the control of the magic weapon would be. At the same time, the power of the divine weapon itself could allow one's cultivation and the control of the primordial spirit to be maximized. However, while it sounded easy, it was actually rather difficult to cultivate. Duan Ren's Yuan Dao pattern formation diagram contained extremely complicated secrets, and if one wanted to completely master it, one had to practice it continuously. Based on the power of the broken blade alone, it is more than twice as powerful as before. Furthermore, with the mind control technique, its power has increased by a large margin. Based on this, I can easily kill a great reincarnation developing realm cultivator. Unlike Insignificance Bao, the broken blade doesn't consume much power. As long as I don't meet a half-step king, it's enough for me to fight for a long time. Lin Sun made a comparison in his mind. In the following time, Lin Sun continued to practice the method of spirit control. The progress was very smooth and the results were gratifying. At the same time, one barren mountain after another collapsed with deafening noises. Very quickly, the Xianxia of Camp 7 were alarmed and came to watch. At the beginning, these practitioners were very surprised, because in their impression, Lin Sun's best fighting method was archery. Moreover, everyone in the bloodthirsty battlefield knew that young Master Lin's archery skills were unparalleled. Therefore, when they saw that Lin Sun was not practicing archery, these practitioners were so shocked. But very quickly, they were curious. Apart from archery, what about young Master Lin's other combat skills? Then, when they saw Lin Sun manipulate the broken blade to destroy the barren mountains one after another and raze the area to the ground, these practitioners were all stunned, and their state of mind changed from curiosity to shock. It was really hard for them to imagine that such a young man in the Tao Insight realm was not only heaven-defying in archery, but also so amazing in other combat methods. Could young Master Lin be the legendary Heavenly Son? He's too strong. The hearts of many Xianxia wavered. I'm afraid I can't withstand one blow from young Master Lin if I fight with an enemy. Yan Feng also came. He stared at Lin Sun for a while, and his expression became extremely solemn and his eyes were in a trance. As a famous top practitioner in the reincarnation developing realm in Camp 7, Yan Feng's words immediately caused an uproar among the nearby Xianxia. Spirit control. The broken blade in his hand is a magic weapon. In the depths of the camp, Zhang Sunlai's eyes flashed with terrifying lightning. A bow and a broken blade are both so powerful. Does this guy have great luck? Lin Sun didn't return to the camp with a tired face until the night fell. However, compared to this, his heart was filled with joy and satisfaction. The Void Dao Mark's method of controlling the soul could be said to be miraculous and unfathomable, and it allowed the broken blade to display such formidable might that even he was surprised. Greetings, young Master Lin. Grandmaster Lin, when are you going to kill the voodoo barbarian bastards again? I'm willing to follow you and charge into battle with you. Young Master Lin, are you free tonight? Can I have a drink with you? On the way back to the camp, all the Xianxia greeted Lin Sun warmly, with admiration in their eyes. Lin Sun returned the greetings with a smile and declined some invitations. Now he was obsessed with practicing martial arts and had no time to entertain people. As the night fell, the camp was brightly lit. However, this night was destined to be turbulent. Soon, an imperial spy rushed into the camp in the dark and hurried to the room of General Zhang Sunlai. What? General Xiahou is dead? Zhang Sunlai's angry voice sounded in the room. At the same time, with a bang, the table in front of him turned into sawdust and flew in the air. What the hell is going on? Zhang Sunlai suppressed his inner shock and asked in a low voice. Finally, after knowing everything, Zhang Sunlai's face was livid and gloomy. He fell into complete silence without saying a word. The next morning, the whole Camp 7 was in shock. All the Xianxia of the empire were anxious and the atmosphere was solemn and dead silent. Last night, the latest news from the mulberry forest was like a bolt from the blue, making all the Xianxia of the empire fall into shock and panic. General Xiahou, the life-death realm king of the empire, was dead. This was absolutely a big event, like a storm, which was hard to accept. A king was the top power in a camp. Like a stabilizing needle, it was so powerful that the enemy dared not to invade the camp. Now, a king died, which was like a corner of the sky falling down. No one could stay calm. It was said that a mysterious Taoist palace had appeared in the mulberry forest, and that it hid a great opportunity. It attracted many terrifying creatures that were hibernating in the mulberry forest to fight for it, and General Xiahou was killed in the midst of this struggle. It's terrible. I heard that the murderer was a cyan-fled dragon that had stepped into the divine path. It took General Xiahou's life just by waving its claws. There is more than one horrible creature that has stepped into the divine path. It is said that almost all the Xianxia and voodoo barbarians who got close to the mysterious Taoist palace were killed there. How hateful. The news could not be hidden at all. Even Lin Sun, who was obsessed with practicing the imperial secret method, was alarmed. Although he had a premonition, when he heard the news of Xiahou's death, his heart still trembled and he stood there in silence. Although Lin Sun had never met Xiahou had spoken up many times in the mulberry forest and protected Lin Sun with his power and influence. But, such a supremely righteous king had fallen. Lin Sun's mood became gloomy, and he felt lost. Several days later, more and more news about the mulberry forest came back, plunging the Xianxia of the empire into mourning. The atmosphere was oppressive and dead. Near the mysterious Taoist palace, horrible creatures that have stepped into the divine path started a shocking battle and blew up that area. All the Xianxia who got close were affected and killed on the spot. According to statistics, more than a dozen half-step Xianxia have died so far. Even the General Xiaxan is missing. The gate of the mysterious Taoist palace has been opened. Great opportunities have come to the world. Those horrible creatures that have stepped into the divine path have completely gone mad. In order to fight for the opportunities, they have turned that area into a bloody purgatory. General Xiaxan is still missing. The only good news is that many Xianxia of our empire have sensed the danger and withdrawn from the mulberry forest early. This time, not only our empire, but also the Gold Amber King of the Gold Barbarian branch of the Voodoo Barbarian tribe has been killed by a black vine tree that has stepped into the divine path. In addition, King Thunder Sky of the Thunder Barbarian branch and King Yan Qiong of the Fire Barbarian branch were both seriously injured. Fortunately, they survived and have now retreated to the camp of the Voodoo Barbarians. It is said that they will not have the ability to fight in a short time. As for the death of other strong Voodoo Barbarians, it is also impossible to count. Lin Sun was practicing martial arts every day. However, he also heard the news that came back these days. In addition to sighing and feeling lost, he could not help at all. What on earth is hidden in that mysterious Taoist palace? Why do those horrible creatures that have stepped into the divine path crazily fight for it? More than once, Lin Sun thought about this question. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure it out. For him, the divine path seemed too far away, and he couldn't imagine what kind of opportunity could make those horrible creatures crazy. In order to relieve the depression in his heart, Lin Sun spent all his energy on cultivation. When the catastrophe of the Tao really comes, these horrible creatures that are dormant in the mulberry forest are bound to be unwilling to be lonely. Or, the reason why they are dormant is to wait for the arrival of a real great world. Lin Sun had a hunch that the road of struggle for the Tao in the future was destined to become more cruel and fierce than before. Nowadays, only by seizing all the time and opportunities to improve his strength could he have the qualification to stand firm when the great world came. Reincarnation Development Realm, Life and Death Realm, 9 Tribulations of Longevity. I still have a long way to go to the divine path, but time is a little tight. After returning from the bloodthirsty battlefield this time, I have to go to the ancient desolation realm in any case. Only there will I be able to find more ways to become stronger, as well as obtain more information regarding the Great Era War. Lin Sun secretly made a decision. The storm about the mulberry forest lasted for half a month before it calmed down. Both the Empire and the Voodoo barbarian tribe suffered heavy losses in this storm, and their morale suffered an unprecedented blow. Now, the mulberry forest seemed to have become a forbidden area that made people pale at the mention of it, and no one dared to approach it. During this half a month, Lin Sun had already thoroughly comprehended and mastered the secret method of the imperial control. The only thing he lacked might be actual combat practice. That night, Lin Sun finally relaxed and planned to gather his friends, Lu Wenting, Huang, Hu Tong, and Yan Feng. However, when he went to find Hu Tong, he found that the latter was not in the camp. Boss went out for a mission 3 days ago, and there has been no news from him until now. Abi's voice was low, and her eyebrows were full of sorrow and haze. She looked dazed as if she had lost her soul. Lin Sun was upset to learn that Hu Tong had been missing for 3 days. Lin Sun had only made a few friends since he entered the bloodthirsty battlefield, and Hu Tong was one of them. Hu Tong's disappearance made Lin Sun lose the mood to party. What mission did he carry out? Lin Sun asked. Abi was startled, and then her eyes lit up with a hint of hope on her pretty face. Are you going to save the boss? Lin Sun nodded. I'll set off tomorrow morning. Abi's eyes suddenly turned red, and she hugged Lin Sun tightly. You must bring the boss back. I'm really afraid that I won't see him again. Lin Sun patted Abi's shoulder without saying anything. Whether Hu Tong was dead or alive, and whether Zhang Sunlai and Lu Wenting agreed or not, he would go and see for himself. When Lin Sun returned to his room late at night, he suddenly found that Yan Feng had been waiting for him. A friend of mine just came back from the bloodthirsty battlefield and heard some bad news about you. It said that the dark barbarians will send real kings to attack Camp 7 in order to kill you. When he saw Lin Sun, Yan Feng immediately went straight to the point and warned Lin Sun to be careful. Lin Sun was shocked. Until Yan Feng left, he had been thinking that the dark barbarians would really send their kings to kill him. It seemed to be making a fuss over nothing. But Lin Sun had to consider the consequences if it really happened. Fine, I'll go and find out for myself tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Sun carried his luggage and left Camp 7 quietly without alerting anyone. At the same time, Lin Sun also wanted to find out some information about the dark barbarians. On the day Lin Sun left, a spy returned from the front battlefield and sent back a piece of shocking news. General, it's confirmed that the Ghost Spirit King of the Dark Barbarians and the Green Soul King of the Wood Barbarians will join forces and lead an army to attack our Camp 7. The spy said quickly. Zhang Sunlai's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was about to slap the table, but he held back in the end. He took a deep breath and said, Are they going to start a full-scale war? No, they only have one purpose, which is to kill the 12th child Lin. The spy gave an unexpected answer, and Zhang Sunlai couldn't help but be startled. His face immediately turned ashen. Mobilizing such a large force just to deal with a youth from my empire? That's insane. General. The spy was hesitant. If you have something to say, then say it. Why are you hesitating? Zhang Sunlai berated. The reason why they mobilize so many people this time is that Mr. Lin's influence is too great. Just today, on the blood list wanted notice issued by the Voodoo Barbarian tribe, Mr. Lin's ranking has risen from 18th to 9th. Moreover, the young master of the Dark Barbarian royal family, Ing Ke, also died at the hands of young Master Lin. Ing Ke's identity is extremely special, and his death completely infuriated the entire Dark Barbarian race. That phantom spirit king even said that if we take the initiative to hand over young Master Lin, they will not attack us. Otherwise, if not what? Zhang Sunlai's expression grew even more ashen. Otherwise, they will not hesitate to pay any price to flatten our camp. Pa Zhongxuanlai couldn't bear it any longer and smashed the table in front of him. He suddenly stood up, and his eyes burst with terrifying cold light. How arrogant you are. Do you really think that I, Zhang Sunlai, am a herbivore? If I can't even protect a little guy, I will be a general in vain. The spy's heart trembled, knowing that Zhang Sunlai was completely enraged. When are those old voodoo barbarians going to court death? Zhang Sunlai asked. 3 days later. The spy replied quickly. On this day, the 7th camp of the empire was on full alert. Both the imperial army of practitioners and the individual practitioners distributed in the camp received the news that a voodoo barbarian army jointly led by Phantom Spirit King and Green Soul King would attack in 3 days. For a moment, all the practitioners were shocked and nervous. When they learned that the enemy mobilized so many people just to kill Lin Sun, all the practitioners in the 7th camp were dumbfounded. Were the enemies crazy? The 8 camps of the empire had stood in the bloodthirsty battlefield for thousands of years. They had been tempered by the flames of war and smoke of gunpowder, and had never been breached so far. Now, the 2 voodoo barbarian kings threatened to destroy the 7th camp if they didn't hand over Lin Sun. How could they not be shocked? For a moment, the atmosphere in the 7th camp was tense and depressing, as if a storm was coming. It was not that everyone was in danger, but it was absolutely a lie not to be nervous and worried. After all, there was only one king in the 7th camp, Zhang Sunlai, while the enemy dispatched 2 kings this time. Moreover, the Phantom Spirit King was the top assassin king in the Dark Barbarians. His prestige was enough to make people pale at the mention of him. Under such circumstances, who could not be nervous and worried, there was no doubt that the 7th camp was destined to set off a bloody storm. Once a battle of such a scale broke out, the consequences were bound to be extremely serious. If it weren't for Lin Shi, how could such a thing happen? In my opinion, for the sake of the overall situation, it may be the wisest choice to send Lin Shi from the 7th camp to other camps as soon as possible. Someone couldn't help complaining. Suddenly, this practitioner suffered from the angry criticism of the crowd. Bullshit. Do you think the enemy will give up attacking the 7th camp if Lin Sun leaves? F***ck your mother. You're actually putting all the blame on Grandmaster Lin. Are you? Looking to die? Bah. What a disgrace. Before long, a team of elite guards appeared and took away the practitioner who complained about Lin Sun. They sent him to the general Zhang Sunlai. After that, this man never appeared again. On the same day, Zhang Sunlai issued a murderous order: in the face of a great war, whoever dares to mislead the people and disturb the morale of the army will be killed. Suddenly, all the practitioners realized that the general would rather fight to the end to protect Lin Sun. As time went by, the atmosphere in the camp became more and more tense and depressing. A storm was brewing. However, on the 2nd day, a king from the Empire Camp No. 1 appeared, which made everyone feel a lot more relaxed. This king was named Qin Chu. He was dressed in a white robe, with a handsome face and a willow beard. He looked elegant and refined. What about Lin Shi? As soon as Qin Chu arrived, he asked to see Lin Sun. Zhang Sunlai was stunned and turned to look at Lu Wenting. Lu Wenting said in a low voice with a bitter face, "He left the camp yesterday morning." Then, he told Lin Sun everything about Hu Tong's disappearance, making it clear that Lin Sun did not run away out of fear of war. This guy escaped the disaster by accident. Zhang Sunlai's face became very strange. It was better that Lin Sun was not in the camp. However, Qin Chu frowned and said unhappily, "Does he think he has not caused enough trouble? Because of him, he has caused such a big storm, which may even set off an all-out war between our empire and the voodoo barbarian tribe. Today, he disobeyed the order and acted alone. It's outrageous." Lu Wenting's face changed. He realized that Qin Chu seemed to have some kind of opinion about Lin Sun. Zhang Sunlai glanced at Qin Chu and said, "It's not the time to discuss these trifles in the face of a great war." Trifles? Qin Chu sighed. There are only 3 months left before the next passage to the empire is opened. If a large-scale war breaks out at this time, our supplies will be greatly affected. Who can bear the consequences? Zhang Sunlai's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said, "There's still 3 months of time. It's still a bit too early to speak of all this. Not to mention that if we blame a young man because of the enemy's so-called large-scale attack, then it would seem to be very inappropriate." "I didn't say that. I just don't want any more accidents to happen during this period." Qin Chu flicked his nails and said casually, "But it is obvious that Lin Shi'er is a troublemaker, which makes me have some opinions about him." Zhang Sunlai was a little angry. "Let's fight this fierce battle first and then talk about these things." However, what Zhang Sunlai did not expect was that the enemy came one day in advance. Woo, 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 the vast horn sounded from the distant horizon, echoing between heaven and earth. Soon, densely packed figures emerged like a tide, like an overwhelming black wave, spreading towards Camp 7. That was the Voodoo barbarian army, with tens of thousands of people, all of them were armed with weapons and full of murderous intent. When they gathered together, the terrible murderous intent seemed to be real, soaring into the sky and disturbing the universe. In an instant, the entire Camp 7 was alarmed, and the practitioners of the Empire were a little unprepared. They did not expect that the enemy would come one day in advance. "Get ready to fight." Roars sounded one after another. "Brothers, the Voodoo barbarian bastards dare to come here to die. It's time for us to harvest military merits. Are you ready?" Heroic and impassioned shouts also came from all over the camp. The entire Camp 7, like a long-prepared fierce beast, was awakened and showed its ferocious fangs. Weiyuan battleship, Soaring Eagle battleship, Ziying battleship, and other densely packed battleships rose in the roar. This was already a war, not a scattered individual battle. For a moment, the wind and clouds in this area were surging, and the murderous intent was like smoke rising to the sky. The horrible airflow was raging silently, rendering the world extremely solemn. Zhang Sunlai and Qin Chu, the two kings, rose into the air, looking at the army of Voodoo barbarians in the distance calmly. Although the enemy had appeared a day ahead of time, as experienced kings, they were not surprised or surprised. The art of war is the art of deception. Such small accidents were all too common. However, very quickly, Zhang Sunlai and Qin Chu's expressions changed slightly. Their original composure were also affected, and their expressions became grave and gloomy, which was rare for them. There were actually 4 barbarian kings in the enemy army. This was completely different from what the information said about the 2 kings attacking. P.S. Today is New Year's Eve. Together with the protagonist Lin Sun and the auspicious beast Old Toad, I wish everyone a happy new year, a prosperous source of wealth, good food, and a happy family. Rise from insignificance. Chapter 728. Suddenly show up the next chapter. Damn Voodoo barbarian bastards. How could they be so insidious and treacherous? Zhang Sunlai gnashed his teeth, his eyes glowing with a frightening luster. Qin Chu next to him also lost his elegant demeanor and looked a little flustered and exasperated. He said angrily, "See? This is the trouble caused by that guy. Are you afraid?" Zhang Sunlai was furious. How could this guy say such words at such a critical moment? It's not a matter of fear, but a matter of life and death of a camp of the Empire. Qin Chu scolded. Zhang Sunlai didn't bother to care about it anymore. In the face of the war, if these disputes happened again, it would definitely disturb the army's morale. No, the enemy has 4 barbarian kings. In the camp, some sharp-eyed practitioners also found it and cried out involuntarily. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Suddenly, the aggressive imperial practitioners, who were ready to fight, all held their breath and showed signs of disorder. This discovery was like a blow to the head, bringing a heavy blow to the morale of all the practitioners in the 7th camp. 4 barbarian kings attacked together. This power was so horrible that almost no hope of victory could be seen. The atmosphere in the camp suddenly seemed to be frozen and became extremely depressed. Every practitioner's face was cloudy and their emotions fluctuated. What are you afraid of? Our 7th camp has been established for thousands of years and experienced many storms. Things more dangerous than this have happened before. Zhang Sunlai shouted with a thunderous voice, "Spiritual tattooists of the Ordnance Department, get ready. When necessary, open the 8-level holy formation." 8-level holy formation. When these words came out, many of the older generation cultivators relaxed inwardly. Thousands of years ago, in order to fight against the voodoo barbarian tribe, the founding emperor specially invited a spiritual tattooist from the ancient Desolation realm to the bloodthirsty battlefield to set up a defensive formation for each of the 8 camps of the empire. Each formation was branded with the mysterious patterns of the holy path and had the power to shock the world and make ghosts cry. Especially when in the most dangerous situation, the 8 formations could cooperate with each other to form a large formation group. However, because the power needed to open such a formation was too great, the empire would not easily open it unless it was a critical moment. Obviously, the current situation could already be considered to be dangerous and grim, and that was the reason why Xianxia would give such an order. Knowing this, the tense and uneasy atmosphere in the camp eased up a lot, and the imperial practitioners regained their composure. Only Xianxia was frowning. He lowered his voice and said, "The resources we have now are only enough to last until the next time the passageway opens. If we activate the 8 extreme sacred formation now, the remaining resources will be used up in less than 10 days. If the resources are gone, I'm sure you know the severity of the consequences better than me. There's no other way. With the enemy at the gates, we can only fight. How can we care about the future?" Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Of course, it depends on the situation. I'd like to see whether these barbarian bastards dare to start this war or not." In the distance, the army was pressing, and the dense voodoo barbarians were like tides. They stopped when they were thousands of feet away from the camp. They were full of killing intent. Although they didn't move forward, their killing intent still changed the weather, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive, making it hard for people to breathe. In this chilling atmosphere, Xianxia laughed up to the sky. He stepped into the void, majestic and proud, and shouted, "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the Ghost Spirit King, Green Soul King, Calming Mountain King, and Baiksong King. What's wrong with you 4 old bastards? Are you tired of living? Do you want to die?" His voice was like a thunderclap, rumbling in the wilderness. On the side of the voodoo barbarian army, an old man stepped out. He was like a shadow, covered in gray mist, mysterious like a ghost. "Xianxia, I'm not here to quarrel with you. I think you already know why we're here. Hand over Xianxia, and we'll leave immediately. We won't encroach on an inch of your camp. Otherwise, don't blame us for wiping this place out." The old man was the Ghost Spirit King. His voice was cold and gloomy, drifting between heaven and earth, with a piercing coldness that made people uncomfortable. He was a king, and a king proficient in the art of assassination. His ferocious name had spread across the bloodthirsty battlefield a long time ago. Xianxia, sure enough, this large-scale war that was about to break out was just for the sake of young Master Lin. In Camp 7, the practitioners of the Empire were completely enlightened, but at the same time, they were shocked. Young Master Lin had only been in the bloodthirsty battlefield for a short time, but his influence was already so great that the enemy would not hesitate to start a war to kill him. "Ha ha ha, you're really arrogant. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want with 4 kings and force me to bow my head?" Xianxia laughed, but his face was extremely cold. "In your dreams. As long as I'm here, I won't frown even if you start a full-scale war, let alone the few of you." However, the Ghost Spirit King was unmoved. He said leisurely, "I admit that with the 8 Supreme Holy Formation, it's indeed difficult to wipe out everything here. However, as far as I know, you don't have many resources left. If you activate the 8 Supreme Holy Formation just for a young man, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on until the next time you get supplies from the Empire." As soon as these words came out, many practitioners in Camp 7 changed their expressions slightly. And Xianxia also narrowed his eyes. Only then did he realize that the enemy had come prepared this time. This isn't good. They've already figured out the situation on our side. Xianxia's face was gloomy. His eyes flickered as he transmitted his voice. "Didn't you say that Xianxia is not in the camp now? Why don't we take a compromise and tell them the truth and lure them to deal with Lin Sun? In this way, we can buy some time for us to ask for more help from the other camps." "Enough." Xianxia was instantly enraged. "I can't do such a dirty thing." "You." Xianxia's face darkened. If you're afraid, get out of here. Zhang Sunlai scolded. He was increasingly displeased with Qin Chu. If it weren't for the enemy's army, he would have beaten him up. What compromise? It was obvious that Qin Chu wanted to direct all the trouble to Lin Shi alone. Zhang Sunlai would never do such a shameless thing. Fine, fine, fine. I'd like to see how you're going to solve the current predicament. Qin Chu was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. Zhang Sunlai snorted and ignored him. Zhang Sunlai, what do you think? If we really start this war, although there will be some casualties, it will be enough to force you to activate the 8-level holy formation. At that time, we can totally withdraw. But if you don't have enough supplies, I'm afraid the consequences are not something you can bear. The Phantom Spirit King spoke again, as if he had everything planned out and was sure of victory. In Camp 7, a group of practitioners looked at each other with gloomy expressions. This embarrassing situation where they could neither advance nor retreat was completely beyond their expectation. They were somewhat at a loss. There's no need to think about it. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then get out of here. Zhang Sunlai scolded without hesitation. Ha ha ha, in that case, don't blame us for being rude. But to be honest, we didn't intend to be kind this time. The Phantom Spirit King laughed, and his aura soared into the sky. It was eerie and terrifying. I've said that this is the best time to beat them when they are down. They are short of supplies and dare not start a real large-scale war. A green figure appeared, with mysterious totem tattoos all over his body. He was the Green Soul King, from the Wood Barbarian branch. It's useless to say more. Let's do it. I haven't seen the power of the 8-level holy formation for a long time. This time, I'd like to see whether the Camp 7 can stop us. King Mingyu also appeared. His figure was like a mountain, with a sense of unshakable majesty. Let's hurry up. I don't want to wait for the experts from other camps of the Empire to come to the rescue. If we can take this opportunity to take the head of Zhang Sunlai, I'll be very satisfied. In the rolling waves, a slender figure was condensed, with green eyes and a solemn and dignified look. It was King Baixong of the Water Barbarian branch. Kill! The Voodoo Barbarian army, which was ready for battle, roared in unison, shaking the clouds in all directions. The horrible killing intent instantly shrouded the area. In the Camp 7, the practitioners of the Empire all looked dignified and ready for battle. A group of spiritual tattooists all looked at Zhang Sunlai, wondering whether to open the 8-level holy formation at this time. Don't forget, the consequences are very serious. Even Qin Chu beside him couldn't help saying. Zhang Sunlai fell into a rare silence. But in the end, he suddenly gritted his teeth, and a touch of determination burst out of his eyes. If I can't even protect a young man of my empire today, I'd better kill myself. His voice was sonorous and unquestionable. Fight. The practitioners of the empire were also influenced by him and became hot-blooded. Who wouldn't be angry when being bullied by the enemy in front of their home? The men of the empire had never been afraid of fighting. Then fight. Zhang Sunlai waved his hand and was about to order to open the 8-level holy formation. But at this time, a figure suddenly rose into the air and came to Zhang Sunlai's side. I'm willing to help you with my bow and arrows. That figure was Lin Sun, who had returned to the camp at some time. Seeing Lin Sun, the practitioners of the empire were all moved, while Qin Chu was stunned. He didn't expect that the young man didn't hide at such a dangerous time, but took the initiative to show up. On the side of the Voodoo Barbarian army, the 4 kings, including the Ghost Spirit King, showed their burning killing intent. Their goal this time was to kill this young man. At this moment, even Zhang Sunlai was slightly stunned. General, catch. Lin Sun took out the insignificant's bow and the blue sky arrow and handed them to Zhang Sunlai. Buzz, the insignificant's bow, which was made of white bones and skeletons, seemed to feel the chilling atmosphere in the field and made a longing quiver. A mysterious big bow made of white bones and a divine arrow that exuded a boundless aura immediately attracted the attention of everyone as soon as they appeared. Now, both the Empire and the Voodoo Barbarians had heard too much about Lin Sun's brilliant achievements. And in these achievements, there were all kinds of speculations and rumors about the mysterious white bone bow and the black divine arrow. Because in their opinion, it was this pair of bows and arrows that allowed Lin Sun, who was only at the Tao Insight realm, to have the incredible feat of killing a half-step king across realms. This is a pair of complete ancient secret treasures. Its origin is unknown. It may be passed down from a saint. This was the speculation of most strong masters, which was amazing and attractive. Therefore, when Lin Sun took out this pair of mysterious bows and arrows at this time, all the people present were attracted to them. "What a treasure!" Xianxia exclaimed. As he opened and closed his eyes, strands of divine light bloomed. He could keenly feel the mystery and horror of this pair of bows and arrows, which made his heart tremble. In the distance, King of Devious Spirits, King of Green Soul, King of Ningyue, and King of Azure slightly narrowed their eyes and looked a little dignified. Although they were very far away, with their cultivation, they could easily perceive the aura of the insignificant spiritual bow and arrow of azure sky. It was terrifying, this was their intuition. When they thought that this pair of bows and arrows had easily killed a half-step king, even they had to treat it with caution. The black divine arrow was lost in the depths of Tiger Valley. "It should have belonged to us," King of Devious Spirits murmured. The spectral king muttered with a burning gaze in his eyes. "This time, perhaps we should go all out and seize this pair of treasures. Yes, their aura is extremely obscure and terrifying. Although I can't feel the aura of holy treasures for the time being, my intuition tells me that even if they are not holy treasures, they are definitely not inferior to holy treasures." A touch of greed surged in the hearts of King of Green Soul and the other three kings. Even they didn't have such heaven-defying treasures. How could they not be tempted? But immediately, they became vigilant, because at this time, Xianxia had taken the big bow, pulled the bowstring fully, and pointed it at them. Buzz, when the blood-red bowstring was fully drawn, mysterious and terrifying phenomena appeared around the bow. Wind and thunder rumbled, gods and devils roared, the stars exploded, the myriad of Daos collapsed, the sun fell from the sky, and the golden crow cried in the blue ocean. An indescribably terrifying aura swept out, causing the heavens and the earth to fall silent. Suppression, the void seemed to be unable to bear it and collapsed silently. The army of voodoo barbarians in the distance was even more frightened at this moment. Their blood was frozen, and they were about to suffocate and collapse. Not good. The expressions of the King of Spirits and the others changed. They also felt the bone-piercing killing intent. It was too terrifying, and it made them feel as if there was a blade on their backs, making their hair stand on end. And this was merely the power of a fully drawn bow. Xianxia stood tall in the void with the bowstring fully drawn. He was like an ancient god descending to the world. His arrogant and heroic appearance shocked all the cultivators of the empire. Even Lin Sun was surprised. The power of the insignificant spiritual bow at this moment was obviously many times stronger than when it was in his hands. Is this the real power of the insignificant spiritual bow? Lin Sun murmured in his heart. This is definitely a pair of supreme treasures passed down from ancient times. It has been stained with countless blood. The murderous intent is so strong that it can disturb the yin and yang of the universe. Qin Chu's heart pounded violently, and his eyes widened with an imperceptible heat. Such a treasure falling into the hands of Lin Shire was simply like a pearl covered in dust. Do it. In the distance, there was a violent roar. King of Green Soul was the first to feel that something was wrong. He attacked fiercely. He took out a halberd made of animal bones and slashed it in the air at Xianxia. Boom, this halberd was obviously not an ordinary treasure. It was more than 3 meters long. As it soared into the air, layers of strange totems appeared, and ancient spells resounded through the world. The void collapsed, and the world seemed to be torn in half. It was so horrible that the power of a real king was vividly displayed. Lin Sun's hands and feet were cold. He had no doubt that if he faced this blow, he would be crushed to death in an instant without any strength to fight back. This was the power of a king. Bang! Almost at the same time, Xianxia also shot out the sky arrow. It was as if it was unparalleled. With an extremely fierce and almost invincible terrifying power, it suddenly appeared in the world. It was too fast, it was too horrible. Some cultivators' eyes were stinging, and their minds were shaking. They couldn't see clearly or perceive it at all. With an earth-shattering bang, the halberd of white bone was shaken and flew backward with an ear-piercing whine. A large part of the blade of the halberd was broken. Oh no! In the distance, Green Soul King was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He was extremely afraid of the pair of bows and arrows, which was why he took action in advance. Only now did he realize that he still underestimated the terror of this pair of treasures. He wanted to dodge. But a black stream of light flashed, and his body was directly blasted into two halves. His flesh and blood exploded, turning into scarlet blood rain that scattered in the void. A King Realm expert couldn't dodge in time and was killed. When they saw this scene, the Spirit King, Mingyu King, and Azure King, who wanted to help, were also shocked. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Just what kind of terrifying treasure was this to be able to kill a King Realm expert in an instant? Their faces changed drastically, and a chill ran down their spines. They were almost scared out of their wits. The atmosphere was dead silent. Both the Imperial cultivators and the voodoo barbarians fell into a daze. One arrow killed a king. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to imagine such a shocking power. It was so shocking that they almost broke their guts. Sure enough, the true power of the insignificant spiritual bow and azure arrow has never been displayed by me. Lin Sun was also a little shocked. The insignificant spiritual bow and azure arrow were originally his treasures, but until now, he hadn't been able to fully control them. It was also at this time that they fell into Zhang Sunlai's hands that Lin Sun saw the true power of this pair of treasures. They were absolutely peerless murderous weapons, and their sharpness was invincible. Next to him, Xianxia was shocked and absent-minded. His eyes seemed to be glued to the insignificant spiritual bow, and he could no longer move them away. It was too strong. If he had this pair of treasures in hand, where could he not show off his power? There was dead silence in the field. Zhang Sunlai didn't remain silent and continued to kill. Others couldn't see it, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. Even though this pair of bows and arrows were so ferocious that even he was deeply shocked, at the same time, it had almost exhausted all of his strength. General is mighty. All of a sudden, some practitioners shouted excitedly. Soon, the whole Camp 7 was filled with exhilarating shouts. Who in the whole bloodthirsty battlefield could compete with such divine power to kill a king with one arrow? On the other hand, the morale of the voodoo barbarian army suffered an unprecedented blow. They were all anxious and uneasy. It was too terrible. Originally, they were aggressive and well-prepared, and they didn't take the imperial practitioners seriously at all. But Zhang Sunlai's arrow was like a giant hammer, which hit their hearts hard and almost made their fighting spirit collapse. Not only them, but also King of Spirits, King of Ningyue, and King of Azure changed their expressions, and a chill came from the soles of their feet. The scene just happened in front of them. But they had no time to stop it. None of them dared to imagine if they would have been able to block the arrow if it had been aimed at them. It's not too late to get out of here. Zhang Sunlai took a deep breath and said. Lin Sun was stunned, and immediately realized that the arrow just now almost drained all of Zhang Sunlai's strength. It seems that you can't shoot a second arrow. King of Spirits also seemed to see this, and said with a gloomy face. He was not willing to retreat. They came with so many people, but a king was killed by an arrow. In the end, they were so scared that they had to go back. If this news spread out, it would be a great loss of face. You're right. Zhang Sunlai looked very frank, but don't forget that I have a king with me. I just need to hand over the bow and arrow to him, and then he can kill one of you. As soon as he said this, King of Spirits and others changed their expressions. Or do you decide to continue to fight with us at the cost of another life? Zhang Sunlai's face was cold. That's good. I just need to open the 8-level holy formation and hold on until my strength recovers, and then I will have the power to kill you one by one. King of Spirits and others were silent. No matter who it was, they didn't want to joke with their lives. Moreover, they had to admit that Zhang Sunlai's calculation was very accurate. They didn't dare to act rashly again. But it would be too sullen and humiliating to let them go back in embarrassment like this. The imperial practitioners were cheering and shouting, and their morale was high. No one expected that the situation would be completely reversed by the appearance of a pair of bows and arrows before the fierce battle broke out. It was like a dream. And all this was brought by Lin Sun, which made them look at Lin Sun with more fanaticism and admiration. Let me do it. Xianxia took the initiative to volunteer, eager to have a try. His eyes were fanatical, and he couldn't wait to grab the pair of bows and arrows from Zhang Sunlai and try it himself. However, before Zhang Sunlai agreed, King of Spirits and others in the distance had already made a decision. Retreat. They retreated with a livid face, with endless anger and resentment. This was the safest decision, but undoubtedly, it was also the most shameful one. It was a great shame that such a result happened when the army was pressing on the border, which made them all depressed and ashamed. Boom! Soon, the voodoo barbarian army retreated like a tide and disappeared into the horizon in the distance. Witnessing this scene, there was silence in the number 7 camp of the empire. All the practitioners were in a trance, as if they still couldn't believe it. The enemy army commanded by the 4 barbarian kings, retreated just like that. Originally, according to the normal track, a fierce large-scale war was destined to take place, but the situation was reversed and deviated, so that all this ended hastily before it happened. And what caused all this was the pair of bows and arrows in Lin Sun's hands. He killed the king with 1 arrow and shocked the enemy with 1 arrow, making them flee in fear. This was the real end of the world with 1 arrow. At night, in the 7th camp. In a brightly lit palace hall, a banquet was being held in full swing. Ha ha ha, it's really fun today. Brother Zhang Sun killed the king with 1 arrow, scared off the enemy army, and made them flee like stray dogs. Such a grand occasion is really an eye-opener for me. Xianxia laughed and proposed a toast to Zhang Sunlai. The dangerous situation during the day had been resolved. The enemy retreated in panic, which completely removed the threat to the 7th camp. Therefore, on this night, the whole 7th camp fell into a carnival. Not only this hall, but also other places were celebrating. Child Lin is also amazing. With a secret weapon, you stood up at the critical moment and provided Brother Zhang Sun with the opportunity to reverse the situation. Come on, I also propose a toast to you. While speaking, Xianxia raised another glass of wine and looked at Lin Sun with a smile. Senior, you flatter me. Lin Sun drank up. The atmosphere was harmonious, but Lu Wenting didn't seem to like Xianxia. He secretly transmitted a message to Lin Sun, boy, don't be confused by the enthusiasm of this old guy. When he came to the camp before, he had a lot of opinions about you. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and secretly transmitted a message to Lu. Oh? What do you mean? Lu Wenting said, I'm not telling lies. It's just that Xianxia's face is too ugly. You don't know how bad his attitude was before. As soon as he arrived at the camp, he accused you of making too much trouble. It's you who made too much trouble these days that caused today's war. Later on, when he saw the enemy's army bearing down on us, he even came up with a rotten idea. He wanted to divert this calamity onto you alone. Fortunately, General Zhang Sun firmly refused at that time. Otherwise, before he finished speaking, the meaning had been fully expressed. Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes and looked as calm as before, but his eyes had become much colder when he looked at Xianxia. Sure enough, you can't judge a book by its cover. However, it's a small matter. You don't have to make it public. Anyway, Xianxia is a king after all. It's not good to provoke him. Lu Wenting was worried that Lin Sun would lose his cool, so he reminded him. Lin Sun nodded. However, when the banquet was about to end, Xianxia suddenly coughed and said with a serious look, there are less than 3 months left before the next opening of the road to the empire. The enemy is ready to take advantage of this opportunity to start a war. As you all know, we don't have much supplies left in the 8 camps of the empire. If the enemy starts a large-scale war at this time, it will definitely be a serious crisis for us. Zhang Sunlai nodded, that's right. What happened today is a proof of that. Our resources are limited, so we cannot easily activate the 8 extreme holy array. It is precisely because of this that the enemy dared to muster such a large force to attack us. Xianxia smiled and looked at Lin Sun, so, I want to ask Child Lin for a favor. If you agree, you may be able to help our empire solve the problem in front of us, so that the practitioners in the 8 camps of our empire can hold on safely until the next opening of the same path. Seeing this, Zhang Sunlai frowned imperceptibly and realized that something was wrong. Lu Wenting winked at Lin Sun, as if telling him to be cautious and not to rush to agree. Oh, senior, please tell me. Lin Sun looked calm. Xianxia looked solemn and said solemnly, I want to borrow Child Lin's bow and arrows. With the power of this pair of peerless treasures, it is enough to deter the old monsters in the voodoo barbarian tribe and make them not dare to act rashly. It turned out to be this. After so many twists and turns, Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. He was finally sure that what Lu Wenting said might be true. The reason why Qin Chu was so enthusiastic to him at the banquet today was probably to make this request at this moment. Before Lin Sun spoke, Zhang Sunlai frowned and questioned, "I'm afraid this is inappropriate. How can such treasures be lent out easily?" Qin Chu said righteously, "Brother Zhang Sun, I'm doing this for the sake of the cultivators in the 8 camps of our empire. I believe that if the generals in the other camps knew about this, they would definitely hope that young Master Lin can help us." After a pause, he continued, "What's more, it's just a loan. When the passage to the empire is opened 3 months later, this pair of treasures will be returned to us as they are. I wonder if Child Lin can temporarily give up your treasures for the sake of the overall situation of our empire." He looked at Lin Sun. He looked like he cared about the practitioners of the empire and considered the overall situation. He put on a righteous and sonorous voice, which made Zhang Sunlai somewhat unable to refute. But Zhang Sunlai knew that this guy could never be so selfless. If Lin Sun really lent out the pair of bows and arrows, there would be too many variables in the future. As the saying went, treasures could move people's hearts, let alone such an incredible treasure. Even Zhang Sunlai himself was extremely moved. Judging others by his own judgment, he was certain that even if it was a life-and-death king, facing this pair of bows and arrows, he would probably have many thoughts that he shouldn't have, but if he lent it to Qin Chu, there might really be an unforeseen event of no return. "Sorry, I can't help you with this." To Zhang Sunlai's surprise, Lin Sun didn't have a trace of embarrassment at all and directly refused. "This guy is really bold," Zhang Sunlai praised inwardly. However, this caught Qin Chu off guard, and his expression immediately became somewhat unsightly as he said in a deep voice, "Young Master Lin, this matter concerns the safety of an entire 8 camps of the empire. As a cultivator of the empire, how can you remain indifferent?" This was using righteousness to pressure Lin Sun. Lin Sun suddenly felt an unspeakable disgust in his heart. This old guy was too abominable. It was obviously Lin Sun who coveted his treasures, but he used the righteousness of the empire to talk about it. He was simply shameless. Lin Sun smiled coldly, "Without my help, the 8 camps of the empire can't survive. For thousands of years, the reason why the empire has been able to fight on the bloodthirsty battlefield to this day is probably not because of the treasures in my hands, right? If it were other practitioners, facing the request of a king, no matter how sullen they were in their hearts, they would probably have to yield. But Lin Sun didn't, which made Qin Chu feel more and more ashamed. He was a little annoyed, and his attitude became rude. "Child Lin, you are too selfish. If this spreads out, I'm afraid all the practitioners of the empire will be bitterly disappointed. Qin Chu, you are too much. The treasures are his own. Why should he lend them out?" Zhang Sunlai couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. The lively and harmonious atmosphere in the banquet was gone, and it became a little depressed and tense. However, Qin Chu stood up with a serious expression, and his eyes were like lightning. He said coldly, "Why?" "Because this matter concerns the safety of the 8 camps of the empire. You, Zhang Sunlai, can be indifferent, but I can't. Today, I'd rather offend you, but I must do this properly." Zhang Sunlai also slapped the table and stood up. He was so angry that he laughed. "Are you going to rob us?" "No, I'm just using my own methods to make young Master Lin help our empire." Even the imperial court couldn't listen to this anymore. This is obviously nonsense and nonsense. Even an idiot would know that this is blatant lying. But Lin Sun seemed to believe it. He clapped and praised, "Senior, you are really bold. In this case, why don't we make a written agreement? I will lend the treasures in my hands, and you promise that when the passage to the empire opens in 3 months, you will take out all the wealth and power of your Qin family and invest it in the bloodthirsty battlefield. What do you think?" Of course Qin Chu was about to agree. He thought that it was just a written agreement, which couldn't bind him and the Qin family behind him at all. But immediately, he felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Zhang Sunlai was very calm, and didn't have any intention of stopping him. He even seemed to be eager for him to do so. This was too abnormal. Qin Chu changed the topic and said, "This matter can be discussed in detail later. Now, I just want to ask, is Child Lin still unwilling to help?" The cold light in his eyes flowed with threat. It seemed that as long as Lin Sun said no, he would immediately take action. Zhang Sunlai sighed and said, "If you sign this agreement, I would be very happy to help. Unfortunately, you don't dare to. This only proves that all the righteousness you just said is King Bullsh T excuse." Zhang Sunlai's resolute attitude moved Lin Sun and made him feel warm in his heart. Since he stepped into the empire, he had never lacked enemies along the way. Similarly, he had never lacked friends, such as Drillmaster Young Ku, Mr. Vulture, Zhu Laosan, Ning Meng, Shi Yu, like Old Toad, Zhao Tailai, Shen Tua. Now in the bloodthirsty battlefield, Zhang Sunlai might have scolded him more than once, but Lin Sun knew that this general had never regarded him as an outsider. Just like today's war storm, if it was any other selfish big shot, they would probably put the overall situation first and sacrifice themselves. But Zhang Sunlai didn't, just like at this moment, in the face of Qin Chu's hypocritical and ugly face, Zhang Sunlai could also stand by and watch, but he didn't do so. How could Lin Sun not be moved? At this moment, Qin Chu's face was gloomy. He was silent for a while and suddenly said, "Brother Zhang Sun, today's arrow has consumed a lot of your physical strength. If you choose to fight now, I'm afraid you can't stop me at all." "What if I fight with my life?" Zhang Sunlai said coldly. Qin Chu's face changed slightly and he said, "You should know that I do this for the imperial court." What's more, he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. But Qin Chu, as the person involved, had a different look at the moment. If it was someone else who dared to do this to him, Qin Chu would have slapped that person to death. That person must be tired of living. After all, Qin Chu was still a king-level figure. In the whole world, he could be regarded as a monstrous existence at the peak. But now, in the face of Zhao Xingye's mockery, he didn't dare to be angry at all. This woman was too terrifying. Not only was her identity too respected, but her strength could also be regarded as an outstanding figure among the kings. Qin Chu had no doubt that if he dared to show any dissatisfaction, the consequences would be worse than death. Qin Chu felt so wrong that he was about to vomit blood. His face turned green, and he couldn't speak for a long time. His embarrassed appearance made Lin Sun and Zhang Sunlai laugh secretly. "General Zhao, you're not joking, are you?" After holding it in for a long time, Qin Chu said embarrassedly with an embarrassed face. Zhao Xingye raised a pair of straight black eyebrows, slightly pursed her red lips, and said unhappily, "General Qin Chu, I just bowed to you on behalf of the empire. Do you think I'm joking?" Her voice was still soft, but it was like a sharp sword against his throat. It made Qin Chu's body stiffen, and his face changed again. In the end, Qin Chu gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "General Zhao, you worry too much. Since I have said this, I will try my best to fulfill it. However, this matter is of great importance, and I can't make the decision for the Qin family alone. When I return to the empire, I will discuss with the clan as soon as possible and solve this matter appropriately." His face was livid. Everyone knew that he was so angry and sullen that he was about to go berserk. Seeing this, Zhao Xingye immediately nodded happily. "That couldn't be better. Then I wish General Qin Chu success in advance." Qin Chu left with a chest full of depression and discomfort. He was worried that if he didn't leave, he would vomit blood and die of anger. Thinking that he only borrowed a pair of bows and arrows this time, but he got himself into trouble and went for wool and came home shorn, Qin Chu was so angry that he wanted to slap himself twice. "Damn it, General Zhao, thank you for solving the problem for us." Within the hall, Zhang Sunlai withdrew his smile and bowed seriously. If Zhao Xingye hadn't arrived tonight, then the consequences would have been slightly unpredictable. "You're welcome. I'm glad that General Qin Chu is dedicated to the public. Rather than saying that you've solved a problem, it's more like you facilitated a wonderful event." Zhao Xingye's words were casual. She sat there casually. Her beauty could topple a city. Her black eyes were bright, and her skin was as white as snow. It was hard to imagine how such a beautiful woman could be called bloodthirsty queen. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard for Lin Sun to imagine that a life-death realm king like Qin Chu dared not even fart in the face of Zhao Xingye's difficulties. Perhaps this was the true power of great power. General Zhao, do you really think that the Qin family will fulfill this promise? Zhang Sunlai was surprised. However, Zhao Xingye smiled slightly, and his fiery lips curled into a disdainful arc. If they dare to do so, then don't blame me for personally going to their door to ask for it. Now, Lin and Zhang Sunlai finally believed that Zhao Xingye was not joking. The heavens were planning to ruthlessly rip off the Qin family. Lin Sun gasped and felt a little strange in his heart. In the past, he was always regarded as bold and strong, but compared with Zhao Xingye, this beautiful and terrible woman, he was nothing. Zhang Sunlai couldn't help glancing at Lin Sun, as if secretly comparing Lin Sun with Zhao Xingye to see who was bolder. Surprised? Zhao Xingye smiled. She flicked her nails and said as if it was a matter of course, "Don't forget that I'm also a woman, and women are best at pestering and seeking revenge for the smallest grievance." Zhang Sunlai chuckled, gloating in his heart. He felt some sympathy and pity for Qin Chu. If this guy knew this, would he cry? Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Women? Who really dared to treat a general with the title of bloodthirsty queen as an ordinary woman? Little guy, can you lend me your bow and arrows? Suddenly, Zhao Xingye looked at Lin Sun with a pair of beautiful eyes and made a request. This made Zhang Sunlai's eyes suddenly narrow, a little startled and surprised. Zhao Xingye, however, looked calm and indifferent. She looked at Lin Sun quietly and did not exert any pressure. Okay. Lin Sun was silent for a moment, facing Zhao Xingye's eyes calmly, and said, "However, I have a condition." Zhang Sunlai was so shocked that he almost covered Lin Sun's mouth. How dare he talk about conditions with Zhao Xingye at this time? This kid was simply audacious to the extreme. Zhao Xingye's dark and bright beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. She said with a faint smile, "Oh, tell me. If you go to the Qin family in person one day to ask for an explanation, please take me with you. I just want to have a look, that's all." Lin Sun said an unexpected condition, which made Zhang Sunlai slightly stunned and surprised. What was this guy doing? He even wanted to get involved in this kind of thing? Zhao Xingye burst into laughter, and her beautiful eyes were full of strange color. She stared at Lin Sun with a smile and looked him up and down, as if to get to know him again. After a while, she nodded, "Okay." Lin Sun also smiled and handed over Insignificant's bow and arrow of blue sky without hesitation. "I will return them to you in 10 days at most." This was Zhao Xingye's promise. It was late at night, and Lin Sun left soon. Sure enough, this guy is also a black-hearted master. With his deep shrewdness in mind, whoever provokes him will have a headache in the future. Zhao Xingye's white and slender hand gently stroked the Insignificant's bow in her hand. A pair of beautiful eyes looked in the direction of Lin Sun's departure, and there was a faint curve at the corner of her mouth. Black-hearted? I think this guy is really bold. Zhang Sunlai couldn't help sighing when he thought of some things Lin Sun had done these days. Immediately, he frowned and said, "However, according to his character, I'm surprised that he lent this pair of treasures so readily this time." Zhao Xingye squinted at him. "Do you think I took advantage of him?" Without waiting for an answer, Zhao Xingye smiled playfully and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I need this pair of weapons to do something, I really wouldn't agree to his condition." Zhang Sunlai was stunned, and he pondered carefully for a moment before coming to a sudden understanding, and he slapped his thigh. So that's how it is, this kid is really treacherous enough. The situation was actually very simple. Although Zhao Xingye had forced Qin Chu to comply with his promise, Qin Chu had no choice but to follow through on his promise. However, everyone knew that it was impossible for the Qin clan, one of the 7 upper-class clans of the empire, to devote all of its wealth and power to the empire. Because this was simply no different than destroying the Qin clan, and even the current emperor probably wouldn't dare to do this rashly. After all, the Qin clan was one of the high-level clans in the end. They possessed enormous resources and power, and their influence in the empire was too great. If they were driven to desperation, then it would absolutely cause an unpredictable upheaval and calamity. Under such circumstances, the conditions put forward by Lin Sun were thought-provoking. He proposed to go to the Qin clan with Zhao Xingye to see how Zhao Xingye would ask for some explanation, which would invisibly affect Zhao Xingye's actions, making Zhao Xingye have to think twice even if he wanted to change his mind. At that time, if I don't take advantage of the Qin clan, I will be looked down upon by this kid, and I will feel sorry for the help he lent me. But if I go, I'll be playing right into this brat's hands and following his heart. This is actually no different from using a borrowed knife to kill someone. It's just that this brat's intentions are very obscure and untraceable. This makes it very difficult for me to catch him. There was a trace of emotion on Zhao Xingye's beautiful and charming face. This means is really amazing. Not to mention his current cultivation and resources, he is good at using others to kill with a borrowed knife at such a young age. Very few people among his peers can compare with him. If such a black-hearted and extremely talented little monster grows up completely in the future, who will dare to provoke him? Zhang Sunlai was stunned. He really hadn't thought about this, but after thinking about it carefully, he found that what Zhao Xingye said was absolutely not exaggerated, and even pointed out some characteristics that the kid possessed on the first prick. Fortunately, even if he rises completely, he will not be the enemy of the empire. Otherwise, this little guy will definitely become a peerless hero and bring disaster to the world. As Zhao Xingye said this, she had already stood up. Her black crane cloak outlined a soul-stirring graceful curve of her slender figure. Although Qing Chu's character is a bit unbearable, his words are not wrong. The resources left in the 8 camps of the empire are limited. Under such circumstances, the period before the next passage to the empire is opened will undoubtedly be the most difficult. There was a hint of contemplation between her white and smooth brows. Just like the storm that happened today. The Sly Spirit King and the others led an army here. It seemed like their goal was to deal with that brat, but in reality, they just wanted to use this opportunity to start a large-scale war. Yes, if they use all their forces to fight during this period, the consequences will indeed be very serious. Zhang Sunlai frowned. As the leader of Camp Number 7, he naturally knew the seriousness of the current situation better than others. So, in order to resolve this crisis, the only way is to play a big game for them first. Zhao Xingye picked up the insignificant bow in her hand, and a pair of beautiful eyes stared at the blood-red bowstring. At this moment, an indescribable terrible power spread out from her body. In a trance, Zhang Sunlai's heart trembled as if he saw a boundless mountain of corpses and a sea of blood emerging. Zhao Xingye stood in it, and under her feet were endless piles of white bones. At this moment, Zhao Xingye had a kind of demeanor belonging to the bloodthirsty queen. This kind of momentum, in these years of battles and killings, had made the whole bloodthirsty battlefield tremble more than once, late at night. In Lin Sun's room, a bai squatted on the ground, drinking bottle after bottle of liquor. She couldn't stop her tears from flowing down her face. She had been like this since Lin Sun told her about Hu Tong's death. She seemed to have lost her soul and looked very helpless. Lin Sun sat aside and watched her quietly, but his mood was quite complicated. Hu Tong was dead. His body was found on the battlefield. It had long been mutilated. His eyes, nose, heart. Almost all parts of his body had been dug out by the enemy as trophies. He died too miserably. When Lin Sun found Hu Tong's body yesterday, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. A top figure in the reincarnation developing realm, a veteran overmatch who had been galloping in the bloodthirsty battlefield for 7 years, had died just like that. Lin Sun thought of the time when he drank with Hu Tong a few days ago. Hu Tong's heroic and hearty laughter seemed to ring in his ears again. In the end, Bai was still drunk. Lying on the ground, she mumbled some vague words. Even though her eyes were closed, tears still flowed down her cheeks. Lin Sun picked her up and put her on the bed. Then he sat on one side in a daze. A parting of life and death was undoubtedly the most painful thing in the world. And how many times had Bai experienced parting like today in the bloodthirsty battlefield all these years, when the news of the death of friends, comrades and companions came again and again, who could bear such a blow and sorrow? Lin Sun remembered the first time he saw Bai. It was late at night, and she was kneeling on the ground alone, crying bitterly. The cruelest thing in the bloodthirsty battlefield is not the battle, but the blow and sorrow brought by death. Everyone may face death, and no one is sure who will die first. But as long as you are alive, you may have to face the bad news one by one. Perhaps only in the bloodthirsty battlefield can one deeply understand the feeling of this. Lin Sun's thoughts were flying. After a long time, he took a deep breath, and a touch of firmness flashed in his black eyes. One day, all this will change, the enemy will be destroyed, and Ziyao Flower will never die. Lin Sun suddenly realized that perhaps Zhao Tai sent him to the bloodthirsty battlefield to let him witness all this. In the following days, the atmosphere in the bloodthirsty battlefield became tense. The army of the Voodoo barbarian tribe was dispatched frequently, whistling on the battlefield and becoming more active and combative than before. The Empire, on the other hand, tightened their defensive line and switched from offense to defense. Even so, the situation was still not optimistic. All of the Empire's Xianxia knew that they didn't have many resources left. They could barely hold on until the next time the passage to the Empire opened. Under such circumstances, there was no way they could engage in a large-scale battle with the enemy. Otherwise, once there was a shortage of resources, the Empire would fall into internal strife and collapse before the enemy could even reach them. The Voodoo barbarian tribe seized this opportunity and began to attack frequently. They unscrupulously dispatched the army to give the Empire a heavy blow. The situation was dire, even Lin Sun was deeply aware of this. In Camp 7, the number of casualties of the Empire's Xianxia who had gone out to fight had increased dramatically. The shadow of death was like a haze, shrouding the hearts of every Empire's Xianxia. The atmosphere in the camp became more and more gloomy and oppressive. There was no longer the liveliness of the past, and there was a somber and tense atmosphere everywhere. On this day, bloodthirsty battlefield, Silver Snow Ridge kill. When an army of thousands of Voodoo barbarians passed by the Silver Snow Ridge, a vigorous figure suddenly rushed out, carrying a heavy sword, and directly rushed up. The army of Voodoo barbarians was shocked at first, and then burst into laughter. They all showed ferocious and disdainful expressions. A female practitioner of the Empire jumped out stupidly. It was not an ambush, but a suicide mission. The situation was really absurd. One person seemed too small and unbearable in the face of thousands of elite Voodoo barbarians. But it just so happened that she seemed to be fearless as she charged head-on. Her figure was vigorous like a strong and ruthless wind as she pressed forward courageously, her millet hair was flying in the wind, and the heavy sword in her hand was wrapped in sharp killing intent. She was like a brave man who was going to fight to death alone, even if there were thousands of enemies. This person was shockingly a bai, puff. Puff, as soon as they fought, two strong Voodoo barbarians were killed immediately, with blood bursting out. They were still shocked at the moment of death, as if they still couldn't believe that such a woman dared to fight with their army to death. The enemies were a little restless, and immediately became furious. They shouted and surrounded Abi like a tide, intending to wipe her out. Abi looked fearless, with a kind of almost numb calmness on her beautiful face. Only a pair of clear eyes were flashing with burning hatred. Kill, she gritted her teeth and rushed forward recklessly, as if she had forgotten about life and death. She just wanted to kill as many enemies as possible, leaving everything behind her. When a person no longer cared about life and death, he was either forced to the extreme or had no way to retreat. But Abi was different. She just wanted to kill the enemies. Her former comrades, friends, and companions all died one after another, which made her almost collapse, and her heart was filled with endless sorrow and hatred. Rather than living like this, it was better to die in killing the enemies. Kill, blood was bursting out, and the roars of the enemies sounded one after another. Everything in front of her was dark red. Abi felt carefree. Although there had already been a lot of shocking scars on her body, and she was stained with blood, she felt very happy. It seemed that as long as she killed one more enemy, she could vent the sorrow and hatred in her heart, and let those dead comrades die in peace. However, she was only one person after all. Even though she was not afraid of life and death, she seemed too small and unbearable in the face of thousands. A Voodoo barbarian army. Just for a moment, she had been seriously injured and trapped there, like a cornered beast fighting and might die at any time. But Abi didn't have any mood fluctuation at all, and still fought fiercely like a madman. Her resolute and fierce posture even surprised and moved those strong Voodoo barbarians, and then they were furious. A woman dared to despise them like this. Kill, they were also completely enraged and attacked with all their strength. Ha ha ha, a group of bastards, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. Abi was laughing and tears flowed out. The blood on her body was gurgling, and even her beautiful milk-colored long hair was dyed with blood. She was not crazy, and she knew that death was not far away. But so what? Yes, death was death. What was there to be afraid of? Swish. A snow-white bone spear swept over with fierce momentum, tearing the void and killing towards Abi with an unstoppable and terrifying momentum. Abi knew that she couldn't stop it, but she didn't step back. Instead, she rushed up fiercely, ignoring the possibility of being pierced in the chest, and slashed towards the owner of the bone spear with her sword. Life for life, Abi seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time, and she was so determined that there was no hesitation. However, the snow-white bone spear broke from the middle before it fell, and the head of the owner of the bone spear was thrown into the air. Too fast, it was so fast that Abi didn't have time to react, and the enemy had been killed. Abi was stunned. Pooh. 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 A wave of muffled sounds rose and fell in the vicinity, and the enemies that besieged nearby were killed on the spot at almost the same moment. Streams of blood sprayed out and dyed the void red. In the blink of an eye, the area of 30 meters around Abi formed an empty area, and the ground was covered with corpses. It was also at this moment that Abi saw a broken blade that was jade white like snow and almost transparent. It was like a wisp of flowing light as it revolved and appeared in front of her, and it was suffused with a clear and holy silver brilliance. Go! A voice sounded in her ears, and Abi didn't have time to react before her arm was grabbed by someone and fled towards the distance. Why is it you again? Abi finally saw that familiar face clearly, but she wasn't moved at all. Instead, she was slightly annoyed and shouted, "Why did you save me? Do you care if I want to die? Even if you want to die, you can't die at the hands of the enemy." The person who came was Lin Sun. His expression was calm, and so was his voice, but it revealed an indisputable feeling. Abi was struggling, but how could she break free from Lin Sun's arm? Chase them. Behind them, a group of strong voodoo barbarians roared and were completely irritated. They were just a couple of shameless men and women, but they dared to ignore them. If they escaped, it would absolutely be a great shame. Kill. They were aggressive, like a tide, madly attacking. However, for Lin Sun, although this army of strong voodoo barbarians was large in number, almost all of them were at the level of voodoo barbarian strongman. Even their leader was just a strongman in the spirit awakening realm. In Lin Sun's eyes, this kind of power was not worth mentioning at all. Puff. Puff, puff. Puff. The broken blade flew across the air, scattering dreamy brilliance and whistling back and forth in the void. At the same time, strong voodoo barbarians were killed on the spot one after another. It was too sharp. Controlled by Lin Sun's spiritual awareness, the broken blade appeared and disappeared like a ghost, vividly displaying the power of a magic weapon. In just a few breaths, dozens of strong voodoo barbarians were beheaded like paper paste. Lin Sun swept away the clouds like a whirlwind. Shrill screams and angry roars sounded in the field. Those strong voodoo barbarians were all shocked and couldn't believe it. They really couldn't imagine how a young man could be so terrible. He was just like the legendary young devil named Lin Shi. The only difference was that Lin Shi was good at archery, while the young man in front of them used a mysterious broken blade that could be described as horrible. No. That guy seems to be the legendary Lin Shi. Suddenly, the leader of the voodoo barbarian army seemed to realize something. His face suddenly changed and he cried out involuntarily. As soon as his words came out, the voodoo barbarian army became more restless, surprised and panicked. Lin Shi. How could it be him? In a valley. Heavenly Xianxia Lin Sun was dressing Abi's wound. Abi stared at him blankly and suddenly asked, "Why did you save me?" "I just want to be free. It's too painful to live. I don't want to hear the bad news of my friends all the time in the future." Lin Sun said casually, "Whether it's revenge or to change all the pain you've suffered, there's only hope when you're alive." Hope? Abi smiled bitterly. For thousands of years, the Empire and voodoo barbarian bastards have been fighting in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Who can change all this? It will change one day. Lin Sun said calmly. Do you believe it? Abi asked. Lin Sun looked into Abi's eyes seriously and said, "You know, for thousands of years, many practitioners of the Empire have fought here. If they had given up at that time, do you think the Empire would still have today's situation?" Haha, I didn't expect you to be so considerate of the people of the Empire. I really underestimated your ambition before. Abi sneered. I don't have such a noble consciousness. Lin Sun shrugged and then pondered, I'm just like you. I don't want to see the pain you've gone through continue to live. In the end, he sighed softly, you're in pain, and so are the other generals and soldiers of the empire. But who dares to give up easily? Do you still remember that saying, Xiao flower is invincible because of bloodthirsty, and the empire survives because of wars? Albai was silent for a moment. She patted her butt and stood up. There was a smile on her wild and beautiful face. You are really not a good persuader. Do you think I will care if you discuss national affairs with a woman like me? At least, as long as you don't court death, I won't waste my efforts. Lin Sun also stood up and said casually, I don't have many friends in the number 7 camp. If you die, the pain you're going through now will definitely fall on me. So, as a friend, I certainly won't watch you court death. Abi was stunned. Suddenly, she stretched out her arms silently and hugged Lin Sun tightly. After a long time, she murmured in a low voice, thank you, toy boy. Abi returned to normal from that day and no longer risked her life to fight as before. But Lin Sun was not happy at all. The situation in the bloodthirsty battlefield was becoming more and more turbulent and tense. Wind and rain were everywhere, and bad news could be heard from time to time in the camp. Old Huang went out to carry out a mission and met with trouble. One day, Lin Sun was about to go to Huang, the guard of the camp, when he heard such bad news from Lu Wenting. Lin Sun was stunned for a long time before he turned around and left silently. Another friend left. That night, Lin Sun drank a lot of wine alone and remembered the first time he drank with Huang in the pub. "Milord, do you know? I've been in this King bloodthirsty battlefield for 5 years. In these 5 years, I've changed my companions again and again. Familiar ones, unfamiliar ones. Until now, I've almost forgotten who I should remember. Everyone says that my life is tough and that it's a miracle that I haven't died in 5 years. However, I know that I'm just King afraid of death. That's why every time I fight, I do everything I can to prevent myself from dying. That's why I'm lucky enough to survive until now, but it's too painful to live like this." Every day when he woke up, his first thought was how to survive the day. Who the CK cares about the future? Alas, I can't help it. This is bloodthirsty battlefield. Death happens all the time. Maybe one day, I will also. Huang's drunken voice seemed to be still in Lin Sun's ears, but he had already left. In the night, a sigh came from Lin Sun's room, old Huang, King Jinx. Early the next morning, Lin Sun left the camp. Bloodthirsty battlefield, bloodthirsty battlefield. A team of hundreds of voodoo barbarians was on the road. Although the team was small in number, each one of them was an elite, with 5 Spirit Awakening Realm practitioners in charge. Their target was a team of casual practitioners in the number 6 camp of the Empire. Stop. Suddenly, a leading Spirit Awakening Realm practitioner narrowed his eyes and saw a figure standing on the road in the distance. It was a young man in a moonwhite robe, with long black hair hanging down to his waist. With his hands behind his back, he stared at the distant sky in a daze, as if he was in a daze. Bloodthirsty battlefield had long been an area of constant bloodshed. Voodoo barbarians and imperial practitioners had carried out countless bloody battles here. But today, there was a young man standing there all by himself with a casual bearing. This was too abnormal. The leader of this team of voodoo barbarians was a ruthless man from the fire barbarian branch. His name was Xianxia, who was very knowledgeable and experienced. He saw something wrong at a glance. Be careful, everyone. A strong uneasiness surged in Xianxia's heart. He made a prompt decision to stop the team. "Sir, it's just a young man of the human tribe. We can kill him easily." "What are you worried about?" a voodoo barbarian muttered. "What do you know?" Xianxia scolded and looked more dignified. He always felt that the young man in the distance was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember. "Humph, if Lin Shire came, we would have to be ready for him. But this guy doesn't even have a bow in his hand." That voodoo barbarian still didn't take it seriously. But his words were like a thunderbolt, which made Xianxia's face change greatly. He finally remembered why he felt that the young man in the distance was a little familiar. This guy looked almost the same as Xianxia in the legend, the only difference was that he didn't have the famous white bone bow and a dark and terrible arrow. Damn, retreat! Xianxia roared. He was sure that the young man must be Xianxia. Even if the latter didn't carry a bow this time, his terrible reputation frightened Xianxia. What was more, a person like Xianxia dared to come here alone. How could he come to die? The more Xianxia thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Sir, what's wrong with you? Retreat? Why should I retreat? Seeing Xianxia's strong reaction, the other voodoo barbarians in this team were a little stunned. They didn't understand how big a threat a young man could be. But Xianxia had already fled. Like a gust of wind, he ran and shouted angrily, "A bunch of idiots, that guy is Xianxia. Are you waiting to die?" His voice echoed like thunder. All of a sudden, all the voodoo barbarians in this team were dumbfounded. That guy was really Xianxia? Run! Sensing that something was wrong, these voodoo barbarians didn't fight, but fled immediately. They couldn't help it. Xianxia was now synonymous with young demon god in the voodoo barbarian camp. He was absolutely notorious. Rumors about him could even make life and death realm kings restless. Under such circumstances, who dared to stay? However, although they reacted quickly, it was too late. A thunderous roar suddenly resounded in this world. Roar. The roar was so powerful that it resounded beyond the clouds in the ninth heaven. Even Wenting was shocked and started to count them in person. Damn it, this guy is not going to fight. He is going to sweep the place alone. While counting, Lu Wenting swore, but his eyebrows were full of shock and joy. For many days, the atmosphere in the camp of the Empire had been gloomy, tense, and solemn. What Lin Sun did today would definitely have an excellent effect on boosting the morale of the camp. On the same night, Lin Sun's military merits were counted out, which shocked all the practitioners of the Empire in the camp. A total of 29 first-class military merits, and Lin Sun's name also jumped to the 9th place on the military merits list of Camp 7. It should be noted that the military merits of the top 100 had been accumulated for many years. It was not easy for them to obtain a place on this list that represented honor. But Lin Sun had just been in the camp for less than half a year, but his accumulated military merits soared to the 9th place with a stunning exaggeration. Of course, the military merits he got from killing the half-step spirit beasts were also counted. The practitioners of Camp 7 were all excited, their morale greatly boosted, and their admiration for Lin Sun reached an unprecedented level. Until late at night, even the practitioners in the other 7 camps of the Empire also knew Lin Sun's heaven-defying record, which set off an uproar for a while. In the camp of voodoo barbarians, the atmosphere was particularly gloomy, because Lin Sun's feat today had shocked many voodoo barbarian kings. End of chapter 742. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.